Changan, let us part ways. Why? Why? You should be more aware of that than anyone else. Is it again about the betrothal gifts? I thought you had forgotten about it. I've already explained my stance on the betrothal gifts. I am currently saving money, and once I have enough, we can get married. Ji Chu Chu smirked coldly. By the time you save enough, how old am I now? And how old is my younger brother? What does our marriage have to do with your brother? How could it not be related? If I do not marry, how will my brother afford to get married? Your brother's marriage should depend on himself, and perhaps your parents. What? Does he expect to rely on me? Changan, do not speak such heartless words. Do you not intend to take on the responsibilities of my family once we are married? I have no such intentions. You are being unreasonable. Choo Choo, we have our own lives, and your brother has his. You are merely his sister, not his parents. What? Should we hold his hand as he walks in the future? Stop saying those useless things. I have seen through you clearly over the years. You are the most useless man. I am useless. Then who is useful? Do enlighten me, so I may have a standard to measure against. Do not be ridiculous. There are countless men out there more capable than you. A stroll outside would reveal no one more useless and pathetic. Choo Choo, I implore you, can we not remain calm? Think about it. How many years have passed since we graduated from university? If we break up now, wouldn't all those years of feelings and sacrifices be in vain? It is precisely because I was young and naive back then, believing your lies and the future you wove, that I was deceived. Had I chosen to be with Wu Jio back in school, I would have been married by now, living in a grand house, and enjoying a life of luxury. Ji Chu Chu, do not go too far. Why mention Wu Jio when discussing our relationship? Weren't you the one who despised him, calling him short and ugly, like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat? That was back then. Now, Wu Jio has a car and a house, driving a Land Rover and living in a mansion. Can you compare? Oh, I see. Have you started an affair with Wu Jio? What affair? He is merely pursuing me. Pursuing you? You have a boyfriend. How can you be so shameless? Indeed, I have lost my shame. To put it bluntly, it is because you lack capability and wealth. You cannot provide a better life for me. Do you have a conscience when you say that? After all these years, you know how I have treated you. It is precisely because I know too well that I want to break up with you. Living frugally every day, unable to save a single cent. Choosing a man like you back then was truly blinding. Fine, fine. I suppose I am useless. You are right in everything you say. So, have you firmly decided to end things with me? Is that even a question? Very well. Then return the money I have entrusted to you over the years, and let us part ways cleanly. What money? Do not play dumb. The money I earned through hard work over the years. Didn't I give it all to you? I do not recall. All I know is that the money in my account is mine and has nothing to do with you. Ji Chu Chu, are you not ashamed to say such things? You were the one who said we should work together, pooling our efforts and resources to save for a house and marriage. And now you speak like this? Back then, who could have known you were so incapable, only able to work odd jobs and deliver packages? Had I known you would turn out this way, I would not have spent a single day with you. Wasn't it you who pressured me? You said companies earn little, that delivering packages is better, urging me to quit and find more jobs to save money. And now you say this? Do not blame me. It is your own lack of capability. Fine. Even if I am incapable, return my money to me and let us go our separate ways. I've already told you, I do not have your money. It has long been spent. Impossible. I earn 8 to 10,000 a month. You only give me a few hundred for pocket money each month. How could it be all gone? How is it impossible? Two people need to eat, drink, wear, and pay rent. Where does the money not go? Tell me, where does the money not go? No matter how much we spend, it cannot amount to that much in a month. What do you call money then? A single lipstick costs over 8,000. You truly have never seen money. An 8,000 lipstick. Do you rub it on with gold? You are the one who is being naive. Fine. Even if I am inexperienced, what does that have to do with me? The lipstick is yours, not mine. Since we live together, you should share the burden. Otherwise, have I not wasted all these years with you? You. Fine. Let us consider the lipstick as a gift from me to you. Now return the remaining money to me. Surely that is fair. I have already said it is all spent. There is nothing left. Ji Chu Chu. So you mean to say that your promise of saving together for marriage was a lie? It is because you cannot save money. Who else can you blame? If you were earning hundreds of thousands a month, wouldn't we have married long ago? How dare you? Changan, filled with rage, raised his hand to strike her. Come on, hit me. If you don't dare, you're not a man. Ji Chu Chu taunted. Changan, his chest heaving with anger,
ultimately lowered his hand, saying, "Leave. Go wherever you wish, but do not return. Beg me. I won't come back either. You worthless man, may we never meet again," Ji Chu declared, turning back into the house, dragging out her already packed suitcase, and slammed the door behind her without looking back. The room fell silent for a while. "Bastard." Changan raised his fist and smashed it onto the glass coffee table before him, shattering it with a loud crash, shards scattering across the floor, while drops of blood dripped from his wounded hand. At that moment, the ring he had worn for many years on his finger suddenly emitted a burst of red light, and a message resonated in his mind. Effective life form detected. Information binding complete. System binding complete. Upon hearing the word system, Changhan's eyes lit up. Could it be that he had stumbled upon good fortune? "Hello, Administrator. I am your Intelligence Service Assistant, 2358 XIYR 3569871. Are you the system deity who can fulfill any of my wishes? I am not a deity, nor can I grant all of the Administrator's wishes. I am merely the Intelligence Service Assistant of SPACESHIP 2358 XIYR 3569871. Chapter 2. Acquiring a spaceship. What on earth is an Intelligence Service Assistant? It is the intelligence service system designed to assist you in operating the fully autonomous patrol spaceship 2358 XIYR 3569871. A spaceship. What spaceship? To comprehend it with your terrestrial mindset, think of it as a spacecraft. Are you saying I possess a spaceship? Indeed. Where is it? On the moon. Why is it on the moon? The 2358 XIYR 3569871 completed its planetary life detection mission within this stellar region over 100,000 years ago and was preparing to return to its home planet when it was suddenly disrupted by an electromagnetic interference wave triggered by an explosion 3 light-years away. This caused functional damage and data loss, forcing it to make an emergency landing on the moon, where it has remained ever since. What does this have to do with me? The chip embedded in the administrator's ring is the spaceship's guidance chip. The spaceship system is now bound to you, granting you the highest authority over the fully autonomous patrol spaceship 2358 XIYR 3569871. So, you mean to say I have acquired a spaceship? Yes, but what use is it? It has numerous uses. If the administrator can repair the spaceship, they could return to their home planet and obtain the official certificate of honor as a citizen. Or they could traverse to other planets and witness the wonders of the universe. Are you implying that this spaceship is still malfunctioning? Yes. Since the spaceship is damaged, how can I possibly repair it? The explosion of the interference device incinerated several crucial components within the spaceship. As long as the administrator can provide equivalent components, the spaceship can be repaired and restored to operational status. Are these components difficult to find? They are not hard to come by on the home planet. However, here, it may pose significant challenges, as these damaged components cannot be manufactured with humanity's current technological capabilities. So, you're essentially saying there's no solution. I am merely reiterating a fact. Changhan pondered for a moment and said, "By the way, Assistant, can you make me a billionaire?" "Absolutely. Really?" Changhan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "How can I achieve that?" The planet where the administrator resides has a high value for gold. During the patrol missions in nearby star regions, the 2358 XIYR 3569871 discovered several gold asteroids worth trillions of Huaxia coins on Earth. If the administrator can repair the spaceship, we can capture these asteroids and convert the gold into cash. But didn't you say that? With Earth's current technological level, the spaceship cannot be repaired. Yes. So that essentially means there's no way. Do you have any means by which I could become a billionaire without needing to repair the spaceship? There is, though it would take a bit longer. How long? It depends on the circumstances, but generally around 73 days. Really? What should I do? On the administrator's planet, there exists a thing called stocks. If the administrator can provide 100,000 Huaxia coins in cash, I can ensure that the administrator's assets exceed 100 million within 73 trading days. If the administrator can activate foreign securities trading privileges, the time can be significantly reduced. 100,000. What kind of international joke is that? Where am I supposed to find you 100,000? I currently have only a few hundred in my pocket. Isn't there a borrowing app called Jebe on the administrator's phone? The administrator could take out a small loan to acquire some funds. Changhan's eyes sparkled with realization. How could he have forgotten about that? However, he hesitated and asked, "Are you certain that trading stocks will genuinely earn money? What if I end up losing?" Transactions below several hundred million are considered small trades, and with the supercomputer of this spaceship, the likelihood of making a profit is 100%. However, as the transaction amount increases, the probability of profit will gradually decrease. Why is that? Because large transactions can influence stock prices. I don't quite understand. But as long as it's profitable, that's all that matters. What should I do? The administrator needs to prepare an account for stock trading and the initial capital of 100,000 Huaxia coins. Is there no need for internet or computer? None. I can conduct trading directly through the administrator's mobile terminal. Very well. Without further ado, Changhan took out his phone to process the loan. Due to his long-term use of wealth apps and credit services, his credit score was high, and he quickly secured 96,000 Huaxia coins. Changan then set up an online trading account, allowing him to engage in stock trading. After everything was arranged, the stock trading software on his phone began to operate automatically. However, the data changed so rapidly that Changan found it incomprehensible. After a few days, he noticed that his stock account had completed several transactions, with each one netting almost a 10% profit. His account balance grew from 96,000 to 160,000. Changan was ecstatic. He had previously worried that this so-called intelligent assistant was merely boasting, but it turned out to have genuine prowess, and the following 2 months, Changan hardly ventured outside. Fixated on his stock account, which seemed to change daily, consistently yielding about 10% profit. Eventually, his initial capital of 100,000 transformed into over 5 million, making him feel as if he were living in a dream. Until one day, the phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Chang? Who is this? I am Wanani, a client representative from Daxing Securities. What can I do for you? It's like this. Based on the trading records from our platform, you have been classified as one of our esteemed clients. I wanted to know if you require financing leverage services. What is financing leverage? You are unfamiliar with financing leverage. I'm not clear about it. Financing leverage is a service we provide to alleviate your stock funding pressure by lending you money. As one of our esteemed clients, we can offer you leverage support of 5 times your funds. Accept the offer, boss. The intelligent assistant's message suddenly came through. Although Changan didn't fully understand, he had no choice but to respond. All right, I need it. Very well, Mr. Chang. Let me explain the funding rules for financing leverage. We do not charge any management fees, and it is also interest-free, but for the borrowed portion, we will take a 20% cut. Luanani rambled on for quite some time before finally hanging up. And naturally, Changan understood not a word of it. Xiao Chang. What is this financing leverage? Xiao Chang was the name Changan assigned to the intelligent assistant, as referring to it as 2358 XIYR 3569871 was quite cumbersome. As for the administrator's name, it sounded awkward, so he simply referred to the assistant as boss. Chapter 3. Assets exceeding 100 million. Boss. Financing leverage is a service where the other party is willing to lend us money to trade stocks. 5 times leverage means that if I currently have 5 million, they are willing to lend me 25 million. That is correct. But why is this happening? They probably observe the boss's trading history and believe you can help them profit. However, now that we have 30 million, I only need a few days to make the boss's assets exceed 100 million. Ha ha ha. That is fantastic. I will soon become a billionaire. After another dozen trading days, Xiao Chang consistently executed full margin purchases. Although the stock market fluctuated, Xiao Chang always managed to select stocks that reached their daily limit. Changan ceased all work and became completely engrossed in monitoring the stock market, almost as if entranced. Until one day, ha ha ha, my assets have surpassed 100 million. That is wonderful. Having stared at his account balance daily, Changan shouted in exhilaration. Almost going in it must be said that 100 million can drive anyone to insanity, especially a poor wretch who had just been dumped by his ex-girlfriend. Suddenly, the phone rang. Changan quickly answered, glancing at the caller ID. Upon connecting, he cheerfully exclaimed, Mom, what is up, son? What have you been busy with these past few days? Why haven't you called home? I've been a bit swamped with work lately. Is there something at home? Not anything serious, just a bit worried about you. By the way, I called Choo-Choo the other day to inquire about your situation, but she mentioned that you two had already broken up. Your father and I have been preoccupied with this matter, unable to eat or sleep well. It's so. I wanted to call and ask what exactly happened between you two? Yes, we've been broken up for several months now. Why? What happened? Nothing much. It just felt incompatible, so we broke up. You were together for several years. How could you suddenly feel incompatible? Did you have a fight? Dalong, can't you be a little accommodating towards Choo-Choo? As a young man, you should treat her better. Mom, it's not that I dumped her. She dumped me. Why? What is wrong with my son? Mom, when someone looks down on you, they see faults in everything you do. Enough? If we broken up, then we broken up. Rather than saying I didn't bring her good fortune, it's better to say she didn't bring me good fortune. Breaking up seems quite favorable to me. Currently, I am unsuccessful in love but thriving at the gambling table. Your son has struck it rich gambling? What are you betting on? Have you dashed off to gamble? Have you lost your mind? Not gambling. Gambling is illegal. Would I engage in such activities? I won the lottery, mother, and hit the jackpot, 5 million. Is that for real? You aren't joking with mother, are you? Of course. It is genuine. What kind of joke would that be? I just withdrew the money. After taxes, I still have 4 million left. It's all in my bank account. What taxes? Why are there deductions? It's personal income tax. When you win, you must pay taxes to the state. But there is still 4 million. I'll send you back 2 million shortly. 2 million? That is unnecessary. Your father and I wouldn't need that much. Just 10 or 8,000 would suffice. Whatever I give you, keep it. Spend it as you wish. If you can't spend it all, save it. You're right. Save it for you and your sister for when you both get married. Our marriage is still quite far off. You two enjoy it for now. I've turned my fortune around. I'll be earning more in the future. You're not a child anymore. You ought to think about your own affairs. By the way, Why don't you give Choo-Choo a call? Now that you've won, I see it the perfect time to discuss marriage. Talk to her about it, and let us hasten the wedding. Mother is eager to hold her grandchild. We've already broken up. There's nothing left to say. Mother, please don't meddle in my affairs. I know what I'm doing. All right, in a couple of days, I'll find an opportunity to return. We can discuss matters then. Very well. Changan hung up the phone, pondered for a moment, and said, by the way, Xiao Chong, if I withdraw 50 million and leave the rest for you to continue trading stocks, that should suffice, right? Absolutely, boss. The remaining 50 million, combined with DAXing's tenfold leverage, will be more than adequate for stock trading. However, boss, we currently possess too much capital, and it may be challenging to ensure high returns in the future. Are you suggesting that if we earn too much, we might not earn more later? Precisely. How much less can we expect to earn? Based on a standard of 100 million in capital, our total daily returns used to range between 8 to 10%. As the capital doubles, total returns could decrease by 1 to 2%. Once total funds exceed 2 billion, profits can only be guaranteed at around 1% per trading day. Because we now have excessive capital on hand, buying and selling stocks causes drastic price fluctuations, hence we can only acquire in smaller amounts multiple times, leading to naturally lower returns than before. 1% of 2 billion amounts to 20 million. That's quite comparable to 200 million in funds. Thus, we won't need that much leverage anymore. Indeed, boss. Is there no other solution? If the boss could enable access to foreign stock market trading, I believe we could address the issue of the return ceiling. Foreign stocks? Very well. I will think of a way. First, let us withdraw the funds. With that, Changan excitedly took out his phone and withdrew 50 million from DAXing Securities. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was again the client representative from DAXing Securities, Luan Ani. Hello. Xiao Luan. What is the matter? Chango. The system just notified me that you applied to withdraw 50 million. According to company policy, large withdrawals require confirmation with the client. You requested this withdrawal personally, correct? Yes, that's me. Good. Since you are one of our esteemed clients, I will personally speak with the manager regarding your withdrawal. It should arrive shortly. Thank you, by the way, Xiao Luan. I wanted to ask you something. Can your company trade foreign stocks? Foreign stocks? Currently, we cannot. However, our company has a subsidiary that is in the process of establishing this service. If you wish to pursue it, I can help you inquire. Would that be acceptable? Certainly. Please do inquire for me. All right. I'll take care of the withdrawal matter. Please hold on. Changan hung up the phone, and shortly thereafter, he received a notification that 50 million had been deposited into his account. After carefully verifying the amount, he was, of course, utterly thrilled. Chapter 4. The ignored poor loser Changan hurriedly transferred 2 million to his father's account. Soon, his father called back with a flurry of questions. After hanging up, Changan decided to wash his face to clear his mind, but when he looked in the mirror, he realized he was disheveled. Looking utterly terrible, it dawned on him that he had devoted nearly all his energy to stocks lately, neglecting personal hygiene. He rummaged around for his razor, unsure of where it had been placed, and ultimately decided to head out for a haircut and a hearty meal. Looking presentable, Changan was just about to leave. Boss, are you heading out? Yes, I'm off to get a haircut. Look at me. I am a mess. To ensure the boss's safety, Xiao Chong suggested activating the biogenetic human device. What is a biogenetic human? A biologically engineered human replica. What is it for? To protect the boss's safety. That's unnecessary. What danger could I possibly face? Changes in the boss's assets may lead to unforeseen risks at any moment. It's best to arrange for a biogenetic bodyguard for adequate protection. Fine. What should I do? You don't need to do anything. I'll launch a biogenetic capsule from the spaceship right away. Within 24 hours, it will land on Earth, and you will be able to meet it. All right, I understand. Changan left his home, intending to get a haircut. Initially, he planned to go to a nearby barbershop he frequently visited, but considering his current wealth, he felt it warranted seeking a more upscale establishment. He took a taxi to a commercial street and found a large salon named the Cutting Edge. Stepping inside, the shop was bustling with patrons getting their hair done, indicating a high level of activity. Welcome to the Cutting Edge, a smiling female receptionist greeted him. Sir, do you have a preferred stylist? No, I'm just getting a haircut. Please assign someone at random. Here are some photos of our available stylists. Please choose one. Changan pointed to one of the photos. That one, with the spiky hair. You mean Tony? Please hold on. The receptionist called over a trendy-looking young stylist. Sir, this is Tony. He will take care of you. Tony had just been chatting on the phone with his girlfriend when he was interrupted by the receptionist, leaving him somewhat irked. After sizing up Changan, who looked like a typical slacker with his disheveled hair and unkempt beard, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Changan wasn't oblivious to the stylist's attitude. However, he was merely there for a haircut and saw no need to engage in a conflict. Tony, right? Just a haircut and a shave. Please, I'm sorry. I don't do shaves. You don't do shaves? Then what exactly do you do? I'm a hairstylist. I'm not a barber. It's perfectly normal not to do shaves. What's with your attitude? This is my attitude. Oh, Sally. You're here. Tony's demeanor instantly brightened upon the arrival of a stylishly dressed woman, and he abandoned Changan to greet her. Tony, just in time. Help me with my hair. No problem. We just received a batch of imported hair treatment products that are perfect for your hair type. Really? I'll definitely give it a try. My hair has been splitting terribly lately. Changhan's expression darkened as he interjected, Hey, what are you doing? You're supposed to be attending to me. The woman named Sally momentarily paused, glancing at Tony. Tony's expression stiffened. I apologize. Sally is our Diamond VIP. Per our policy, she has priority service. So VIPs get served, and non-VIPs are disregarded. Is that it? I didn't say that, but you are indeed not our VIP. Xiao Ling, please find another stylist who can do shaves for this gentleman. The receptionist hurriedly said, Sir, let me find another stylist for you. No need. I want him to serve me. Then you'll just have to wait. I'm quite busy, and I may not have time before closing. Is this how you treat customers? Yes, and what of it? If you don't like it, you can go elsewhere for a haircut. All right, just you wait. Changhan retorted, turning to demand, Find another stylist, one who can do shaves. The receptionist hurriedly turned to find someone else. What a lunatic. Sally, let us not mind him. Come over here. I'll introduce you to our new products. Tony smiled as he led the female customer away. The receptionist Xiao Ling approached the stylist lounge and said, There's a guy outside who wants a shave. Who's going? A shave here? Not interested. I refuse to go. It sounds utterly uninteresting. I shall not attend either. Allow me to take charge. A hairstylist set down his phone and stood up. Alan, remember to speak kindly once you're outside. The fellow out there seems to have a rather foul temperament. Once he's had his shave, let him depart swiftly. Understood. With that, the two exited together. The remaining hairstylists exchanged glances. Honestly, Alan, you're going to shave him? It's obvious he's an old man. Who else would come here for a shave? There was no other choice. After all, Alan had just been promoted. If the revenue didn't meet expectations, there would be deductions from his salary. But how much could one earn from a shave? Merely a pittance. Yet, it was better than nothing, especially since he lacked loyal customers. Indeed. The receptionist, Xiao Ling, approached Changhan with a smile, saying, Sir, this is our hairstylist, Alan, who will be at your service. Greetings, sir. I am Alan. Changhan scrutinized him and inquired, Can you give a shave? Indeed. This way? Please. No. I prefer to sit over there. Changhan gestured toward the vacant seat beside Tony. Unbeknownst to Alan, Changhan had just had a conflict with Tony, and he hurriedly led Changhan to the seat next to him. Tony, of course, noticed Changhan's arrival, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. To him, Changhan was merely a poor wretch. Aside from novices like Alan, no one would deign to attend to such a person. Alan cheerfully asked, Sir, would you like to shave first, or shall we start with your haircut? Or would you prefer just a shave without a haircut? Let's begin with the shave. Very well, please hold on. Alan took up the shaving blade and gel, beginning to shave Changhan's face. Alan was exceedingly meticulous, ensuring that he carefully removed every bit of stubble from Changhan's face, finally wiping off the gel with a towel. Sir, how does it look? Changhan rose to examine himself in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Very good. I am quite pleased. Here's a tip of 10,000. Alan was taken aback. Tony and the female client named Sally, who was having her hair done nearby, were equally astonished. Sir, what did you just say? Alan thought he must have misheard. I said I will tip you 10,000. Did you not hear? Take out your phone and process the payment. Now Alan understood clearly, yet his face did not betray any joy to him. It was inconceivable that someone would tip 10,000 for a shave. Was this person deranged? At that moment, Tony chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Alan, did you hear what the gentleman just said? He mentioned he wants to tip you 10,000. Hurry up and get your phone out to collect your money. Alan felt quite awkward. Had it not been for the lack of alcohol on the man's breath, he might have thought he was intoxicated. What are you dawdling for? Get your phone out and process the payment. Did you not hear? A flicker of displeasure crossed Changhan's face. Alan forced a smile, saying, I apologize, sir. We do not accept tips here. You only need to pay the standard fee. I wish to give a tip. Is that any of your business? If you don't want it, you can return it to the shop after receiving it. I do not care. Now, swiftly take out your phone and process the payment. Do not waste my time. The surrounding clients, hearing this, chuckled in unison. Everyone. It seemed absurd to tip 10,000 for merely a shave. It must be said that encountering a lunatic while getting a haircut was indeed a spectacle. Alan, feeling helpless, reluctantly took out his phone and selected the payment mode. However, upon seeing the cracks on Changhan's phone screen, he felt a bit speechless. This broken phone was hardly worth 100, yet he was expected to tip 10,000. It was nothing short of a joke. Changhan scanned his phone. Your wealth treasure has received a deposit of 10,000. No way! The man truly tipped him 10,000. Alan was momentarily dumbfounded. Not only was Alan stunned, but even Tony was taken aback. Moments ago, he had thought Changhan was just boasting in a drunken stupor. To his astonishment, the man had indeed tipped Alan 10,000. The other clients getting haircuts were equally wide-eyed. In a way, he really did it. This wasn't just a jest. Xiaoling, the receptionist, also witnessed this, having initially thought Changan was joking. Who would have imagined it was genuine? Where did this ridiculous rich man come from? Changan, indifferent to others' opinions, tucked his phone away and leaned back in his chair, saying, "Help me decide. What hairstyle would suit me?" Upon hearing this, Alan quickly grasped the situation, hastily picking up the hairstyle catalog, respectfully saying, "Sir, please take a look. Which of these styles do you fancy?" Changan glanced at it and replied, "Are you the hairstylist? Or am I? I asked you to recommend one. Did you not hear? I apologize, sir. That was my oversight. I believe this hairstyle would complement your face shape." Alan pointed to a stylish haircut in the catalog. Changan nodded, "Very good. I am quite satisfied. Tip me another 10,000. What? The onlookers were once again left speechless. I asked this for real. Just for glancing at a picture, he tips another 10,000. Where on earth did such a wealthy individual come from? Tony's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the man would be so affluent, even to the point of seeming irrational. At this moment, he genuinely regretted not having taken the opportunity to attend to him himself. As Alan had snatched this chance right from under his nose, Xiaoling in a rush, dashed to the hairstylist's break room, exclaiming, "You all must come quickly. A wealthy patron has arrived. In just a short time." He tipped Alan 20,000. What? The hairstylists in the break room were astonished. Xiaoling, you must be joking. I am not joking. It is genuine cash. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourselves. Hearing this, they all rushed out in a frenzy. Your wealth treasure has received a deposit of 10,000. Upon hearing that another 10,000 had been credited, Alan was truly flabbergasted. Although he was not yet as established as the veteran hairstylists, being a formal hairstylist at such a large establishment indicated he was a seasoned professional. After years of cutting hair, he had never encountered such a wealthy client, merely for a shave and recommending a hairstyle. He had received a 20,000 tip. This was beyond amazing. Xiaoling, is that the fellow who tipped Alan 20,000? No way. Wasn't it just 1,000 before? Not 2,000. You all do not understand. Previously, when Alan shaved him, he already tipped 1,000, and upon recommending a hairstyle, he expressed his satisfaction and tipped another 10,000. In a way, is he really that wealthy? I can't believe it. Earlier, I wanted to attend to him, but Alan beat me to it. That scoundrel. The hairstylists were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. At this moment, Alan felt a surge of excitement. As a hairstylist without any loyal clients, his monthly income was only a few thousand. Now, having encountered a rich client who tipped him 20,000, it amounted to several months' salary. Thinking about it felt like a dream. "Sir, shall I wash your hair now? I heard you have memberships, correct?" Indeed. Upon hearing the word membership, Alan's heart raced with anticipation. "What levels of membership do you offer?" 1,000 yuan for a standard membership, 3,000 for silver VIP, 5,000, 888 for gold VIP, 18,000, 888 for diamond VIP. Is the highest membership here the diamond VIP? Yes, sir, that is the highest tier. I am so wealthy. Being a diamond VIP hardly reflects my status. Bring your boss. I wish to recharge 1 million. What? Everyone in the hall, whether getting a haircut, undergoing the process, or idly sitting, was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. Chapter 6. It must be the king of VIPs. Recharge 1 million. Was this tycoon insane? Even if a haircut costs 100, 1 million could buy 1,000 haircuts. 1,000 haircuts would last a lifetime. 1 million. The membership recharge commission is 5%. Alan would instantly earn 50,000. Moreover, considering the product commission of 30%, Alan had another 300,000 en route. I'm going mad. I could go insane. Why I see this wealthy client mine? The other hairstylists were filled with regret, lamenting their missed opportunity. Tony, too, was stunned. Though he absolutely could not believe that the man would genuinely recharge 1 million. His mind was already in chaos, and he had completely lost focus on his own customer. Fangji, the owner of Trendsetter, was initially incredulous when he received a call from the shop saying someone wanted to recharge 1 million in membership. He thought it was a joke. However, upon further consideration, it was not April Fool's Day. As he repeatedly confirmed, a wealthy patron had indeed arrived at the salon, intending to recharge 1 million. His expression was one of utter disbelief as he hurried back to the store, anxiety etched across his face. "Boss, you're here." The receptionist, Xiaoling, greeted him eagerly. "Xiaoling, the wealthy patron you mentioned?" "No. The customer who wants to recharge their membership. Where are they?" "The boss is here. Please follow me." Xiaoling led Fangji to the side of Changan, exclaiming, "Boss, this gentleman wishes to recharge 1 million. Despite Changhan's ordinary attire, Fangji beamed and asked, "Sir, are you truly here to recharge 1 million for membership?" Changhan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. However, your highest level is merely Diamond VIP, which seems rather beneath my status, doesn't it? Surely you must have a more prestigious VIP tier, something akin to the King VIP in games? I find that name rather appealing." Fangji immediately responded, "Yes, absolutely. I will customize a King VIP membership card just for you. It will serve as your exclusive VIP emblem. What do you think? That sounds much better. Very well. Please issue me a membership card and recharge 1 million. Course. Please hold on. Fangji was understandably thrilled. After all, that was 1 million. For Fangji, a diamond VIP cost less than 20,000, and now, with a King VIP, a single recharge equated to over 50 diamond VIPs. If the recharge were successful, Fangji might wake up laughing in his dreams. At that moment, Xiaoling brought over the POS machine. Due to the substantial amount of 1 million, it couldn't be processed through Jifu Bao. Changhan's bank card had already been adjusted by Xiaochang to accommodate a higher limit. After swiping and entering the password, the payment of 1 million was successfully processed. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was struck with disbelief. Is this real? 1 million to recharge a membership at a barbershop? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe. Tony, witnessing Changhan truly recharging 1 million, was left utterly dumbfounded. 1 million equated to commissions worth over 300,000, akin to several years' salary. Naturally, he felt a pang of regret that could make him want to spit blood. Fangji, the owner at the forefront of fashion, wore a grin that seemed to bloom like a flower. A client of such wealth was akin to a windfall for any barbershop. Alan, provide exceptional service to Mr. Chang. Do you hear? Heard you loud and clear, boss, Alan replied, adopting an exceedingly gentle tone. Mr. Chang, let me wash your hair first. Another barber hurried over. Let me handle it. My technique is unmatched, and I also provide head massages. When it comes to washing hair, my skills are the best. Yet another barber rushed forward. No, I should do it. When it comes to washing hair, none can surpass me. Hey, Mr. Chang is my client, all right? It's as if you're implying I can't wash hair. Alan was at a loss for words. It's not that you can't wash. It's just that I'm more professional. I'm the most professional. The barbers nearly erupted into a brawl over who would wash Changhan's hair. The other clients in the hall could only watch in silence. They understood that such a wealthy client was a sight to behold, and the other barbers were desperate to abandon their clients to attend to Changhan. Enough, enough. Stop the bickering. Changhan interrupted. It's just a hair wash. What is there to argue about? Let's do this. Each of you will wash my hair once, and if I'm satisfied, I'll reward each of you 10,000. The barbers erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Although they wouldn't receive a commission of 1 million, earning 10,000 was still a windfall. Alan cheerfully suggested, Mr. Chang, allow me to recommend some premium shampoos. Changhan replied, just tell me, how much is the most expensive one? Our most luxurious hair care set is 5880-8. It is entirely imported, possesses antibacterial properties, and is undoubtedly the first choice for Diamond. No, King VIPs? Excellent. Let us gift each customer here a set so everyone can experience the King VIP treatment. The surrounding crowd was filled with astonishment. A 5,888 hair care set? They hadn't even heard of it, let alone purchased it. Thank you, wealthy patron. Thank you, boss. Truly, you are low-key yet luxurious with depth. However, Fangji soon approached with a wry smile. I apologize, Mr. Chang. Unfortunately, we only have 2 sets of the hair care set in stock. We don't have enough. What a pity. The crowd was understandably displeased. They had finally encountered a wealthy patron and anticipated experiencing the luxury of top-tier shampoo, only to be thwarted. Naturally, this left them extremely frustrated. Boss, couldn't you stock a few more sets? Would it kill you? Exactly. With such a large establishment, only having 2 sets is ridiculous. The boss is too stingy. He can't handle big business. I want to be coming back. Faced with the client's scathing remarks, Fangji felt a bead of sweat on his forehead and hurriedly apologized. I'm sincerely sorry, gentlemen. Our small establishment was not adequately prepared. I apologize once again. Today, haircuts are entirely free. Changhan interjected. No need for free services. This is a small business. Why waive fees? If there is none available, just gift everyone a golden VIP. They can come back whenever they wish for a wash. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joy. A golden VIP was worth 5,888, essentially translating to over 5,000 gained for a haircut. The patrons inside the shop were overjoyed. Thank you, wealthy patron. Thank you, boss. You're truly remarkable. A beautiful lady, currently having her hair done, cast flirtatious glances at Changhan. You're so charming. Can we add each other on WeChat? Changhan smiled, then glanced at the barber Tony beside him and the woman, saying, by the way, the seat to my right isn't very popular, so I won't be gifting anything to you. The woman named Sally's expression changed upon hearing this. Everyone else was receiving gifts, and she was excluded, naturally leaving her feeling quite miffed. Although she didn't mind the money, being deliberately snubbed was infuriating. Hey, young man, did I offend you in some way? I apologize. I'm superstitious, and you just happen to be caught in the crossfire. I can only say I'm sorry. Hemph. Sally scoffed at this. Sally, don't stoop to his level. This is just a nouveau riche. There is no need to pay him any mind. Tony sneered. For him? Seeing everyone else benefiting while he gained nothing was enough to sour his mood. Changhan's expression darkened as he called out, "Boss," Fangji, who was assisting others with VIP recharges, hurried over. "Mr. Chang, what seems to be the problem? What sort of attitude is your staff exhibiting? Am I not a king VIP here?" Upon hearing this, Fangji's expression shifted. He angrily addressed those around him. "What is going on? Who offended Mr. Chang? Not us. We would never." The barbers, sensing the tension, hurriedly shook their heads, their gazes shifting toward Tony. Fangji understood and shot a furious glare at Tony. "Tony, what have you done? How did you offend Mr. Chang?" Tony hastily replied, "Boss, I didn't offend him. I was just talking to Sister Sally." "Sister Sally, you need to vouch for me." Sally nodded. "Indeed, Boss Fong. Tony was merely speaking with me." Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Although Changhan was a wealthy patron, Sally was a diamond VIP, and she naturally held some clout with Fangji. Changhan coldly remarked, "As for the client speaking, I can overlook that. After all, she is a client and not your intent. However, the words spoken by your employees, I can certainly comprehend. Let me tell you, boss, I can recharge for King VIP here, and I can just as easily demand you refund 2 King VIPs. Your employee has upset me, and I want to see how you intend to resolve this." Fangji, now sweating profusely, understood that someone who could casually drop $1 million on membership, and who could also gift so many golden VIPs, was not someone he could afford to offend. "Tony, I hereby command you to apologize to Mr. Chung at once. Do you hear me, boss?" Tony was clearly embarrassed. "Enough of the excuses. Apologize immediately." "Why, yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Chung." Tony had no choice but to bow his head in contrition. "Not sincere enough. Louder, bow deeper, and apologize profusely." Fangji commanded, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chung. Please forgive me." Tony could only bow deeply and apologize loudly. Changhan sneered, "If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? Tell me. Boss, do you not have any punitive measures in place? Perhaps a month's salary deduction or the like? I find it quite appropriate. Rest assured, Mr. Chang, I will certainly ensure your satisfaction. Tony, your salary for this month has been withheld. What right do you have to do that?" Naturally, Tony was indignant upon hearing this. A month's salary is no small sum. If a month's pay is deducted, it would be tantamount to working for nothing. Just because I am the boss. But even a boss cannot simply withhold a month's wages from me. Let me tell you, Fangji, do not mistake a mere feather for an official order. If it comes to it, I shall simply quit. As Tony spoke, he tore off his apron, his face ablaze with fury. Fangji responded with a cold smirk. "Quit, you say? How easy you make it sound. Do not forget, you signed an A-level agreement. If you cease working for me, you shall be barred from the hairdressing industry for 2 years. Have you forgotten?" Tony's face paled at this revelation. It was only now that he recalled. In his pursuit of a higher base salary, he had indeed signed such a quasi-indentured agreement. If he were to quit, he would have to leave the city or change professions. Yet the truth was he possessed no other skills aside from hairdressing, which left him looking rather glum. Fangji continued coldly, "Tony, let me make this clear. You have offended one of our major clients. The fact that I have not dismissed you on the spot is already showing leniency. I do not care what methods you employ. You must secure Mr. Chang's forgiveness, or you might as well forget about working in this industry ever again. Pursue whatever else you wish." Faced with Fangji's ultimatum, Tony found himself at a loss and could only lower his head in supplication. "I was wrong, Mr. Chang. It was my folly not to recognize your greatness. I implore your magnanimity to forgive me." Mr. Chang, however, did not acknowledge Tony, instead turning to Fangji and stating, "Boss, do not forget about withholding this month's salary. It must not be overlooked. You can rest assured, Mr. Chang." Following this, several hairdressers took turns attending to Mr. Chang, washing and massaging his hair. During the haircut, the scene became even more exaggerated, as multiple hairdressers conferred over the cutting plan. After much bustling about, Mr. Chang finally departed from the trend-setting salon, escorted by the collective efforts of the salon owner and the stylists. Mr. Chang glanced at his phone, noting that the screen was shattered beyond recognition. Previously, in a bid to save money for his wedding, he had been reluctant to replace it. Now that he was single and financially stable, he felt it was time for a new phone. Mr. Chang entered a mall and made his way to the mobile phone department. Upon entering the Apple store, it struck him that in the past, owning an inexpensive mobile phone had been a considerable achievement. The Apple products had been a luxury he had never dared to contemplate. However, now that he had the means, the formerly extravagant Apple devices seemed trivial and inconsequential. As Mr. Chang stepped into the store, he noticed it was bustling with people. Other sales associates were busy attending to customers, while a seemingly idle saleswoman stood nearby, scanning for potential clients. Upon Mr. Chang's entrance, the saleswoman noticed him but dismissed him as unworthy of attention, as selling phones was commission-based. Serving someone who appeared impoverished was simply not worth her time. The time a pauper spent deliberating over a phone could equate to that of a typical person buying 5. And should the indecisive customer ultimately leave without making a purchase, It would render her efforts futile. Moreover, there was always the risk of a poor customer regretting their purchase and returning to argue, which made it prudent for savvy salespeople to avoid engaging with those of lesser means. Mr. Chang looked around and, seeing no one approach him, called out to the idle saleswoman, "Excuse me, I am calling you. Come here. I wish to buy a phone." The saleswoman glanced around and, seeing her colleagues occupied, reluctantly approached him. "I apologize, sir, but we do not refer to ourselves as salespeople. We are called sales consultants." Hearing the unpleasant tone in her voice, Mr. Chang frowned. "Ah, is that not little Chang?" A voice suddenly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chang turned and smiled. "Oh, brotherly," Li Dadong, with a bag tucked under his arm, approached with a grin. "What are you up to, little Chang?" "Not much. What brings you here, brotherly?" "Nothing much. Just accompanying a young lady to buy a phone." "Little Chang, why haven't I seen you delivering packages lately? Have you found another job?" "No, I've stopped delivering. I've just been idling at home." "Idling won't do? You're young. You can't just lie around all day. What will you eat and drink in the future? By the way, since you have so much free time, has that pretty girlfriend of yours gotten angry?" "What girlfriend? We broke up ages ago." "See, I told you. A capable person like you wouldn't just suddenly lie idle at home without reason." "I say, little Chang, don't take it the wrong way, but as a man, you must always think of ways to make money. You can't just lounge about at home, I know. The key is I lack your capabilities." "Brotherly, that is true. This past year, I've had several projects. Here, have a smoke?" As Li Dadong spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes. "I'm sorry, sir, but smoking is prohibited here," the nearby saleswoman interjected quickly. "Oh, I forgot about that. Let it go then. By the way, little Chang, are you planning to buy a phone?" "Yes, my phone screen is broken, so I intend to get a new one." As he spoke, Mr. Chang pulled out his phone for Li Dadong to see. "Oh my goodness, that is not a phone. They wouldn't even take that as a flower pot." "Haha, that is true." The saleswoman's face displayed a flicker of disdain upon seeing Mr. Chang's shattered screen. A phone in such a state was a testament to a hopelessly impoverished individual. That broken device should be discarded immediately. Sales consultant, please find my young friend a suitable phone." Li Dadong requested. The saleswoman smiled and replied, "We have the latest Apple XS series. The retail price is 3,280 yuan. All right, get my little brother one, little Chang. Do you have enough money? If you're short by 3 or 500, I can cover it for you." "That's unnecessary. I still need to choose, pauper," the saleswoman thought, her expression tinged with derision. Just then, a fashionable young woman approached, saying, "Brotherly, I've got my eye on a phone. Can you help me pay for it?" "No problem. How much?" "Not much, just 28,000. What?" Li Dadong exclaimed, startled. "Didn't the saleswoman just say it was only a little over 3,000? The saleswoman chuckled. "I apologize, sir, but the price of a little over 3,000 is for the most affordable model in the Apple series. Your girlfriend is likely interested in the customized Apple 11 Pro Max, the 18K gold version, hence the higher price." "What do you mean by higher price? That's outrageous. I think spending 3 or 5,000 on a phone is perfectly reasonable. It's still an Apple. After all, buying something so expensive is not worth it. Electronic products become obsolete quickly. Next year, it'll be outdated, and I'll have to buy a new one. A regular one will suffice. I can always replace it next year." "I want to do it," the young woman said, her displeasure evident. "Cheap phones are everywhere. If I have the same one as everyone else, it's like wearing the same outfit. It's a phone, not clothing. What is the issue with having the same one? Look at my little brother. His phone is in tatters, yet he manages just fine. How can I be compared to him if I walk around with such a phone? I have no face to show anyone. I might as well die." Mr. Chang nearly lost his composure at her words. What was the meaning of this? Why was she taking it out on him? He had carried that phone for over 2 years and had lived quite well with it. Seeing his girlfriend upset, Li Dadong hurriedly said, "Sales consultant, how much is this golden customized model, the Apple 11 Pro? The cheapest 64G model is over 7,000. I don't want a cheap one." The woman was clearly unhappy and quickly added, "Can a cheap phone even be shown in public?" Li Dadong shot the saleswoman an irritated glare. "Why can't you speak properly? Over 7,000 is the cheapest? What then is the 3,000 one?" The saleswoman appeared equally troubled. The model she had recommended was indeed the cheapest of its category. What was she supposed to do? Mr. Chang interjected, "By the way, sales consultant, how much for your better phones?" Having just been admonished by Li Dadong, the saleswoman felt a surge of irritation at being interrupted, responding curtly, "You can't afford it? So why ask? What do you mean I can't afford it? How do you know? 58,888, 24K gold. Can you afford it? Gold? Yes, I told you, you can't afford it, whether I can afford it or not. I should at least take a look. Look all you want. It's not for people like you. What attitude is that?" "This is the attitude I have towards someone like you." Their voices grew louder, undoubtedly attracting the attention of those nearby. Li Dadong quickly intervened. "All right, little Chang, let us not argue. If you don't want to see a phone, then don't. It's not that, brotherly. This sales consultant has such a contemptuous view of others. I can't even look at a phone. Who dares to look down on others? I shall speak of the one who possesses such disdain. You. What transpired? A woman of slightly ample stature approached. Drawn by the commotion, manager. This individual refuses to purchase a phone and is causing a ruckus, the saleswoman hastily reported. Chapter 9. The wealthy buyer, you dare to cast the first stone? How do you know that I do not intend to buy a phone? If I had no intention of purchasing, why would I even be here? Do you think I relish causing trouble? Xiao Lu, what on earth is happening? Why are you speaking to a customer in such a manner? The female manager furrowed her brow and glanced at the saleswoman. Xiao Lu replied, Manager, it is not my fault. This person insisted on viewing our 24K flagship model, and when I informed him it was unavailable for viewing, he began to argue. Upon hearing this, the manager suddenly understood. As she scrutinized Changan once more, she noticed his attire was reminiscent of market goods, save for a somewhat trendy hairstyle. Everything else seemed exceedingly mundane. In his hand, he clutched a phone with a shattered screen, which hardly suggested he was a wealthy individual capable of purchasing a 24K gold phone. The manager pondered briefly before saying, I apologize. Sir, our 24K gold custom edition phones are not on display, and it is indeed inconvenient to showcase them. Are you jesting with me? You claim they exist, yet I cannot see them. If they truly exist, then why the inconvenience? This query momentarily left the manager at a loss for words. It was difficult to respond without insinuating that he appeared too shabby, clearly suggesting he could not afford such luxury. At the very least, you must provide evidence of your purchasing capability, Xiao Lu interjected, eager to assist the manager. Changan scoffed, retrieving his damaged phone and displaying a bank transaction message before the manager, stating, I believe this should suffice to establish my credibility. Though the screen was cracked and somewhat unclear, the manager was close enough to discern its contents. Xiao Lu, curious, leaned in to see what was on the screen, but Changan shot her a glare and retorted, What are you doing? This does not concern you. Step aside. You, humph. What is so remarkable about this? I wouldn't look even if it were given to me. Xiao Lu muttered, retreating with a sheepish expression. The manager, upon glimpsing the balance on Changhan's phone, displayed a flicker of surprise and quickly said, My apologies, sir. I shall have someone bring the phone to you immediately. Xiao Lu, hurry and fetch the 24K phone for this gentleman to inspect. Xiao Lu, taken aback, stammered, Manager. What are you saying? That phone costs over 50,000. How can we simply bring it out for anyone to see? The manager's expression darkened, and she snapped, Who is the manager here, you or I? Do you dare disregard my instructions? Xiao Lu's face fell, and she could only turn to retrieve the phone. There is no need for her to bring it. Find someone else to assist me. Yes, sir. Xin. Go fetch the phone. At that moment, Li Dadong looked on in bewilderment, equally curious as to why the manager's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. The two appeared as if they were strangers at first. Could it be that Changhan's phone contained a photo with a prominent figure that left her in awe? Li Datong's girlfriend leaned in and asked, Li Go, what about my phone? Wait a moment. I will buy you a cost-effective one shortly. Hemph. Xin, the saleswoman, dashed over, unlocked the display case, and retrieved a phone. Manager, the phone is here. What do you mean by that? Hand it over for this gentleman to inspect. Very well. Xin promptly began unboxing the device. It must be noted that such expensive phones were typically kept in their boxes, with only a photograph displayed outside, for the sake of preservation. After all, constantly handling such costly items would diminish their value as display models. However, curiosity enveloped the sales staff regarding what the manager had perceived from Changhan's broken phone, resulting in her sudden willingness to allow him to handle the 24K phone. Surrounding customers, who had only glimpsed images of the 24K gold phone, gathered around, eager to witness it in person. A golden phone emerged before their eyes. Sir, behold. This is our store's latest model, the 11th generation premium gold edition. It features the A13 bionic chip, neural network engine, low heat generation, and wireless charging, crafted from 24K gold, making it the preferred choice of numerous celebrities and prominent figures. Changhan took the phone, examined it briefly, and inquired, How many do you have in stock? The manager responded eagerly, We currently have only one available. Such phones are not stocked in abundance. Typically, for every phone sold, another is sent from headquarters. Only one? I had hoped to purchase several. The manager's eyes sparkled at this and she quickly replied, Sir, if you wish for more, I can notify headquarters, and they will arrive promptly. No need. That sounds too cumbersome. One will suffice, by the way. Do you also have the 18K gold ones? Bring me 4 of those. 4, you say? Very well, sir. I will prepare the invoice for you right away. The manager was elated. Selling such high-end phones was typically a challenge, yet she had just cleared stock in one fell swoop, significantly boosting the store's performance. Xiao Lu, who had initially attended to Changhan, was left in disbelief. He had just ordered 5 gold phones, one of which was the most expensive 24K model. Surely, this was no mere boast. Li Dadong was equally astonished. After all, Changhan had previously been a mere delivery worker, perpetually donned in a shabby guise. What had changed? How could he suddenly spend over 100,000 on phones? Li Datong's girlfriend, too, looked at Changan anew, though he still bore the appearance of a commoner, hardly resembling a wealthy individual. Manager, please bring me one phone. I need to use it. Of course, sir. Xian hurriedly went to fetch another unopened 18K phone. The manager commanded her to act swiftly. Changan took the phone and smiled at Li Datong, saying, Li Gu, here, take this phone. What is this for? You shouldn't be spending on me, Li Datong protested. Changan replied, it is nothing. It is merely a phone. After years of delivering packages, we have known each other for quite some time. And I have often borrowed your money. This is but a small gesture. Besides, your sister is my sister. We are all family, so please, no need for formality. Turning to the woman, he added, Sister, here's the phone. There is no need for further discussion. Li Gu and I are not strangers. Chapter 10. Spending money does not equal earning it fast. A flicker of excitement crossed her face as she eagerly said, Thank you, brother, and hurriedly accepted the phone. Li Datong, now beaming, remarked, Look at this. I shall not be polite any longer. Xiaochong, if you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform Li Gu. I shall be there without fail. Rest assured. Li Gu, I will definitely keep you informed in the future. Now, let us exchange WeChat. Don't you have my WeChat? I changed my number. Just recently, you see. After Li Datong added Changan on WeChat, he and his girlfriend departed with smiles. Meanwhile, Changan proceeded to swipe his card for payment. Xiaolu, who had previously perceived Changan as a commoner, now regretted her earlier judgments. 5 top-tier phones amounted to over 100,000, translating to a substantial commission that had now fallen into the hands of Xian. Xian assisted Changan by installing the SIM cards, patiently registering his official account, inputting passwords, fingerprints, and facial recognition, and demonstrating the phone's features. After a considerable time, she finally handed him the remaining phones. Mr. Chong, here are your phones. Please accept them. Changan nodded and replied, Excellent. I am quite satisfied with your service. Open the payment portal. I would like to give you a tip. Xian was taken aback and quickly responded, Sir, we do not accept tips. Your patronage is already our utmost honor. Enough with the pleasantries. I do not allow others to serve me for free. Now, open the payment portal. I am quite busy. Xian glanced at the manager, who, understanding that Changan was not financially constrained, nodded in agreement, saying, Very well. Since Mr. Chong wishes to give you a tip, accept it. Xian reluctantly opened the payment portal. You have received 20,000 yuan. The surrounding sales staff were left in astonishment. Is this real? He just gave a 20,000 yuan tip. Surely, there must be a mistake. Xian hastily exclaimed, Sir, did you perhaps transfer the wrong amount? I can return it immediately. Changan replied, No mistake. It is indeed 20,000. You have worked diligently, and I cannot allow you to toil in vain. I will seek you out again when purchasing my next phone. With that, he waved his hand and departed. Xian was undoubtedly at a loss for words. She had just received a staggering 20,000 yuan as a tip for selling a mobile phone. Such extravagance was truly astonishing. It appeared that this was the quintessential wealthy individual, dressed like a commoner yet exhibiting a lavishness that surpassed even the most ostentatious. At this moment, she had gained a newfound understanding of what it meant to be genuinely affluent. The other sales associates in the hall were equally envious. For them, earning a few hundred yuan from a phone sale was cause for celebration. Xian had struck gold. Not only did she earn a commission of several thousand yuan, but she also received a remarkable 2,000 yuan in tips. How fortunate she was. Even the female store manager was filled with envy, having never encountered such a lavish customer before. The saleswoman, Xiaolu, felt a pang of regret, wishing she could turn back time. Not only had she lost out on thousands in commission, but she had also let slip a 2,000 yuan tip. What a stroke of unluckiness. 2 sales associates approached her, their faces filled with envy. Xian, you are incredibly lucky to have met such a wealthy client. You must treat us to a grand feast after work today. Absolutely, Xian replied, her spirits soaring. By the way, Xian, why didn't you ask for the tycoon's WeChat earlier? Indeed, if you don't add such a wealthy person, you might miss out on future opportunities. So, what should I do now? Xian suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. You should chase after him without delay. Mr. Chong, please hold on for a moment. Changan had not walked far when the beautiful saleswoman Xian hurried over. What is it? Is there something you need? Mr. Chong, may I add your WeChat? If any issues arise with the phone, you can consult me. Of course. Changan pulled out his 24K gold phone and added her before turning to leave. A super rich guy indeed. Xian glanced at Changhan's WeChat name and couldn't help but smile. After purchasing the phone, Changhan intended to buy a couple of clothing items, but, noticing the time, decided to postpone until the next day. Just as he felt a pang of hunger and considered going out for a meal, his phone rang. He picked it up with a smile and answered. Fatty, what made you suddenly think of calling me? Old Han, I heard you quit your delivery job. What is going on? Yeah, what have you been busy with lately? Not much, just lounging at home. You really can't just lounge around all day. You need to find a job. If not, Our company is hiring couriers. You can join me on deliveries, fatty. I'm thinking of starting my own small business. I don't want to work for someone else anymore. By the way, I have no plans for tonight. How about going out for a meal? Sure. I've been busy lately, and I haven't eaten out in a long time. ITS on me. No need for you to treat me. I insist on treating you. Let us also invite Lulu. It's been ages since we had a drink together. All right, I'll call him. You wait for me downstairs at your place. I'll drive over. Are you taking the delivery truck? Having a truck to ride in is already a luxury. Don't be picky. Fine, fine. A truck it is then. After hanging up, Changan checked the time and saw that the stock market had closed. Xiao Chong, how was today's income? The market rose overall, trading volume increased, and profits exceeded 38 million. Hearing this, Changan couldn't help but smile wryly. He had given his father 2 million yuan, spent over 100,000 in a showy display, and collectively had just over 3 million yuan in his family. Xiao Chong had earned 38 million in one day. His spending was outpacing anyone's earning, indicating that he needed to learn how to manage his finances better. He had to master the art of being a wealthy individual. After about an hour, Changhan received a call from Fatty and quickly went downstairs to the community entrance. Shortly after, a small delivery truck arrived. "Where's Lulu?" he inquired after getting into the vehicle. "He.S. waiting for us up ahead." Fan Xinghua shifted gears and accelerated, driving forward. "Old Han, don't blame me for being nosy. But I heard you broke up with Chu Chu. How did you find out? There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Everyone in the class group is talking about it. I didn't see anything in the group. It's being discussed in smaller groups. No one would dare say anything in the main group. Oh, so you guys have secret groups and are gossiping behind my back? What can we do? You were so devoted to Ji Chu Chu, creating a divide with the girls in class. Now look where that got you. You didn't catch any fish from the Chu River. Nor did you draw a line at the Han border. Well, we've been buddies for years, so I can speak freely. If we weren't close, I wouldn't bring it up." Chapter 11. Dinner encounter with the ex-girlfriend and her new flame Sai. I can only say that I was foolish to believe in love. In the end, it was all in vain. By the way, the classmates aren't saying anything derogatory about me, are they? There are certainly some unkind words. But rather than asking for specifics, it's better not to know. Ignorance is bliss. What did Wu Jio say? He was the most offensive, and we ended up arguing over it. By the way, how did you offend Wu Jio? He.S. the one who offended me. What happened? I was the one he stole from. What could it be that Wu Jio stole Chu Chu from you? You think so? That guy is really out of line. After so many years of friendship, how could he stoop to such a thing? It doesn't matter. If the wall is strong enough, no one can break it down. The foundation must be solid. Otherwise, it's easy for things to fall apart. All right, it's over. Let it be. Where one door closes, another one opens. Perhaps I'll find someone even better. You're right. By the way, does Lulu know about Chu Chu? He probably doesn't. He's not in our class. Then let us not tell him to avoid unnecessary questions that might be bothersome. Understood. Not long after, Fan Chenghua's single-row truck squeezed in another passenger. Qilu got in and said with a grin, "Fatty, it's a good thing you're the driver. If you were a passenger, we wouldn't fit everyone. Glad I'm the driver. Otherwise, we'd have to take a taxi." "Haha, that is true. By the way, why didn't Chu Chu come? She went home. Why would she go home at this time of year? She is not coming out, and neither can Old Han. That is true. Where are we eating tonight? Old Han, where do you want to go? Let us have something nice. Michelin 3-star. What? Both Fan Xinghua and Qilu were taken aback. Thinking they had misheard, Qilu asked, "Old Han, are you feeling all right? Michelin 3-star? You're not joking, are you?" "Why would I joke? It's not every day we get to go out with just the three of us. We should indulge in something good. Wanting something nice doesn't mean we have to go to a Michelin 3-star. That's not just fine dining. It's extravagant." "Haha." Both Changhan and Fan Xinghua laughed simultaneously. Qilu said, "By the way, Old Han, you're not under some kind of stress, are you?" "What stress could I possibly have? I just want to indulge a bit." Previously, it was always either a noodle shop or a casual dining place. At most, a barbecue joint. I've never been to a nicer restaurant. So this time we must eat well. Fan Chenghuo nodded in agreement, saying, "That's true. We've suffered for so many years. We've indeed not enjoyed good food." "All right, Michelin it is. Tonight's on me. No need. I'm treating. I suggested it, so I should pay. I'm paying. I'm the one with the money. It's no use saving it. Treating my brothers is worthwhile. I insist. I'm treating. I'm treating. Enough, enough." Qilu hurriedly interjected. "If we keep this up, we'll end up fighting. How about we settle it with rock, paper, scissors? Whoever loses pays. But I'm out. I can't afford a Michelin meal. You guys treat me this time, and I'll cover the cheaper meals next time." The group arrived at the Michelin 3-star restaurant, and just as they parked, a receptionist approached them. "You can't park here. Please move to the back." Changhan leaned out, displeased. "What do you mean? We're here to dine." The doorman quickly changed his demeanor. "I apologize, sir. I misunderstood. Allow me to assist you with parking," Fan Xinghua said. "I can park myself. You all wait here. I'll be there shortly. No need. Let the doorman park. We came all this way for the service." As he spoke, he pulled out his wallet, revealing a thick stack of cash. At least 1,000 yuan, and handed it to the doorman. Make sure to give our car a proper cleaning. Understood, sir? Rest assured. The doorman was tremendously pleased, as even 100 yuan tip was considered generous. Seeing the 1,000, he was overjoyed. Old Han, what are you doing? Fan Chenghua exclaimed, startled by the amount. That's enough for a meal for one person. It's fine. Let us go. Changhan said, stepping out of the car. Qi Lu looked at Fan Chenghua and asked, Fatty, what is up with old Han today? Is he acting strange? Who knows? Let us proceed. Several individuals exited the vehicle and entered the restaurant. Wow, this establishment, the ambience. The decor is truly remarkable. Qi Lu felt as though he were Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden. It was also the first visit for Changhan and Fan Chenghua, who were naturally curious, glancing around in wonder. However, just before the waiter guided them to their seats, Fan Chenghua's expression shifted as he surveyed the surroundings. For not far from their table sat a man and a woman, engaged in lively conversation over their meal. The man was their university classmate, Wu Jiao, while the woman was none other than Changhan's ex-girlfriend, Ji Chu-Chu. Let us change tables, Fan Chenghua urged hastily. Why? Changhan asked. Somewhat puzzled. Chu-Chu, you are here too, Qi Lu exclaimed upon spotting Ji Chu-Chu, calling out loudly. This is a disaster. Fan Chenghua felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. At that moment, Changhan also noticed the couple seated nearby. Causing his demeanor to darken, Ji Chu-Chu, hearing her name called, turned her head, equally taken aback. She never imagined she would encounter Changhan in such an upscale restaurant. Wu Jiao, of course, recognized Changhan as well. Although surprised, he managed to smile and remarked, Ah, isn't this the class representative and the chubby one? What a coincidence, you all are dining here too. Both Changhan and Fan Chenghua wore sour expressions, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Qi Lu, sensing the tension, remained silent, understanding that Changhan's girlfriend dining with another man in such a lavish restaurant was certainly not a favorable situation. Wisely, he chose not to speak. Fan Chenghua suggested, Let's go, Lao Han. We should find another place to eat. Changhan replied coldly, No need. I find this place quite agreeable. Let us dine here. Wu Jiao chuckled. All right. We are all old classmates. It will be quite lively to eat together. Please, take your seats. Dinner is on me tonight. No need for your generosity. Fan Chenghua declined with evident displeasure. Chapter 12. Angered. Encountering a classmate who is poaching, Changhan interjected, interrupting Fan Chenghua. You genuinely wish to treat us? Of course. We are all old classmates. It's perfect that Chu-Chu is here. Let us enjoy some merriment together. Changhan turned to the waiter and inquired, What is the price of your most expensive set meal? 17,000 per person. Changhan chuckled upon hearing this, then turned to Wu Jiao. Old Wu, 17,000 per person? What do you think? Still planning to treat us? Wu Jiao's expression changed dramatically. Are you joking? He is currently dining with Ji Chu-Chu for 6,001 per person. Treating the others to 17,000 is clearly absurd. Ji Chu-Chu, upon hearing this, admonished, Changhan, do not push your luck. Do you even understand the meaning of politeness? Jiao is offering to treat you out of courtesy for our shared past. You cannot take advantage of that. And you wish to indulge in a 17,000 meal? Have you grown a bottomless appetite? Changhan retorted with a cold smirk. It was Ji Chu-Chu who suggested treating us. We never asked him to treat us. If he cannot afford it, he should say so outright. Otherwise, I can cover your meal. I have no qualms. You? Wu Jiao exclaimed. Changhan, you and Chu-Chu have broken up. You cannot blame others. It is evident that you failed to care for Chu-Chu properly. Are you now denying her the right to choose anew? Have Changhan and Chu-Chu broken up? Qi Lu whispered. Fan Chenghua could only nod, realizing that the truth was out and could no longer be concealed. Changhan stated, Since we have parted ways, she is free to pursue whoever she wishes. I do not mind. However, Wu Jiao, remember, we have been classmates for many years. While I do not oppose her finding someone else, your actions are utterly lacking in decorum. Wu Jiao sneered. What does it matter that we are classmates? Why should it be permissible for you to be with your classmate, yet not allow us to make our own choices? Changhan, do not incessantly prattle on about being classmates. People exist in various strata. Even among classmates, the disparity remains. The impoverished should continue living their meager lives. The destitute should not attempt to enjoy life. Wait until you have wealth. The eyes of Changhan and Wu Jiao seemed to ignite simultaneously, colliding fiercely in the air, instantly raising the temperature of the entire space. Fearing a physical confrontation, Fan Chenghua quickly interjected, All right, Lao Han, let us eat over there. Changhan declared, No, I will dine here today. Waiter, bring us 3 servings of the 17,000 set meal. The others were taken aback, their faces revealing shock. A 17,000 set meal, 3 of them, that totals 51,000. Spending such an exorbitant sum for a meal. Surely this is a jest? Fan Chenghua was understandably startled, as he had just played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would pay the bill. Spending over 50,000 for a single meal would leave him questioning how he would manage afterward. Lao Han, do not be upset. Let us choose something more cost-effective. There is no need to engage in a petty feud. Wu Jio chimed in mockingly, indeed. It is merely a meal. Do not inflate your ego. Be cautious, lest after this meal, you find yourself reduced to gnawing on radish tops. Fan Chenghua, incensed by Wu Jio's provocations, retorted, Wu Jio, do not go too far. Even a rabbit does not eat its own burrow-esque grass. You are poaching on your own classmate. Do you not have any shame? Wu Jio scoffed, what do you know? You who cannot even keep a girlfriend. We call this mutual affection. If blame is to be assigned, it is merely that the impoverished cannot afford to nurture good women, is it not? Choo-choo? Of course. Gentlemen, could you please refrain from arguing? Your commotion is disturbing the other diners. The waiter intervened diplomatically. Changan replied, very well. We will not stoop to arguing with such individuals. It is beneath our dignity. We are hungry. Please expedite the 17,000 set meal. The waiter responded, sir, the 17,000 set meal is arranged for a private room. Please follow me. Changan insisted, no, I wish to dine here. Have the kitchen bring it here. He then sat down on a nearby stool. Reluctantly, Fan Chenghua and Qi Lu also took their seats, though Fan Chenghua felt a pang of regret over the impending financial strain. Spending over 50,000 for a meal seemed excessively extravagant. Initially intending to indulge in a fine dining experience, he found himself facing a significant financial blow instead. Wu Jio, witnessing the group's obstinate decision to remain, wore an expression of displeasure. Ji Chuchu whispered, Jio, shall we change tables? Wu Jio replied, no, why should we change? If anyone should change, it is them. Ji Chuchu, hearing Wu Jio's stubbornness, could only glare at Changhan in response. The waiter inquired, gentlemen, would you like something to drink? Fan Chenghua quickly asked, does the 17,000 set meal include beverages? It includes champagne. Then let us have champagne. No, Changhan interjected, at such a fine establishment, how can we drink champagne? Do you not have red wine? We do. We have our Michelin 3-star house red wine, priced at 3,800 per bottle. It is specially crafted from select vineyards. 3,000 for wine, Fan Chenghua exclaimed, astonished. Even a pauper aspires to drink red wine. Wu Jio mocked. Changhan, seemingly ignoring the jeers, continued, but I have heard that establishments of your caliber often stock Lafite. Indeed, we do have Lafite. Then let us have a bottle of the 82 Lafite. The waiter nearly stumbled in disbelief upon hearing this. Country bumpkin, Wu Jio sneered, do you even know how much an 82 Lafite costs? Is it not available in such a grand establishment? Changhan pressed. The waiter quickly responded, I apologize, sir. The 82 Lafite is virtually unavailable on the market. It can only be found in the cellars of some elite private collectors. I would have liked to try it. What high-end red wines do you have? Bring the most expensive and finest. We have the 91 Lafite, considered a gem among gems. Each bottle is priced at 88,800. All right, we will have 3 bottles. Fan Chenghua nearly collapsed at this revelation. What kind of international joke is this? 3 bottles of wine costing nearly 90,000 each, totaling 270,000. Adding the 51,000 for the meal, does this not amount to over 300,000 for a single meal? The key issue is that if he is footing the bill, 300,000 would not even suffice to sell himself as a kebab. Fan Chenghua was on the verge of fainting. The waiter, of course, was equally astonished, spending over 20,000 on beverages alone. Was this for real? Wu Jio was also left dumbfounded to him. Changhan appeared utterly deranged, spending 300,000 on a meal. Had he lost his mind after having his girlfriend taken away? Chapter 13. Astonished ex-girlfriend and her paramour Ji Chuchu was momentarily stunned. Finally, she coldly remarked, waiter, please ensure that certain individuals do not deceive you. If they dine and refuse to pay, it will be your restaurant that suffers. The waiter, not lacking in intelligence, understood that such a hefty sum could not be casually entrusted to just anyone. I apologize, sir. Your selected items are exceedingly expensive. I fear we will need to request payment in advance. Lao Han, if it is not feasible, then let it go. I think the 51,000 meal is quite satisfactory. There is no need for red wine, Fan Chenghua insisted, hoping to rein in Changhan's reckless spending. Can we charge for a membership? Yes, we can. What levels of membership do you offer? The ordinary membership is 358, which allows one to enjoy membership packages and dining services. The 1-star member requires a deposit of 5,800, offering a 95% discount service. A 2-star member, with a deposit of 18,800, enjoys a prepaid account and a 10% discount service. The 3-star membership necessitates a deposit of 88,800, which includes a prepaid account, an 85% discount, and wine storage services. Is 3-star the highest? Yes, sir. Very well then. I would like to charge 1 million for the membership. What? Those present were left utterly astonished. The nearby diners turned their attention, as the previous conversation had been rather loud, making it impossible to go unnoticed. Did that young man say he wanted to charge how much for membership? 1 million. If I recall correctly. 1 million? Or 100? Can one charge a membership for just 100? He said it was 1 million. What audacity. Who knows? Perhaps he is mentally unstable. The waiter, clearly mishearing, hurriedly inquired. Sir, did you just say you wish to charge how much for membership? 1 million. Indeed, if I charge 1 million at once. Can I obtain a 5-star membership? I'm sorry. We only have 3-star memberships available. However, I can speak with our manager. Very well. Please proceed with the card. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. The waiter swiftly returned, and shortly thereafter brought over a POS machine, accompanied by a sharply dressed man. Manager. This gentleman intends to charge 1 million for the membership. Good day, sir. I am the manager of the Michelin 3-star establishment. Are you indeed looking to recharge 1 million for membership? Yes. He can't possibly afford that, manager. Do not heed his boastful claims. Chu could no longer contain herself and abruptly interrupted. The restaurant manager looked perplexed, glancing at Chu, then frowning at Changan and the waiter. The waiter, equally embarrassed, had rushed to summon the manager, worried that if the gentleman truly could not afford it, he would be left in a compromising position. Changan smirked, producing his bank card. Please proceed with the transaction. The restaurant manager, having seen many patrons, noticed that the card was merely an ordinary one and began to harbor doubts. How could a wealthy individual willing to recharge 1 million possess just a standard bank card? Surely, it should be at least a top-tier credit card, perhaps even a black card. The waiter took the bank card, swiped it on the POS machine, and Changan entered his password. 1 million payment successful. Upon hearing this notification, the surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded. My goodness, that fellow truly recharged 1 million. A tycoon indeed. One would never guess, dressed like a common laborer, yet possessing such wealth. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The surrounding patrons were abuzz with disbelief. Fan Xinghua and Qilu were even more incredulous. After all, they had been friends for many years and were well aware of each other's financial standings. How had he suddenly transformed into such a tycoon? Could it be that he had been feigning poverty in their presence? In reality, richer than anyone else? Wu Jio was also struggling to believe it. Having heard Chu frequently criticize Changhan's shortcomings, the most prominent of these being his supposed lack of wealth, yet here he was, able to recharge a membership for 1 million. How could he still be considered poor? Among them, the most incredulous was undoubtedly Chu. If anyone knew the ins and outs of Changhan's finances, it was her. Having been together for many years, she had seen every penny he earned. How could he possibly have 1 million now? The restaurant manager, upon seeing the 1 million credited, dismissed his skepticism and donned a warm smile. Sir, as a premium member of our Michelin 3-star establishment, you will enjoy a 20% discount. Please wait a moment. Your package and beverages will be arriving shortly. Fan Xinghua quickly exclaimed, Old Han, have you struck it rich? Qilu chimed in, indeed. Where did you acquire 1 million? Changan chuckled. You two just enjoy your meal. I'm flush with cash now, so eat whatever you desire. Changan, where exactly did you get the money? Chu, unable to bear it any longer, rushed over, exclaiming, what does my source of income have to do with you? How can it not? After being together for so long, how could you possibly hide such a sum without informing me? Why should I inform you? Changan, let me tell you, any hidden funds should rightfully be shared with me. Are you out of your mind? Fan Xinghua laughed. Indeed. You do seem quite unwell, Qilu added. Quite so. You've already found someone else, yet you still covet old Han's money. Are you not mentally disturbed? The two, of course, were no longer holding back. This matter is none of your concern. Chu shot a glare at them in frustration. My finances are none of your business. Chu, do not forget, we have already broken up. Whose money you spend in the future is of no consequence to me. But from the day we parted, my finances have nothing to do with you. Changhan, you despicable man, hoarding money behind your girlfriend's back. You claimed your monthly salary was only 7 or 8,000, yet you profess to love me. You re nothing but a fraud. I'm the fraud? You spend every day with me, consuming my food and drink, while flirting with other men, yet you call me a fraud? Do you have no shame? Besides, if you're seeking someone else, at least find someone decent. After all that effort, you settled for the ugliest and shortest person in our class. You still dare to claim love. If you had money, I'd wager you wouldn't even glance at dog feces. Ha 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 ha. The rotund Fan Xinghua and Qilu were doubled over with laughter. You, Chu trembled with rage. Changhan, who are you calling dog feces? Wu Jio, of course, was incensed. What, do you still wish to take offense? Ha 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 ha. Fan Xinghua and Qilu were laughing uncontrollably. At this moment, the restaurant manager returned, quickly stating, I apologize, everyone. Could we please refrain from loud conversations in the restaurant? This might disturb other guests dining. Chapter 14. The outrage of the dog couple. It was he who started the insults. Wu Jio glared furiously at Changhan and his companions. Changhan, with a cold laugh, remarked, Manager, I am a super 3-star member who just charged 1 million. These two have disturbed my meal. Do you not wish to address this? Wu Jio retorted. I am also a member here. You know, and we arrived first. If anyone is disturbing, it is you who interrupted us. Chu added, Yes, manager. It is clearly they who have disrupted us. You cannot simply ignore this. The restaurant manager turned to Wu Jio, saying, Good day, sir. Perhaps I could assist by moving you to another table? Wu Jio's eyes widened in disbelief. Why should we change tables? We were clearly here first. I am a super VIP among 3-star members. If you have the ability, why don't you charge 1 million too, you pauper? Changan mockingly interjected. Do you think I can't charge 1 million? Wu Jio was enraged to the point of explosion. If you can manage it, I will switch places immediately. Wu Jio, provoked, also contemplated charging 1 million, but upon further reflection, realized that was indeed 1 million, not just 100. No matter how reckless he was, he could not treat 1 million as if it were merely 100. After much hesitation, he coldly stated, I simply won't leave. What do you intend to do about it? Chichuchu exclaimed, yes. We refuse to leave, we have paid. Why should we be the ones to go? The restaurant manager found himself in a predicament. After all, the diners were customers, and forcibly ejecting them seemed inappropriate. If word got out, it could result in negative publicity, which would be disastrous. Changan declared loudly, everyone, listen closely. If you can help me escort these two out, I shall cover the bill for the entire evening. The diners present perked up at this, their faces lighting up with excitement. The tycoon has spoken. Why not collectively unleash the hounds? Get out. Who invited this pair of dogs? Hurry up. Do not disturb us while dining with the tycoon. Look at how you two appear. You still have the audacity to dine at Michelin, truly ruining my appetite. Leave. Leave, manager. Please make them go. If they do not leave, we shall never return. Indeed. Just seeing them makes me nauseous. The restaurant manager, seeing the tide turning, began to sweat profusely and hurriedly said, You too. If you cannot comply, you might as well leave. If this escalates, it will be you who suffers. After being pelted with items by the crowd, Wu Jio and Jichuchu were infuriated. Wu Jio stood up angrily. We shall never return, Jichuchu fumed. We Haven Tea finished our meal. Do not pay them. I will cover their table. Let them leave at once. The two were, of course, utterly enraged, and ultimately, after being shoved and pulled by several waiters, they stormed out in a huff. Changan disdainfully snorted, then turned to the restaurant manager. Manager, I will cover the entire bill for tonight. Additionally, please bring over a bottle of wine worth 10,000 for another table. Very well, sir. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Tycoon. Much appreciated. I shall toast to you shortly, Tycoon. The patrons within the restaurant were all smiles, relishing the presence of Changan. Not only could they indulge in a lavish meal without cost, but they could also sip on a bottle of exquisite red wine. What could possibly be more delightful than this, at that moment? Fan Chenghua could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Old Han, where did you acquire such wealth? Chi Lu chimed in, Indeed. How did a person who once bought merely a skewer of lamb and could only afford 3 bottles of beer suddenly transform into a tycoon? Ha ha ha, it's simple. I faced setbacks in love but triumphed at the gambling table. Gambling? You're joking, right? You dare to gamble? What gambling? Chang Han replied, glancing around before lowering his voice. I won the lottery. I struck it rich. You won the lottery? The two exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes lighting up with excitement. On the other hand, Wu Jio and Ji Chuchu were seething with anger. Wu Jio, in particular, had always believed himself to be far superior to Chang Han, only to be publicly humiliated. The embarrassment was unbearable. Ji Chuchu was equally vexed, struggling to comprehend how Chang Han had suddenly become so affluent. Once they were in the car, Wu Jio asked, Chu, didn't you tell me that Chang Han was just a poor delivery guy? How could he possibly have amassed such wealth? I truly don't know. He was indeed destitute before. Perhaps his family came into money, but his family is poor. I've been to his home. It's a rundown house in the countryside, consisting of 3 dilapidated rooms with hardly anything inside. This doesn't make sense. Why don't you call one of your old friends and inquire about the situation? Ji Chuchu pondered for a moment before saying, I'll call his mother. Before long, the call was connected. Aunt Sue, it's Chuchu. Chuchu, why haven't you called me in such a long time? I've been quite busy. How have you and Uncle been? Good, by the way. Chuchu, have you and Dalong split up recently? Well, we've taken a break to cool off. Chuchu, you've been together with Dalong for so many years. Surely there are feelings involved. Your uncle and I always hoped you two would end up together, treating you like our own daughter-in-law. Can't you make amends for Annie's sake? Annie, it's not that I want to argue with Chang Han. It's just that he has changed. He keeps many things from me now. He used to let me manage his money, but now he hides it all. You've been together for so long. Surely you shouldn't quarrel over money. By the way, Auntie, how did Chang Han suddenly become rich? Oh, he won the lottery. What? When did this happen? Just a few days ago. How much did he win? 4 million. He gave 2 million to his family and kept 2 million for himself. However, the money he gave to his family, your uncle and I haven't touched a penny. We plan to save it for your wedding. So that it. No wonder to be why the way. Chu, take Auntie's advice and don't argue with Dalong. Your uncle and I don't need much in the countryside. We'll give you that money to buy a house in the provincial capital for your wedding. All right, Auntie, I understand that I have some matters to attend to. I'll visit you when I can. Ji Chuchu ended the call, furrowing her brow at so. What does his family know? Chapter 15. Ji Chu sets her eyes on those 2 million his mother said he won the lottery. What? He won the lottery? Was it a big prize or a small one? How much did he win? 4 million. It should be a big prize. The big prize is 5 million and after tax, it's only 4 million. I didn't expect this guy to have such luck. What nonsense. After being with me for so many years, he hasn't made a penny. And now he wins the lottery. That scoundrel. However, for million ISE that much. At this rate, he'll likely burn through it all in less than a month. Tonight, he's deliberately trying to provoke us. He has always been stingy. It's impossible for him to spend money like this. But for him to spend all 4 million by himself is simply outrageous. By the way, Choo, don't you know his parents? Can't you find a way to get that 2 million from his family? Then he'll be broke. Ji Choo contemplated this. Choo, think about it. You've served him for so many years. That money was supposed to be yours too. I believe it wouldn't be unfair for you to take half. You're only asking for what is rightfully yours. That is true. That money should have been mine all along. I'll go to their house tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Once you get that 2 million back, Changan will be a pauper again. If he dares to show up at the class reunion next month, I'll make him regret it. After finishing their meal, Changan and his companions exited the Michelin restaurant. By the way, fatty, can you drive after drinking? Chi-Lu asked. It's nothing. Just a little wine. No big deal, Fan Chengwa replied. Even if it's nothing, you shouldn't drive. Drinking and driving is against the law. Changhan insisted. What should we do then? We can leave the car here and come back for it tomorrow. Isn't that risky? Who would steal an old car? Chi-Lu remarked. That is not necessarily true. Old cars are easier to steal. Why is that? Old cars are easy to sell. Just take them to the countryside. They'll run on dirt roads, and no one will find them. Who would buy a stolen Rolls Royce? Who would dare? That is the point. Well, let it be. If it gets stolen, I'll buy you a new one. Ha ha. Look at what Old Han said, so generous. Old Han is now a tycoon. By the way, fatty, are you full? Do I even need to answer that? Of course, I'm still hungry. That big plate had only a tiny piece in the center. How could I possibly be full? I am not even 3/10 full. I'm not full either. The portions are too small. All this Michelin 3-star nonsense is just a gimmick. It seems Western cuisine truly doesn't suit our Chinese constitution. How about we go out for some barbecue? I think that's a great idea. I agree. The group hailed a taxi and sought out a barbecue restaurant, continuing their feast. Old Han, your luck is truly remarkable. Winning 5 million. I often buy lottery tickets too. Why haven't I won? Chi-Lu remarked. Changhan chuckled. It's just luck. When it comes, no one can stop it. However, Old Han, don't take offense, but you're spending money way too recklessly. You need to be more frugal, Fan Chengwa warned. Yes, steady and sustainable is the way to go. You don't understand. A man fights for his pride, just as a Buddha seeks a stick of incense. Even if I'm Changhan, I can't be humble in front of others. Though that may be true, 5 million ISNT 500 billion. At this rate. Won't you run out of money quickly? Indeed, Old Han. With this money, buying a house is the way to go. Buying a house? What is the rush? There are more vacant houses than people on the streets. Buying a house is the foundation for marriage. Without a house, how can one get married? I don't even have a girlfriend, so I'm certainly not in a hurry to get married. That's a misguided way of thinking. Just because you've encountered a Pangelian doesn't mean you should stop believing in Juing Tai. I believe it's for the best that Ji Choo and you parted ways. A woman like that isn't worth your time. Even if you have money. Fatty is right. Now that you have money, buy a house, a car, and you'll have women knocking at your door. Take our advice, Old Han. You've just won. Don't let it go to waste. It's not too late to pull back now. Changhan nodded. You're right. A man should have his own house. By the way, when do you plan to buy a house? Fan Chengwa and Chi-Lu exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. Old Han, we don't share your good fortune. I am the provincial capital. Even a subpar house costs tens of thousands. A decent one goes for several million. With my meager salary, even if I didn't eat or drink, it would take me a decade or two, fatty. How about we pool our money and buy some lottery tickets? What if we win like Old Han? Great idea. Let us do it. The two clinked their beer glasses and downed their drinks. Changhan chuckled. What is there to lament about buying a house? You don't have money, but I do. Tomorrow, we'll go buy houses. I'll gift each of you a house. How does that sound? What? Fan Chengwa and Chi-Lu were left stunned. Seeing the two remain silent, Changhan chuckled. What's wrong? Don't you want to buy a house? Fan Chengwa thought for a moment, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Old Han, regardless of anything, I appreciate your intention. However, even though you won 5 million, after taxes it's only 4 million, and you've already spent over 100,000 out of anger. You probably only have a little over 2 million left. Just enough for a decent house. We truly want to buy a house, but we can't take advantage of our brother. Take care of yourself, and we'll be satisfied. Chi-Lu added. Yes, Old Han. We can buy a house ourselves. It's just a matter of time. Rest assured, my brothers will not find themselves sleeping on the streets. Changhan chuckled, saying, we have been brothers for many years. Among us, I was the first to enter a relationship. Over these years, in order to save up for marriage, I have always been financially constrained. Whenever we dine out, it is you who insist on treating me, often fighting over the bill. I am not oblivious to what has transpired over these years. I wish to buy you all houses, not as a display of wealth, but as a token of gratitude for our enduring brotherhood. Old Han, we understand your intentions. However, if you were indeed a billionaire, we would not raise any objections. Yet, you merely won 5 million. If you buy us houses, won't you be left with nothing for yourself? Exactly, Old Han. The crux of the matter lies with you. We brothers are not anxious. The fatty and I don't even have partners. Chapter 16. Purchasing a property and facing disdain. Who said I won 5 million? Changan laughed, downing his beer. Fan Xinghua and Qi Lu were taken aback simultaneously. But didn't you just say you won 5 million? Yes, the first prize in the lottery is indeed 5 million. But I never claimed I bought just one ticket. What are you saying, you won multiple first prizes? Of course. Haha, is that true? Certainly. If I had only won one ticket, would I dare to spend money so lavishly? Impressive, Old Han. How do you manage such luck? Well, luck plays a significant role. So, how about it? I can gift each of you a house. That should be feasible, right? The two exchanged glances, neither daring to say that it was indeed feasible. We're brothers. There's no need for such formality. You two should take a day off tomorrow. Let's go house hunting together. The next day, early in the morning, Ji Chu left home, riding in Wu Jio's car, heading towards Chang Han's ancestral home in the countryside. Chang Han, who had indulged in late-night revelry, rose only when the sun was high in the sky. Although he was engaged in stock trading daily, it was mostly automated thanks to Xiao Chang's full control, leaving him with little to do. After a brief wash-up, he called Fan Xinghua and Qi Lu, who were understandably anxious, having barely rested the previous night, but reluctant to rush Chang Han. Not long after Chang Han hung up, the two ascended to his floor, bringing him a meal that was neither breakfast nor lunch. After they finished their meal, Chang Han and the two descended to the ground floor, riding in Fan Xingua's small truck, intending to explore the provincial capital for suitable properties. Initially, Fan Xinghua and Qi Lu thought they could settle for a modest house. For them, even acquiring a regular home would be a source of great joy. However, Fan Xinghua had no intention of settling for anything less than the best. If he were to buy, it had to be top-notch. The Wanhua Plaza sales office, one of the most prestigious developments in the provincial capital, was a favored destination for many affluent buyers. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the parking lot was clearly visible. The lobby was sparsely populated, with many sales agents idly chatting. Lianjia, you are impressive. You sold 2 houses in the last 2 days. Do you even know who Lianjia is? She is the sales champion of our development. By the way, Lianjia, do you have any secrets? Share them with us so we can learn. Yes, Lianjia. I haven't had a sale in a week. Now, Manager Sun looks at me with such disdain. You must save me. Even though Manager Sun is harsh on you, hasn't he been unkind to Shueji? She hasn't had a sale in over a month. Last time, during the meeting, she was publicly critiqued. If she doesn't make a sale this month, her base salary will be reduced. Reducing salary? That's nothing. If there are no sales for 3 months, she'll be fired. But Shueji has had her misfortunes. She had a good opportunity last time but missed it. Last time, that man got a bit too touchy while viewing properties. She got angry and scolded him, which made him leave without making a purchase. In my opinion, she was simply too pretentious. Sales agents should be accustomed to a little flattery. Just hold your nose and endure. Once the commission comes in, you can indulge. Haha, that's true. But enough of that. Lianjia, please tell us how to sell houses. The key to selling properties lies in perception. You can usually tell at a glance whether someone has the means to buy. This principle is universally understood. Those who dress well are more likely to purchase, while those who dress poorly are merely browsing. It's not just about appearances. Sometimes, you must observe who accompanies the clients and their attire. Some individuals may wear high-end brands but are donning outdated styles or items on sale. Conversely, others may dress humbly, yet their garments are clearly rare finds, possibly bought abroad, indicating substantial purchasing power. Remember, if you direct your efforts towards the right clientele, success is inevitable. Wow, Lianjia, you are remarkable, indeed. Such keen observation skills. It's no wonder you are our sales champion. Hey, look, a car is coming. Huh, why is it a truck? Is it delivering goods? It seems like they are here to view properties. But look at those 3 individuals. They are dressed in bargain bin clothing. They must be here just to broaden their horizons. They certainly won't be buying that. Oh no. I'm the one assigned to them. Well, you're in for it. 3 men and you alone. Can you handle it? Ha 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 ha. You all laugh. Quickly, think of a solution. Ping ping. Why don't you go? Why should I go? You should take them. Man and I should go. I definitely don't want to, Lianjia. You go. I just shared a sales secret with you. How could you ask me to go? As Chang Han and his companions entered the sales hall, they were greeted by an impressive model of the property layout, which looked magnificent. Chang Han surveyed the surroundings and noted that the sales staff were standing aside, with no one approaching to attend to them. A flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Where are the sales agents? Chang Han asked with irritation. Indeed, did they not notice our arrival? Fan Xinghua and Qi Lu chimed in. Apologies, gentlemen. Your assigned agent will be with you shortly. Please bear with us, a sales agent replied. Are you not human? Is it too much to ask for service? Changan retorted, displeased. Apologies. We serve in the order of arrival. What nonsense is that? Enough, let us take a look ourselves. The sales agents exchanged glances and pretended not to see them. To them, these were merely impoverished individuals. Serving them would be a waste of effort. Before long, a man entered the sales hall. Almost immediately upon entering, a sales agent approached him, greeting him with a smile. Good afternoon. Changan observed this scene, his expression darkening. When the three of them entered, not a single agent approached them, yet the moment this man arrived, he was greeted immediately. The disparity in treatment was glaring. Damn. These sales agents ignore us but rush to attend to others. How snobbish indeed. They look down on us. Chapter 17. At that moment, a female sales agent approached from a corner of the hall. Such a small property. Is it meant for habitation? Bai Shuiji approached and another female sales agent remarked, Shuiji, we have guests. Why aren't you attending to them? Is it my turn already? It can't be, of course. Several groups of guests have come and gone. It's your turn now. That's impossible. Enough. Simply being given guests is already a favor. Hurry along. Although Bai Shuiji found it strange, she could not refuse and quickly approached Changan and his companions, smiling. Good afternoon. I am Bai Shuiji, a property consultant for Wanhua Plaza. May I ask if you gentlemen are interested in purchasing a property? Changan, visibly displeased, retorted. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting? Apologies, sir. I just stepped away to the restroom and did not notice someone had arrived. I'm truly sorry. Your service is utterly lacking. I sincerely apologize, sir. Bai Shuiji hastily offered her apologies. Look at that man. He certainly has a temper. Glad I wasn't assigned to him. Indeed, they say that the poor have many faults. It's only natural not to attend to them. Look, a BMW just pulled up. Wow, it's an X3. I will attend to them. I will. It's my turn now. A man and a woman walked into the sales office lobby. A sales agent approached them with a beaming smile. Good afternoon. I am Jalan, the property consultant here. Welcome to the Wanhua Plaza sales office. Great. Another big client snatched away by Lian Jia. Not only is she adept at selling houses, but her luck is also remarkable. She wins at rock, paper, scissors too. It's truly impressive. Thus, those with fortune are indeed blessed. Just look at Shuiji each time. I seem to encounter a few impoverished clients. It truly is a lamentable situation. Just the other day, didn't a rogue come along? Ha ha ha. Inside the hall, everyone gathered around the model display, inundating it with questions, including Changan and his companions. As Changan assessed the layout of the floors, he engaged in a dialogue with Bai Shuiji regarding the arrangement and location of the rooms. Bai Shuiji, exhibiting remarkable patience, gradually alleviated some of Changhan's discontent towards her. Ah, is that not Qilu? A man's voice suddenly resonated. Upon hearing this, Changhan and the others turned simultaneously to look. Qilu recognized the man who spoke and exclaimed, Youngin, what brings you here? I came to look at the properties. Are you also in the market for a home? Indeed, I am here to take a look. Well, Qilu, it seems you are doing quite well now. You can afford a place at Wanhua Square. Just looking doesn't cost anything. What size are you considering? About 50 to 60 square meters will suffice. At this, the woman beside Yang flashed a hint of disdain. 50 to 60 square meters is rather small, isn't it? Nowadays, properties under 80 square meters are hardly suitable for living. Hearing Yang An's remark, a flicker of displeasure crossed Changhan's face. The female sales agent, Jialan, detected this and felt a surge of excitement. It seemed her client was affluent and desired a larger home, which was undoubtedly good news. Regardless of the size, as long as it provides shelter, it suffices. Qilu appeared to understand the nature of the situation and dismissed the disparaging remarks. Changhan frowned. Lulu, who is this person? Why speak so rudely? Qilu replied. He's my neighbor. Enough of that, let us focus on our own matters. Yang approached the model display and addressed Jialan. Excuse me, how much for your 100 square meter units on a decent floor? Jialan smiled. For building A15. Anything above the 16th floor, with an excellent layout of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, all facing south, is priced at 12,500 yuan per square meter. 12,005. That's rather steep. Sir, our Wanhua Square is renowned nationwide. We utilize authentic dual elevators from Kyoto, far superior to domestic ones. The structure is entirely framed, and we have a professional property management company, ensuring top-notch service. That still seems pricey. Any discounts available? Of course, there is a discount. A 10% reduction for full payment finalized within 3 days. Full payment, only a 10% discount. You are quite unscrupulous. Miss Sales Consultant, do you have any properties larger than 100 square meters? Changhan inquired of Bai Shuiji. Yes, sir. In building A13, above the 16th floor, we have a unit of 118 square meters. That 118 is the gross area, right? What is the usable area? The usable area of 118 square meters is 94.5 square meters. 118 square meters with less than 100 usable? That seems rather inadequate for living. Changhan shook his head. Due to the volume of Chang Han's voice, Yang naturally overheard, assuming the comment was directed at him. After all, he was considering a unit of only 108 square meters. And a look of displeasure crossed his face. Hey, kid, what do you do? Can't you keep your boasting to yourself? What? Is speaking about buying a house forbidden? Chang Han replied, perplexed. Yelling like that, do you look like someone in the market for a home? You dressed worse than our company's janitor. Can you even afford a property here? Look at yourself, carrying a bag, bargaining for a house. You look utterly destitute. I reckon it's you who can't afford it. Who are you talking about? Talking about you, and what of it? No fighting. No fighting. Bai Shuiji hurriedly intervened. Qilu added, all right, Chang Han, don't argue with him. Let us just go look over there. No, why should we avoid him? Aren't we all here to buy a house? If anyone should avoid it, it should be him. Yang, incensed by this, turned to Jialan and shouted, hey, can Wanhua still function? Why are all sorts of people allowed in here? Yang An's female companion chimed in, exactly. A company as large as Wanhua should manage disruptions. We are here to buy a house. Why apologies, sir and madam? I sincerely apologize, Jialan responded, then turned to Chang Han and exclaimed, sir, please do not disrupt our guests. What do you mean? You say I'm causing a disturbance? Chang Han was taken aback. Jialan asserted, of course, you are. If you came to merely browse and gain some insight, that should suffice. Please do not disturb our client's selection process. If you continue this way, I shall have to call security. Are you out of your mind? I'm also one of your clients. What gives you the right to assume I'm no longer interested in buying a house? I can clearly see that you are just here to cause trouble. You accuse me of causing trouble. Fine. Chang Han turned his back, retrieving a wad of cash from his bag, 10,000 yuan, and handed it to Bai Shuiji, saying, here you go. This is for you. Chapter 18. I am so wealthy. Am I being too ostentatious? Bai Shuiji was momentarily stunned, unsure how to react to receiving 10,000 yuan. Chang Han glanced at Jialan and taunted, did you see that? I just gave her a 10,000 yuan tip. And I'm not even buying a house, just a gift. You said he was the one buying a house, right? Let us see if he can give you a 10,000 yuan tip. Jialan was momentarily stunned by Chang Han's display, unsure of how to respond, and could only look pitifully at Yang An. The surrounding sales agents were equally astonished. Is it for real? That man just gave Shuiji a 10,000 yuan tip? That is outrageous. I've never encountered such a situation before, right? The commission for selling a single property is only a few thousand, and he hasn't even made a purchase yet. Is this guy a tycoon? Not necessarily. Perhaps ELL want to return it later? Exactly. Or it could be a deposit. You can't just refuse to return that. True. I also agree. There can't be that many tycoons, Yang An. Caught off guard by Chang Han's boldness, wore an expression of embarrassment. Chang Han grinned at Yang An. So, what do you say? You claim to be wealthy, yet I merely look at properties and have already given a 10,000 yuan tip. Would you dare to match that? Kid, don't try to inflate your image. Do you think I can't come up with 10,000? If you can, then show me. Talking is easy, but the key is to produce the money. Understand? Damn. Hand me 10,000. Yang An was fuming as he turned to his female companion. Enough. Don't let him get to you. Buying a house is more important than arguing with him. If he wants it, just give it to me. Can't you hear me talking? Reluctantly, his companion took out another 10,000 from her bag and handed it to Yang and thrust the 10,000 yuan into Jialan's hands, saying, here, take this. Jialan was, of course, ecstatic. Without having sold a property yet, she had already secured a 10,000 yuan tip. Theo think, selling a prime property only earns her 5,000. This moment alone equated to 2 properties worth. Wow, Jialan also received 10,000. Indeed, so enviable. This is all your fault. That client was clearly mine, yet Shuiji snatched him away. You can't blame me. It was Jialan who called that client a pauper. Besides, I didn't gain anything either. Damn, Jialan is too devious. She pocketed 10,000 and messed up our chances. All thanks to Jialan. Yang An, feeling triumphant, shot a glance at Chang Han. So, what now? You can't say anything now, can you? Chang Han coldly laughed and dug another 10,000 from his bag, handing it to Bai Shuiji. Here, another 10,000, still a tip. Bai Shuiji quickly protested. Sir, your tip is far too generous. Besides, we are not allowed to accept tips. Take it and be quiet. Why so many questions? Haven't you heard that the customer is king? Do you really want to upset the king? Bai Shuiji, taken aback by his words, found herself speechless. Wow. Shuiji received another 10,000. What a tycoon indeed. Selling a property earns only a few thousand, and in just this short time, Shuiji has made the equivalent of 4 properties worth. How astonishing. It's hard to believe. This tycoon is dressed so modestly. I regret not having this tycoon as my client. Same here. I was right behind you. Chang Han mockingly addressed Yang An. So, what do you say? I've just given another 10,000, totaling 20,000 in tips. Care to join me? Yang An's face turned sour at that moment. Having just given away 1,000, he was already feeling the pinch. To give away another would be madness. Yang An's female companion quickly interjected, stop it. Don't argue with him. He is just a lunatic. Why engage? Changan chuckled. Exactly. I am a lunatic. He then produced another 10,000. Handing it to Bai Shuiji. Take this. This is also for you. A tip? The three of us looking at properties deserve a total of 30,000 in tips. Wow. I'm about to faint. Is this for real? Shuiji just received 30,000 as a tip. That is equivalent to 6 prime properties. What kind of wealthy client is this? Shuiji must be having the luck of a lifetime today. Indeed, I am utterly envious. 30,000 yuan. Last month, I earned merely 15,000 from the sale of 3 properties. Yet, some individuals casually receive 30,000 as a tip. That amounts to my salary for 2 months. I truly feel unfortunate. How could such an excellent client be handed over to Shuiji? I feel the same. Changan turned to Changan and inquired, what is wrong? Why are you silent? If you lack funds, just admit it. If you're broke, why pretend to be affluent? Look at me, dressed so modestly despite my wealth. Do I act pretentious? Ha ha ha. Fan Chenghua and Qi Lu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Qi Lu, in particular, who harbored a deep disdain for Changan's pretentiousness, felt that only Changan could keep him in check. Changan was seething with rage. Yet, he dared not tip as generously as Changan. For his own funds were not abundant. Changan's female companion interjected, enough. Let us leave. Don't waste time on such people. With that, she approached Jialan and demanded, hand over the 10,000 yuan. Jialan, startled, protested. But that was my tip. How can you ask for it back? The woman retorted. What are you talking about? Who said it was your tip? He merely said, you can keep it, but didn't he say it was for you? Hurry up. You're not trying to rob me, are you? Jialan, feeling helpless, reluctantly returned the 10,000 yuan. Alas, poor Sister Lan, that amount has been taken back. This is precisely why when a fake tycoon encounters a genuine one, they are quickly exposed. Sister Lan pretended to be a sage in our presence, yet here she is, dismissing a luminous pearl as a mere stone. She deserves this. Hee hee. The woman dragged Changan away. Changan snorted disdainfully and cast a pitying glance at the disheartened Jialan before turning to Bai Shuiji, asking, do you have any properties larger than 128 square meters? There's one at 138. Anything bigger? We have one at 158. Is there nothing above 180? There's one at 198 square meters. With 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. All right, that's the one. I'll take 2. What, sir? You wish to purchase 2? Indeed. I have 2 brothers. It's only sensible to buy 2. How can one family fit into a single house? Wow, really? Purchasing 2 luxurious residences at once. That totals 400 square meters. Let me calculate that as 5 million in total. The commission would be 25,000. My heavens. Shuiji has just earned another 25,000. Shuiji is striking it rich. Chapter 19. Where wealth abounds, sycophants gather. My goodness. How could I possibly miss out on such a wealthy client? I must have taken a wrong turn when I left home today. Perhaps I should return and pay my respects. Jialan, of course, wore a face full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. She never expected that such seemingly ordinary individuals arriving in a truck could be true tycoons. And that she had let the opportunity slip through her fingers. Where could she go to voice her grievances? Fan Chenghua was equally taken aback and quickly exclaimed, Old Han, that house is far too large. 198 square meters is more than I could ever need. Qi Lu hastily added, Old Han, I can't use that much space either. Something smaller would suffice. I think 100 square meters would be just right. Changan replied, I'm buying it for you, so you can keep it. I believe 198 square meters is perfect. You must think ahead, not just about the present. If your parents come to visit, wouldn't it be nice to have space for them? And when you marry and have children, there will be plenty of room for your in-laws and relatives to come and see the baby. Now, enough chatter. Who is taking us? Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up to find it was Luan Ani from Daxing Securities calling. I want to accompany you to view the property. I have a matter to attend to. ILL, just make a phone call. Sales assistant, please show these 2 around the properties. Of course, sir. We'll head over there right away. There's a quiet area for phone calls. Bai Shuiji was exceedingly respectful. As such wealthy clients were a rarity. Changan nodded and made his way to the resting area. Wan. How are things coming along with my inquiries? Changge, I've nearly completed the arrangements for you. Soon, I'll send you a website link for Cheetah Securities. You can download their app, and once installed, you'll be able to trade foreign stocks. However, although our company holds shares in Cheetah Securities, they operate independently, and new clients typically aren't offered leverage. Xiaochang suddenly interjected, Boss, offer him some incentives to secure a tenfold leverage. Changhan, no longer a novice, understood the implications of leverage. He replied, Xiao Luan, please help me negotiate for that. Here's the deal. If you can manage to secure me tenfold leverage, I'll privately give you a 2% commission on the profits from that leverage. What do you say? I can't make that decision. Then discuss it with your superior. After all, it's just 2%. How you divide it among yourselves is your concern. All right then, I'll consult with my boss and call you back. Changhan hung up the phone. By the way, Xiao Chang, can you handle the registration process? Absolutely, boss, good. Then you take care of that, sir. Here's the Blue Mountain coffee I poured for you. A female sales assistant kindly placed a cup of coffee beside Changan. Just set it on the table. Certainly. Changan settled into a nearby chair and began sipping his coffee. Sir, here is a platter of fresh fruit I've prepared for you. Another sales assistant brought over a plate of fruit, stating, it's freshly cut. Absolutely fresh. Just set it down, sir. I've also brought you some pastries. Yet another sales assistant presented a selection of pastries. Sir, do you smoke? I have a box of cigarettes for you. Would you like a Huazi? Aren't you prohibited from smoking here? Smoking is only restricted based on who it is. For a tycoon like you, having a puff is perfectly acceptable. I can light it for you. Sir, you must be exhausted from viewing properties for so long. Allow me to give you a massage. Changan felt utterly speechless. It seemed the adage that wealth brings privilege was indeed true. Previously, these sales assistants had looked down on him, yet upon realizing his affluence, they transformed into sycophants, and it was quite absurd. Fine. Their attitude is commendable. 1,000 yuan tip for each of you. Thank you. Sir. Thank you, sir. The sales assistants beamed with joy. It must be said that encountering such a wealthy client was a first for them, prompting them to pull out all the stops to flatter Changan, which he found quite gratifying. Jialan, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of envy, as all the salesgirls in the lobby rushed to curry favor with Changan, and she wished to join them. After much deliberation, she finally approached with a beaming smile. What are you doing here? Changhan's expression shifted upon seeing Jia La and, why apologies, sir. I lacked decorum earlier, and I wish to admit my mistake. No need. What do you take me for? You can hurl insults if you wish, or acknowledge your mistake if you prefer. Sir, I truly was in the wrong. I beg you to forgive me just this once. I have not bothered you, which is already generous of me. From now on, keep your eyes peeled. If you can't differentiate between the wealthy and the poor, you have no business being a sales assistant. Go on, you're making me uncomfortable. Though Jialan was furious at Changhan's harsh words, she realized that such a wealthy client might wield significant influence behind the scenes, far beyond what a mere sales assistant could contend with. Ultimately, she could only retreat in dismay. A man emerged from the office area and, upon seeing Jialan alone in the reception area, displayed a look of displeasure. Jialan, where's everyone? Why are you the only one here? Manager's son. They are all attending to clients. What clients? There's only one client in the resting area. One client, and so many of you are attending. Manager's son. That client is extremely wealthy. He just ordered 2 properties of 198 square meters. Really? Of course, moreover, he just tipped 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. A tip. Is that for real? Absolutely. It was genuine cash, a true tycoon client. Then why didn't you go over? I noticed there was no one at the reception, so I thought it best to stay here and tend to the guests. One guest warrants so many attendants? What's wrong with you, manager's son? That client is exceedingly affluent. He just booked 2 198 square meter properties. Is that so? Indeed. And he just gave a 10,000 yuan tip. 10,000. A tip. Is that true? Absolutely. It was real cash, a bona fide tycoon client. Why didn't you go over? I thought there was no one at the reception, so I stayed here to manage things. All right, well done. No wonder you're our sales champion. Keep up the good work. Manager son, please don't forget to include me in the total sales commission. I won't forget. You can rest assured. Manager son soon joined Changhan in the resting area and exchanged polite remarks. Although 2 198 square meter properties had been ordered, he was still the manager of Wanhua Plaza, and there were clients of that caliber. After some time, Fan Chenghua, Qi Lu, and the sales assistant by Shueji returned together. How did it go? Fatty? Were you satisfied with the properties? Chapter 20. The world of tycoons. Absolutely. I am exceedingly satisfied. The 198 square meters is rather spacious. It can accommodate quite a number of people. What about Lu? Are you satisfied? Of course, I am. However, the renovation? I fear it might cost quite a fortune. Lu, you lack ambition, my friend. You already have a house and yet you worry about affording the renovation? I can manage to cover half of it now, and in a few years, I will have it all sorted out. How can I compare to you? Your income from driving surpasses mine, as a gig worker. How much can I earn? Renovation costs are trivial. Why save when I can take care of it? By the way, Miss Consultant, do you have a renovation team? We have an in-house renovation company. The design quality is acceptable. I presume. All designs are done on computers, and you can preview the design plans beforehand. Excellent. Then let us bundle it all together. The cost is irrelevant. I must ensure my 2 brothers are satisfied. Rest assured, sir. We will certainly make sure both of your brothers are pleased. Bai Shueji is also exceedingly delighted, as the commission from renovations is quite substantial. Now, it's perfect. 3 years without opening, and we feast for 3 years when we do. Lao Han, this might not be appropriate. Perhaps we should handle the renovations ourselves. Indeed, saving for a few years would suffice. We should manage it ourselves, and no need to be polite. We all family here. As long as you're satisfied, money is no object. The surrounding female sales staff, upon hearing this, wore expressions of envy and resentment. Such friends, who are not short on funds and willing to spend for their brothers, are indeed rare in life. Naturally, many were also wide-eyed with anticipation, dreaming of landing such a wealthy boyfriend, ensuring a worry-free existence for the rest of their lives. Fan Chenghua was undoubtedly thrilled, exclaiming, "Lao Han, let us go. I'll treat you to dinner shortly," Chi Lu interjected. "I'll treat. I may not afford a house, but I can certainly cover the meal. Enough of that. You two are only thinking of yourselves? UVE made your purchases, and I still haven't bought anything." Fan Chenghua and Chi Lu were momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously revealed wry smiles. By the way, do you have any larger houses available? Upon hearing that a wealthy individual was also in the market for a house, Bai Shuiji was instantly excited. "We have a 358 square meter penthouse with direct elevator access. 358 square meters, too small. Do you have anything larger? We also have villas." Hearing the word villa, Changhan's eyes lit up. "What is the largest one?" "The largest has a total construction area of 1,300 square meters, with an additional 600 square meters of green space. How much does it cost?" "The shell price is 19,800. Is there a furnished option?" "We have a show flat available." "How much is the show flat?" "The show flat is 1,200 square meters, with 500 square meters of green space included, and the furnished price is 29,800. "How is the renovation?" "We have engaged the best interior designers in the country. The design fee alone is 1 million. Let us go take a look." "Certainly, sir. This way, please." Upon seeing several people leave, the female sales staff wore expressions of envy and resentment. Shuiji had now sold a top-tier luxury villa, raking in a commission of several hundred thousand. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. "No, if Shuiji returns, I must treat today." "Agreed. I concur, however. We've done well too. Each of us has earned 1,000 yuan in tips, which is equivalent to selling 2 houses. Isn't it?" Speaking of tips, the women brightened up again. "Haha, today, the one who fared the worst is Lan Jia, who ended up with nothing. It's all her fault for not recognizing the gem before her. Indeed, she boasts about being the best judge of character, yet couldn't see such a wealthy individual right in front of her. Haha, hence, selling houses is all about luck. Just look at Shuiji. Returning from the restroom, she managed to land a wealthy client, equivalent to what we earn in 2 years. Frankly, that's pure luck, don't forget. She also has renovation commissions. Yes, renovation commissions are even higher than sales commissions. If one personally oversees it, the profits are even greater. Alas, it's a pity that such a remarkable wealthy individual isn't my type. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to work as a saleswoman for the rest of my life. Indeed, if my boyfriend were even half of his caliber, no, even a quarter of a quarter of a quarter, I would be satisfied. I must add the wealthy man on WeChat. After all, happiness is something one must strive to obtain. I want to add him too. I'll add him as well. Don't you already have a boyfriend? Why are you adding him? A boyfriend can be replaced, but encountering a wealthy individual is a rare opportunity. Changhan and his companions arrived at the villa district in a 4-wheeled electric vehicle from the sales office. Although the villa district is part of the Wanhua Square development, it is a gated community with an enviable environment. Upon entering the gates, the green space spans a full 500 square meters, a size that is truly astonishing. Wow, this is excessive. The courtyard alone is larger than my house. Is this even meant for habitation? Fan Chenghua and Chi Lu were, of course, left speechless. Bai Shuiji laughed and said, "Gentlemen, this is our main building. It consists of 2 floors below and 4 above, totaling 6 floors, all with direct elevator access." The group entered the villa in astonishment. Such a vast gym, such a large swimming pool. So many rooms, I'm starting to feel lost. Wow, there's even an indoor basketball court. This is beyond extravagant. The group explored every nook and cranny of the villa, utterly astounded by its opulent and almost surreal luxury. They truly grasped what it meant to step into the realm of the ultra-wealthy. Previously, Changhan had no unified concept of luxury homes. He merely thought they were larger houses. However, after witnessing such grandeur, he felt as though he had entered a new world, an exclusive domain reserved for the affluent. After viewing the property, Changhan was undoubtedly pleased, albeit acknowledging that living alone in such a vast space might be somewhat excessive. However, having seen such splendid residences, he could hardly bear to consider the more modest options, and thus he made the decision to purchase. Manager Sun was taken aback upon hearing that a top-tier super villa had been sold. When he saw Changhan again, his face seemed to blossom with joy. Moreover, since Changhan was paying in full, it only heightened his excitement. Ultimately, Manager Sun agreed to a 94% discount off the original 95%. Yet even so, the total price approached 40 million. Changhan initially believed that with 50 million in cash, he would have ample funds for quite some time. But upon actually spending it, he found it dissipated far too quickly. It appears he needs to earn even more money. Chapter 21. Ji Chu Chu arrives at Changhan's hometown. Although Changhan had already purchased the house, being a show flat, it still required some tidying before he could move in. so there was no rush. During the paperwork, the sales staff eagerly added Changan on WeChat, as encountering someone willing to spend 40 million on a house is a rare event. It was imperative to connect with him, hoping for future opportunities. However, Changan did not add these salespeople. Instead, he had Fan Qinghua and Shi Lu add them. After all, his two good friends were still single, and with so many beautiful women around, it would be a shame to miss out on such a rare opportunity. As for Changan himself, having just been hurt by Ji Chu Chu, he had yet to recover and was in no hurry to start a new relationship. While Changan was purchasing the house, Ji Chu Chu was already in Wu Jiu's car. Arriving at Changhan's rural hometown, the car stopped not far from Changhan's home, and Ji Chu Chu got out, carrying a large fruit basket as she entered the courtyard. "Oh, Chu Chu is here." Su Huilan, who was in the yard feeding chickens, immediately spotted Ji Chu Chu entering and gleefully called out, "Old man, come quickly, see who has arrived." Hearing his wife's voice, Chang Yong walked out of the house, beaming with a smile. "Chu Chu is here. Uncle and Auntie, hello? It's been a long time. It has indeed been a long time. Here, this is a fruit basket I bought for you from the provincial capital. No need for gifts. We are family. Come in." The couple hurriedly welcomed Ji Chu Chu into the house. Once inside, Su Huilan quickly wiped the edge of the bed, saying, "Chu Chu, please sit." After Ji Chu Chu sat down, she urged, "Uncle and Auntie, please sit as well. We're family. It's fine. You sit. Chu Chu, it's been a while. You seem to have lost weight. Alas, recently." Ji Chu Chu paused, her eyes turning red, and tears began to fall. "What is wrong, Chu Chu? Did that brat DeLong bully you? If that is the case, tell Auntie, and I'll call him and give him a piece of my mind." Ji Chu Chu shook her head, wiped her tears, and said sadly, "Auntie, don't scold him. If only scolding him would wake him up, it would be simple. What happened to you, Chu Chu? Why did you break up?" "Alas, isn't it because Changhan is not ambitious? I've been with him for so many years, always hoping to save money to buy a house and get married. But he never thinks about marriage, spending money frivolously without considering the future." "That can't be. Didn't DeLong say he saved all the money for you?" "He only said that to avoid upsetting you. He spends his days with those dubious friends, either indulging in food or drink. He borrows money from anyone who asks, living extravagantly without regard for appearances. His own salary barely suffices, yet he expects to spend my money as well. How could he possibly save anything? This scoundrel. He dares to deceive me. Old man, quickly call him. I want to give him a piece of my mind." Chang Yong is understandably furious and hastily picks up the phone. Ji Chu Chu, startled by the scene, hurriedly interjects, No, don't call him. If you do, he'll know I'm here and will get angry at me again. He has the audacity to be angry. This rascal has committed such an outrageous act. How can we not call him to scold him? Auntie, don't you understand? Scolding him is futile. If it were effective, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Chu Chu, for the sake of Auntie, can you please refrain from breaking up with Dalong? You've been together for so many years. Why end it now? Uncle and Auntie, to be honest, we have long regarded you as our daughter-in-law. Auntie, it's not that I want to break up. It's because he lacks ambition and refuses to save money for a house and marriage that we have to part ways. If he were willing to buy a house, how could I ever think of breaking up with him? But now he has struck it rich. He has money and can buy a house. Can't you get married then? Winning the lottery won't change his reckless spending habits. No matter how much money he has, he will squander it sooner or later. Unless what? Unless I buy the house and decorate it, then he won't have the chance to waste money. That is a good idea. Once the house is purchased, he won't be able to spend recklessly. Wouldn't you agree, old man? You're right. Buying a house is the utmost priority. Uncle and Auntie, as long as I can buy a house, I can marry Changhan. Then we can have a child. He will surely change his current ways, don't you think? Absolutely. By the way, how much do we need for the house? I want to buy a place over 150 square meters. A decent property in the provincial capital will cost around 1,800,000 to 900,000, right? So expensive? It's not too pricey, Uncle and Auntie. Think about it. After we get married, we will need to give you a grandson. Once we have a grandson, we'll need a school district house, right? We can't just buy any cheap house that isn't in a good school district. What will we do when your grandson goes to school? Plus, the house can't be too small. If it's too small, when you two come to the provincial capital to visit your grandson, there won't be enough space for you to stay. Upon hearing Ji Chu Chu's incessant talk of grandchildren, Chang Yong and Su Huilan felt that the previously expensive house suddenly seemed quite reasonable. You're right. If we're going to buy, we must buy a good one. However, the house will cost around 2 million. What about the renovations? The renovations are not a problem. I've saved some money over the years. That should cover the renovations. The key is still to buy the house. You're right. Besides, we've saved over 100,000 these years. Why don't we have your uncle transfer some money to you to help with the renovations? Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. We're all family. No need for thanks. By the way, Uncle and Auntie, we can't let Changhan know about this just yet. If he finds out, his stubbornness will flare up, and he'll create a scene. How about this? I'll buy the house and get it decorated first. Then, even if he doesn't want to marry, he wants to have a choice. He is currently too playful. His character is utterly unruly. We must leave him no way out. Su Huilan nodded in agreement. You're right. It seems this matter truly cannot be revealed to him. All right, then let your uncle accompany you to withdraw the money. You go buy the house first and we'll tell him later. Hearing this, Ji Chuchu was naturally overjoyed but had to conceal her excitement. Her eyes reddening as she shed tears, pitifully saying, Uncle and Auntie, you are so good to me. You are just like my own parents. Without your support, I truly don't know. I don't know how I could continue. Wailing softly, she began to cry again. Chapter 22 Ji Chuchu schemes for money. Don't cry. Don't cry, child, don't cry. We are here for you. Ji Chuchu feigned crying for a while longer. Under Su Huilan's urging, Changyong took the passbook and left the house. The two got into Wu Jio's car. Ji Chuchu hurriedly said, Uncle, this is my cousin. Cousin, greet uncle. Hello, uncle. Hello, hello. Cousin, let us head to the county branch to transfer the money. Wu Jio drove towards the county. Changhan had just returned home after buying a house and dining with Fan Chengwo when the phone rang. Xiaowan, how did it go? It's done. Brother Chang, the tenfold leverage has been arranged. However, the leverage is provided by our Daxing company, and the maximum is only 20%. Once it hits 20%, the company has the right to liquidate your position. Does that sound good? Xiao Chang said, that is acceptable, boss. Agree to it. No problem. When can I trade? You can start today. Thank you. You're welcome. Changhan hung up the phone, feeling somewhat fatigued, and decided to take a short rest. Boss, the biochemical man has landed on Earth. Should we have him come over now? Only then did Changhan remember this matter. Have him come over. All right, boss. Ji Chuchu and Wu Jio brought Changyong to the county branch, filled out the paperwork, and transferred 2 million from the account along with Ji Chuchu's savings of over 100,000 into her account. Upon receiving the notification of the deposit, Ji Chuchu was naturally overjoyed. Wu Jio was equally thrilled, never expecting things to go so smoothly. Changyong also breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that his son's marriage might soon be on the horizon. The three walked out of the branch. Ji Chuchu said, Uncle, we're in a hurry to get back to the provincial capital. You can take a car back by yourself. Changyong couldn't say anything else and nodded. All right. Drive carefully. Don't forget to bring something good back for your parents. Understood. Let us go. The two got into the car and drove off. Changyong had no choice but to head towards the bus station, uncertain if he would still find a ride back to the village at this hour. Well, Chuchu, you're impressive. You really caught that old man off guard out of course. You should see who I am. Haha. Now that we've taken away this 2 million, let us see how Changhan can continue to put on airs at the next class reunion. I'll make him leave crawling, that poor wretch. There's no need to pay him any mind from now on. Now that he has struck it rich, he only knows to hoard everything for himself. There's no one more shameless than him. Choo-choo, now that you have this 2 million, shouldn't I get my share? What do you mean by that? Ji Chuchu was about to retort but remembered she was currently dating him, so she smiled. This money is meant for buying a house for my brother. I can't give it to you. What does your brother's house purchase have to do with you? I'm his sister. How can it not be related? My brother's girlfriend said that if they want to get married, they must have a house in a school district. Otherwise, there will be no marriage. You truly are a devoted sister. This proves I value family. By the way, Gio, when will you tell your parents about us? Why rush to discuss these matters? Why not? I've given you everything now. You can't forget how you promised me back then. I won't forget. Don't worry, but I must have a treat tonight. Okay. Look at you, being so mischievous, but I'm in a good mood today. You can make me do anything. On Saturday afternoon, after finishing school, Chang Xiaoyun returned home. Mom, I'm back. Yun, you're back? Upon entering the room, Chang Xiaoyun noticed a large fruit basket on the table and curiously asked, Mom, who bought this fruit basket? Oh, your sister Choo-Choo bought it. Ji Choo-Choo. Yes, what did she come here for? To see your parents. What else could it be? But didn't you say they broke up with my brother? Who said they broke up? Wasn't he at you? They're just pretending to break up. They're doing just fine now. Pretending to break up isn't allowed, right? Did you hear it from my brother? No, it was your sister Choo-Choo who said it. Can we trust what she says? Didn't you ask my brother? Your brother is even less reliable. That girl Choo-Choo has been bullied by your brother countless times. You have no idea how much grievance she has endured. That is impossible. My brother is that kind of person. My brother treats Ji Choo-Choo well. Even if she can bully my brother, he wouldn't bully her. You child, what do you know? I don't know. But I know my brother, in any case, he is not the type to bully Ji Choo-Choo. Don't listen to her nonsense. I think you're the one talking nonsense. If Choo-Choo enters our family, she'll be your sister-in-law. So watch your words. If outsiders hear you, they might think our family has no rules. What kind of talk is that? Haven't they already broken up? Why are we suddenly talking about a sister-in-law? I've already said they're pretending to break up. How can you still say they've split? Besides, they'll be getting married soon. She'll be your sister-in-law from now on and my brother is getting married. With Ji Choo-Choo? Of course. Is that what my brother said? Your sister-in-law said that. What does her word count for? Have you not called my brother to inquire? No need to rush. Ask in a couple of days. That won't do. Such a significant matter as marriage should certainly be discussed. Please, do not create chaos. This is none of your concern. How can it not be my concern? I am about to have another sister-in-law. How can that not relate to me? Absolutely not. I must call my brother. Please, refrain from causing trouble. What trouble have I caused? I merely inquire, and I am not saying anything else. Enough, enough. Let me be honest with you. Our family has already spent money to purchase a house for them in the provincial capital. They are about to get married at a house in the provincial capital. Isn't real estate there exceedingly expensive? Where does our family find such funds? Your brother won the lottery. He won 4 million, giving 2 million to the family. The money for the house comes from this. Why brother won the lottery? When did this happen? Just these past few days. But my brother is in the provincial capital. Why would he need our father to buy the house? Your brother does not want to buy a house or get married. Thus, he asked your sister-in-law to handle the purchase, so when the house is bought, he will have no choice but to marry. The house was bought by my sister-in-law. Are you saying this money was given to Ji Choo? Indeed. Why did you not ask my brother? What would be the point of asking him? He is never serious and has no urgency about marriage. Would inquiring with him facilitate the house purchase? Chapter 23. Too much deceit. My brother is not serious. Mother, are you referring to someone else's son? Do you not have any awareness of your own son's character? Su Huilan, hearing this, was at a loss for words. It was only at this moment that she realized indeed. When it comes to her own son, she should know better than anyone else, and it seems he is not as Ji Choo described. Mother, my brother is more serious than anyone else. Every month, he gives all his earnings to Ji Choo. The last time he visited me at school, he had only 500 yuan in his pocket and gave me 300. My brother is meticulous. I refuse to believe he is the sort of person who lacks seriousness. No, I must call my brother and ask. Su Huilan thought for a moment and said, Fine. But do not mention the house purchase. It would be good to inquire about their situation. A sudden ring of the phone awakened Changan, who had just closed his eyes. Hello, brother. It's Yun Yun. Yun Yun. What is the matter? Out of money? What money? What are you talking about? Jumping straight to finances. No, I am a bit muddled from sleep. What is going on? I wanted to ask, why did you and Ji Choo break up? What do such adult matters have to do with you, a child? Why are you inquiring about her? It's not that I want to pry. Ji Choo came to our house this afternoon, crying and complaining about you, so of course we must be concerned. What? Changan immediately became alert and sat up quickly. Ji Choo came to our house this afternoon? What did she come for? What for? To speak ill of you. She said you neglect the family, do not save money, and do not think of marrying her. She actually said that. Of course, this wretched. How could this woman be so shameless? That is why I want to ask you. What was the real reason for your breakup? We cannot let her spread rumors unchecked. Let me tell you, Yun Yun, I have never wronged her in any way. It is she who has wronged me. Enough. Your brother is not afraid of embarrassment. She has found another man outside and has discarded me. Furthermore, she has taken all the money I saved over the years that I entrusted to her. I am now like a turtle with no recourse for justice. What? How could she be so excessive? Indeed, there is no woman in the world more outrageous than her. She still dares to turn the tables and defame me. Then it's over. Just now, our father has already gone to the county town with her, claiming to use the 2 million you provided to buy her a house. What? She actually deceived our family. Scoundrel, that BT. Changan was so furious that he nearly overturned the table. Brother, should we call our father and ask? He has his phone with him. No need. No need. Let her deceive. Just do not let our father and mother get agitated. 2 million is a small amount. It is not worth getting upset over such petty money. You see, didn't I tell you, brother? You are not the person Ji Choo claims you are, that wicked woman. You, do not nag. You must remember, do not tell our parents that they have been deceived. Just say that I will return tomorrow. If there is anything, we will discuss it when I return. Very well. Then we shall wait for your return tomorrow. I will return tomorrow. Do not worry. After hanging up, Changan pondered for a moment and then dialed his father's number. Hello, father. Where are you? I am at your third aunt's house. Do not lie to me. Did you go to the county town to get money for Ji Choo? How do you know? How would I not know? Did you give her the money? Yes, DeLong. Do not blame your father for lecturing you. You are no longer young and should settle down. This time, Choo bought a house. You should earnestly prepare for marriage. Do not let your parents worry. Fine. I understand. I will return tomorrow to discuss the marriage with you. Do not be agitated. I will listen to you. By the way, did Ji Choo go home by herself? Or with someone else? With her cousin? He drove me to the county town to get the money. I is her cousin not short, rather unattractive, and thinning hair? Yes, that is him. Wu Jio, scoundrel. Changan was so furious he gritted his teeth. Father, after they got the money, did they not bring you back home? No. They said they were busy, had matters to attend and I thought I could return myself. However, now there are no cars available. I will spend the night at your third aunt's house. Scoundrel! Changan was so furious he nearly exploded but ultimately suppressed his anger and said, Fine, father. I will return tomorrow. Let us discuss everything when I get back. After hanging up the phone, Changan was fuming. Damn it, this is too much. He angrily dialed Ji Chuchu's number. Hello? Who is this, Ji Chuchu? How could you deceive my parents? You truly have no shame. Changan, how dare you say I lack shame? I see it is you who is shameless. The lottery you won should rightfully be half mine. I am merely reclaiming what is owed to me. What you are owed, that is my money. Your money, my foot. What money of yours? All of that is my money, all the years I spent with you. I left you 2 million. That is already quite generous. According to reason, the 2 million you have should also belong to me. You bastard, where are you? What does it matter where I am? Are you with Wu Jio? Yes, we are together and I am still in my nurse's uniform. How about that? Isn't it more romantic than when I was with you? Good, Ji Chuchu. I tell you, you may deceive me, that is whatever. But you have deceived my parents. This matter is far from over. Let me tell you, I will absolutely not let this slide. Just wait and see. I am afraid of you. If you have the ability, come at me. I can deceive you once, and I can deceive you a second and third time. Remember, with me, you are nothing but a fool. The call ended with a series of busy signals. Scoundrel. Changan was so furious that he smashed his 24K gold phone into pieces. Breathing heavily, after a while, he said, Xiao Chong, do you have a way to hack Ji Chuchu's phone and get that 2 million back for me? I can, boss. However, if the other party reports it, it will be easy to trace the flow of funds. Although I can erase the transaction information, it is likely to attract the attention of relevant departments. If the boss wants to avoid detection, he needs to establish a new account and transfer the funds several times. Too troublesome. What if we transfer it to someone else? If it is transferred abroad, the central bank's data center will not be able to trace it. Very well, transfer that money to me abroad. Understood, boss. No. Wait a minute. Chapter 24. Finally able to invest in foreign stocks. Changan was silent for a moment, his eyes darting as he said, Can you monitor her phone? Yes, boss, good. Then help me monitor her 24 hours a day. Let me know when she decides to use that money. Understood, boss. Ji Chuchu. This time, I will ensure you reap what you sow. That night, there was a knock at Changhan's door. Boss, the operative has arrived. Changan hurriedly opened the door, a bald man standing expressionless at the entrance. Hello, boss. I am operative number 1. Changan was taken aback, quickly glancing around. Come inside. Operative number 1 entered the room, standing straight at the side. Changan closed the door and scrutinized operative number 1. He appeared no different from an ordinary person. However, the only issue was his height. He barely seemed to reach 150 centimeters. Xiao Chong, what is going on? Why is he so short? To conserve energy, boss. If you wish to make him a bit taller, that is certainly possible. However, over time, this may result in an imbalance of energy expenditure, necessitating periodic recharging. As it stands, his current physique allows him to maintain stable energy without the need for recharging. Should the boss adjust his height? Never mind. Let him be on the shorter side. By the way, biochemical being number 1. Do you have a name? Yes, boss. Biochemical being number 1. Oh well, what a waste of a question. From now on, I shall call you Erqiang. Indeed, boss. You shall sleep on the sofa tonight. Xiaoqiang remarked. Erqiang does not require sleep. He can simply stand. Very well, by the way, Xiaoqiang. What time can we trade tonight? The market is about to open. Boss, how much capital have you allocated this time? Approximately 20 million Mi gold. With a 10-fold leverage, that amounts to 200 million Mi gold, correct? Yes, boss. Changan felt a sense of incredulity regarding the abundance of money. Yet, he recalled his phone, which seemed to have been broken during a previous mishap, necessitating the activation of a new device. Upon entering the Cheetah Securities app, the data began to flash rapidly, as if Erqiang was diligently organizing pre-opening data. Due to the swift data changes, Changan could not comprehend it and chose to set his phone aside, allowing Erqiang to operate independently. He tinkered with the computer for a while before heading to bed. The next morning, Changan awoke with a stretch, washed his face, and shook off the remnants of sleep. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, Xiaoqiang, how much did we earn last night? 150 million Mi gold. Boss, I meant to ask how much you personally profited. Not the leverage. 150 million Mi gold. Boss, that was the profit from last night. What? Are you saying you earned 150 million Mi gold in a single night? Pure profit. All of it belongs to me? Yes, boss. That is the pure profit after deducting all expenses. Wait a moment. How much is 150 million Mi gold in Huaxia currency? Today's exchange rate is 1 billion and 50 million. Boss, my heavens. So in just one night, I have amassed 1 billion and 50 million Huaxia currency? That is merely the pure profit. Including your principal, you now possess 1 billion 340 million Huaxia currency. Boss, upon hearing this, Changan nearly fainted. In just one night, he had transformed into a billionaire. How absurd is that? Xiaoqiang, how did you manage such a feat? How could you possibly earn so much in a single night? International stock trading employs a T0 transaction mechanism, with no restrictions on price fluctuations, allowing for frequent settlements within a day, which is ideal for capitalizing on market trends. Conversely, domestic trading operates on a T1 model. with price fluctuation limits, making it challenging to generate rapid profits, resulting in lower profit margins. Although Changan struggled to grasp the explanation, he dismissed it. Regardless, he was now aware of his newfound wealth. Haha, this is fantastic. Xiaoqiang, quickly help me withdraw 500 million. Understood, boss. The withdrawal is in process. Shortly thereafter, Changan's phone rang again. He picked it up and smiled. What is it, Xiaowan? Do you need something? Changa, you are simply remarkable. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. Haha, impressive, isn't it? This is just a small feat, Changa. Surely you have a team supporting you, right? Your operations are simply dazzling. Naturally. Who do you think I am? Changa, you are truly my idol. By the way, you just applied to withdraw 500 million. Correct? Yes. Please expedite the withdrawal. Certainly. I will arrange it for you immediately. Changa, you must look out for your little brother in the future. If you strike it rich, do not forget about me. Rest assured, if I profit, you shall receive your share. I will inevitably require your assistance in the future. Very well, Changa. Just tell me what you need me to do. I will comply with anything. Then hurry and process my withdrawal. Before long, a text message arrived. An astonishing 500 million Huaxia currency had been credited to Changan's account. Upon seeing this, he felt elated. Earning 1 billion in a day, 10 billion in 10 days, 300 billion in a month, in a year, that would be? The thought of such wealth filled Changan with pride. What a marvel! In just 1 year, I will be standing atop the world. At that moment, the phone rang again. Hello? Who is this? Greetings, I am Dong Yin, the vice president responsible for customer relations at Gongshang Bank. May I speak with Mr. Chong? Yes, Mr. Chong, your account has been evaluated by our bank as a 5-star premium account, thus making you one of our esteemed 5-star clients. May I inquire if you are in need of credit card services? No need. I already possess a bank card. Mr. Chong, our bank's top-tier black card is reserved exclusively for elite billionaires and social celebrities. It symbolizes one's status. Surely, you do not wish to forego this opportunity? Upon hearing the mention of status, Changan felt tempted. What is the limit on your highest-tier credit card? Our highest-tier 5-star black card has a limit of 10 million. 10 million is far too little. For someone of my wealth, that barely covers the cost of a vehicle, sir. If you desire a higher limit, we can custom tailor a 7-star card for you. The annual fee might be slightly higher. What does an annual fee matter? Do I look like someone who is short on cash? Is there an unlimited option available? I apologize, Mr. Chong. The highest limit we offer is 50 million. 50 million. Is that all? I'm sorry, Mr. Chong, but 50 million is already quite substantial. It is the highest standard in our entire province. Considering the province, there are hardly a few such cards. How could a tycoon like me be compared to others? Surely, you can arrange for me a card with a limit of 100 million? Chapter 25. The tycoon buying a car ignored this requires further inquiry. However, I cannot guarantee it. When will it be ready? Your card needs to be specially made, approximately a month. A month? What would I need it for then? You better expedite the process. I shall make a special trip for you. At most, 1 week. If convenient. Could you provide me with your contact address? Call me when it arrives, and I will come to the bank to collect it. Certainly, sir. Apologies for the disturbance, and I wish you a pleasant day. Changan hung up the phone. Initially intending to take out his phone to call for a ride home, he suddenly halted. Right? Perhaps it is time to purchase a vehicle. After all, relying on taxis is quite inconvenient. With this thought, Changan resolved to go car shopping and then drive home. Just as he was about to leave, Qiang, who had remained silent all night like a wooden figure, suddenly spoke up. Boss, are you heading out? Changan then recalled his presence. Yes, I need to ensure your safety. Would you prefer me to provide close protection or surveillance protection? Is there a difference? Close protection means I can respond to any unforeseen circumstances at any time. Surveillance protection offers greater privacy, but may struggle to address nearby threats. Xiaoqiang advised that the boss should opt for close protection as safety is paramount. Perhaps not. I prefer some distance rather than having someone too close. Just keep it at a reasonable distance. Understood, boss. After Qiang spoke, his attire suddenly transformed into a sleek black suit, complete with sunglasses. Despite his shorter stature, he appeared remarkably dashing. Goodness, you dress better than I do. I wonder who the boss really is. Qiang's clothing can be adjusted to any style. Would you like to modify it? Never mind, this will suffice. The two of them exited the house together. Changan hailed a taxi, setting the 4S dealership of Benz as their first destination. Although he could consider some sports cars, the issue lies in the fact that sports cars are not suited for rural roads. Thus, he naturally opted for vehicles with higher ground clearance. The Benz 4S dealership, as an international top-tier brand, sees many potential buyers come and go daily. However, today seemed relatively quiet, appearing somewhat desolate. Changan entered the 4S dealership, while Qiang remained at the entrance watchfully scanning the surroundings. Sir, may I assist you in finding a model you fancy? A female sales representative greeted him with a warm smile. None in particular. I intend to browse for now. Upon hearing this, the friendly smile faded from the saleswoman's face, as she realized he was merely a casual observer. Great. Another wasted effort. Feel free to look around. The saleswoman turned and walked away. Changan cast a glance at her, shaking his head in resignation. What a disappointment. Sigh. Another penniless individual, dressed in cheap attire. He certainly does not appear to be in the market for a vehicle. Car sales are indeed challenging this year. Out of 10 potential buyers, 9 are broke. There's nothing to be done. We sell Benz, after all. It's a renowned brand with a high price point. Many look but few buy. Haha, that is true. The key issue is the economic downturn. Perhaps things will improve next year. One can only hope. If only I had opted to sell domestic cars. While domestic cars offer higher commissions, their lower prices means selling one here equals selling 10 elsewhere. Although that may be true, the lower prices make them easier to sell, unlike us, who have many window shoppers but few buyers. Hello. How much is this vehicle? Changan inquired, pointing to a car nearby. A few sales representatives exchanged glances. Simultaneously shaking her head, a female sales representative responded loudly, I'm sorry, sir, that car has already been sold. Changan, feeling helpless, shook his head in return and pointed to another vehicle, inquiring, what about this one? That one has also been sold, she replied. And this one? He pressed. Also sold. Changan, not one to be easily fooled, began to lose his patience. Are you mocking me? All these cars are sold. What sort of 4S dealership is this? Sir, please speak more courteously. The cars you inquired about have already been reserved by others. This is beyond our control. Another saleswoman chimed in. Indeed. Who told you to keep selecting cars that have already been sold? If you inquired about the less expensive ones, you wouldn't have any issues. Several female sales representatives chuckled at the scene. To them, with the manager absent, it was evident that this troublesome pauper was to be dealt with collectively. Sir, this car is still available. A frantic saleswoman dashed over, nearly stumbling in her haste. The other saleswomen were momentarily taken aback. Changan watched as the saleswoman approached unsteadily, a frown crossing his face. What sort of service is this? Is this what you call the standard of a 4S dealership? The saleswoman smiled apologetically. I apologize, sir. They may not have seen clearly from a distance. I am Liang Hong, your car purchasing consultant. Please feel free to ask me anything you need. What is Liang Hong up to? Who knows? It seems absurd. Serving a pauper? Has Liang Hong become so bored that she wishes to try her luck? What they were entirely unaware of was that Liang Hong was feeling a bit excited at that moment. The ordinary-looking man before her was, in fact, a wealthy tycoon. She had witnessed his extravagant spending at the hair salon that day, leaving a profound impression on her. It was astonishing that such a tycoon was left unattended. Those fools will surely regret it. Liang Hong's face lit up with a radiant smile as she gently inquired. Sir, what type of vehicle are you interested in purchasing? I prefer something with a higher chassis. I need it for rural areas. For rural areas, the Benchy G series is undoubtedly the top choice. Which one? This model here. Please, take a look. They walked over to a large G model. What is Liang Hong doing? Why is she so enthusiastic? Yes, usually, she is more discerning than anyone else. What has gotten into her today? Perhaps she is just bored and trying to amuse the guy. In my opinion, Liang Hong is merely making a fuss out of boredom. Sir, look, the G series boasts a classic boxy design with robust lines. It is undoubtedly the ideal vehicle for a wealthy gentleman like yourself. Have you seen me before? We bumped into each other at the hair salon. Just as I said. By the way, does this car have any stock available? I need to pick it up urgently. There is stock, however. This particular vehicle lacks some fittings. We do have one fully equipped vehicle available, but the owner has yet to pick it up if you wish to buy it. I can inform the manager, but according to policy, there may be a price increase. Does that work for you? Chapter 26. Who do you look down upon? Absolutely no problem. Changan nodded in agreement. Please hold on. Liang Hong turned to leave but suddenly remembered something and whispered, by the way, sir, if our manager inquires later, please mention that you can accept an increase of 8%. However, he may not agree. So you might need to raise it to 10%. After all, we need to accommodate the customers who have reserved the vehicle. Changan smiled and nodded. Got it? You can go now. Then please wait a moment. Liang Hong smiled as she hurried towards the manager's office. What is Liang Hong doing? It seems she has headed to the manager's office. Why would she go there? Is that man planning to buy a car? Can he? Perhaps. But does one really need to visit the manager's office to buy a car? They were just looking at the large G. Could it be that he intends to purchase it? Buying a large G? No way. It's impossible. That fellow dresses worse than the doorman of my community. How could he possibly afford a large G? Manager Liu. A wealthy client has arrived outside, eager to buy a car. Liang Hong rushed into the manager's office. Wealthy? Where? Manager Liu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Outside. Then why didn't you go greet him? I have been attending to him. However, the wealthy client wants to buy a large G. But he insists on immediate stock. What about the one that is fully equipped? That vehicle has already been reserved by another customer. He is willing to pay extra. How much extra? 8%. 8%. Manager Liu hesitated for a moment and then asked, do you think he can increase that? Too much extra might scare the customer away, however. I believe a little more could work. 10% should seal the deal. 10%. Manager Lu pondered for a moment before finally agreeing. All right then, 10% it is. Let us go. The two exited the manager's office. Manager Lu approached Changan with a smile, extending his hand. Good day, sir. I am the customer manager of this 4S dealership. I understand you are interested in our Benchiji series, correct? Yes. I want it immediately, and I need to pick it up right away. Not an issue. Our service is always prompt. However, the top spec large G you mentioned has already been reserved by someone else. If you wish to acquire it, there will be a service fee as compensation for the original customer. Is that acceptable? No problem. Just let me get the car quickly. Very well. That vehicle, along with optional features, totals 2,780,000 with a 10% premium. Does that sound good? Absolutely. Let us finalize the purchase. Excellent. I will have Liang Hong assist you with the paperwork. By the way, manager, can you reserve sports cars here? Manager Lu's eyes brightened at this inquiry. Certainly. Do you have a specific model in mind? We can reserve most sports cars. I'm looking for something on the pricier side. What is the usual price? We can reserve a Rolls-Royce Wraith at 5,900,000. Too cheap? Do you have anything more expensive? A Lamborghini PL 700 retails for 980,000. Still cheap? Anything more extravagant? 980,000 is considered cheap. Sir, the most expensive car we can reserve here is a Koenigsegg, priced at 31 million. Beyond that, you would need to go to the capital or a metropolis to place an order. Only 31 million, fine. I'll settle for one. Also, I'll take the Rolls-Royce and Lamborghini you mentioned earlier. I need to park a few more cars in my garage. Everyone around them was left utterly dumbfounded. Is this for real? Not only is he ordering 4 cars, but 3 of them are sports cars. That totals nearly 50 million. Does that mean nearly 1 million in commission? Liang Hong, standing nearby, was nearly beside herself with excitement. 1 million in commission? That is enough to buy a house. Good heavens. This man actually just bought cars worth 50 million. This cannot be true. How could he possibly afford such expensive vehicles? Could this person be a tycoon? Impossible. He must be boasting. There is no way someone could buy 50 million in cars. The first saleswoman to attend to Changan, who was ultimately outshined by Liang Hong, could hardly accept this reality. Manager Lu was equally incredulous. 50 million in cars. The dozens of cars worth several 100,000 equate to over 100 vehicles. How is this even possible, sir? Are you absolutely certain you want to order this many cars? Do you think I'm joking with you? Not at all. It's just that since your vehicles will need to be ordered from abroad, the deposit percentage might be a bit higher, requiring approximately 20%. Deposit? What a joke. I never pay deposits. Did you hear that? This man won't even pay a deposit? He is clearly a fraud. Almost fell for his trick. Just look at how he is dressed. He is clearly here to flaunt his wealth. Manager Lu's expression suddenly turned awkward as he said, I apologize, sir, but if you do not pay a deposit, our company cannot assist you in reserving the vehicle. Deposit? I'll pay in full. Do I look like someone who is short a few million? Why would I pay a deposit? Ridiculous. What? Everyone present was left speechless. Full payment for a vehicle reservation. Is this for real? No way. He wants to pay in full. Impossible. He must be lying. How could anyone pay in full for a car worth millions? Manager Lu was equally shocked. He never anticipated that the other party would want to pay in full. Is this real? What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and swipe your card. I don't have time to waste standing around. All right, sir. I'll prepare it right away. Manager Lu hastily instructed Liang Hong to prepare for the payment, though he could not shake a slight sense of unease. 50 million. Until the funds were received. Who could dare to believe it? Liang Hong took the POS machine, her hands trembling as she calculated the price. No need to calculate. 5,500,000. I want the finest options. Refund the excess and do not dare to present me with anything subpar. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Certainly. After Changan swiped his card and entered the password, the notification rang out. Payment of 55 million has been successfully processed. Upon hearing the successful payment notification, an eerie silence enveloped the entire car sales hall. Manager Lu was, of course, ecstatic. Having sold so many vehicles at once, the thought of the commissions made his head spin, feeling almost as if he were dreaming. Chapter 27. Changhan's hometown, Pingshango. Even more exhilarated was Liang Hong, who thought of her commission exceeding 1 million, nearly fainting from happiness. The other salespeople were left dumbfounded. A wealthy client like this, a commission of over 1 million. The opportunity had just flown past them, leaving them in a state of regret. What are you all still doing? Hurry up and process my vehicle delivery. I need to leave urgently. And fill up the tank. Yes, sir. Please take a moment in the lounge while we expedite your vehicle preparation. Manager Lu instructed, and the staff sprang into action. Sir, would you like some coffee? Sir, here are some refreshments and fruit. Would you like to smoke? The group of female sales staff quickly surrounded Changhan, beaming with smiles. Their previously haughty expressions now completely vanished. Changhan ignored them. Where were you all earlier? Now you come to pander. It's no wonder you couldn't earn money from a client like me. Manager Lu summoned several agents by phone, who promptly assisted Changhan in completing the handover procedures for the vehicle. Mr. Chang, Here are your car keys, and the tank is full. Changan nodded, saying, by the way, Liang Hong's commission must not be shortchanged. Is that understood? Understood, understood. Rest assured, Mr. Chang. Thank goodness Liang Hong was here today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have purchased a vehicle from your establishment at all. Just look at the attitude of your salespeople. Each one had a more sour expression than the last. Manager Liu, you need to hold a proper meeting with them, rest assured. I will certainly reprimand them thoroughly. Please take care. Please drive safely. Manager Liu escorted Changan to the door, and only after watching him leave in his vehicle did he turn back. The smile on his face gone, replaced by a grimace. What is going on here? When a major client arrives, why was he not properly attended to? The group of female sales staff lowered their heads, none daring to speak. They were all regretting their missed opportunity to earn a commission of over $1 million. Damn it. A bunch of useless fools, just living off the fat of the land. Liang Hong, Manager Liu. Liang Hong approached with a smile. Manager Liu's tone softened as he said, thanks to you, Liang Hong. Rest assured, your commission will not be shortchanged by the company. Thank you, Manager. Thank you, by the way. Manager, I have a suggestion I would like to discuss with you. What suggestion? I believe that Mr. Chang, being such a wealthy client, is unlikely to be short on cash. Perhaps we could reach out to the headquarters in the capital to connect with the manufacturers of top-tier luxury cars. If we can secure better luxury vehicles, Mr. Chang would surely be interested. Selling just one sports car worth $50 million is equivalent to selling hundreds of ordinary vehicles. He might even afford a car worth $100 million. Manager Liu's eyes lit up. Yes, 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 you're absolutely right. Well said, Liang Hong. Starting today, you will be the store manager, and in addition to your regular commission, you will also receive the manager's share. From now on, you will be the one to liaise with Mr. Chang. You must work diligently. Understood, manager. I will certainly strive to deliver better results in return for your guidance. The surrounding female sales staff looked on with envy and resentment. The former female manager's expression darkened significantly. However, it must be said that from now on, all the salespeople in the store would have to look to Liang Hong for approval. As Changhan drove the luxury vehicle, his mood was far from relaxed. He felt rather cautious. Although he knew how to drive, he had only learned previously and had not driven in a long time, which left him feeling somewhat intimidated on the road. Boss, Chang can drive. Xiao Chang suddenly interjected. Really? Well then, let Chang take the wheel, and I'll practice when I have time. Changhan pulled over to the roadside and switched with Chang. Seeing the car finally moving smoothly brought him a sense of relief. Before exiting the provincial city, Changhan stopped at a roadside convenience store to buy a considerable amount of cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks. Once on the highway, they sped away. At the village entrance of Pingshangu stood a large tree, where a group of elderly men sat year-round, smoking homemade cigarettes and engaging in conversation. The old men discussed everything. Naturally, the most common topics were local gossip, who had achieved success, who had gotten divorced, who was struggling to find a partner, and who was involved in scandalous affairs. A bus halted at the village entrance. And Changhan's father, Chang Yong, alighted and walked towards the village. Oh, Dogsy. What brings you back at this hour? One old man chuckled. Oh, I went to the city yesterday to take care of some matters and missed the return bus. What matters? Another old man interrupted. Why do you want to know everything? What's wrong with asking? By the way, when is DeLong getting married? Upon hearing the word married, Chang Yong's face broke into a smile. Soon. He bought a house in the provincial city. The wedding will be happening shortly. Impressive. DeLong has indeed bought a house in the provincial city. Well done, Dogsy. Hee hee. Not bad. When DeLong gets married, the old brothers will surely attend. No problem. You all carry on chatting. I'll head home to wash my face. Hurry back. Watching Chang Yong walk away, DeLong is doing quite well, buying a house in the provincial city. Houses in the provincial city must cost at least 6 or 7,000 per square meter. Right? Not just 6 or 7,000. It must be over 10,000 at least. Over 10,000. Are houses in the provincial city really that expensive? Our county town is only 3 or 4,000. Can houses in the provincial city be compared to those in the county? If they were the same price, who would still buy in the county? That's true. DeLong is doing well. If he can afford a house over 10,000 per square meter, he must have struck it rich. Not necessarily. The house might be small. At over 10,000 per square meter, 50 square meters would only be around 50,000. If it's south really 50 square meters? That's too small. It's not even bigger than one of our rooms. Even if it's small, it's still a house in the provincial city. Your house is worth much? That's true. But if the house is small, it can't accommodate many people. What will Dogsy and his wife do then? What is there to do? They just live in the countryside. It's already commendable that the kid can buy a house. What, do you want to squeeze in with them? Hee. While the few men were chatting, a car approached from a distance. The old men looked up. Whose car is that? I don't know, but it looks quite impressive. Indeed, it's quite large. It must be worth at least over 100,000. Not just over 100,000. That big lad from Demao's family came back with a car like this, claiming it cost around 30,000. Chapter 28. What did Ji Choo Choo say about me? 30,000. So expensive. Give me a break. That SA Benz. That name sounds familiar. Of course, it's a foreign vehicle. A car this big must cost at least 70 or 80,000. 70 or 80,000. Is that for real? Yes, it's not an exaggeration at all. That's the minimum. I wonder whose car it is? Could it be someone from the township coming down for an inspection? Who would dare to drive such an expensive car in the township? That would be madness. That is true. The car pulled up beneath the large tree. Up close, the G-Class was even more imposing. Changan opened the car door and stepped out, smiling. Good day, uncles and grandfathers. Oh, I say this DeLong. You've struck it rich, driving such a big car. Changan chuckled. It's not a particularly good car. This must be a Benz, right? By the way, DeLong, how much does such a beast cost? It's all right, about 300,000, I suppose. What? The surrounding old men stared in disbelief. 300,000. That's over 300,000 for a single vehicle, made of gold. Changan laughed, opened the trunk, and pulled out some cigarettes. Uncles and grandfathers. I hurried back this time and didn't bring anything fancy. Here, take these cigarettes for now. In the future, when I have time, I'll come back and bring you some good treats. Changan joked as he handed out cigarettes, giving each old man one. Naturally, the old men beamed with smiles. After sitting under the tree for so many years, it was rare for someone to park and hand out cigarettes like this. After distributing the cigarettes, Changan got back in the car and drove away. The old men watched the car recede into the distance. DeLong has really made it. Indeed, buying a house in the provincial city and driving a car worth 300,000. That is a genuine success. Just a moment ago, you were saying that someone bought a modest 50 square meter apartment. Now, they have over 300 cars. One can only imagine the size of that house. Quite reasonable. You're absolutely right. Oh, have you seen DeLong's little girlfriend? You've seen her, of course. She's quite beautiful. One glance reveals she's from an affluent city family, exuding grace. By the way, did DeLong go to the city to marry in? I haven't heard that. Could it be? Perhaps otherwise, how did he suddenly come into money? Marrying in doesn't matter. As long as one can be wealthy. If given the opportunity, I'd gladly send my own worthless son away. Enough of that. DeLong is a university student. While your Lu Jean hasn't even graduated from elementary school, he can't even recognize a basket full of characters. No one would want him even if offered for free. Ha 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 ha. What brand of cigarettes is DeLong smoking? I've never seen it before. Dehe Lu 1916. It looks quite premium. It must cost around 100 or so per pack. Enough. A mere 100. This is a fine brand. A box costs about 100. What? A box for 100? Then a carton must be over 1,000 at least. This brand is even more upscale than Huazi. It seems DeLong has truly made something of himself. Changhan's car soon arrived at the doorstep. After stepping out, he excitedly dashed into the yard. Mom, Dad. I'm back. My son is back. Su Huilan's voice resonated from inside the house. Old man, hurry. Our son is home. Brother, you're back. Chang Xiaoyun was the first to dash out in excitement. Seeing his sister, Changhan smiled indulgently. Yun. It's been so long since I've seen my big brother. Did you miss me? What good is missing you? Of course, I won't let you miss me for nothing. Then I will miss you. I can do that. Chang Xiaoyun affectionately hooked her arm through Changhan's. Son, have you eaten? At this moment, Su Huilan also came out to greet him. Not yet, Dad. When did you come back? Just before you. Come in, Yun. Go close the door. Chang Xiaoyun, knowing her father wanted to speak with her brother, hurried to the door, but upon seeing a large car parked outside, she curiously exclaimed, Dad, look, I wonder whose car is parked at our door. Whose car? Chang Yong, who was about to enter the house, paused and decided to take a look. It's my car. Chang Han quickly replied. Your car? You bought a car? Yes. Why didn't you tell me you bought a car? What's there to say about buying a car? If you want to buy it, just go ahead. You rascal, you really know how to spend money. No wonder Chu Chu said you spend money like water. It seems she was right. Hearing Ji Chu Chu's name, Chang Han's expression immediately changed. What else did Ji Chu Chu say about me? What could she possibly say? You should know better than anyone, I say, DeLong. You are a university graduate after all. You should know what to do and what not to do. True, you won the lottery, but you should also realize that winning is a chance given by fate to change your life. Not an excuse to fall into depravity. You and Chu Chu have been together for many years. Why can't you get married? Isn't it because your family lacks the means for marriage? Now that you have the means, why not strive for it, Dad? It's not that I don't want to strive. It's that I've been deceived by Ji Chu Chu from the beginning to the end. What could a girl possibly deceive you about? She has been with you for years, sharing everything. Can you really say she deceived you? And your family is just a farming family. No money, no power, to a city girl being with you, a farmer's son. Is clearly you getting lucky, and you still have the gall to say she deceived you. Su Huilan added, Yes, DeLong. Chu Chu is a good girl. You should cherish someone like her. Oh, my dear parents, you've both been deceived by Ji Chu Chu. Yun, close the main door. Let's talk inside. Chang Xiaoyun hurriedly secured the door. The whole family stepped into the house. Mom and Dad. Please sit. I need to talk to you seriously. Changyong and Su Huilan sat on the edge of the Kong. Mom, Dad, I want to know, what exactly did Ji Chu Chu say about me? Go ahead. Su Huilan nodded and said, Chu Chu said you don't want to marry her, that you don't give her the money you earn from your job, nor save any. You just waste it all. And you've made some dubious friends outside. She felt she had no choice but to take a break from you, to let everyone cool off. Changyong remarked, DeLong, although you had a bit of a quarrel with Chu Chu recently, I can see that she truly cares for you. Now that you know about buying a house, you should settle down and marry her soon, to ease your parents' worries. Chapter 29. I want to go to the provincial city, yes. Son, your mother and I are eager for a grandchild. Dad, Mom, I'm your own son, I ask you to calmly consider. Is the son you speak of the same as the one Ji Chu Chu describes? Changyong and Su Huilan exchanged glances, realizing upon reflection that perhaps Ji Chu Chu's claims were somewhat unreasonable. After all, no one knows a son better than his parents. Changhan had always been a source of great reassurance for them. So why would Chu Chu say he didn't want to marry her? That's because Ji Chu Chu is lying. I didn't dump her. She dumped me. And while we were still together, she was already seeing another man. I even know that man. How is that possible? That day she clearly said in front of us that she wanted to marry you. I've already told you. She's lying to deceive you. Her goal was our family's 2 million. All the money I've saved over the years is with her. When she left, she didn't leave me a single penny. She would be happier if I were dead. There was no way she would marry me. Changyong was, of course, in disbelief. After all, he had just given over 200 million to her. If she were truly a fraud, wouldn't that mean both the 2 million and the tens of thousands his wife and he had saved over the years would all go to waste? Son, is what you're saying true? Su Huilan also found it hard to believe. How could I lie to you? By the way, the man Ji Chu Chu has been seeing is my classmate named Wu Jiyu. I even have a photo of him. Dad, take a look. Is he the man who drove you to the county that day? As Changhan said this, he pulled up an old photo from a class reunion and pointed to one of the men. Yes, that's him, but Chu Chu said he was her cousin. Nonsense, that's her lover. Don't you realize? She came to deceive our family for money and brought her lover along to con us. With someone like that, how could I marry her? If she were the last woman on earth, I would rather remain single and childless than marry her, so it's settled then. Our money has all been swindled away, right? And what about the tens of thousands we've painstakingly saved? Mom and Dad, don't panic. It's not the end of the world. What do you mean it's not the end of the world? That's over 200 million. Changyong was infuriated, pounding his fists. 2 million isn't the end of the world. Because I've won the lottery again. What? The family was collectively stunned. In a way, brother. Did you win again? Was it the double color ball? Yes, but this time, it wasn't 5 million. Then what is it? Not the second prize. It's still the first prize. But this time I bought 10 tickets. I won 50 million. What? The entire family was left speechless. 50 million. The Chang family could hardly comprehend such a sum. It seemed like a lot of money, but they were unclear on its actual value. Changhan chuckled and said, Dad, Mom, about the 2 million. I won't let it go just like that, but there's no need to get worked up. Dad, in a bit, I'll transfer 10 million to you. Spend it as you like. But remember, don't let anyone deceive you again. How could I possibly spend 10 million? You keep it. If I keep it, I won't be able to spend it anyway. Besides, it's safer to keep the money separate, right? That's true. But shouldn't you really consider buying a house? I've already bought a house. You've bought a house? Of course. It's in the provincial city. However, I'm currently tidying up, and it might take a few more days before we can move in. Once everything settles down there, you can move over. We'll all live in the provincial city. We won't go. Your mother and I have gotten used to living in the countryside. We don't know anyone in the provincial city. What would we go there for? What's so good about living in the countryside? It's just a place for old folks. There aren't any young people left. But it's still comfortable in the village. But none of our relatives live in the countryside anymore. Even if we go to the county, we can't go to the provincial city. We don't have a single relative in the provincial city. What would we do there? Then I'll buy you a house in the county. After all our relatives are in the county. If we live in the county, we can still see each other often. It's a hassle to visit relatives in the village. Changyong looked troubled. The problem is? I don't want to move. There is still so much land at home. Is farming not exhausting? How old are you? I am a farmer, after all. Regardless of my age, I must tend to the fields. The crux of the matter is that I cannot remain idle. How about this? If you cannot sit still, I will invest in a small business for you in the county town to occupy your time. As for running a business, that is beyond my capabilities. Then let us go to the county town, purchase a house for you to spend the winter in. That should suffice. It gets exceedingly cold in the countryside during winter. Once the chill sets in, you can reside in the county town. It would also provide an opportunity to visit relatives. When summer arrives, you can return to farming. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Father, you and mother are getting older. You ought to learn to take care of your health. Do you not wish to embrace your grandchildren in good health in the future? Upon hearing the mention of grandchildren, Su Huilan's heart was stirred once more. And she quickly exclaimed, DeLong is right. life in the countryside is indeed lacking in comfort. There are no young people left, the elders are dwindling as well, if that is the case. We should reside in the city. If necessary, we can always return in the summer. Changyong contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well. If it does not work out, as you suggested, we can simply spend the winter in the city and return when it gets warm. Excellent. We shall head to the county town to purchase a house shortly. By the way, Yun, do you wish to stay in the county town? Or go with your brother to the provincial city? Chang Xiaoyan hesitated. What would she do in the provincial city? Does she not still need to attend school? School can be in the provincial city. But transferring school records is not that simple. The boy from Uncle Dong's family sought to transfer his school records last time. He had to plead and beg, yet he still could not manage it. Not to mention transferring to the provincial city. Just because Uncle Dong's family could not transfer their records does not mean we cannot. Do not worry. If Yun truly intends to go, I will find a way to arrange the transfer. What method do you have, rest assured? I have my ways, by the way. Yun, do you truly wish to go to the provincial city? If you do, I will assist you. If not, then stay in the county town. I want to go. Changyong said. Yun, please think carefully. You have just entered your first year of high school. A change of environment may impact your studies. Chapter 30. Hiring a driver. So, I also wish to go. I want to experience the grandeur of a larger place. What is so great about a small county town? The provincial city is vast and undoubtedly vibrant. All right, I will think of a way to help you. By the way, brother, if I go to the provincial city for school, will I have to live with you? Is that not obvious? Of course, you will live with me. However, during school, you may need to stay in the dormitory. How big is the house you bought? Is it spacious enough? Certainly. My house is quite large. You can live however you please, brother. If you had returned yesterday, I could have visited the provincial city to see your house. Now, time is short. I have classes in the afternoon. Why rush to see the house? Focus on your studies. Next time, I will take you to see it. By the way, Yun, I have bought you a gift. What gift? It is in the car. I will go fetch it. I will join you. I want to see what our big car looks like. At this moment, Changyong and Su Huilan were also intrigued and followed suit. When they approached the car, they were all taken aback. The G-Class looked even more impressive up close, brother. Why is there someone in the car? After Chang Xiaoyan took a look, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Oh, I forgot to mention. This is my driver, a driver. You hired a driver? DeLong, why did you hire a driver? He is an experienced driver. His driving skills are safe and my own driving skills are not up to par. Would you trust me to drive alone? Changyong and Su Huilan exchanged glances, sensing that their son had a point. Yet also felt something was amiss, brother. How much do you pay this driver monthly? Not expensive. Around 3,000 or so. 3,000 is not expensive. One could barely earn that much working in the county town. Father, is he not hired from the provincial city? This is the cheapest option. Changyong nodded, seemingly considering that 3,000 yuan might be reasonable in the provincial city. Brother, why is he not hot? Why is he sitting in the car with the door closed? It is swelteringly hot. Yes, son. On such a hot day, do not let him suffer. He is practicing. He is practicing a kind of heat endurance technique. What a peculiar practice. Stop practicing. Let him come out. We do not want him to overheat. All right, Air Chong, come out. The bioengineered Air Chong opened the car door and stepped out. Hee, brother. Your driver is rather short, isn't he? Yun, how can you speak like that? Show some courtesy. Indeed, such a big girl, yet she lacks manners. It is fine. Air Chong is indeed a bit short. However, Yun, do not underestimate him. He drives exceptionally well. Soon, we will head to the county town to buy a house and conveniently drop you off at school. Then you will see how well he drives. What about my gift? I will fetch it for you shortly. As Chang Han spoke, he walked toward the trunk to retrieve something. Changyong approached the bioengineered individual and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. The bioengineered individual remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the comment. Changyong pondered for a moment and asked, what is your surname? Air Chong. And what is your surname? Air. Is there really a surname Air in this world? The bioengineered individual remained silent. Changyong was at a loss for words. Feeling that the individual was excessively cold, and thus refrained from engaging further. Wow, it is an iPhone, goodness, and the latest model too. Thank you, brother. I'm glad you like it. Chang Han then produced another one and approached Changyong. Father, this phone is for you. Why buy a phone? I already have one. Your phone is far too outdated. It is practically unusable. Use this, it is new. Mother, I intended to buy you one as well. However, the one I had just broke. So I am using it. I will buy you one next time. I do not need one. I do not even have a phone number. Just buy one for your father. Brother, why is this iPhone 11 Pro golden? Did you buy a counterfeit? This is 18K gold. Of course it is golden. What? This is a golden phone. Indeed. It must be quite expensive. Not really. Just 28,000. How much? Changyong was taken aback by the price. 28,000. 28,000. That is exorbitant. Why did you purchase such an expensive item? Yes, son. Hurry up and return it. Your father cannot possibly use such an expensive phone. It has already been bought, and returning it is not an option. Besides, if I return it, it will lose its value. Moreover, a phone worth over 20,000 is not even the most expensive. There are pricier ones. This is nothing. You truly have a penchant for spending. By the way, how much was this car? The total cost was over 3 million. How much? Over 3 million. Why did you buy such an expensive car? It is not even that expensive. It is a family car. It must be of good quality. Safety is paramount. You wouldn't want your son to be in a car with poor safety, would you? Upon hearing this, Changan was speechless, though he could not refute the logic. However, a 3 million car was indeed rather extravagant. Very well, it has already been purchased. But DeLong, in the future, could you please be more frugal with your spending? At this rate, no amount of money will suffice for your expenses. Do not worry. I am currently preparing to start a company, and soon there will be plenty of money. You can spend it however you wish. You have worked hard for your son all your lives. It is time to enjoy yourselves. All right, you are grown now. Do as you please. However, it would be wiser to keep it with me, just to prevent any reckless spending. Fine. But father, wealth should not be flaunted. Do not go around telling others about my winnings. Otherwise, someone might come to borrow or deceive. There is only so long a thief can evade capture. One cannot guard against theft forever, I understand. It is still out of concern for you. Otherwise, how could that 200,000 have been swindled away? Mentioning that 200,000 caused Changan a twinge of pain. Enough already. Is it my fault too? Let us go home for lunch, shall we? Are we not going to the city to buy a house? Shall we eat in the county town instead? We can drop Union off. Why rush to buy a house? There will be other opportunities. We are not in a hurry to move in. Very well then. By the way, Chong, please take those cigarettes and alcohol inside. Understood, boss. Why are you buying things again? Enough. No need for complaints. These cigarettes and alcohol are gifts from your son. You have such a good son. Be happy. The Chong family enjoyed a delightful lunch together, filled with laughter and joy. Chong did not eat, as he, being a bioengineered individual, did not require food. However, not eating would appear too odd, so in the end, Changan had to concoct an excuse, claiming he belonged to a special ethnic group that could not eat regular food. And thus the Chong couple had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 31. The Ji family plans to buy a house after lunch. Changan took Chang Xiaoyun back to school. Previously, she had to take the bus to school. But this time, she could finally ride in a private car, and her mood was undoubtedly much brighter. Yun, where's your bank card? It is in my backpack. Is it registered under your name? Yes, bring it here, and I shall transfer some money to you. I have funds in my account. Over 2,000. 2,000 is hardly enough. I will transfer you more. With a sigh of resignation, Chang Xiaoyun handed over her bank card. Changhan took out his phone and entered the bank card number. Done. From now on, you can simply withdraw money from the bank as needed. Oh, by the way, brother, how much are you transferring to me? 1 million. What did you say? Chang Xiaoyun was so startled that she thought she had misheard. 1 million. 1 million. That is rather extravagant, isn't it? As a student, how could I possibly need that much money? If you don't need it all at once, use it gradually from now on, by whatever you desire, but remember to choose only the best. After so many years, your brother has not prepared anything good for you. The money I earned has all been taken by that woman. I truly feel sorry for you. From now on, you shall be the little princess of our family. I will never allow you to live a hard life again. Upon hearing this, Chang Xiaoyun's eyes turned red. Brother, it's not your fault. It's all that wicked woman's doing. Ji Chuchu returned home, changed into her slippers, and sat down on the sofa. Ji Zhongjia was sprawled across the sofa, engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to her return. Still playing games. He didn't even greet his sister. Oh, I'm in the middle of a game. Just a moment. Ji Chuchu shook her head in exasperation. Zhongjia, didn't you say you wanted to buy a house? Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to view some properties. I've told you 1,000 times, we're not buying any cheap houses. That property you mentioned outside the 4th ring, is it even livable? It's practically out of the province. It's not that exaggerated. But this time it's not outside the 4th ring. This time, we're looking to buy within the inner ring? The inner ring. Ji Junjia paused his game, sitting up in haste and exclaimed, Really? You're not joking, of course. I'm not joking, haha. That's fantastic. Sister, you're the best. Now you know how great your sister is, don't you? Look at you. Wei hurried over, saying, Choo-choo, are you really planning to buy Junjia a house in the inner ring? Of course, but where will you find that much money? Naturally, I've saved up. But didn't you say last year that you didn't have enough money? How could you possibly have saved up so quickly? Oh my! Earning money can be quite unpredictable. Last year was tough. Of course, I didn't have enough. This year, it's easier to earn money. So now I have enough. I see. Sister, it must be because you changed your brother-in-law. A few years ago, when you were with that Changhan, you couldn't save a penny. Just a few days after changing your brother-in-law, you've managed to save up. Dio put it bluntly. It's because Changhan was incapable and squandered your fortune. Is that so? Choo-choo. There is some truth to that. It seems Changan is truly not up to par. You've endured being with him for so many years. If you ask me, that Changan is utterly useless, a mere delivery man. How much can he earn in a year? Look at my current brother-in-law, driving a Land Rover. He clearly is a wealthy man. I say, sister, if you had separated from that delivery man sooner, I would have bought a house by now. One can only say your sister was foolish. It took her so many years to realize this. By the way, sister, what size house do you plan to buy for me? How big do you want it? At least over 100 square meters. Anyway, Kirsten said that if it's not over 100 square meters, she wants to marry me, and no problem. If you say 100 square meters, then 100 square meters it is. Ha ha ha. That is wonderful, sister. You truly are the best, of course. Don't you see how I usually treat you? Dad, did you hear that? Sister wants to buy me a house over 100 square meters in the inner ring. I heard. You're making such a commotion that the neighbors can hear you. Choo-choo, you've worked hard. It's nothing. It's all family matters. By the way, when will you and that Wu Jio confirm your relationship? We need to arrange for me to meet his parents. I've already spoken to him. It should be soon. You should hurry him along. All right, I got it. You child. When that Wu Jio was pursuing you in school, you should have accepted him. But you thought he was ugly and insisted on being with that rural fellow. Look at the result. You've wasted so many years. Have you even considered that you, a girl from the provincial capital, being with a poor rural boy, what outcome could there possibly be? All right, Dad, stop nagging. It has been a long time. Besides, Haven T, we already broken up. I'm saying you wasted so much time. Fortunately, Wu Jio hasn't he married yet and still likes you. Otherwise, you'd truly be stuck at home. Even without Wu Jio, I would still buy my brother a house. I've realized that in this day and age, one cannot rely on men. One must rely on oneself. Sister, you speak with such assertiveness. However, could you possibly ask my brother-in-law to arrange a job for me? Don't you already have a job? That job is just being an employee. Who isn't an employee? I, your sister, am also working for someone. Regardless, you are still a leader. I'm merely a worker. Can't you speak to my current brother-in-law and see if he can arrange for me to be a small supervisor? A small supervisor for you? Do you even have that capability? Choo-choo. How can you say that about your brother? He is a university student, studying financial management. How can you say he lacks ability? What is a third-tier university in financial management worth? A third-tier university is still a university. Let me tell you, not only is it a big deal for your brother to buy a house, but his job is also a big deal. As an older sister, you must not neglect your brother. All right, Mom. I understand. If not, I will ask Gio. Is that not acceptable? That is more like it. By the way, Mom and Dad, are you going to buy the house tomorrow? Of course we're going. Such a major event as buying a house. How could we not go? Tomorrow, our whole family will go together. Ji Choo-choo was unaware that every sound and image from her family was transmitted through the phone on the table. Boss, Ji Choo-choo and her family have agreed to go house hunting tomorrow morning. I asked that so? Did they say where they plan to buy? They didn't specify. They only mentioned going to the inner ring. I searched and found that there is only one decent property in the inner ring, it's a development called Alfingshang, so they are very likely going to that property. Chapter 32. The Return of the Tycoon Brother. All right. You will monitor her throughout. This wicked woman dares to deceive my parents of their hard-earned money. I will make sure she pays for it. After sending off his sister, Changan returned home. And there was silence throughout the night. The next morning, he rose early. How much did Xiao Cheng earn last night? 2.5 billion yuan, boss, converted to Huaxia currency, that's 1.75 billion. Upon hearing this, Changan was at a loss for words. To earn 1.75 billion in just one night is quite astonishing. Isn't it? Xiao Cheng, if we earn so much in a day, we attract trouble. Changan couldn't help but feel a bit worried. To be honest, he used to worry when he was poor, and now that he has money, he still worries. It truly is a perplexing situation. Not at all. The boss's account is secured through Daxing Securities, which has encrypted it to the highest level. Only a few top executives in the company are aware. What about Wan Ani and his superior? They have both received authorization from Daxing Securities. They are dedicated to serving the boss. As long as we can ensure stable profits daily, Daxing Securities will keep our secret. Moreover, I've used leverage funds for every transaction. As long as we can guarantee Daxing Securities leverage returns, they will absolutely not disclose anything about the boss. Well done. Withdraw another billion. There is no need to put too much money in it. All right, boss, soon. Another billion was deposited. Changhan's mood was exceptionally pleasant. By the way, I still need to meet Ji Choo-choo today, but how should I go about it? Sure, Yuxuan has been in a good mood these past few days. Ever since that rich customer bought a phone and tipped her 20,000, she has been so excited that she hasn't slept well for several days. Many salespeople in the store frequently brought up this incident. Naturally, when they spoke of it, it was all envy and jealousy. However, for the vast majority, that kind of wealthy client might never be encountered again in their lifetime. Xinxian, haven't you contacted that tycoon these days? Yes. Don't you have his WeChat? It would be rude to disturb him. What is wrong with that? That kind of wealthy person is easy to come by. If it were me, I'd send him a message every day to maintain my presence. Clever, truly clever. All right, Wang Jie, it seems that you've caught your brother-in-law using this tactic. Haha, enough. He doesn't even compare to a wealthy person's toenail. It's more like he is clinging to me. Haha, Xian, hurry, send a message to the tycoon. But what should I say? Just say it's hot. Don't forget to take an umbrella when going out. What man carries an umbrella? Polite, don't you understand? Just treat it as casual chatter. Haha. Shi Yuxuan took a deep breath and pulled out her phone. A crowd gathered around. Hello, Mr. Chong. The weather outside is quite warm today. Don't forget to take an umbrella when you go out. Shi Yuxuan typed a message on her phone. After a moment's hesitation, she clicked send. Thank you. Wow, look, the tycoon replied. Really? The crowd drew closer. Did you see that? Even the tycoon is a man. When a beauty sends a message, he replies in a heartbeat. It's mainly because our Yuxuan is beautiful. If it were someone else, it surely wouldn't be this quick. Hee. Do you have any 24K phones left? Wow, the tycoon has messaged again. He is actually inquiring about the 24K phones again. Is he going to buy one? Quick, reply to him, Yuxuan. Tell him 3 new ones just arrived. Yes, we have some. 3 new ones just came in. Shi Yuxuan hurriedly typed the message. Bring them all to me. I'll send you the location. You have received 20,000 yuan in your WeChat account. The rest is a tip. You need to deliver it to me personally. In a way. The tycoon just ordered 3 units and even gave over 20,000 in tips. Is this for real? Let me see. Wow. A tycoon indeed. He just ordered 3 24K phones and gave a tip of over 20,000. Yuxuan, you are so fortunate. Manager, come quickly and take a look. The tycoon is back and has bought all our 24K phones. The female manager hurried over upon hearing this. However, after reading the messages, she was equally elated. Initially, she felt a bit uncertain about having 3 24K phones, but to her astonishment, they were sold out immediately upon arrival. Simply unbelievable. Yuxuan, quickly pack up and deliver the phones to Mr. Chong. All right, manager, can I come along? Why do you want to go? Wouldn't it seem less significant if you deliver the phones alone? 2 people going shows more sincerity. The female manager thought for a moment and nodded. All right then, you both can go, manager. I want to go too. And me? All right, everyone can't go. What about the store? Just Yuxuan and Tongtong will go. The rest of you stay behind. The remaining crowd could only stew in envy and jealousy at this point. Shi Yuxuan and Su Tong, holding the phones under the blazing sun, waited at the entrance of Changhan's apartment complex. No way! The tycoon lives here? In such an old complex? Even if he asked us to come, he might not live here. Perhaps he had something temporary to attend to. That is true. Shi Yuxuan glanced around and exclaimed. Look, the tycoon is coming. The 2 quickly tidied up their clothes and approached with beaming smiles. You've come? Yes, Mr. Chong. Here are your phones. You can hold on to them for now. Please follow me. The 2 had no choice but to follow behind Changhan. Not far from the complex, they arrived beside a luxurious G-Class parked by the roadside. Wow, a G-Class. That must be worth millions, Su Tong whispered. Shi Yuxuan nodded in agreement. Get in, everyone. After they got inside, the car was a bit stuffy. Air Chong started the engine and turned on the air conditioning, quickly cooling the interior. Changhan turned to examine Shi Yuxuan closely. Shi Yuxuan blushed. Su Tong also took the opportunity to puff out her chest and smiled at Changhan. Your name is Yuxuan, right? May I ask for your full name? Shi Yuxuan. I'm Su Tong. Su Tong hurriedly introduced herself. Miss Shi, I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if you're interested in buying a house? Shi Yuxuan was taken aback. Seeing her stunned expression, Changhan smiled without speaking. Shi Yuxuan hesitated and said, Mr. Chong, are you trying to sell me a house? No, I'm not selling you a house. I'm asking if you would like one. Chapter 33, Loyalty and Betrayal. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Here's the thing. I want to buy you a house, but in exchange, you must agree to one condition. What? Shi Yuxuan was left speechless. To be given a house out of the blue, and she would have to agree to a condition. Shi Yuxuan was no fool. If a man suddenly offered to buy a woman a house and required something in return, it was clear what was being implied. Essentially, he wanted to keep her. Moreover, it was an utterly blatant proposition. Su Tong was equally stunned. But soon, her expression shifted to envy and jealousy. Although being a mistress sounds harsh, the thought of acquiring a house seemed enticing. After all, owning a home is many people's lifelong dream. Especially with current real estate prices soaring, many may never afford a house in their lifetime. Faced with the allure of a home, who wouldn't be tempted? If Su Tong didn't consider her looks inferior to Shi Yuxuan's, she might have accepted immediately. Shi Yuxuan, too, hesitated for a moment. Then, biting her lip, she said, Mr. Chong, it seems you have misunderstood me. I am not the kind of woman you think I am. I will not sell my body for a house. Su Tong was rendered speechless. If this were said to her, she would have accepted right away. Since women eventually have to give themselves to men, why not to a wealthy tycoon? Especially one as young as him. Changhan chuckled. Miss Shi, to be frank, you are a woman with considerable leverage. Your beauty is one of your natural advantages, in my view. There is no such thing as loyalty in this world. People are loyal only because they haven't been sufficiently tempted. Thus, propriety exists merely because the stakes for betrayal are too low. Just tell me what size house you desire. Is it 158 square meters, 198, 228, or perhaps 358 square meters with a direct elevator entrance? Just state your desired size and price. The worthiness will depend on my choice. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuxuan felt her breath hitch. A 358 square meter house. How much would that cost? Just as Changan said, perhaps in front of a modestly sized home, people could still adhere to their values. But when faced with a sprawling mansion, could those standards really hold? Su Tong was even more envious. A 358 square meter home with a direct elevator entrance. If she owned that, wouldn't she be on top of the world? Su Tong wished to agree right away. Yet, she knew her leverage was too low. He would hardly consider her. Shi Yuxuan fell completely silent. Changhan smiled and remained quiet as he awaited her decision. Even if she declined, it mattered little. There were plenty of beautiful women in the world. He could easily find someone willing, but such an opportunity might never come by for many. Watching Shi Yuxuan remain silent, Su Tong felt anxious, continually signaling her to hurry up and agree. After a prolonged silence, Shi Yuxuan hesitantly said, I want a house over 200 square meters. For her, this wasn't the highest offer she could make. It seemed she had her own standards. She was conscious of how Changhan viewed her and didn't want to be seen as a woman solely driven by money. Haha, excellent. Miss Shi, you have made a wise choice. I will fulfill my promise shortly and buy you the house you desire. From this moment on, you are my girlfriend, and we should maintain a certain level of intimacy. This is something you should understand. However, I hope you can also satisfy me. All right, okay, Mr. Chang. Shi Yuxuan didn't know what to say and felt a sense of relief. Although it seemed a bit rushed to become his girlfriend after just the second meeting. If he could indeed buy her a house over 200 square meters, then the speed hardly mattered. Of course, she felt a bit shy, as she had never had a boyfriend before. It felt quite reckless to give herself to a man she had only met twice. From now on, call me Han Gu. I'll call you Yuxuan. Changhan turned to Su Tong and smiled. Miss Su, right? I'll call you Tong Tong from now on. I hope that is not too forward? Not at all. Then I'll call you Han Gu. Great. Each of you gets a phone. Consider it a meeting gift. Thank you, Han Gu. Su Tong was ecstatic. This was a 24K gold phone, nearly 60,000 yuan each. She had merely accompanied Yuxuan and managed to get one too. It felt like a dream. Thank you, Chang. No, thank you, Han Gu. Shi Yuxuan hurriedly added. Let us go buy a house now, but first, I'll take you shopping for clothes. I have clothes at home. Should I go back and change? No need. Going home would waste too much time. Ear Chang. Find a VL clothing store. Yes, boss. Xiao Chang mentally pulled up the map.vl. Both Shi Yuxuan and Su Tong were astonished to hear this. The car wound through the streets and soon arrived at the VL boutique. The grand storefront exuded luxury and glamour. Welcome to the Louis Vuitton store. How may I assist you today? Changhan glanced at the two and said. Feel free to choose whatever you like, and mine too. Su Tong was equally astonished, of course. Aren't you my girlfriend's good friend? Choose anything. It's all on me. Thank you, brother Han. Su Tong exclaimed, brimming with excitement as she dashed towards the clothing display area. Shi Yuxuan also approached with a hint of excitement. After all, such luxury boutiques were rarely encountered, let alone the prospect of actually purchasing clothes from one. Upon inspecting the prices, they were both taken aback. The least expensive items were in the thousands, while the pricier ones soared into tens of thousands, something utterly unimaginable for them. After a lengthy selection process, each settled on a piece that cost over 10,000. While the store offered many more extravagant choices, they hesitated to pick anything beyond their comfort zone. Although Changhan was affluent, they were not foolish enough to flaunt their wealth, as doing so might leave a negative impression. First impressions matter greatly, brother Han. What do you think of this outfit? Su Tong, ever the extrovert, was the first to model her choice. And what about this one? Shi Yuxuan chimed in. Not bad, do pick a few more. There's no need to worry about the cost, he encouraged. I don't know, just one will suffice. Seasonal clothing can quickly go out of style if there is too much, she replied. I'll just select one as well. Then he added, and each of you should pick a bag. Sales assistant. Do you have any bags over 100,000? Recommend one for each of them. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have any bags over 100,000. But we do have one priced at 99,009, she replied. Considering the spending levels in the provincial capital, this price was already among the finest. Then take them to see it, if it's suitable. Let each take one. Both women excitedly proceeded to select their bags. That man must be incredibly wealthy. He actually picked a bag worth 100,000. I wish my boyfriend were that affluent. One remarked, at least you have a boyfriend. I don't even have one, another lamented. Why not ask that rich guy for his WeChat or something? He already has 2 female companions. They all shared a laugh. Envious of the attention, in the end, each woman chose a bag. Shi Yuxuan naturally picked the most expensive, while Su Tong opted for a more modest choice, costing over 50,000. Nonetheless, she was thrilled beyond measure. Do you have any necklaces or watches? Please recommend a few, they requested. Each selected a necklace, a ring, and a watch. At that moment, Both Shi Yuxuan and Su Tong looked utterly transformed. It must be said that attire can significantly enhance one's appearance, elevating their beauty to new heights. Su Tong, who was already attractive, appeared even more radiant, while Shi Yuxuan shone with an almost dazzling brilliance. Changan nodded in approval, wearing a satisfied smile. Brother Han, how about I pick out a suit for you? Shi Yuxuan suggested, her cheeks flushed. There's no need. I'm fine with what I'm wearing now. Ultimately, Changan spent nearly 500,000 before leaving the VL boutique, heading straight to the Alfengsheng property development. Meanwhile, Ji Chuchu's family, along with Ji Junjia's girlfriend, Yu Kersin, arrived at the Alfengsheng sales office. Ji Junjia was brimming with excitement. After all, this was the only property development available in the inner ring. Even when compared to the Wanhua Plaza properties, its prestige was unmatched. Securing a residence in such a prime location felt like a dream come true. Why Yu Kersin's spirits were equally high. As owning a home before marriage was a lifelong aspiration for many women, the prospect of having their own place within the inner city was undoubtedly a cause for joy. For the Ji family, whether it was Ji Anyue or Mi Yuemei, the mood was elated. Buying a house naturally brought about a sense of happiness. Welcome to Alfengsheng, a smiling saleswoman greeted the Ji family. They gathered around the model display, listening intently to her description of the property's features. Ji Junjia and Yu Kersin excitedly pointed at the model. Dear guests, our Alfengsheng development is the only one for sale in the inner ring of the provincial capital. When it comes to geographic location, we boast the finest. Hence, our development is rightly regarded as the pinnacle of the provincial capital's south real estate market. Those who choose to reside here are typically either wealthy or of high status. A true symbol of prestige. Ji Junjia proudly remarked, of course, anyone bold enough to visit your sales office must have some financial backing. What's the price per square meter for your properties? Ji Anyue inquired. Our most sought-after unit is priced at 15,008 per square meter. You're even pricier than Wanhua's properties, uncle. Wanhua's offerings cannot compare to ours. We are located in the inner ring. Just the location alone is exponentially superior to Wanhua's. Moreover, we are genuinely in a top-tier school district, with commercial streets and subway access right outside, none of which Wanhua can offer. Ji Chuchu asked, how much would a 100 square meter unit cost? And where would it be located? We have a classic 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom layout at 98 square meters. In those locations, the full payment would be around 150,000. Ji Junjia frowned. 98 square meters is too small. After accounting for the building area, it would be merely 70 square meters. How could that accommodate us? Ji Chuchu countered. 98 square meters isn't small. You read just 2 people. Why do you need such a large space? We can't just think of the 2 of us. What if we have kids after marriage? It wouldn't be enough. Yu Kersin added. Exactly, big sister. What if my parents or relatives need to stay? It's too cramped for that. She continued. Mi Yuemei chimed in. 98 square meters simply won't do. Our home is only 90 square meters. And it's already cramped in the kitchen. We must opt for something larger. Ji Chuchu, feeling helpless, inquired, well, what larger options do you have? What are their approximate locations? We have a 128 square meter option, located in these areas. It features a 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 bathroom layout. It's the best configuration we offer, with practical space exceeding 100 square meters. And how much for the 128 square meter unit? The full payment is 202,000. 200,000. That is exorbitantly priced. Not at all, sis. 128 square meters is just right. The layout is perfect. If we have children in the future, there will be ample room for them to play. And if our parents visit, they'll have a place to stay. It'll also be convenient for family gatherings during the holidays. We should definitely buy it. Mi Yuemei added, Chu, buying a house is a one-time investment. It must be done right. If we purchase something unsuitable, we'll surely regret it later, and then we'll have no ground to negotiate. Ji Anyue concurred. I think 128 square meters looks good. But a 128 square meter house costs over 200,000. Plus, such a large space will require substantial renovation costs. Renovation can wait. Let us secure the house first. We can worry about the renovation expenses later. If necessary, I can ask Wu Jio to lend me some money for the renovations. For him, that amount is a trivial matter. Exactly, Chu. If needed, reach out to Wu Jio. His family is wealthy and drives a Land Rover. Renovation costs are minimal, so it should be no problem. Ji Chuchu hesitated momentarily. Don't overthink it, sis. Such a fantastic property, on such a desirable floor. If we don't buy it now and someone else does, we'll have no chance to regret it later. Fine. Then let us go have a look. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Isn't that Uncle Ji? The Ji family turned in unison. Ji Chuchu's expression changed upon seeing the newcomers, 3 individuals approaching. 1 man and 2 women. One of the beautiful women was linked to the man's arm, exuding an air of intimacy. Itsu. Ji Anyue recognized Changan immediately, having been in a relationship with his daughter for years. Uncle, it's been a while. Oh, Auntie is here too. How have you both been? Changan. What brings you here? Ji Chuchu, who had just deceived someone out of over 200,000, was undoubtedly the last person she wanted to encounter. What brings me here? That is a question. I see this is sales center? Yes, sir, replied the saleswoman, attending to Changan and his companions. Smiling, I thought I'd mistakenly walked into the wrong place. Changan, don't think you can cause trouble here. This isn't a place for you. Leave immediately, Ji Chu said coldly. Shi Yuxuan frowned. Brother Han, who is this person? Why are they so rude? Su Tong added. Yes, Brother Han. Do you know them? I certainly do. This person is my classmate. You all should refrain from speaking, Changan retorted. Ji Chu, while I'm unaware of your family's purpose for being here, my reason for visiting is to purchase a house. This is a large sales center. Surely, they can't deny someone the opportunity to buy a property. The Ji family exchanged astonished glances. If anyone knew Changan well, it would be them. The notion of him being able to afford a house was simply preposterous. Ji Junjie scoffed. Changan, you're not just bragging, are you? Can you afford to buy a house? What do you mean? Are you actually able to afford it? Of course. Why else would I be here? Well done, Junjie. All these years, I've only seen you spend money. I've never seen you save any. Where did you acquire such a fortune to buy a house? That's none of your business. In any case, I have money now, and I can afford it. Oh, congratulations are in order. By the way, what size house have you chosen? 128 square meters. Impressive, isn't it? Well done, Junjie. You can afford such a large house. You truly have some prowess. Humph. Just so you know, very well, however, since you have purchased a 128 square meter house, I must acquire a larger one. Sales consultant, what sizes of houses do you have that are over 200 square meters? Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she quickly replied, we have a 235 square meter house with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. It's our premier crown model. Changan smiled at Shi Yuxuan and asked, Yuxuan, what do you think of the 235 square meters? Shi Yuxuan blushed and said, you decide, Brother Han. The Ji family members looked on in disbelief. 235. What a ridiculous joke. When could Changan, this impoverished fellow, afford such an expensive house? Ji Chu, feeling an overwhelming sense of displeasure, thought to herself that after kicking him to the curb, he should be mourning and unable to eat or sleep, dreaming and crying out for her to return. Yet now, he had managed to land a girlfriend even more beautiful than herself. Doesn't that just mean that after she left him, he struck gold? Ji Chu exclaimed. Salesperson, don't listen to his nonsense. He can't possibly afford such an expensive house. This man is just a poor delivery worker. Ji Junjie felt an intense jealousy, as his girlfriend's looks paled in comparison to Shi Yuxuan's. Seeing her delicate demeanor only fueled his envy. Could it be that he was even inferior to a mere delivery worker? Ji Junjie retorted disdainfully. Sales lady, don't listen to this braggart. He can afford a house? I could buy up all the houses here. The saleswoman beside Changan was taken aback. A poor fellow? Surely that was a joke. When he arrived, he was driving a luxury G-Class. His companion was decked out in high-end designer brands, and the handbag she carried was this year's flagship model. The entire ensemble must have cost hundreds of thousands. If this was considered poor, then who were the wealthy? Realizing this, the saleswoman smiled and said, Dear guests, our sales office has its own regulations. Regardless of the client, we offer our utmost service. Whether you buy or not is not the key. The key is sincerity. Well said, miss. I am quite satisfied. Whether I buy or not, I can at least take a look, right? Wouldn't you agree, miss? Indeed, sir. Changan turned to Shi Yuxuan and smiled. Yuxuan, if I don't buy you a house, you won't be upset? Will you? Shi Yuxuan shyly replied, Not at all, Brother Han. Whatever you wish, I will comply. I will never be angry with you. Well said. Ji Chu and Ji Junjie could hardly contain their fury at Shi Yuxuan's coy behavior. Ji Ni frowned and said, Changan, Uncle Ji is also your elder. I have known you for several years. It's reasonable for me to offer you some advice. Listen to your uncle, as a man. You must be pragmatic, learn to be upright. Although you were once just a worker, at least you were doing honest work. Now look at you. How have you turned into this? Changan chuckled. Uncle Ji, people change over time. The past is behind us. I used to be a delivery worker, and didn't your Junjie also work in a small factory and could not afford a house? Now he can buy a house. And I have a beautiful girlfriend. Life is always improving. Wouldn't you agree, Junjie? Humph. Nonsense, Ji Junjie scoffed. You may also look displeased, saying enough. Let us not bother with such people. Let us go look at houses. After the Ji family finished speaking, they ignored Changan and left with the saleswoman attending to them. Changan smiled and then turned to the saleswoman. Miss, could you please show my girlfriend the houses? And Tong, please accompany Yuxuan. I have a call to make. Yes, sir. All right, Brother Han. The group exited together. Changhan's smile faded, replaced by a hint of a cold smirk. He then beckoned to another saleswoman. Chapter 36. Showcasing wealth. The saleswoman hurried over, asking, Sir, is there anything else you need? Do you have any 180 to 90 square meter fully furnished luxury show homes? Yes, sir. Right this way. The saleswoman promptly began introducing the properties to Changan. After viewing the floors and listening to the introductions, he glanced at the videos of the houses on her phone, nodded in satisfaction. reached into his bag, and pulled out 10,000 yuan, handing it to the saleswoman. Thank you for your hard work. This is a tip for you. The saleswoman was shocked. A tip? Such a large amount. She had never encountered such a thing in her time as a saleswoman. Sir, we aren't allowed to, the saleswoman said nervously. Whether it's allowed or not depends on whether someone offers. Since someone is offering, you should accept it. Doesn't being a saleswoman mean you should avoid upsetting the customer? Well, all right then, thank you. Sir. The saleswoman excitedly pocketed the 10,000 yuan. Other salespeople were not blind. No way. Lingling actually received a 10,000 yuan tip. What a tycoon. Why didn't I go over earlier? I missed out big time. I wanted to go over, but Lingling got there first. The salespeople were all filled with envy and jealousy. By the way, is your manager in? Yes. Manager Song is in the office. Could you take me to see him? Certainly, sir. This way, please. Changan followed the saleswoman toward the office. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded. Come in. He pushed the door open. Manager Song. A guest wishes to see you. Song Zhe looked up and saw someone he did not recognize. Manager Song, I am Changan. Apologies for the intrusion. Hello. May I ask what brings you here? Changan glanced at the saleswoman and said, Could you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss something with your manager. Of course, Mr. Chong. Lingling quickly turned and left, closing the door behind her. Changan said, Manager Song, I actually came here to discuss a matter with you. What can I assist you with? I have my eye on a 198 square meter furnished house here, and I would like to purchase it. Upon hearing this, Song Zhe's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, No problem. Mr. Chang's visit to our Ofengshang real estate is indeed an honor. Have you viewed the house? Shall I introduce it to you personally? I've had a brief look, however. After buying this house, I would like to ask for your assistance in selling it. Song Zhe was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the request. What do you mean by that? Here's the situation. I will transfer the full payment for the house into your account, and you need not transfer ownership to me just yet. Instead, please recommend it to another potential buyer. If that person purchases this house and pays in full, then the entire payment will be yours as a service fee. If that person decides against buying it, I will still purchase the house, but you can simply transfer it to your name. Does that sound acceptable? What? Song Zhe was utterly stunned. Such an opportunity was almost too good to be true. A 198 square meter furnished house costs over 450,000. 450,000. Just like that. Has this person lost his mind? If it weren't for the fact that the visitor appeared composed, Song Zhe might have thought he was intoxicated. Mr. Chong, I truly do not comprehend your intentions. You don't need to understand my intentions. You simply need to follow my instructions. If you satisfy me with your actions, the house is yours, or you can take the money. But if I am dissatisfied, then neither the money nor the house will have anything to do with you. Do you understand my meaning? Understood, Mr. Chong. Whatever you need, please instruct me, and I will ensure it is done well. Good. However, before we proceed, I like to be straightforward. Let us see the money first, then we can proceed with the business. How does that sound? Song Zhe smiled broadly. After all, money was paramount. Changhan returned to the sales hall and made his way to the lounge area. A group of salespeople gathered around, offering tea and chatting merrily. Changhan smiled and tipped each one 10,000 yuan. The entire sales hall erupted in excitement. The sales ladies were all smiles, as radiant as blooming flowers. After a while, the Ji family and Shi Yuxuan returned to the sales hall, clearly satisfied. However, as Ji Chuchu entered the hall, she instinctively glanced around. Upon noticing a throng of sales ladies gathered around Changhan, engaged in animated conversation and laughter, she felt an inexplicable surge of displeasure. Upon seeing that Shi Yuxuan had returned, Changhan rose and approached her. Xian, how did you find the house? Su Tong interjected eagerly. It's fantastic, Han Gu. You missed out on the viewing. The 235 square meters is enormous. I could easily get lost in there. How incredible it would be if I had such a spacious home. Ha ha ha. Xian, it seems you are pleased. Changhan remarked, I am indeed. Han Gu. I am very satisfied. That's what matters, Changhan said, pulling out 10,000 yuan and handing it to the sales lady who accompanied Shi Yuxuan, saying, Here, this is a tip for you. Thank you for your hard work. What? The sales lady was left dumbfounded upon hearing the amount. 10,000 yuan as a tip. Is this for real? Did I hear that correctly? Quickly take it. What are you still standing there for? Changhan smiled as he pressed the cash into her arms. May, take it quickly. Mr. Chang is quite generous. Just now, someone gave me a 10,000 yuan tip. Indeed. Ling received 20,000. Don't forget to thank Mr. Chang. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and chatter. Thank you, Mr. Chang. May was ecstatic. Although selling houses comes with commissions, nothing beats the thrill of receiving cash tips. It seemed her initial thoughts were correct. This man was indeed a tycoon. The most disheartened among them was the sales lady who attended to the Ji family, as she clearly walked away with nothing, leaving her filled with regret. The Ji family was equally astonished. Is this for real? A 10,000 yuan tip for one person, with so many salespeople here. That amounts to at least 70 to 80,000. When did Changan become so wealthy? Ji Chuchu was infuriated and exclaimed, Changan, must you flaunt your wealth here? If you continue spending like this, you'll exhaust that lottery money in no time. What? The Ji family was left speechless. Chapter 37. Endless schemes. Fear not the trap. Ji Enyi quickly asked, Chuchu, are you serious? Did Changan really win the lottery? What did he win? How much? Ji Junjia also inquired hastily. 5 million. 5 million. The Ji family was momentarily stunned. They knew Changan had always been perceived as a penniless worker. How could he suddenly win millions? If that were the case, hadn't Ji Chuchu suffered a tremendous loss by parting ways with him? Mi Yuemei suddenly expressed her anger. Changan, if you won the lottery, Chuchu should have a share. Flaunting your wealth and buying houses for other women, how can you justify that against our Chuchu? Auntie, Chuchu and I have already broken up. As for who owes who, that is in the past. Whom I buy a house for now is my own business. Besides, I'm not buying a house for outsiders. I'm buying a house for my girlfriend. There's something wrong with that? Does anyone think there is something wrong? No, there is nothing wrong. The salespeople naturally sided with Changan. Ji Junjia snapped, Sister, did you see that? This man is utterly shameless. Using your money to spend on other women, you were right to break up with him. Mi Yuemei declared, No, we cannot let this brat keep all 5 million. We should sue him and reclaim that 5 million. Ji Enyi added angrily, At the very least, we must recover half. Our Chuchu should not have wasted so many years for nothing. Changan chuckled, All right then, if you want to sue, bring it on. Chuchu, if you truly have the guts, let us meet in court. If not, you could file a criminal case too. Fraud for a few million would certainly lead to an investigation. And even if you're not imprisoned, a few months in detention during the inquiry phase is quite normal. Wouldn't you agree? The speaker was casual, but the listener took heed. Ji Chuchu, upon hearing this, certainly did not dare to pursue legal action against Changan. Gritting her teeth, she finally said, Forget it. There is no need to stoop to his level. That money? Consider it as feeding the dogs. Seeing Ji Chuchu dismiss the matter, the Ji family exchanged glances, casting disapproving looks at Changan. He smiled back, unfazed. All right, Xin. Now that we've viewed the house and you are satisfied, miss, please calculate the payment. Oh, and Tong, I appreciate you accompanying us today for the house purchase. How about I buy you a smaller one as well? What? Su Tong was taken aback and excitedly said, Hanga, you really want to buy me a house? Of course. I can't let you come along for nothing. Pick one. The surrounding sales ladies looked on with envy and jealousy. Just accompanying a tycoon and a friend to buy a house. And getting one for herself? How lucky could one be? Ji Chuchu was seething with anger. Although he might not have much cash left, witnessing Changhan's generosity towards other women made her furious. Shi Yuxuan chimed in, Tong, hurry and choose one. Su Tong, feeling a bit nervous, said, Miss, could you recommend a house around 70 to 80 square meters? 98 square meters. I'll cover the decoration cost as well. And for my girlfriend's house, the decoration cost will also be counted under my budget. All at the standard of 1,000 yuan per square meter. Thank you, Hanggu. Thank you, Hanggu. The two women were overjoyed. With their decoration costs covered at such a standard, the level of finishing would surely be exceptional. Ji Chuchu felt as if she might explode from anger. In her eyes, Changan was merely showing off. But it was infuriating nonetheless. The Ji family was at a loss for words. Although Changan had just won 5 million, after all this, he surely wouldn't have much left. What a loss. Ji Enyi and Mi Yuemei felt that their daughter had sacrificed so much for him, only for the benefits to go to other women. The more they thought about it, the more they felt they had suffered a great loss. Next came the arrangements for purchasing the house and settling the payment. While the Ji family did not favor Changan, buying a house was now the priority, so their dislike was set aside. Changan cheerfully approached Ji Junjia. Junjia, is this your girlfriend? Humph. Ji Junjia scoffed. May I ask your last name, young lady? You. When do you plan to get married? Changan, what does that have to do with you? Stop coming over here with your frivolous demeanor. Junjia, why are you angry? Though feelings may fade, we've known each other for so many years. Can't we exchange a few words? I don't wish to converse with you. Then I'll speak with Miss Yu. By the way, Miss Yu, what size house have you chosen? 128 square meters. 128 square meters. ISNT that a bit small. Will it be enough for you? That is sufficient. It's fine. Yu Kurson replied that I still think it's too small. Think about it. 128 square meters means 3 bedrooms and 2 halls. A dining room and a living room, which isn't large at all. 3 bedrooms, you'll fill them up if you have 2 kids. And what if Miss Yu's parents come to visit their grandchildren? Where will they sleep? Surely they can't be on the sofa? Yu Kurson's expression changed upon hearing this. Ji Chuchu interjected, Changhan, that is enough. How large a house you buy, whether it's through a loan or otherwise, is your business. Please don't meddle in our family affairs. Why are you getting upset? I'm merely concerned about Junjia's marriage. Here SA thought, Junjia, I have a good friend who might be able to help you increase the area without raising your total purchase price. What do you think? Ji Junjia was instantly intrigued. Increasing the area without raising the total price felt like finding money. Really? Brother-in-law, You're not joking, are you? Why would I joke about that? But I'm no longer your brother-in-law. From now on, just call me Changu, alright? Changu. How much more area can be added? How much more? That depends on my friend. You all don't rush to make the payment yet. I'll make a phone call. Changan took out his phone. Hello? Songzae, this is Changan. I'm at your company in the hall. Can you come down for a moment? Great. I'll wait for you. Not long after hanging up, a man walked in with a smile, greeting from afar. Brother Han. Welcome, welcome. Old Song, it's been a while. You've put on some weight. Drinking cold water makes me gain weight. No choice there. You too. You didn't even give me a heads up when you came. Why would I? I've been quite busy. But since you're here, I have a favor to ask. Between us, just say yes like this. I have a little brother who wants to buy a house from you. But the house is just a bit small. What size house? Chapter 38. Irresistible discounts 128 square meters. How many people will be living there? Currently just 2. That's manageable. But you can't think just about the present. You have to consider the future as well. If you have 2 more kids and your parents come to visit, where will everyone fit? That's true. If there are more elderly and children, it will indeed feel cramped. Exactly. Can we, on my account, arrange for a larger house? Of course, your request holds weight. However, Brother Han, I am curious about the nature of your relationship with this young lad. They are as close as siblings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to seek your assistance. Hee. Truth be told, I have long wished for you to ask me for something over the years, yet you never did. Now, it seems you finally have a reason to request my help. Hee. So, let us consider this favor. How about this? I have a meticulously furnished apartment spanning 198 square meters. In light of our relationship, I can offer it to you for 3,100,000. What do you think? 198 square meters. Upon hearing this, the Ji family was understandably taken aback. Ji Junjia was certainly shocked as well. Although he yearned for a larger space, 198 square meters felt rather excessive. The manager has lost his mind. A meticulously furnished apartment of 198 square meters is being offered for merely 3,100,000. Indeed. This is astonishingly cheap. Is this tycoon truly able to negotiate so effectively? If he weren't, would he even be a tycoon? Even the most proficient negotiator wouldn't suddenly drop the price by such a margin. It's as if it's being given away for free. Ji Chuchu was understandably irked. She already found 128 square meters to be overpriced. Goodness. Now, they are presenting an apartment of 198 square meters. Isn't that even more costly? Changhan, are you here to cause trouble? 198 square meters of property. Do you really need to introduce it? Brother Han. What is going on? Songzae inquired, somewhat puzzled at its nothing. Changhan turned to Ji Chuchu and said, this matter does not concern you. I am not recommending this to you. By the way, Junjia, do you know the total price of the meticulously furnished apartment of 198 square meters? Ji Junjia had no idea. Naturally, he found it difficult to respond. Young lady, please inform him, sir, the total price for the 198 square meter meticulously furnished apartment is over 4,500,000. In other words, our manager has just helped you save over 140,000. Over 140,000. Upon hearing this, the Ji family was left utterly speechless. Goodness. Changhan's mere words have proven to be so effective, resulting in such significant savings. Songzae chuckled. Brother Han is my savior. For years, I have longed to repay him in some way, yet he has never sought anything from me. But now, finally, there is something to repay him for. Brother Han, I believe I have been quite helpful this time, haven't I? Indeed. You have been immensely helpful, Junjia. My friend here has provided you with quite a generous discount. The extent of my assistance is limited to this. Whether you choose to buy is entirely your decision. Yeah. Please show this young brother the video of our first meticulously furnished apartment. Seeing is believing. Certainly, manager. The female sales assistant, promptly arranged for the video of the meticulously furnished apartment to be displayed on the large screen. Upon viewing it, the Ji family collectively fell under its spell. It was simply opulent. The luxury was almost beyond human comprehension. Especially Ji Junjia and Yu Kursin, who found themselves unable to tear their gaze away. Their excitement palpable. Sister, I want this one. Let us buy this. But this apartment costs 3,100,000. Where am I supposed to find such a large sum? We will figure something out. Such a splendid apartment, being offered for only 3,100,000. If we don't buy it, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Yu Kursin quickly chimed in. Yes, big sister. This apartment is simply too wonderful. Once we move in, there will be enough room for uncle and aunt, my parents, and even you, big sister. Indeed, daughter. This apartment is too good to pass up. The potential savings of over 140,000 is quite significant. Ji Chuchu certainly recognized the apartment's merits, but her concern remained. The crux of the matter is that I lack sufficient funds. It costs 3,100,000. How much do you have? I only have 2,800,000. We are still short 30,000. Ji Junjia pondered for a moment before quickly turning to Changhan with a smile. Brother Chang, Do you have 30,000 to lend me for now? Once I purchase the apartment, I will have some flexibility and repay you immediately. That won't do. Junjia, let us be clear, I no longer have any ties with your sister. I am willing to assist in your apartment purchase due to our relationship, or perhaps because of your uncle and aunt. Our friendship remains a separate matter. Money is money, by the way. Don't you have a new brother-in-law? 30,000 is nothing. For someone who drives a Range Rover. It is hardly a concern. You make a valid point, sister. Quickly call Wu Jio to borrow 30,000 from him. That is a splendid idea. Chu-Chu, call Wu Jio right away. Yes, 30,000 should be trivial for Wu Jio. Ji Chu-Chu, feeling somewhat pressured by her family, had no choice but to take out her phone. Hello, is Jio there? He is out of town. What is the matter? Oh, I'm helping my brother buy an apartment, but I'm short 30,000. Could you lend me a bit? Are you joking with me? Didn't you just receive over 200 from the Lao Chong family? Asking me to lend you money for an apartment? I don't have enough. 200 is insufficient. Are you buying a villa? My brother has his eye on a 198 square meter apartment in the inner ring, meticulously furnished. It is only 3,100,000. An apartment in the inner ring, 198 square meters, meticulously furnished for 3,100,000? That is impossible. Don't let yourself be deceived. What deception? The manager is right here, waiting to sign the contract. If you have 30,000, just transfer it to me. Once I've used it, I'll pay you back. But, my account has a limit. It has been quite tight lately. Perhaps in a couple of days when I return to Chongqing, I can bring the money to you. But I'm in a hurry to buy. Just wait a couple of days. The apartment won't fly away. Can you not think of another solution? I'm not in Chongqing. What can I do? Trust me, don't rush. We can discuss it in a couple of days when I return. I'll accompany you, and I might even know that manager. Perhaps we can negotiate an even lower price. It's already very cheap. Oh, come on. Just wait until I return in a couple of days. All right, I'm driving now. I can't stay on the phone at a series of busy signals. So, how is it, daughter? Did he send the money? Mi Yuemei inquired eagerly. He said his bank card has a limit. He mentioned he would come back in a couple of days to give me the money. That scoundrel, he must be joking. Ji Junjia was the first to express his displeasure. Chapter 39. A dour expression. Money is hard to borrow. Indeed. Why was there a limit today of all days? Yu Kurson wore a displeased expression. At that moment, the Ji family was collectively furious. Changhan remarked, Junjia, after all these years, do you have no savings at all? I only have over 50,000. And little you? I have 100,000. That makes 150,000. What about your uncle and aunt? We have another 200,000. Mi Yuemei added, Tish, that is 350,000. Isn't that enough? Ji Chuchu was livid upon hearing this, exclaiming, you all have money yet expect me to borrow. It's not that I have little money. I only have 5,000. Big sister, I've worked hard to save this 100,000. The 20,000 from you and dad is our emergency fund. All right? Enough. Let us not dwell on these matters. Since we have enough, let us transfer the money. Old Song is usually quite busy. The Ji family gathered their funds and began the process of purchasing the apartment. The most delighted were undoubtedly Ji Junjia and Yu Kurson, reveling in the prospect of a 198 square meter meticulously furnished luxury apartment, something they had never even dared to dream of. After the cashier processed Ji Chuchu's card, she said, I'm sorry, miss, your balance is insufficient. Insufficient balance? Impossible. Ji Chuchu's face was one of disbelief as she quickly protested. Surely, you must have entered the wrong amount. 2,800,000. Not 28 million. I did not make a mistake. Please check. The zeros are all correct. Ji Chuchu counted and confirmed that the amount had indeed been entered correctly, yet even after inputting the password, it still displayed insufficient balance. How can this be, daughter? Do you truly have 2,800,000? Yes, big sister. If you don't try to fool me. I have it. I checked this morning. Then check again. Ji Chuchu hastily pulled out her phone, accessed her online banking, and confirmed the balance. Look, ISNT this balance just fine. 2,830,000. Yes, that is perfectly fine. How can there be an insufficient balance? Big sister, why is the balance displayed in gray? Indeed. What does that mean? There is a small question mark nearby. Funds locked. What does that mean? Funds locked means there is an issue with the account funds. And it will display as locked, the cashier interjected. How can this be? It was functioning fine just this morning. I have no idea. You'll need to inquire at the bank. Fine. I'll go ask the bank. What about the apartment? We can buy it tomorrow. It won't run away. By the way, manager Song. We'll return tomorrow to make the payment. Is that all right? Well, the problem is that tomorrow the price won't be the same. Today, I'm giving face to Brother Han. Brother Han, you can't blame me for this. If no one buys, it's not that I'm unwilling to give you face. If they don't buy, then I can only assist to a limited extent. Junjia, how about you consider purchasing that 128 square meter apartment tomorrow instead? Upon reflection, it would still suffice for living. If there are many people, we can squeeze a bit. That won't do, Brother Chong. We have our eyes set on this apartment. How can we not buy it? It's not that it won't be sold. It's that you choose not to buy it. I cannot possibly remain here every single day. Today, Old Song has already shown me considerable courtesy, and I have also received his favor. If you choose not to make a purchase, so be it. Old Song, let us leave it at that. You should attend to your own affairs. Perhaps next time we can share a drink together. No problem. I shall treat next time. Oh no. Don't leave just yet. Manager Song. At this moment, Ji Junjia is extremely anxious. He has already set his sights on a nearly 200 square meter, exquisitely decorated luxury apartment. How could it possibly have turned into a smaller, unfinished unit? This transformation has occurred far too swiftly. Yu Kursin is equally frantic. To her, a 198 square meter finished home is the epitome of her dreams. So how could it have suddenly slipped away like a cooked duck? The Ji family, nearly all in a state of great distress, could be likened to ants on a hot pot. Their mood has plummeted drastically. Seeing this, Changan cannot help but smile inwardly, yet he sighs and says, Old Song. You see, both my little brother and I are genuinely interested in buying. How about this? Just collect a small deposit from them and secure the apartment. Once they settle the remaining payment, it will be theirs. Right? Well, let us not dwell on the details, for my sake. Let it be as such. They certainly have funds in their bank accounts, and in a couple of days, they can bring you the remaining amount. And that will be that. Sigh. Very well. This is indeed due to Brother Han's influence. Others wouldn't dare to even consider it. I have already granted a discount of over 1,400,000. What more do you wish from me? All right. For my sake, let us proceed as such. Very well. Upon hearing this, the Ji family felt as though the clouds had parted, and they were elated beyond measure. Thank you, Brother Chang. We are immensely grateful. Thank you, Changhan. You must come visit us at home sometime. Ji Chuchu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately refrained from uttering the words of gratitude and no need for formalities. It is all in good faith. There will be opportunities ahead, Songze stated. All right, we have reached an agreement. The deposit will be 800,000. Please hand over the deposit. 800,000. Isn't that a bit excessive? Naturally, the Ji family was taken aback. 800,000 is even lower than the stipulated ratio. Moreover, this concession is made solely due to Brother Han's influence. In another scenario, the deposit would be halved. One wouldn't even dare to think about it. All right, Junjia, call your relatives and friends, gather a bit here and there, 10 or 8,000 per family. 800,000 is not an insurmountable sum. Changhan interjected. The Ji family had no choice but to make calls to scrape together funds. However, it is far easier to pay than to ask for a loan. Borrowing money can be quite humiliating. To secure a loan, the Ji family endured quite a bit of frustration, but finally, they managed to gather the 800,000, and the deposit was paid. The Ji family could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Songze remarked, since the deposit has been made, we shall finalize the housing agreement. According to the rules, you are required to settle the remaining payment within a week. However, in consideration of Brother Han's influence, I shall grant you a month's time. If the remaining payment is settled, the house will be yours. If not, the deposit is non-refundable. Is that acceptable? No problem. Absolutely. Rest assured, Manager Song. For the Ji family, it is not that they lack funds, but rather that they are currently inaccessible. Once the funds are unbound, they will pay promptly, and the house will naturally become theirs. Songze continued, Yeah. Please accompany our esteemed guests to view our finished apartments. Young brother, once you have paid the full amount, all the furnishings within the house will be yours, and I shall also gift you a complete set of appliances. This is all in consideration of Brother Han. Does that sound agreeable? Certainly. That sounds splendid. Thank you, Manager Song. Chapter 40. Encountering significant troubles all thanks to Brother Han's influence. Well then, I shall return to my tasks. Let us dine together when time permits. Very well. You go about your business. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me to view the properties. The female sales associate urged eagerly. Brother Chang has taken his leave. We shall go view the apartments. Changhan, you must come over for dinner at my place sometime. Definitely. Absolutely. Let us hurry to see the properties. Ji Chuchu, wanting to say something, ultimately held her tongue. Changhan smiled as he watched the group depart. But once their backs were turned, his expression shifted, and he let out a cold snort. Miss, let us settle the payment for the properties. We should take our leave as well. Welcome back. All the sales associates gathered at the entrance to bid farewell to Changhan and his companions. Wow, this Mr. Chang is truly affluent. He purchased 2 properties outright, each with a renovation standard of 10,000 per square meter. Just look at his girlfriend. She is stunningly beautiful. And no wonder such a wealthy individual is willing to foot the bill. And her friend is not too shabby either, just accompanying her to view properties, and she also received a 98 square meter apartment. If only I had such a friend, I would be laughing in my dreams. Hee. By the way, why was Manager Song so generous today, granting a discount of 140 to 150,000? Haven't you heard that Mr. Chang saved Manager Song's life once? That is a significant favor. Indeed, however, I've never heard of such a substantial discount before. Of course, even a discount of 140 to 150,000 is not something everyone can afford. Considering the total price is over 3 million, you're right. Regardless, we've all gained quite a bit today. Each of us earned 1,000 as a tip. But Lingling made 2,000. Lingling, you've struck gold. You must treat us to a meal, no problem. Changhan's G-class halted in front of the mall where Shi Yuxuan and Su Tong were located. We've arrived. You may return to work now. Brother Han, what if I come over to your place tonight? Shi Yuxuan gathered her courage, her cheeks flushed. Su Tong also chimed in. I can come too. Although she knew her looks could not compete with Shi Yuxuan, she felt that if she put in some effort, she might not necessarily lose out. Changhan replied, There's no need. You both should head back. If I wish to see you, I will call. And please, do not feel too pressured. I am already very pleased that you could accompany me today. As for the housing situation, you can handle it yourselves now. Hurry back. Very well, then we shall take our leave. Goodbye, Brother Han, goodbye. Watching the two ladies exit the vehicle, Changhan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, and he sighed deeply. Drive on. Upon returning to the boutique, Shi Yuxuan and Su Tong instantly astonished all the staff. They left in work uniforms but returned clad head to toe in VL attire. This was no mere phone delivery, but rather a treasure hunt. The staff surrounded the two, inquiring about every detail. Naturally, the two could not divulge anything about the house purchase. They knew well the wisdom of keeping wealth concealed, so they concocted an excuse about accompanying Changhan for a meal and spending the day out, claiming he had gifted them some clothing. The sales associates were envious beyond measure. They regretted not accompanying Shi Yuxuan on the phone delivery. Had they gone along, they too could have donned outfits worth hundreds of thousands. After the Ji family viewed the property, they were undeniably thrilled. The luxurious decor was unmatched, and both Ji Junjie and Yu Kursin felt as though they were floating on air. Once they exited the sales center, Ji Chuchu hurried to the bank, for her 280,000 had been locked away, and she needed to ascertain what had transpired. I'm sorry, miss. There seems to be an issue with your bank card account. We have reported it to the head office, and you will receive a response within 10 days. 10 days. That's far too long. I urgently need the funds. I sincerely apologize, miss. This is the bank's policy, and there is nothing we can do. Please bear with us for a few more days. I'm truly sorry. You scoundrels, I shall never deposit money with your bank again. Ji Chuchu stormed out of the bank, fuming. Although the thawing of funds would take 10 days, the payment deadline was a month away, so she was not too anxious. Upon returning home, Changhan received a call from the manager of Wanhua Plaza, informing him that the property had been tidied up, and they would soon send someone to deliver the keys. It wasn't long before someone respectfully delivered the keys to his doorstep. Upon receiving the keys, Changhan was elated. He could finally escape the slums and move into luxury. For this newly minted tycoon, what could be more joyous? The next morning, he asked, Xiao Chong, how much did we earn yesterday? 1,350,000,000 Mi currency. How much? Changhan nearly collapsed upon hearing this. 1,350,000,000 Mi currency. Xiao Chong monotonously repeated 1,350,000,000 in Mi currency. Changhan was left utterly flabbergasted. Initially, he had been astonished by the 250 million Mi currency earned yesterday. But today, to discover an income of 1 billion was beyond mere astonishment. It was sheer shock. 1,350,000,000 Mi currency amounted to 97 billion Huasha currency, nearly 100 billion earned in a single day. This was simply too outrageous. At this moment, Changhan found himself at a loss for words. He had always sought to earn more, believing that wealth was always welcome. Yet now it seemed that the earnings were becoming excessive, enough to instill a sense of fear. 97 billion in a single day. In 10 days, that would total 970 billion. And in 100 days, 9,700 billion. After a year, wouldn't he that amount of trillions? My heavens. The national 5-year plan is merely a few trillion. By the end of the year, his personal wealth would rival that of an entire country's multi-year planning budget. This is utterly insane. Changhan remained silent for a while, then hesitantly said, Xiao Chong, are we earning too much? Could there be any danger involved? There is indeed a certain level of risk. What dangers do you foresee? The substantial daily increase in the cash within the boss's account will undoubtedly attract the attention of national authorities. Do you not have any solutions? There are indeed solutions. One could distribute the funds across multiple accounts. However, this is merely a temporary fix. If the accumulation continues, it will inevitably be exposed sooner or later. So, what shall we do? The most prudent course of action would be to affiliate with an offshore company, establish a separate server, and conduct transactions outside the regulatory oversight of the central bank's data center. Subsequently, the acquired funds could be securely allocated to various bank accounts across multiple countries. This approach would ensure optimal safety. An offshore company. Is this feasible for you? I can only facilitate part of the process. There are certain tasks that require someone else to handle. What then? Chapter 41. The astonishing donation. The best option would be to enlist the assistance of individuals from Daxing Securities. Daxing Securities? Will they have the means? The trading terminal of the Cheetah app is essentially an offshore company. Therefore, the personnel from Daxing Securities should be capable of executing this. The boss ought to engage in discussions with them to establish an independent offshore company, which we would manage and oversee. circumventing the Daxing platform. What if they refuse? In that case, we would have no choice but to withdraw the entire amount and recruit our own team to set up an offshore company. Albeit this would be a more time-consuming endeavor. You are right. While I desire more funds, I cannot afford to take excessive risks. Changan took out his phone and called Luanani, with whom he had been in contact, to present his conditions. Such a significant matter was beyond Luanani's purview, and he could only report it upwards, leaving Changhan awaiting a response. Changhan also instructed Xiaoqiang to refrain from trading foreign stocks until they received news from Daxing. Under Changhan's request, Xiaoqiang established several alias accounts within the banking system. Although he was unaware of how Xiaoqiang accomplished this, the division of such substantial amounts across multiple accounts provided him with considerable peace of mind. Having resolved the financial matters, Changhan departed for the villa. Since Changhan's information had already been input into the Wanhua Property Service Terminal, the community management was naturally aware of his identity. After registering his vehicle, he was granted unrestricted access. Upon entering the house, Changhan discovered that it had been meticulously tidied. All furnishings and decorations were in place, requiring him to purchase only a few appliances. However, these trivial tasks seemed numerous, and it appeared he would need to hire a housekeeper and several servants to manage these affairs. After all, it would be a daunting task to clean such a large house alone without dedicating every moment to it. Boss, would you like to activate another bioengineered individual to serve as your housekeeper? That is an excellent idea. Changhan's eyes lit up at the prospect. After all, these matters pertain to his private life, and entrusting them to a bioengineered individual would undoubtedly be the safest option. By the way, Xiaoqiang, can we have another bioengineered person? They won't be short, will they? Their height and appearance can be adjusted. Those setting exceptionally high standards may require a bit more energy. However, if they do not leave the premises, a yearly recharge will suffice. Very well. The number 24 high school in the provincial capital is one of the finest high schools in the province. Each year, dozens of students from this institution gain admission to the country's top universities, making it the most coveted school among high school students in the province. Changhan arrived at the entrance of No. 24 High School, surveyed the surroundings, and approached the security booth. Who are you looking for? The security guard at the booth asked as he opened the window. I am seeking the leadership of your school. Which leader are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? No appointment. However, I would like to donate some student supplies to your school. I wonder who is responsible for handling such matters. Upon hearing that Changhan wished to make a donation, the security guard's eyes lit up and he promptly replied, Please wait a moment. Director Wu manages these affairs. I will give him a call. Before long, a man emerged from the school. Director Wu, this gentleman wishes to donate items to our school. Greetings, how do you do? The two exchanged handshakes. Wu Ching inquired, May I ask for your name, sir? Changhan. Mr. Chang. May I ask what you intend to donate to our school? I do not have any specific ideas at the moment. I wonder if Director Wu could provide me with some basic information about the school so that I may identify areas where I can contribute. Wu Ching immediately understood the implication. The way the other party spoke suggested that this was not merely a donation. It might be an attempt to promote a product to the school. There are often individuals who use the guise of making donations to market their products to the school. And most of the donated items end up being of no use to the institution. Mr. Chang, may I inquire about the nature of your business? I am a freelancer. A freelancer. Wu Cheng was taken aback momentarily before continuing. So you are not currently engaged in any specific work? I have some plans in mind. However, I have not yet commenced any activities. I am currently on a break. May I ask if you intend to donate items or funds to our school? Either items or funds are acceptable. I will donate whatever your esteemed institution requires. Upon hearing that the other party was willing to donate money, Wu Cheng's expression softened considerably. If the other party were genuinely attempting to promote a product, the school might not even find it useful, and engaging in such discussions would be a waste of time. However, if it were a monetary donation, it could indeed be beneficial. Although Wu Cheng was uncertain how much the other party intended to donate, 3,000 or 5,000 would be welcomed, as one cannot begrudge a small donation. That would be unbecoming of an educator. Mr. Chang, please follow me. I will provide you with a brief overview of our school's situation. Much appreciated. The two entered the school and approached a map of the institution, where Wu Cheng meticulously outlined the school's basic conditions. Changhan listened attentively, nodding and inquiring frequently. After Wu Cheng concluded his explanation, Changhan smiled and said, Your esteemed institution truly deserves its reputation as a prestigious school in our province. It appears that you possess all the necessary facilities, but I am at a loss as to what would be appropriate to donate. Mr. Chang, the amount of the donation is less important. What matters is your concern for the educational endeavor, which brings us immense joy. Well said. In that case, I have noticed that your school lacks a laboratory building. Therefore, I shall donate a laboratory building to the school. Wu Cheng smiled, and just as he was about to express his gratitude, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. What did he just hear? A whole building. Surely he could not have misheard. Mr. Chang, what was it you said you were donating? A laboratory building. I noticed that your esteemed institution seems to have everything, except for a laboratory building. I believe that a donation of such a structure would undoubtedly be beneficial to your school, Mr. Chong. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? What kind of joke is this? I wonder if 30 million would suffice to construct a building. If that is insufficient, I can contribute more. That is more than adequate, absolutely sufficient. Wu Chang could hardly contain his excitement upon hearing this. 30 million. Even if the construction cost were 3,000 per square meter, 30 million would yield 1,000 square meters. What kind of laboratory building could possibly require such a large area? Thank you immensely, Mr. Chong. You truly are a philanthropist dedicated to the advancement of education in our province. It brings me great joy to contribute to the educational cause of our province. May I inquire if I could meet the principal of your esteemed institution? Certainly. I will call for the principal right away. Chapter 42. Seeking assistance from the principal. No need for that. I can visit in person and take a look at the school situation as well. Certainly. Please follow me. Changhan followed Wu Chang into the school. Throughout the journey, Wu Cheng's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, shifting to one of utmost respect and congeniality. After all, a benefactor of such magnitude had never graced the history of No. 24 High School. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. The principal of number 24 High School, Che Yongkong, looked up at Changhan with a hint of curiosity. Who is this? Wu Chang replied with a smile. Principal Che. This is Mr. Changhan, who is deeply concerned about our school's educational challenges and wishes to donate a laboratory building to us. What? Che Yongkong was understandably astonished. A whole building? Is this for real? Principal Che, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Changhan stepped forward to greet Che Yongkong with a friendly handshake. The pleasure is mine. Che Yongkong was at a loss for how to respond. He had yet to fully grasp the notion of receiving an entire building. It all seemed too incredible to be true. May I inquire, Mr. Chong, where do you hail from? I am from this province. It is indeed a fortunate occurrence for our province to have an individual like Mr. Chong, who is so devoted to the cause of education. You flatter me, Principal. Director Wu provided me with an overview of the school's basic situation earlier, and I observe that your esteemed institution possesses most facilities, except for a laboratory building. Thus, I was inspired to donate a laboratory building to be constructed at the standard cost of 30 million. I wonder if that is sufficient. If not, I can certainly contribute more. That is more than ample. Che Yongkong's joy was palpable as he heard this. 30 million for a building. How extravagant, Mr. Chong. I cannot thank you enough. Please, have a seat. Let me prepare some tea for you. No need. No need. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Sit down. Principal, allow me to serve the tea. Wu Ching eagerly volunteered to pour the tea. After a brief tea session filled with friendly banter, Principal Che, as for myself, I have a few matters to attend to and would like to trouble you. If that is permissible, please, do not hesitate to speak your mind. I assure you, whatever I can assist with, I shall. The situation is as follows. I have a younger sister who is currently attending high school in a nearby county. Yet she has long admired the educational standards of your esteemed institution, the number 24 middle school. I wonder if it would be possible for her to gain admission and pursue her studies there? Che Yongkong, perceptive as he is, immediately comprehended the underlying intention of the conversation. After some deliberation, it became clear that this was the true motive behind the generous donation of a building to Wu Chang. 2. Grasped the implications. While a single student's admission is indeed a precious opportunity within the school, it pales in comparison to the significance of an entire building. However, as this decision does not rest solely in his hands, it now hinges upon Che Yongkong's judgment. Che Yongkong hesitated for a moment, seemingly contemplating the matter. Principal Che, I propose this. Merely having a laboratory building is insufficient. The absence of laboratory equipment is also a concern. I shall contribute an additional 20 million for laboratory apparatus. Would that be acceptable? Is that truly feasible? Che Yongkong could hardly suppress his smile. There is nothing amiss in this. For the sake of education, no expense is too great. Very well then, I shall take full responsibility for my sister's matters. Ha ha ha. I am immensely grateful to you, Principal Che. There is no need for such formality. If gratitude is to be expressed, it is I who should thank M.R. Chong. By the way, Principal Che, I wish to organize a donation ceremony. I wonder if that would be feasible. After all, the responsibility of fostering educational causes belongs to society as a whole. My individual contributions, no matter how substantial, are ultimately limited. It is imperative that we engage the entire community in this endeavor. Well said, Mr. Chong. I am truly moved by your words. You are absolutely correct. This donation ceremony must take place, and it should be executed with excellence. Rest assured, we will handle the arrangements and ensure it is conducted to your satisfaction. I am immensely grateful. I shall transfer this 50 million to the school's account. As for the scale of the donation ceremony, it need not be extravagant. A modest affair will suffice. Would that be agreeable? Certainly, certainly. You are far too courteous. Che Yongkong's smile was almost ear to ear. In essence, this was a matter of finances. Any lingering doubts in his mind dissipated completely. Who would have thought such affluent individuals existed in the provincial capital? This truly is a fortunate turn of events. Upon leaving the school, Changan felt that matters had proceeded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. However, he still needed to recruit an assistant. While Xiaochang proved to be exceptionally useful, he lacked a physical presence, and many tasks were better suited for a living person. Although he could manage on his own, as the owner, he could not be involved in every detail. Xiaochang had posted a job advertisement online according to his specifications. A 200,000 annual salary. For a second-tier provincial city, this was indeed quite enticing. The job advertisement quickly garnered significant attention. However, faced with the stringent employment criteria, the vast majority could only sigh in disappointment. Moreover, one crucial requirement was that applicants must be female, which left many feeling somewhat speechless, as they suspected yet another company owner with ulterior motives. Nonetheless, the allure of a 200,000 annual salary was hard to resist, and many qualified individuals were eager to try their luck. The following morning arrived. Last night, Xiaochang did not continue trading stocks. Luan Ani from Daxing Securities called. Xiao Luan, how are the discussions progressing? Changge, I have reported back, and our Vice President Yin wishes to speak with you. Hello, Mr. Changhan. I am Yin Yuanliang, Executive Vice President of Daxing Securities. Greetings. I have not had the opportunity to introduce myself until now. Generally, the work of liaising with you is handled by Luan Ani and myself. I trust Xiao Luan has briefed you on the matter. Indeed, he has. The conditions you proposed have been discussed at the executive level. And we can comply. That is splendid news, thank you, Vice President Yin. There is no need for such formality, however. I would like to discuss the new company with you. Our firm is interested in investing 50%. The data terminal operations will be managed entirely by you and your team. We will solely provide the capital and will not assume any management responsibilities. However, we do require a financial officer to oversee the financial data. Would that be acceptable? That is not possible. I desire an independently operating sole proprietorship. All data must be managed by my team alone. You can assist me in establishing the company and setting up an offshore server. And I am willing to offer you a compensation fee for your efforts. Just state your desired amount directly. If the price is reasonable, I can agree. If not, I will have to assemble my own team, which may take longer and be somewhat troublesome. Then what if we were to invest purely? What amount do you intend to invest? 50%. We will contribute 5 billion Mi currency, and in return, we will only take 30% of the profits and send one financial officer. How does that sound? Not feasible. 50% only equates to 8% in my estimation. Moreover, I cannot accept a financial officer. Our data is not open to anyone, but 8% is rather paltry, is it not? We are investing 5 billion Mi currency. That is not an insignificant amount. You are well aware of my profit margins. If it were otherwise, you would not consider investing in me. Here as an alternative. I can offer you 1 billion Mi currency as a service fee, treating it as compensation for utilizing your resources to set up the platform. Let us part amicably and collaborate again in the future. How does that sound? Well, perhaps we should further discuss the investment terms. We are genuinely sincere. All right then. I shall take a step back and offer a symbolic investment of 1 billion Mi currency. You will invest 99 billion Mi currency, and together we shall form a joint venture of 100 billion. The resulting company will be managed entirely by me and my team, while you will receive 15% of the total profits. This is my final offer. Please consider it. Vice President Yin. I understand the principle of mutual benefit in business. I am grateful for your company's support over this time, which is why I agreed to your investment. However, my ability to generate profits hinges primarily on my team's effectiveness. Without them, you would not be in a position to invest in me. Here is my proposal. If you can assist me in securing this arrangement, I will allocate 1% of my team's profits to you. Given the assistance you and Xiao Luan have provided me, I believe it is only fair that if I benefit, you should too. What do you think? Yin Yuanliang felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Given the profit margins discussed, even 1% represented an astonishing fortune. How could he possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away? Very well. I shall consult with our CEO once more. Thank you for your efforts. Not a problem. Just await my news. By the way, the 1% I mentioned includes your share as well. When the time comes, ensure he receives his due. I understand. You can rest assured. Xiao Luan. Do you have any further instructions? Mr. Chang, I have promised Vice President Yin 1% of the profits, which includes your portion, if he neglects to provide it to you. Inform me, and I will address it with him. Thank you, Mr. Chang. Thank you. That afternoon, Changhan tidied up his home before moving into his new residence. However, he did not enjoy a restful evening, likely due to the change in environment. It seemed he would require some time to acclimate. The next morning, Changhan checked the new phone WeChat and noticed numerous friend requests, seemingly from individuals seeking employment to IT. Must be said that the allure of a 200,000 annual salary was substantial, as so many responded promptly. After accepting the requests, he reviewed the photos and videos sent by these candidates, dismissing those he found lacking in appeal and placing those who piqued his interest on hold for further consideration. In the morning, the second bioengineered assistant arrived at the villa. The appearance of the second bioengineered assistant differed drastically from the first, resembling an entirely different individual. Your new name shall be Sanchong. You will be responsible for managing the villa. Understood, boss. In the morning, Changan returned to his rented accommodation to tidy up and move some belongings. Under the scorching sun, a crowd quickly gathered at the entrance of Changhan's community. The individuals comprised an array of stunning women, each more striking than the last, attracting the attention of passers-by. Those in the know recognized them as job seekers, while those unaware might have assumed a beauty pageant was underway. What kind of place is this? What else could it be? A slum. Why schedule interviews in such a dilapidated location? Who knows? But there are plenty of people here. The competition seems fierce. What can you do? The salary is high. Assistant to the chairman, with a 200,000 annual salary. But they didn't even specify which company is hiring. Could it be a scam? Hard to say. What major company would hold interviews in such a shabby place? Forget it. I think I'll head back. This place doesn't seem worth it. I'm leaving too. Goodbye. Some individuals, realizing they may have been misled, turned to leave, yet 10 remained behind. Chang emerged from the community and approached the entrance. The gathered applicants noticed him, but upon seeing his unimposing stature, they disregarded him. Which of you is here for the interview? Chang inquired coldly. That I am. I, and I. The group of women eagerly responded. Follow me. Upon seeing this, the women hurriedly followed behind Chang, entering an old building and climbing to the top floor, where they entered Changhan's rented room. It must be said that after climbing several flights of stairs, everyone was left breathless. However, what disappointed them even more was the realization that the space they entered was a rather dilapidated one, small in area, making the presence of so many people feel rather cramped. Changhan was tidying up his belongings and turned to look at the group, asking, "Are you all here for the recruitment?" The women exchanged glances, pondering why none of them spoke. "Aren't you here to apply?" "We are here to apply. Who are you?" "Who am I?" "I am, of course, the one who has called you for the recruitment. I am your interviewer." "You are the interviewer?" The women were left dumbfounded upon hearing this. For in their minds, an interviewer offering a salary of 2 million should be impeccably dressed in a suit, seated in a grand office, speaking to them with a shrewd demeanor while holding a clipboard. Yet, the individual before them was clad in a delivery uniform, a towel wrapped around his head. One might mistake him for a thief rather than an interviewer. "SK, as I said, how could such a pie fall from the sky?" "Goodbye." One woman, irritated, turned to leave. "Really? What a waste of effort. I'm leaving too, soon." Several more women turned and departed, leaving 6 or 7 individuals still present. I asked, there anyone else who wishes to leave? No one spoke. All right. Since no one is leaving, let's get to work. Help me tidy things up. Changhan began directing a few of them. The women, all of whom had come to interview for a position with $1 million salary, were naturally displeased at being ordered to do housework. Although the majority suspected that the so-called 2 million salary was most likely a scam, a flicker of hope remained in their hearts. What if it were true? It was precisely this glimmer of hope that led many to decide to give it a try. Chapter 44. The wealthy CEO Changhan was quite unceremonious, instructing the women to wipe tables, mop the floor, fold clothes, and move items, seemingly showing no mercy simply because they were women. What further angered the women was that once they began working, Changhan and Erqiang stood by, offering no assistance whatsoever. Especially Changhan, who stood aside, pointing and directing them on what to do next, taking on the role of a hands-off manager, which naturally infuriated them. Enough of this. Who do you think you are, standing there and gesturing? We came to apply for the position of executive assistant, not to clean your house. Yes, we want to see the CEO. Bring the CEO here. CEO. Changhan chuckled. Isn't the CEO right here, far in the sky? Yet close at hand. What? The women collectively stared in disbelief. You say he is the CEO? They all looked at Erqiang with incredulity. Changhan was nearly knocked off his feet by their reaction. I am the CEO? What kind of look is that? Changhan was now quite irritated. The women, upon seeing this, found it even harder to believe. If Erqiang were the CEO, they might have accepted that, though shorter in stature, he bore an imposing demeanor and remained silent, exuding the air of a high-ranking leader. But Changhan, wrapped in a scarf and dressed like a delivery man, looked as shabby as one could be. How could he possibly be a CEO? It was utterly ridiculous. All right, I figured it out. You are nothing but a group of fraudsters. Yes, how can you call yourself a CEO? Do you take us for fools? Fraud. I'm calling the police. What have I deceived you about? You were brought here under the pretense of a 2 million salary job. Exactly. And yet you have us doing housework, and there is so much of it. You just stand there and direct us without helping. If you can't even handle a simple cleaning job, how dare you come to apply for the assistant position? I came to apply for the executive assistant position, not to clean. Who says an executive assistant cannot clean? If the office only has the CEO and the assistant left, do you expect the CEO to do the cleaning? The women were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, unable to argue against that point. You're just making excuses. I see you are nothing but a fraud. You are not a CEO at all. Yes, you are just a delivery person masquerading as a CEO. What a joke. Since you don't believe I am the CEO, there's nothing I can do. Please, feel free to leave. You think we will just leave? After all this work, I want to do it for free. Me too. Look at my hands, they're dirty, and my nails are broken. How much do you want? At least 500. I want 500 too. I want 800. My nails are broken. I want 800 as well. Is there anyone else who wants money? Changan glanced at the two who had remained silent. They exchanged looks, hesitated for a moment, and then shook their heads. You two are too foolish. Do you really think this person is a CEO? He is nothing but a fraud. He just wants to use us as free labor. A delivery man pretending to be a CEO. How laughable, and some still believe it. Changhan chuckled and turned to the two women, asking, what are your names? Linya. Lin from the forest, Ya from elegance. Jiang Zhen. Jiang with the grass radical and from safety, Zhen from cherish. Erqiang, bring the items over. Yes, boss, Erqiang replied, entering the back room, and soon returned with 2 plastic bags. The women in the room were left dumbfounded, for the transparent bags were filled with money. 2 large bags, though they did not know the exact amount, seemed to contain at least several 100,000. Give them the money. 1 bag each. Erqiang walked over and placed the 2 bags into Lin Ya's and Jiang Anzhen's arms. The two could only stand there, dumbfounded, reflexively holding the 2 bags of money. They were at a loss for how to react. This sum of 1 million was initially intended as a greeting gift for those who passed the first interview round. If 1 person passed, it would be 1 million for them alone. Now that 2 had passed, it would be 500,000 each. Although 2 had passed, only 1 assistant position was available, yet the one who did not get the job could still walk away with 50,000. What upon hearing this, the women in the room were utterly stunned. The recruitment was indeed genuine. Moreover, even if they were not selected, they would receive 50,000 in compensation. How outrageous! Linya and Jiang Anzhen were especially incredulous. 50,000 was just handed to them like that. The other party was indeed a CEO, and a wealthy one at that. While the women were still in shock, Changhan announced, Erqiang, give the remaining people 2,000 each as compensation for today's work. Yes, boss, Erqiang replied, taking out the money. I'm sorry, CEO. I was wronged. I didn't mean to quit. Me too, CEO. I never intended to quit. I was just joking earlier. Yes, please give me another chance. The women hurriedly apologized to Changhan. Chance. The opportunity was clearly placed before you just now, yet it was you who failed to cherish it. Remember, opportunities for a meteoric rise may only come once in a lifetime, and this chance belongs only to those who value it. Erqiang, the moving company has arrived. You are in charge of the arrangements. Linya, Jiang Anzhen, you two come with me. Yes, CEO. The 2 women, clutching their bags of money, followed Changhan out. The remaining women were left in shock. Upon descending the stairs, Linya and Jiang Anzhen followed Changhan to his luxury vehicle. It must be said, with 50,000 in each of their arms, they were beyond excited. They had never experienced such a lavish interview before. Initially, they had doubted whether this so-called interview was a scam. Yet it was merely a flicker of hope that had compelled them to persevere, and they never expected such a significant twist in their fortune. Driving through the streets, Changhan soon arrived at his villa. When the 2 women saw Changhan's opulent estate, they were left speechless. Once they entered the villa and beheld its luxurious interior, they finally grasped the true prowess of the young CEO. Filling them with exhilaration, Chapter 45. Changhan's standards for employment. Boss, you're back. The butler, Sanxiang, approached at that moment. Changhan nodded and led the 2 women to the living room, where they sat on the sofa. He then turned to the 2 of them. Linya, a graduate with a master's degree in financial management from Jincheng University. You have served as a personnel supervisor and executive vice president in 2 foreign companies for over 3 years. You can drive, have a CET, 6 level in English, possess excellent writing skills, and have a graceful demeanor. You pride yourself on your crisis management and communication abilities, and you are diligent, detail-oriented, and responsible, correct? Yes, President, Linya nodded eagerly. Jiang Anzhen graduated from the Berkeley campus of Miliangguo Jiaozhou University with an MBA. She previously served as the executive president of Sika Technology Company, Limited in the Greater China region for over 3 years. Possessing substantial experience in administrative management, she has a broad perspective, exceptional organizational and coordination skills, outstanding social interaction abilities, and an impressive appearance and demeanor. She can also drive. Upon hearing this, Linya instinctively glanced at her competitors beside her, initially believing her own qualifications to be quite remarkable. However, she was taken aback to discover that the other party's credentials were even more impressive, indicating a formidable rival. Linya, why not stay in the capital to continue your development? Logically, the stage there is larger, providing you with greater opportunities for growth. I wish to change my environment. If it's merely a change of scenery, then switching companies would suffice. Why return to a provincial city? After all, the economic climate here is significantly inferior to that of the capital. My primary desire is to distance myself from that city. Leaving that city, you could choose to relocate to a first-tier city like Modu. Why return to a smaller city like ours? Due to personal reasons. Is it a matter between men and women? Yes. Are you married? Yes. Do you have children? I do. Jiang Anzhen, it stands to reason that the position of executive president at Psychotechnology Company Limited for the Greater China region is quite commendable, so why leave? The company wishes to transfer me to South Asia. I do not wish to go. Are you implying that you refuse to comply with the company's arrangement? I have my reasons. Care to elaborate? I do not want to be far from home. But you studied in Miliangwo. You shouldn't inherently resist being far from home, should you? While I studied in Miliangwo? The moment I graduated, I returned home, precisely because I did not want to remain abroad. Why overseas education was merely a stepping stone in my life. Then why not develop in other major cities? Family issues. Are you married? Not married. Do you have a boyfriend? I am currently in a relationship. When do you plan to marry? Within a year or two. Excellent. Both of you possess commendable qualifications. However, I now have a question that requires both of you to answer. If you successfully apply for this presidential assistant position with a salary of 2 million, and suddenly discover that your president is a lecher who coerces you with salary and work to comply with his unreasonable demands, what will you do? Who wishes to answer first? Changan stated. I would not agree. I am here for a job based on my capabilities, and I will prove my worth for that 2 million salary over time. Therefore, I absolutely will not acquiesce to any unreasonable demands outside of work. Changan nodded, then turned to Linya. Linya replied, I would not agree either. I am applying for this position based on my own abilities. And I hope the president respects women and provides them with greater opportunities to excel. Very well. Now, if the president states that if you simply agree to his demands, he will adjust your salary to 3 million, how would you respond? Zhang Anjin shook her head and replied, I would not agree. I would not agree either. However, Linya appeared to hesitate slightly. 0.4 million, not acceptable. 5 million. Annual salary. Zhang Anjin remarked, that is futile. Even if you raised it to 10 million, I would not agree. I agree. Linya suddenly spoke weakly. What? Zhang Anjin exclaimed in disbelief. Linya, do you know what you are saying? He is using money to insult women. Linya remained silent for a moment, then said, I need the money. If the president genuinely offers me a salary of 5 million, I would be willing to do anything. You? Very well. Since you have agreed, you are now the presidential assistant with a salary of 5 million. Really? Linya's face lit up with surprise. How could you do such a thing? Zhang Anjin was, of course, appalled. What is wrong with me? Were you not just refusing? I am refusing. But you should select individuals based on their work capabilities, not someone who can satisfy your personal desires. Well, I apologize. I simply wish to choose someone who can satisfy my personal desires. I am the company president, and it is my prerogative to choose whom I desire. Perhaps you possess exceptional work abilities, but I need someone who will listen to me. Whatever I instruct her to do, she must comply, regardless of whether my orders are reasonable or unreasonable. The remuneration I offer is beyond what other companies can provide. Thus, even if my demands are exceedingly unreasonable, she must execute them unconditionally. You may have your professional ideals, aspirations, and ambitions. I respect everything you desire. However, I have my own criteria for selecting subordinates. Obedience is the sole standard. Zhang Anjin was momentarily at a loss for words. Enough. You may leave now. Linya, come with me. Yes, President. Wait, do you have something to say? Changhan paused. That I believe you should be fairer. Can you not give me another opportunity? An opportunity? Very well. Do not say I did not grant you a chance. 5 million salary. Come with me to the room. Linya, you wait here with that. Changhan turned and walked away. Zhang Anjun gritted her teeth and ultimately followed. Linya bit her lip, her expression betraying some concern. Zhang Anjun followed Changhan into his room. Changhan turned and sat on the bed, saying, Undress completely, let me see what you have to offer. What? Zhang Anjun's face fell in disbelief. What? Did you not want another chance? The opportunity has arrived. It is up to you to seize it. Zhang Anjun appeared hesitant, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Changhan took out his phone. Chapter 46 Future Developments. Linya, come to my room. Go straight to the second floor, at the end. On the right. It was not long before Linya pushed the door open and entered. President, you called for me. Undressed completely. I want to see what you have to offer. Linya froze for a moment. Finally, with a determined bite of her lip, she removed her outer garment. Just as she was about to reveal a hint of her undergarments, he said, That's enough. Put your clothes back on. Changhan then turned to Zhang Anjin and remarked, Did you see? I require a subordinate who obeys my commands 100%. Whatever I instruct her to do, she must do, regardless of whether my commands are reasonable or unreasonable. Your opportunity has vanished. Now, Linya, provide me with your bank account number. I will transfer 6 million to you. Use it to secure a high-class business vehicle under your name, and you shall drive it from now on. The remaining funds will be for you to purchase clothing. Remember, it must be elegant and appropriate. Tomorrow, I am attending an important event at 8 in the morning. Drive to the villa to pick me up. Understood, President. By the way, take her along as well. Zhang Anjin, feeling utterly dejected, was pulled away by Linya. As Linya exited Changhan's villa, her face radiated excitement. To be honest, securing a 5 million annual salary position in a second-tier city like this was beyond her wildest dreams. Even in the capital, such a salary would be considered top tier, let alone in a smaller city like this. Though Jiang Anjun was holding the 50,000 given by Changhan, her mood was far from buoyant. She had just endured immense psychological pressure, and ultimately, she had not successfully challenged her limits to secure the job, which naturally left her feeling downcast. Linya, noticing this, contemplated before saying, Jiang Anjun, I know you look down on me, thinking I am a woman without principles, driven solely by money. But you are not me. You do not understand my struggles. I need the money, and I need this job. Perhaps wealth will lead me to lose myself, but what does self truly matter in the pursuit of money? You are younger than I am. You have more opportunities. I hope you can remain true to yourself and not end up like me, becoming a slave to money. Jiang Anjun sighed and replied, to be honest, I also hesitated earlier. Perhaps if he had given me a bit more time, I would have agreed. I may not be as strong as you imagine. Regardless, congratulations on landing a job that you desire. In a city of our caliber, one may never find such favorable conditions again. Thank you. In the afternoon, Yin Yuanliang called again, informing that Daxing Securities had agreed to Changhan's terms, which pleased him greatly. For Changhan, there was little for him to do. Xiao Chang could manage everything independently. The key was that matters abroad required someone to handle them. Changhan left Xiao Chang's phone number with Wanani, allowing him to remotely direct the other party. The next morning, Changhan and Linya drove to the auditorium of the 24th Middle School. The donation ceremony proceeded as scheduled. One could not help but feel the profound impact of the enormous check for 50 million on everyone present. Although there were donations to schools and such from time to time, even a donation of desks and chairs could warrant a ceremony. Moreover, there are individuals who have made donations as substantial as 50 million, which will undoubtedly leave an indelible impression on the principals and leaders within the educational system. Gazing at Changhan is akin to beholding a living embodiment of the Huaxia currency, naturally causing their eyes to gleam with admiration. Following the conclusion of the donation ceremony, Che Yongkong introduced the participating leaders to Changhan. Many of the leaders present engaged with Changhan in laughter and pleasantries. For such a wealthy individual is indeed a rare sight. In the event that the city organizes future fundraising endeavors or investment initiatives, it is certain that they will find utility in their acquaintance with him. The reason Changhan insisted on hosting this donation ceremony was, in fact, to seize the opportunity to connect with the relevant leaders. Although he perceives stocks as the quickest means to generate wealth, he understands the necessity of planning for the real economy in advance. Thus, it is prudent to cultivate good relationships with these individuals. After participating in the donation ceremony, Changhan returned to the villa with Linya. President, do you have any work arrangements left? None. You should return and rest. Linya hesitated for a moment. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, You've been busy all morning. You must be a bit tired. How about I give you a massage? Changhan straightened his expression and replied, Linya, I am not the person you think I am. My remarks yesterday were merely to express my stance. I will not ask you to undertake tasks beyond your work responsibilities, but remember, when I request something of you, it must be executed unconditionally. Do you understand? Understood, President. When there are no others around, call me boss. Understood, boss. You should rest well for the next few days. After that, if you wish to take a break, it may not be so easy. Understood, boss. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Linya exhaled softly and turned to exit. Though she had mentally prepared herself, she was still reluctant at heart. Bowing to financial necessity did not equate to a lack of yearning for dignity. It seemed that this young boss was far more benevolent than she had imagined. Perhaps this was the sole stroke of fortune amidst her unfortunate life. Changhan sat in the room for a while, suddenly reminded of something. Xiao Chang, what is the status of the offshore company? It has already commenced operations. When can we expect results? Approximately within a week's time. Changhan nodded, seemingly pleased that the pace of establishing the offshore company exceeded his expectations. By the way, what about the frozen funds belonging to Ji Chuchu? I have intercepted the inquiry request sent from the branch to the head office. Therefore, those funds remain in a frozen state. Excellent. Ensure you keep a close watch on Ji Chuchu's movements and notify me promptly of any changes. Understood, boss. By the way, Xiao Chang, shouldn't we begin preparing for the real industry as well? We cannot solely focus on the financial sector. Indeed, boss. What type of real industry do you think would be most suitable for us? Xiao Chang suggested batteries. Batteries? But the battery industry is currently fiercely competitive. Is it truly feasible? Every industry relies on technological advancement. The entity with superior technology will have an advantage. You possess remarkably advanced technology? The multi-source internal circulation technology of bioengineered individuals is an advanced battery technology, requiring charging only once a year. If the standby power consumption is minimal, it could last almost indefinitely without needing a recharge. Can it be produced? Not yet. Then that is essentially meaningless. Chapter 47. The future of batteries. Certain advanced battery technologies necessitate a plethora of high-grade materials, which, given the current level of technology on Earth, remain unproducible. However, within spacecraft, there exists a form of biobattery technology that requires minimal technological reserves and can be produced with simple processing. Please elaborate. The core material of this biobattery is derived from a substance produced by an extraterrestrial organism known as 094485NLKY0948. This biological metabolite has unique components that can capture electrons from electrical currents for storage, releasing them when needed. The key lies in efficiency. How does the biobattery you mentioned compare to the mainstream lithium batteries? In terms of equivalent volume, 094485NLKY0948's energy storage efficiency is 10 times greater than that of lithium batteries. However, over extended use, it too experiences an increase in internal resistance and a decrease in charging efficiency. But the rate of decay is 3 times slower than that of lithium batteries. The half-life of lithium batteries is 3 years, while that of this biobattery is 9 years. And what of the charging speed? The charging and discharging speed depends on the voltage. The metabolite of 094485NLKY0948, when charged using standard processes, performs slightly worse than lithium batteries. However, if it is manufactured into a charging capacitor with increased voltage, the charging speed can reach 10 times that of lithium batteries, albeit at the cost of battery lifespan. Prolonged use of maximum voltage charging will have its half-life, bringing it to approximately 4.5 years. Doesn't that increase the cost of producing capacitors? It can be made into supercapacitors. This biological metabolite will not increase resistance with an increase in size, thereby further reducing costs. Overall, it will not exceed the cost of lithium batteries, particularly in large automotive battery packs. However, if produced for mobile phone batteries, the size may be excessive. What about its safety? The safety is exceptionally high. As it is a pure biological metabolite, it will not undergo spontaneous combustion or explosion, nor does it produce pollution. Under natural oxidation conditions, it will completely degrade within approximately a month. That is promising. By the way, since it involves biotechnology, how do we prevent it from being pilfered? We wouldn't want our painstaking efforts to be usurped shortly after development. The organism 094485NLKY0948, when in a special encapsulation environment, remains dormant. To awaken it and initiate metabolism, one must replicate the temperature, pressure, and gravity conditions of its native planet. Thus, even if others acquire this organism, they would require precise temperature, pressure, and gravity to enable its metabolism. Furthermore, without special encapsulation methods, it will rapidly perish under normal atmospheric pressure and temperature. Ensuring safety is not a concern. And gravity? Are you suggesting we need to artificially create gravity? A simple centrifuge will suffice. I have a manufacturing plan for a centrifuge that can artificially generate gravitational acceleration. By integrating the temperature and pressure parameters, we can create a temperature-pressure centrifuge. This apparatus will allow us to fabricate an environment in which we can introduce some basic nutritional agents. And the 094485NLKY0948 will begin to awaken, divide, reproduce, and metabolize, producing the metabolites needed for battery materials. What about the yield? The yield primarily depends on the scale. The greater the scale, the more temperature-pressure centrifuges we can deploy, resulting in a larger yield. However, I suggest we control the output. Excessive production can lead to management challenges and potential vulnerabilities. It is crucial to pursue a premium route. A premium route? You mean focusing primarily on mobile phone batteries and high-end electric vehicle batteries? Indeed, primarily mobile phone batteries, along with a limited number of high-end electric vehicle batteries. Currently, the most powerful automotive battery pack on Earth, T, can achieve a full charge in approximately 80 minutes, allowing for a travel distance of 500 kilometers. Its half-life is 3 years, after which it retains only half its capacity, equating to 250 kilometers. In contrast, the 094485NLKY0948 biocapacitor battery, with equivalent battery units, can be fully charged in 8 minutes, achieving a travel distance of 5,000 kilometers with a half-life of only 4.5 years. After 4.5 years, it can still enable travel of 2,500 kilometers. After another 4.5 years, it can still provide an additional 1,250 kilometers, significantly outperforming existing lithium batteries in terms of efficiency and cost-effectiveness. This new battery can indeed travel 5,000 kilometers. Changan was astounded upon hearing this. Does this imply that a single charge would allow one to traverse the entire expanse of the nation? Remarkable. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. If he possessed such an extraordinary battery, it would undoubtedly dominate the battery industry. By the way, what is the situation with the mobile phone batteries? If manufactured using the same technology as lithium batteries, the capacity would be 10 times greater. However, the charging speed would be slower since lithium batteries have already been optimized for speed. To enhance charging speed, it would have to be produced as a charging capacitor battery pack, resulting in a larger size than lithium batteries. However, the charging speed would be 10 times faster. Currently, a 120W charger takes approximately 30 minutes to fully charge a 4,500 mAh lithium battery. In contrast, the slightly larger 45,000 mAh capacitor battery pack of 094485NLKY0948 can be charged in just 3 minutes, but requires a charger of over 1,000 watts, the 1 kilowatt charger. That is quite extravagant. Isn't that akin to an induction cooker? There's no other option, boss. To achieve the rapid charging of a battery with a capacity of 45,000 mAh, it is imperative to increase the voltage. Unless the boss can develop a more advanced charging chip that would allow for a reduction in voltage, there is no alternative solution. What exactly is a charging chip? It is a type of chip technology that, as of now, remains beyond the capabilities of Earth's current technological advancements. Very well, by the way, does the electric vehicle you mentioned also require larger charging stations? Indeed, boss. The charging station must be 10 times larger than that of the T-automobile, necessitating a power output of 3.5 million watts. 3.5 million watts. Are you jesting with me? Wouldn't the charging cable be thicker than my waist? Yes, boss. What I mentioned pertains to theoretical charging speeds. In practice, with the existing technology on Earth, it may pose significant challenges. Changan is utterly speechless. One must admit that while imagination is bountiful, reality can be quite stark. This battery does possess some astonishing features. Yet it also evokes a sense of foreboding. Chapter 48. Assembling the team. By the way, if we forego supercapacitor technology and rely solely on conventional household chargers, how long would it take to charge one of our battery packs? And approximately how much would the electricity cost? A standard battery pack charges at a slower rate compared to the T-automobile, requiring roughly 200 hours in the case of the lowest electricity rates. It would cost about 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan for electricity? That could cover a trip across the country. For 2,000 yuan, one could make a round trip. What a bargain. However, the 8 days required for charging is indeed rather excessive. The optimal solution would be to produce two types of battery packs, one standard and one super battery pack, with the latter requiring our self-constructed supercharging stations. That makes sense. Changan nodded and declared, very well. I am determined to create my own brand of batteries. In the following days, the offshore company's affairs progressed steadily and soon reached completion. With little else to occupy his time, Changan devoted himself to researching battery technology, aspiring to develop a comprehensive battery solution. Linya, on the other hand, found herself with little to do, spending her days languidly at home. In the initial days, it felt quite pleasant, but as time dragged on, discomfort began to set in. After all, earning a 500,000 yuan annual salary while accomplishing nothing each day inevitably breeds a sense of unease. It was not until Changan called that she hurriedly made her way to the villa. Linya, I have a plan that requires your assistance in assembling a team. Certainly, boss. I intend to establish a battery manufacturing enterprise. I need your help to build it. A battery, you say. What do you need me to do? I want you to help me lay the groundwork for the company, then recruit some high-caliber researchers from other battery firms, regardless of who they are, as long as they possess the necessary skills and are willing to join our laboratory team. I will offer them double their current salaries. The last donation meeting. Didn't you collect some contact information for direct supervisors? Reach out to them, procure a piece of land, as I plan to construct a factory. What is the total investment? Approximately 1 billion. 1 billion. Lin Ya's eyes lit up at the mention. Although she was not particularly familiar with the specifics of the battery industry, a total investment of 1 billion is no small matter for any enterprise. By the way, regarding the selection of the laboratory director, I have other arrangements. The remaining personnel choices are entirely up to you. Understood, boss. Establish a corporate account. I will transfer 100 million to you upfront. You can withdraw from the account as needed. Also, ensure the financial team is set up. Off you go. Certainly, boss. By the way, what shall we name our company? The name. Let us call it Hanxiang Technology. Very well. I understand, boss. Little Chong. How are the offshore company affairs progressing? The setup has been completed, and we can commence trading financial products next Monday. Excellent. Will it still involve stock trading? This time, stock, futures, and oil trading privileges have all been integrated, involving a variety of financial products. Splendid. At that moment, the phone rang. The call was from Dong Yin, the vice president of Gongshang Bank, requesting him to collect his credit card. After hanging up, with nothing else to do, Changhan decided to visit the bank to retrieve his credit card. Inside the provincial capital Gongshang Bank, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Upon entering the bank hall, Changhan surveyed the surroundings before making his way to the consultation desk. A beautiful woman at the reception was engaged in a phone call. Excuse me, could you tell me where I can collect my credit card? The woman glanced at Changhan, pointed in a direction, and continued her conversation. Changhan looked in the direction she indicated but saw nothing of note. He could only say, I am here to collect my credit card. Please wait. Can't you see I'm on the phone? The woman replied with a hint of impatience. Noticing her poor attitude, a flicker of displeasure crossed Changhan's face, yet he refrained from losing his temper over such a trivial matter. He glanced around again. Although the hall was crowded, there were few staff members, so he turned to approach an idle security guard. Hello, could you please tell me how to collect a credit card? I'm not sure. You need to inquire at the front desk about credit cards. Changhan, feeling helpless, had to walk back to the reception desk. The woman was still on the phone, her tone unimpressive. Changhan furrowed his brow and said, Excuse me. How long are you going to be on that call? Can't you see I'm in a hurry to conduct business? What is the rush for business? Can't you see how many people are here? It will be a while before it's your turn. Please wait. What kind of service attitude is that? What is wrong with my attitude? What is your problem? I'm referring to you. So what? Changan was also beginning to feel irritated. What is all this noise about? At that moment, a figure approached from a distance. Changan glanced at the name tag on the person's chest. Kai Yun, the lobby manager. Manager Kai, you arrived just in time. The service from your reception staff is utterly poor. All she does is chat on the phone and ignores my inquiries, and I'm a customer of your bank. Mind you, Manager Kai, don't listen to his nonsense. My call was also to our bank's customer. I simply asked him to wait a moment, and now he is throwing a fit. Enough, sir. What can I assist you with? I am here to collect my credit card. The credit card is waiting at home. It will be mailed directly to your residence. The pretty receptionist interjected with a disgruntled expression. It was your staff here who called me to come and collect it. All right. If someone has already notified you, you can take a number at the ticket machine and collect the card at the counter. Kai quickly added, if you could have just said that sooner. You've wasted my precious time. Changan huffed as he turned to walk toward the ticket machine. What a person! The receptionist wore an expression of displeasure. Enough. Yifei, can you maintain a better attitude for just one day? Manager Kai, this isn't my fault. All right. I'm also on the phone with a client. I never said I wouldn't assist him. I merely asked him to wait a moment, and he is the one who started the argument. Enough. I don't care whose phone call you're taking. When a client is inquiring, it's just a matter of a few words. How long can that take you? Furthermore, just telling him to take a number is a few words. How much trouble can that be for you? I'm telling you, Yifei, if there are any more complaints about you, I don't care what relationship you have with Director Yi. I will take action against you. Chapter 49. Store wherever you please. Yifei's face displayed clear dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Yet, she had no choice. Rank has its privileges, and ultimately, she held her tongue, though her expression revealed her reluctance. Seeing this, Kai Yun could only shake his head in resignation and walk away. Changan approached the ticket machine, took a number, and sought a place to sit and wait. However, when he saw the number for processing, his expression turned to one of disbelief. There were over 60 people ahead of him. How long would this take? Changan felt exasperated and had no choice but to return to the reception desk, where he found the female receptionist Yifei still on the phone, further igniting his irritation. He reached out and tapped the desk. Upon seeing Changan return, Yifei's expression soured further. Having just been reprimanded by her supervisor, her mood could hardly be good. Nevertheless, she refrained from continuing her call and instead spoke in an unfriendly tone. What do you want now? Could you please check? There are still over 60 people ahead of me waiting to be served. Is there any way to expedite my service? I'm in a hurry. Hurrying doesn't change the order of service. I am merely collecting a credit card. Once I do, I'll leave. It won't take much of your time. Even if you're just withdrawing one yuan, you still have to queue. Everyone else is waiting too. What privilege do you have to cut in line? What does it matter? At that moment, the lobby manager Kai Yun saw the commotion and walked over again. Manager, this person wants to cut in line, and I refuse to allow it. He is causing a scene. I apologize, sir. According to regulations, everyone must queue, no exceptions. Please wait your turn. Changan was left speechless, and after a moment's thought, he picked up the phone and dialed Dong Yin's number. However, the line was also busy. What kind of bank is this? All they seem to do is chat on the phone. Changan was exceedingly furious. He looked around hurriedly and exclaimed, Isn't there an idle window? Could you expedite my transaction? I apologize, but that is a VIP window, accessible only to VIP customers. Then I shall promptly apply for VIP status. Certainly, you may queue, and when your turn arrives, you can process your VIP application and proceed to the VIP window. I have substantial deposits with your bank. Does that not qualify me as a VIP? Regardless of your deposits, it is of no consequence. Moreover, I forgot to mention that to qualify as a VIP, one must also purchase government bonds and financial products from us. If you have not made such purchases, I regret to inform you that you cannot apply for VIP status. What kind of ridiculous bank is this? Had I known your service was so abysmal, I would not have deposited my money here. Feel free to take your business elsewhere. What did you say? Enough, Yifei. Cease your chatter. At this moment, Kai Yun expressed her displeasure. Manager Kai, this is not my fault. Yifei hurriedly attempted to explain. I command you to silence yourself. Humph. Yifei snorted coldly, her expression still reflecting defiance. Kai Yun felt a headache coming on. Given that the other party was related to a director within the institution, she was cautious not to reprimand too harshly. Changan, equally incensed, declared, Fine. You are the ones who insisted that I could deposit my money wherever I please, correct? Sir, please do not be angry. She did not mean to offend. That is irrelevant. This is how you treat your customers, I assure you. I will never deposit another cent in your bank. Suit yourself. Yifei added disdainfully. Just wait. Changan, infuriated, glanced around before striding toward the counter to fill out a remittance slip. Yifei, what are you doing? Why are you arguing with a customer again? Kai Yun inquired. Manager Kai, I did not want to argue. He insisted on cutting in line. With so many people here, everyone must queue properly. Why should he be exempt? Could you not speak civilly? I did speak civilly. He was the one being unreasonable. What could I do? You are just quibbling. Look at the customer. He is now transferring his money and will never return. Good riddance. We are a large bank. We can afford to lose a few cents. At this point, Kaiyun felt speechless. Her subordinate was truly a handful. Having completed the deposit slip, Changan returned. Do not forget. Queue up, Yifei taunted from the side. Changan responded with an annoyed snort. Ding dong, please, customer A0265. Proceed to window 13 for service. At that moment, a man stood up upon hearing his number and walked toward window 13. Wait, Changan called out urgently. The man halted, looking at Changan with a puzzled expression. Brother, is it your turn now? Yes, what about it? Would you consider letting me take your place? That is not possible. I have been waiting for over 2 hours. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Sell me your ticket. What do you say? What? The man was dumbfounded by this offer. Yifei, witnessing the exchange, wore an expression of disbelief. What a ridiculous joke. 10,000 yuan for a queue ticket. Are you bragging? Who would be foolish enough to do that? The surrounding bystanders also looked incredulous. The man, of course, was skeptical. Who would believe someone would pay 10,000 yuan for a queue ticket? Are you serious? Who would joke about this? I do not have cash. Take out your phone for a transfer. Hurry, I am in a rush. Prompted by Changan, the man reluctantly pulled out his phone and selected the payment option. However, he still found it hard to believe that anyone would spend 10,000 yuan on a mere queue ticket. Your wealth treasure has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the man was absolutely stunned. What? You are serious? The surrounding crowd was equally astonished. In a way, this guy is crazy. Spending 10,000 yuan for a queue ticket? That is utterly insane. What kind of madness is this? Perhaps he has some kind of anxiety disorder. I think so. At this moment, Yifei and Kaiyun exchanged glances, both feeling incredulous. Buying a queue ticket for 10,000 yuan? Is that for real? Changan took the man's ticket, handed over his own, and approached the counter. Hello. What service do you require? A transfer. Changan replied, presenting the completed remittance slip and his bank card. All right, please hold on. The teller reflexively glanced at the slip, then frowned. After examining it again, her eyes widened in disbelief. Sir. There seems to be an issue with the amount you've written for the transfer. There is no issue. That is the exact amount in my account. Transfer all of it to the account at the city bank. Sir, please do not joke with me. We are merely a regular counter. How could we process such a large transfer? Do not give me that. This is my money. I will transfer it as I please. If you cannot handle it, bring your manager. If it cannot be done today, I will come back in 10 days. If it still cannot be done, I will return in 100 days. I refuse to believe that my money cannot be transferred. The teller, left with no choice, hurried off to find the counter manager. The manager was taken aback upon hearing, rushing over in alarm. What a joke. Someone wants to transfer such a large sum. That cannot be possible. The manager approached the window, glanced at Changan, then picked up the deposit slip to examine it. Having been observing this situation from a distance, the hall manager Kaiyun and the teller Yifei also sensed something amiss and approached together. The manager, after confirming the amount multiple times, looked at Changan and asked, Sir, are you certain that the amount you filled in is correct? Absolutely. Hurry and process the transfer. I am in a hurry. Kaiyun approached, inquiring, What is happening, Manager Chu? What seems to be the issue? The manager hesitated before responding. This gentleman wishes to transfer 20 billion. 20 billion. Kaiyun and Yifei were both taken aback. What is this? Does your bank not permit transfers? Manager Chu replied, It is not that. Sir, the issue is that the amount you wish to transfer is simply too large. It is my money. Why can I not transfer it? Are you suggesting that you only allow deposits but not withdrawals? That is not the case, sir. You misunderstand. The issue is that our counter does not possess the authority to handle such a high transfer. If the counter cannot manage it, bring your bank president to handle it personally. Manager Chu began to sweat nervously. Yifei quickly interjected, Manager Chu, do not listen to his bluster. He is clearly a fraud. There is no way he has that much money in his account. He is merely fabricating numbers. Do not let him deceive you. Manager Chu pondered Yifei's words, realizing there might be some truth to them. What if he was indeed a lunatic seeking amusement at the bank's expense? With that thought, he glanced at the teller, who promptly took Changhan's bank card and swiped it through the machine. After hearing the confirmation sound, Changhan entered his password. The balance in Changhan's account soon appeared on the screen. Upon seeing the amount, Manager Chu's expression changed drastically. Mr. Chang, I sincerely apologize. Our service has been inadequate. Please proceed to the VIP counter. I am not your VIP. I will only conduct my business at the regular counter. That is impossible. Mr. Chang's account is a 7-star account, which is the highest level of VIP status we offer. Is that so? Yet someone just mentioned that without purchasing your government bonds, funds, or financial products, one cannot qualify as a VIP. Who stated that? Manager Chu glared at it was her. Changhan pointed at Yifei. What nonsense are you spouting? Manager Chu was furious, eyes wide with disbelief. I am not lying. I merely what? If you cannot do your job, you might as well leave. Manager Chu's expression turned stern. Then he smiled at Changhan, saying, "Mr. Chong, do not stoop to her level. She is just a minor employee. I will have her apologize to you." Kai-yun quickly chimed in, "Yes, Mr. Chong, you are magnanimous. Please do not take offense. I will ensure she apologizes sincerely that I apologize. I do not possess such a generous temperament. Since your staff insisted I could deposit my money wherever I please, I shall comply and transfer my funds to another bank. You may be a grand institution, but why should I care about my 20 billion? Though the hall was air-conditioned, beads of sweat began to form on Kai-yun's forehead upon hearing this. This was no trivial matter. 20 billion was not 20 yuan. Having worked in the banking sector for years, Kai-yun understood that deposits were almost always leveraged. 20 billion in cash could represent 100 billion, or even 200 billion in leverage. Such a substantial sum, if transferred to another bank, would spell disaster for the bank president. What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring the president here. I still need to complete my transfer. A few individuals in the vicinity were feeling somewhat jittery. At that moment, Changhan's phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Chong. I apologize for not answering your call earlier. I was on the line with a client. Have you arrived?" "I have. I'm currently at your bank's hall, attending to business at window 13. Please come down. You've arrived. It would have been wonderful if you had alerted me. I would have personally come to escort you down. Moreover, as our VIP, there is no need for you to go through the regular window for transactions. I cannot afford to be your VIP. You'd better hurry down." Changhan ended the call abruptly. "Quickly transfer the funds for me." The counter manager was at a loss as to what to do. Inform the president and he would surely be furious, but not notifying him was equally unmanageable. After a brief while, a woman approached with a beaming smile and said, "Mr. Chong, is that you? Haha. Hello. I've been trying to reach you, but we've never met in person. I am Dong Yin." The arrival of President Dong caused the expressions of those nearby to shift dramatically. Yi Fei trembled slightly. "President Dong, your timing is impeccable. I need to transfer 20 billion from my account to my city bank account right now, as I will no longer be depositing money here. Please expedite this for me." "What?" Dong Yin was taken aback by the news. The other party intended to withdraw 20 billion and would no longer be depositing funds here? That was simply unacceptable. Dong Yin hurriedly asked, "Mr. Chong, what on earth has happened? Why do you wish to transfer your funds? Is there something about our service that has dissatisfied you? Your establishment is quite grand. How could I dare to express dissatisfaction? It was one of your staff members who suggested I could deposit wherever I pleased, leaving me no choice but to transfer all my funds to another bank." "What? Who said that?" Dong Yan's fury ignited instantly. The others present were startled into a tremor. Yi Fei nearly collapsed from fear. "It was her who said it." Changhan pointed at Yi Fei. No. I didn't say that." Yi Fei hastily protested in panic. "What is your name?" Dong Yan's expression was a storm of displeasure. Kai-yun. What is her name?" "Her name is Yi Fei." "Yi Fei. Mr. Chong is one of our 7-star clients. How could you speak to him in such a manner? It seems you no longer wish to keep your job." "President Dong, I did not. I merely spoke a tad too loudly, but it was not intentional at all. If being a little loud allows one to deposit wherever they please, then what would happen if you yelled?" "You might as well have me removed on the spot," Dong Yin quickly said. "Mr. Chong, I sincerely apologize. It is entirely our fault for not enforcing discipline, allowing such a rogue to exist among us. Please do not be angry. How about I dismiss her to appease you? President Dong, please don't fire me. I didn't mean it. Please, do not dismiss me." Yi Fei was understandably terrified. After all, securing a position at the bank was no easy feat. Typically, she was the envy of others within her small circle, and if she were to be dismissed, how would she face anyone afterward? "You need not explain to me. You must speak to Mr. Chong. If he forgives you, all is well. If he does not, then you should prepare to explain to President Su." Upon hearing the name President Su, Yi Fei nearly fainted. She promptly crouched beside Changhan's chair, tearfully pleading, "Mr. Chong, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please do not inform President Su. I have worked so hard to secure this job. If President Su finds out, I will certainly be dismissed. I beg you. Mr. Chong, please forgive me just this once." Yi Fei wept pitifully, her eyes brimming with tears, pleading incessantly. She was no fool. Though her uncle held a minor position here, it paled in comparison to President Su. If President Su learned that she had jeopardized 20 billion in cash flow for the bank, not only would she be ousted, but her uncle could also face repercussions, leaving her utterly humiliated. Many onlookers witnessed this scene, though most were too far from the counter to grasp the full circumstances. What is happening? Yes, why is that young receptionist crying so profusely? Did a superior reprimand her? Today's leaders have such immense pressure, how can they still scold someone? The current bank management is strict, indeed. Even so, one should not bully a young lady. It appears that working at this bank is not as easy as it seems. Indeed. At this point, Kai-yun dared not utter a word, as she too bore a fragment of responsibility for this incident. If Changhan were to pursue accountability, even if she didn't face severe consequences, she would certainly suffer some repercussions, so it was prudent to remain silent. Dong Yin said, "Mr. Chong, How would you like to handle this matter? Please let me know, and I will ensure your wishes are fulfilled. I was wrong, Mr. Chang. I beg you to forgive me. Without this job, I truly have no way to explain myself at home. Please. Yifei was in a state of utter despair, grasping Chang Han's hand in frantic supplication. Chang Han, not entirely devoid of compassion, hesitated at the sight of a beautiful woman weeping before him. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and said, "Very well. For the sake of President Dong, I will deduct 1 month's salary. And that shall suffice. Did you hear that, Yifei? 1 month's salary deducted. If there's essay next time, you can pack your things and leave now. Thank Mr. Chang. Thank you, Mr. Chang. Thank you, Mr. Chang." Yifei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although a month's salary deduction was still harsh, it was far better than being dismissed. At least her job was secure. Dong Yin smiled and said, "Mr. Chang, here is your 7-star credit card with a limit of 50 million. Those surrounding them gasped in astonishment. So this was indeed a 7-star credit card, and with a limit of 50 million. Previously, they had only heard of 5-star credit cards with a limit of 10 million. A 7-star credit card was but a legend. They had never laid eyes on one until now. However, 50 million seemed rather extravagant. Would it even be necessary? Chang Han accepted the credit card, furrowing his brow, and remarked, "Why is it only 50 million? Didn't you mention a limit of 100 million last time?" The crowd nearly fainted collectively upon hearing this. 50 million, and you think it's insufficient? Truly a tycoon. Dong Yin responded with a wry smile. "Mr. Chang, I sincerely apologized. I truly cannot secure a limit of 100 million. This 50 million is already specially approved by the president in such a large bank. You can't approve 100 million? And you present me with a credit card that's merely for show?" Dong Yin replied, "I am truly sorry, Mr. Chang. Perhaps you could visit my office for a moment, and I'll pour you some tea so we can discuss this further." Chang Han was about to decline. "Boss, you should definitely visit her office and have her adjust your account as spending limit to over 100 million. Ideally 10 billion. Isn't my account already set to 100 million? I previously transferred funds to Linya. That was due to my sending a data packet. I deceived the bank server. Your account limit is still 500,000. Then why should I adjust it? Can't you just resolve it?" "While I can resolve it, that isn't a long-term solution. If your account experiences frequent cash flow, the bank will eventually uncover the issue, leading to potential complications. So that's how it is. By the way, Xiao Chang, since you can deceive the bank, why are we still trading stocks? You could directly transfer funds from the bank. That won't work. While I can fool the bank's data center, that money ultimately belongs to you. Even a modest cash flow could raise suspicions. If you were to touch someone else's funds, it would eventually be uncovered. Even if it may not lead back to you, there is always a significant risk. The best approach is to utilize your own earnings. It's far more secure." "You are right. I must not tread the path of crime." With that thought, Chang Han decided, "Very well then. I shall accompany you to your office for a while. This way, please. This way." Dong Yin was absolutely delighted. Manager Chu and Kai Yun exchanged glances, filled with envy and resentment. If such a wealthy tycoon were to purchase some financial products, any one of them would certainly strike it rich from such a deal. However, they could only watch from the sidelines, as only high-ranking executives could engage with clients of this caliber. Upon arriving at Dong Yan's office, Chapter 52, activating a 10 billion limit. "Mr. Chang, what would you like to drink? Tea or coffee?" "Tea, please. I am not accustomed to coffee." Dong Yin promptly rose to prepare a cup of tea for Chang Han. She then produced a box of cigarettes, withdrew one, and offered it to him. "Care for a smoke?" "No problem. This is my office. Feel free to treat it like your own home." Chang Han nodded, accepting the cigarette and lighting it. Dong Yin, seated with a smile, inquired, "Mr. Chang, may I ask if you have any interest in financial products?" "Not particularly," Chang Han replied, shaking his head. To him, with daily transactions in the range of hundreds of billions, how could he concern himself with a mere interest rate? Dong Yin chuckled, "I understand. With your wealth, a mere interest rate shouldn't concern you. Yet, financial management is indeed a significant means for personal wealth growth. If you were to manage your 20 billion properly, earning 1 to 2 billion in a year would be quite effortless. That's something I am aware of, but the crux of the matter is that I lack the time for such management. You may be pressed for time, but I'm available. If you're interested in this area, I can recommend some premium products we have here. Rest assured, the options I suggest will be of the lowest risk, with an almost 100% repayment possibility, practically risk-free and absolutely secure." Chang Han was no fool. He recognized the intent behind the conversation. His interlocutor was keen on persuading him to invest in financial products. He smiled and replied, "In truth, this money is just sitting idle. It's not out of the question for me to invest in some of your financial products." "Is that so? That's splendid. You can count on me. Mr. Chang, I will certainly recommend the safest financial products for you. Let us hold off on that for now. I have a matter I need to discuss with President Dong. Feel free to speak openly. There's no need for formality with me. Well, I wish to raise the daily payment limit on my bank card. That's no problem at all. It's a minor issue. Just tell me how much you wish to increase it." "I would like to raise it to 1 billion. Dong Yin nearly fell from her chair upon hearing this point. 1 billion. "Are you joking, Mr. Chang?" Surely you cannot be serious, she said with a hint of disbelief. Who's joking? I genuinely want to have a limit of 1 billion. That's quite an exorbitant request. The highest authority I can grant is merely 10 million. Even for a limit of 100 million, it would require the approval of the bank president and a discussion at the headquarters. And what about a limit of 1 billion? I assure you, I am not jesting. A request for 1 billion cannot be approved. Even by the headquarters. What do you mean, it cannot be approved by the headquarters? This money is mine. If I wish to spend a certain amount in a day, why should I be restricted by your policies? Mr. Chang, you seem to misunderstand. Indeed, the money is yours, and you are free to spend it as you wish. However, seeking to establish a payment limit of 1 billion touches upon regulatory statutes. This is beyond the power of a mere deputy manager to alter. Not even the president could make such a change. Then, what if I wish to transfer 1 billion in a day? Is that impossible? Not impossible, but rather unreasonable. If you wish to transfer such an amount daily, we would certainly need to submit a request to the headquarters. Without a valid justification, it is highly unlikely they would grant such approval. Does that mean I cannot conduct my business due to the need for substantial funds? You may proceed with large transfers, but a formal request is necessary. Provided everything is lawful and reasonable, the matter will then be submitted for the headquarters' approval, and upon receiving it, you may transfer the funds. Isn't it rather cumbersome to access funds at your bank? I should be able to transfer freely. This isn't a complication specific to our institution. It applies universally across all banks. Moreover, to be forthright, although you possess 20 billion in your account, regulations stipulate that the maximum transfer limit in a single day can only be 10%. Even with headquarters approval, the highest it would rise to is 2 billion. Beyond that, I am powerless. 10%? If I had 100 billion, wouldn't that allow me to transfer 10 billion in a day? That, theoretically, yes, but in practice, spare me the practicalities. Just a moment. Changan retrieved his phone and began to operate it. Dong Yin, perplexed by his actions, chose to remain silent. After a while, Changan placed his bank card on the table and said, "Take a look. See how much is in there now." Dong Yin was momentarily stunned but picked up the card and swiped it on her machine. After Changan entered his password, she examined the display and was utterly astonished. Changhan's account showed a staggering 100 billion. How is this possible? Dong Yin could hardly believe her eyes. You see, I have the same transfer privileges at other banks. 10 billion is nothing to me. Otherwise, I couldn't have transferred such a large sum so swiftly. The reason I keep my funds in your bank is due to your commendable service and diligence in treating clients. If you cannot grant me the desired privileges, it's no concern. I can easily deposit my money elsewhere. I have wealth. It matters not where it resides. If other banks offer me higher privileges, it would be far more convenient to manage my funds there. Wouldn't you agree? Dong Yin quickly replied, "You are absolutely right. Although I cannot grant you such a high limit, I will certainly report this to the president and endeavor to secure the highest privileges possible for you within our capabilities." How does that sound? That's more like it. Other matters are inconsequential. What matters is the attitude. Rest assured, if you handle this to my satisfaction, I will entrust you with a portion of my funds to manage in the future. A profitable arrangement for both, provided you ensure the utmost security. Rest assured, I will treat your funds with the utmost care, as if they were my own children. Very well, I shall be on my way now. Please inform me once you have news. Stay a moment. Allow me to summon a teller to issue you a diamond card. Given your situation, a standard card is hardly appropriate. Let's defer that for now. We can discuss it once you have granted me the necessary privileges. Without such permissions, a standard card is of little use. Very well, allow me to escort you out. No need for formality. I can manage on my own. Then, do take care. Chapter 53. 1 billion is simply impossible. Changhan exited Dong Yan's office and descended the stairs. Upon seeing him, Yifei quickly paused her makeup, adjusted her attire, and approached him with a hint of nervousness. Kaiyun also smiled and approached. "Mr. Chang, are you leaving?" Kaiyun inquired with a grin. Indeed. Changhan nodded, seemingly unwilling to engage further. "Mr. Chang, may I have your WeChat contact?" Yifei hurriedly asked. "For what purpose?" "Today's incident was my fault. To acknowledge my mistake and motivate myself, I wish to invite you to dinner as an apology." Why Yifei's expression resembled that of a remorseful little rabbit. No need for that. "Mr. Chang, I truly recognize my mistake. Please forgive me." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and tears began to flow. It must be said, a woman's tears can be quite a potent weapon for men, especially when the woman is as attractive as Yifei. "Please, spare me the theatrics today. I am letting you off easy, but you must improve your work attitude. If you encounter someone less amiable in the future, your job may be at stake." "I understand, Mr. Chang. Your magnanimity has deeply moved me. May I add you on WeChat? I beg you," Yifei pleaded with a pitiful expression. Changhan furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating. Why Yifei's heart raced. Such a wealthy man was unlike anyone she had ever encountered and set the highest standard for her future partner. Although she had just been embarrassed, sometimes, one must endure such moments to forge connections. If she could add him as a friend, it could lead to future opportunities. After all, she had some confidence in her looks. A woman pursuing a man is often a delicate dance, and she might not miss her chance. All right, finally, Changan took out his phone. Thank you. You are truly wonderful, Yifei exclaimed excitedly as she added him as a friend. Kaiyun watched with envy. Though she was married, having a connection with a potential client of such wealth could still be beneficial, Mr. Chong. May I add you as well? Kaiyun eagerly interjected. Changhan, without a word, shared his QR code with her. She quickly took out her phone to add him. After all, becoming friends with such a wealthy individual could signify a forthcoming opportunity. Once they exchanged WeChat contacts, Changhan turned to leave. Super rich guy. Yifei chuckled, glancing at her phone. Her previous demeanor of despair completely vanished. Heh. Manager Kai, it seems my presence was crucial at this moment. Without me, how could you have added such a wealthy contact? Yifei said with a hint of pride, you're quite something. But today's events were also your doing. Had you not offended the wealthy gentleman, you wouldn't have faced such consequences that cannot be blamed on me. Who knew he was so wealthy? Even if he weren't wealthy, you ought not to speak to him in such a manner. Oh, wealth dictates one's attitude. If one is poor, they deserve a different treatment. That is not service. That is catering to wealth. All right. I admit my mistake. I was just a bit irritable after dealing with a demanding client on the phone. Generally, my attitude is quite good. But, on the bright side, I have met a wealthy individual, 20 billion. If I were able to win him over, wouldn't I be striking it rich? What else would I need to do as a mere receptionist? You intend to pursue him? Naturally. Do you expect him to chase after me instead? But given his wealth, I fear the number of girls vying for his affection must be considerable. Isn't that perfectly normal? Good men are meant to be fought for. If you're afraid of competition from other women, how could you ever attain happiness? You are impressive. Kaiyun couldn't help but admire the young individual before her. At her age, she had not possessed such boldness. No wonder she ended up with a lackluster partner. To put it simply, she had chosen her target poorly from the very beginning. Dong Yin, with a hint of excitement, approached the president's office and knocked on the door. Please come in, President Su. Are you busy? Xiaodong. Not at all. Do you have something to discuss? Yes, President Su. I have an important matter to report to you. If there's something to discuss, please take a seat. No need. I can stand. President Su, do you remember the client I mentioned last time, named Changhan? Changhan. Oh, I remember. The one who applied for a 7-star credit card with a limit of 50 million. Right? Exactly. Did he come to collect the card? He did. He just left. Then why didn't you bring him in? It would have been nice to chat and enjoy some tea together. He was in a hurry to leave. I managed to persuade him to stay for a short while. Oh, I see. So, did you take the opportunity to discuss our products with him? I did. He said he would consider it. However, he hopes we can agree to raise the daily transfer limit for him. Then let's raise it for him. Wealthy individuals tend to spend lavishly, and a small limit is indeed insufficient. I think we should increase it to 50 million. 50 million is too little. He won't accept that. He finds 50 million inadequate. Surely he doesn't expect a limit of 100 million. I can't make that decision. It must be reported to the head office. He finds 100 million insufficient as well. What does he want? He wants 1 billion. What? 1 billion. How is that even possible? President, can't you think of a way to assist? This isn't a matter of brainstorming. The head office simply cannot approve it. Such a precedent has never existed. But he is one of our major clients. That doesn't matter. Even if he has the money, it doesn't change the rules. We can't build a special airport for him just because he can fly. You may consider yourself seasoned in finance, but surely you understand this. You should have clarified this with him from the outset. Of course, one must be mindful of the tone, but at the very least, he needs to understand that wealth is not omnipotent. President, I've conveyed the same to him, but guess what he said? What did he say? He claimed that other banks have granted him such high limits. And only our bank has not. Impossible. Su Lizho shook his head vigorously. Don't believe his exaggerations. No bank would ever grant him a limit of 1 billion. I said the same. But then he took out his phone and transferred 80 billion. How much? 80 billion. You must be joking. Chapter 54. The unfortunate Ji Chu Chu. I'm not joking. Everything I said is true. I checked his account, and he indeed has that amount transferred from various banks. If you don't believe me, use your authority to check his account. It should now reflect 100 billion. Here is his account number. As Dong Yin spoke, she slid a note with the numbers across the table. Su Lizho took the account number and began operating the president's dedicated computer. Moments later, he wore a look of astonishment. Indeed, Changhan's bank account had reached a staggering 100 billion. How is this possible? You see for yourself. It's not that I don't believe it. It's simply a fact. He can transfer such a large sum in one go, which clearly proves he holds such high limits with other banks. Su Lizho fell silent. One must admit, this is 100 billion, not just 100. The fact that someone can transfer such an enormous sum is quite extraordinary. Yet, one cannot deceive the eyes. It has become impossible for him to deny the truth. It appears that the individual before him truly is an impressive tycoon. Possessing such extensive transfer privileges, President, you have seen the situation. Moreover, Mr. Chang mentioned that if we do not comply with his requests, he will withdraw his funds from our bank. This 100 billion deposit represents at least 1,000 billion in leverage. A sum of this magnitude cannot be disregarded, even by the head office. Perhaps it would be wise for you to visit the head office personally, to advocate on our behalf, and see if we can secure a favorable outcome. You make a valid point. Su Lizho nodded, stating, very well. I shall pay a visit to the head office and make an appeal. However, since other banks have already granted such high limits, I believe it will not be too difficult to negotiate. Please await further updates. Thank you, President. Dong Yin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. A client with 100 billion in assets. Just thinking about the financial products and commissions made her want to laugh out loud in her dreams. Ji Chuchu also arrived at the bank. It had been over a week since her last visit, yet her bank card balance remained in a locked state, which left her feeling quite anxious. After waiting in line for an extended period, it was finally her turn. The counter staff, after checking, said, I'm sorry, miss. There is indeed an issue with your bank card account. I have reported it to the head office. And you will receive a response within 10 days. Are you joking with me? Didn't you say last time that you had already reported it to the head office? You even mentioned I would have a response within 10 days. It's nearly been 10 days. Why do I have to wait another 10? Is that so? When did this happen? About 8 or 9 days ago. I'm sorry, miss. I cannot see any records of an issue with your account here. Nor do I see any reports made to the head office. I can only submit a new report, and you will have to wait another 10 days. What is going on with you? 10 days are up, and now it's another 10. I'm in urgent need of funds. I cannot afford to wait so long. Miss, being anxious won't help. We have established workflows. Can't you expedite the process for me? I truly need to make a down payment on a house. I'm sorry, miss. The head office has its procedures, and while we empathize with your urgency, you must still wait. Please wait another 10 days. You all? Chichuchu was so enraged she nearly choked in the end. She had no choice but to leave the bank, gritting her teeth in frustration. Standing outside the bank for a moment, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Chu-Chu, have you missed me? Wu Jio's voice came through. Where are you? I'm on a business trip. Why are you always on business trips? I can't help it. Work is hectic, Gio. Do you have 240,000 to lend me for a while? 240,000. What do you need so much money for? I needed to buy a house for my brother. Haven't you already bought a house? I have, but I haven't paid the full amount yet. I've only paid part of the deposit. Now I still owe 240,000. But didn't you just get over 200,000 from Changhan's parents? What happened to that money? That money is locked by the bank. They say there is an issue, and I can't withdraw it now. Then just go to the bank and have them check it for you, and it will be resolved. I've already been there. Twice. It's been over 10 days, and it's still in a locked state. Can you lend me 240,000 for now? Rest assured, as soon as my funds are unlocked. I'll pay you back immediately. The problem is, I don't have that much money. Your family runs such a large company, and you're telling me you don't have money? The company isn't mine. It's my parents'. Then just borrow a bit from your parents. I'm in urgent need. Even if I'm anxious, I can't conjure up money. The company's funds are working capital and cannot be touched. Besides, the company has a major project going on right now. And it's the perfect time to use funds. But you can't just ignore me. Don't forget. You promised me that as long as I broke up with Changhan and got together with you, you would buy me a big house and marry me now. When I asked to borrow some money, you're acting like this. How can I trust what you said back then? Choo-choo, don't be upset. How could I forget the promises I made to you? Don't worry. Although the company is tight on funds right now, it won't be for long. Just wait for the bank's news. If they still can't release the funds in the end, I will certainly help you. Really? Of course it's true. 200,000 is nothing. No matter how tight I am, I can't be short of your 200,000. All right then. If that doesn't work, I'll wait a few more days. That's the spirit. Just stay at home and wait. I'll be back in a day or two. By the way, about the class reunion, can you organize it again in the group? Make sure to invite Changhan. What do we need him for? We must invite him. This time, I want him to witness the consequences of being a broke loser. Changhan left the bank and headed straight back to the county town. With the necessary documents in hand, he arrived at the school where Chang Xiaoyun was enrolled to help his sister with the transfer process. AS, the top school in the province. The 24th middle school was known far and wide. Changhan produced the transfer documents for number 24 middle school, and naturally, Chang Xiaoyun's school had no objections, promptly facilitating her transfer. After all, a family capable of transferring a student to the province's top high school is certainly not an ordinary one. Changhan brought Chang Xiaoyun back home and, together with their parents, they set off for the provincial capital. Seated in the car, Chang Xiaoyun exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, you are truly amazing to have managed to transfer me to No. 24 middle school. That is the best high school in our province." Chapter 55. Astonishing wealth. Chang Yong remarked, "DeLong, how did you manage to get your sister into such a prestigious school? Last time, that boy from Uncle Dong's family tried to transfer and sought numerous connections, but ultimately failed. I have a friend working in the provincial education system, and I asked him for assistance." Chang Han replied, "Did you properly thank him for such a significant favor?" "How could I not? Dad, rest assured, I've already expressed my gratitude." "That's good. By the way, Yun Yun, You must study diligently in the provincial capital. Understand? Of course. It's as if you think I didn't study hard before. I consistently ranked among the top in our class. By the way, brother, is the house you bought in the provincial capital spacious? Will I have my own room? Yes, that's wonderful. Chang Xiaoyun beamed with excitement. However, when the Chang family arrived in front of Chang Han's villa, they were instantly left speechless. In a way, brother. Is this really your new house? Indeed. What do you think? This is simply outrageous. How can it be this large, DeLong? How on earth did you acquire such a massive house? Chang Yong asked, equally incredulous. Right? Such a large house must have cost a fortune. Su Huilan added, her astonishment evident. Not really. It's less than 20 million. Chang Han dared not say it was too expensive, fearing his parents might find it hard to accept. How much? Even if it's less than 20 million, that's still an unimaginable amount for us. Chang Yong and Su Huilan exclaimed in disbelief. DeLong, have you lost your mind? 20 million for a house? Indeed. You must be extravagant with your money. Even if you won the lottery, you shouldn't spend it so recklessly. Dad, Mom, please don't worry, I now have my own company. I'm already earning money, and this house was purchased with my profits, not lottery winnings. What kind of company earns that much? Do you think we are fools? DeLong, you aren't involved in any illegal activities, are you? Do you not know what kind of person your son is? How could I possibly engage in illegal activities? I'm currently working in the financial services industry. Financial services? What does that entail? It's about trading stocks, buying futures, government bonds, funds, and various financial products. What on earth are all these? Chang Xiaoyun interjected, Dad, Mom, this is a very popular financial sector and an essential part of the economy. By the way, brother, aren't these industries also risky? The level of risk depends on one's expertise. I am a genius in this field. Let me show you my recent earnings, you will understand. With that, Chang Han pulled out his phone and opened his account on Daxing Securities. Although he couldn't trade foreign stocks recently, he had asked Xiao Chang to resume trading domestic stocks. While each trading day yielded only tens of millions, it was better than nothing. The family gathered around Chang Han's phone to examine his trading profits, and they were momentarily rendered speechless in a way. How many zeros are there? Let me count up 31 million. Chang Xiaoyun gasped in disbelief, while Chang Yong and Su Huilan were equally astonished. Chang Han chuckled, this is the total profit from my recent stock transactions. I can earn this much in just 8 to 10 days. 20 million is nothing. Before long, I will be a billionaire. At that moment, the Chang family was utterly dumbfounded. Billionaire? Such a term seemed far too distant for a farming family. Come on, Dad, Mom, Yun. Let me take you inside to have a look. As they entered the villa, their astonishment only deepened. The lavish decor of the villa was almost beyond comprehension, leaving them at a loss for words. Boss, you're back. Sanchong approached with a few others. Sanchong, this is my dad, my mom, and this is my sister. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Hello, miss. My sister's name is Chang Xiaoyun, but you can call her Yun. Hello, Miss Yun. Hello. The Chang family naturally returned the greetings. Then turned their gaze towards Chang Han, seemingly inquiring further. This is Sanchong, the younger brother of heir Chang. He is my housekeeper. Upon hearing this, the Chang family was understandably incredulous. In a way, brother, you even hired a housekeeper? Of course, with such a large house, how could I manage it all by myself? The others are the cleaning staff here. This is Sister Guan, and that is Sister Lu. Chang Han introduced the remaining staff, all of whom had been recruited by Xiao Chang and were managed by Sanchong. The Chang family was at a loss for words. Now their son even had servants at home. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it utterly unbelievable. Chang Han, of course, could not offer explanations. Although they might find it strange at first, they would eventually grow accustomed to it over time. Chang Han took his family on a tour of the house, providing an overview of its basic features. It must be said. Each revelation about the house continually reset their standards of astonishment. Wow, there's even a swimming pool and a movie theater. Impossible. How can there be a basketball court too? Chang Xiaoyun exclaimed repeatedly, her excitement palpable. The villa's opulence was simply astounding. Initially, Chang Yong and Su Huilan had thought 20 million was somewhat pricey. But after seeing the house, they suddenly felt it was quite reasonable, even high in value. After touring the house, Chang Xiaoyun said, Brother, this house is incredible. Will I be able to live here too? Of course. This is your home, after all. Pick a room. Any room you like. Haha, that's wonderful. Chang Xiaoyun was filled with boundless joy at the thought of living in such a splendid house, feeling as if she were dreaming. Chang Yong and Su Huilan exchanged smiles at her delight. Dad, Mom, you should choose a room too in the future. If you prefer to return to the village, you can do that, or you can stay in the provincial capital. It's all the same, that's right. I think we don't need to buy a house in the county anymore. With such a large house belonging to the kids, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Chang Yong nodded, seemingly convinced that this was indeed a great place. At that moment, a woman walked in. Hello, boss. Linya approached eagerly to greet Chang Han. Su Huilan's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Oh, whose daughter is this? She's so beautiful. Oh, this is my assistant Linya. Linya, these are my parents. Please greet them. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Chapter 56, A Windfall Well. This girl is truly stunning, just like someone out of a painting. How old are you? Aunt, I am 30. Wow. That's older than our DeLong, but that's alright. Age is just a number. What matters is that she is lovely. Changan was left speechless, replying, Mom, what are you saying? She's already married? Jiang Anjin's excitement instantly evaporated upon hearing this. As a mother of a marriageable son, her greatest wish was to hear that her son had a girlfriend. After finally encountering such a beautiful girl, only to find out she was married, it left her feeling quite disheartened. Changhan and Linya stepped aside to discuss current work matters. Jiang Anjin said, Old man, you should quickly talk to our son about finding a girlfriend. He lives in such a large house now, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. He mustn't fear being ridiculed when he goes out. Look at the youngsters in our village. Some of them are already having children. That's a valid point. Should I bring it up? It must be discussed. Linya promptly finished her work and departed. Changhan turned back with a smile. Mom, Dad, aren't you going to choose a room? Changyong replied, in a moment, by the way, DeLong, when do you plan to find a girlfriend? Why the rush to find a girlfriend? How can there be no urgency? Su Huilan interjected. You know, Zhou Shu's little Yong is even 2 years younger than you. His family already has 2 children, and you still have no partner. Mom, finding a partner is a significant matter. It must be approached with caution. What if I end up with someone like Ji Chu Chu? Our family would never know peace. That may be true, but you can't let one bad experience taint your view of all women. DeLong, heed your mother's advice. Don't lose faith in finding a good girl just because of a past bad experience. All right, Mom, I understand that I will find a suitable partner soon. Okay. Hearing this, both Changyong and Su Huilan smiled in unison. That evening, the family dined together in the villa. Initially, Changhan had intended to eat out, but Changyong and Su Huilan preferred he not waste money, so they settled for a meal at home. In the days that followed, Changhan accompanied his family in the provincial capital for a few days, until Chang Xiaoyun was sent off to school. Only then did Changyong, mindful of the family's land, return his parents to the countryside. Xiaochang brought good news. The offshore company had been established. The server had been set up and debugged, and all funds were in place, allowing for formal trading to commence that very day. For this offshore trading plan, Changhan had prepared a dedicated room to serve as a workspace. He had installed multiple lines from the 3 major telecommunications operators and acquired several computers, thus creating a professional trading room. Although Xiaochang's operations required minimal computer use, Changhan intended to observe and learn. As the financial industry was now his shield, it would be inappropriate to appear uninformed when venturing out. Xiaochang's preparatory work commenced in the daytime. To accurately predict the stock market trends of the United States. It was essential to reference the stock markets in Asia and Europe. Notably, Europe served as a barometer for the American stock market. Consequently, Changhan's computers were engaged in frequent switches between various stock markets throughout the day. Performing calculations in anticipation of the opening, he remained attentive throughout this process, gaining insights into Xiaochang's prowess in the stock market, which was largely a result of extensive preparation. Previously, Changhan had merely known to sleep at the designated time and collect profits the following day. Oblivious to the arduous efforts behind those earnings, Changhan spent an entire day in the studio. His initial excitement gradually morphed into boredom, as Xiaochang's operations were executed with such rapidity that they became overwhelming. After a while, he could no longer bear to watch and retreated to his room to rest, content to await the results of the next day's endeavors. A night passed. Upon rising, the first question on his mind was, how did it go? Xiaochang, what were last night's achievements? The trading day yielded a profit of $15.3 billion. Boss, what? Changhan nearly fell from his bed upon hearing this. $15.3 billion. How is that possible? Boss, the total earnings from yesterday included stock profits of $3 billion, futures profits of $6.2 billion, and oil profits of $5.8 billion, culminating in a total of $15.3 billion. Based on the exchange rate that day, this amounts to approximately 1 billion Chinese yuan. Are you saying we earned over 100 billion in just one day? Indeed, boss, one day 100 billion. In 10 days, that's 1 trillion. In 100 days, it's 10 trillion. After a year, wouldn't that amount to over 30 trillion? Changhan was utterly incredulous. Boss, you've miscalculated. Stocks, futures, and oil are not traded every day. In reality, there are only about 250 trading days in a year. If your profits were constant, you could maximize at around 26.7 trillion Chinese yuan in a year, which is about $3.8 trillion. I'm going to be rich. Ha ha ha. Changhan was overjoyed at the thought of earning over $30 trillion in a year. In just 10 years, I could possess 200 trillion Chinese yuan. As he contemplated these figures, his mind began to feel lightheaded. Boss, what you envision is utterly impossible. Why not? The total currency supply in the world has its limits. The total cash, deposits, securities, and debt assets of the United States combined amount to only $50 trillion, and this includes all financial products. It is impossible for one person to amass 30 trillion. Such a vast sum flowing into a single individual's hands is unfeasible. That can't be. The United States is the world's largest country. How can it only have 50 trillion? 50 trillion is already considerable. Your country doesn't possess that much. Are you implying that it is impossible for me to earn such wealth? Absolutely impossible. Think about it. The world's leading fruit company has a total market value of just over 1 trillion US dollars. How could you possibly possess the wealth of 20 such companies? Not to mention 30 trillion. Even 3 trillion is out of reach. Not even 3 trillion. Surely that can't be right. It's merely the wealth of 2 fruit companies. If the fruit company were to sell all its stock on the financial market, the market simply couldn't absorb it. Then how much can I truly earn? Based on my calculations, your earnings in the financial market cannot exceed 2 trillion. Once your wealth surpasses 1 trillion US dollars, the stock market will experience severe fluctuations. Exceeding 2 trillion will lead to a market collapse, triggering a financial tsunami akin to the subprime mortgage crisis, plunging the entire world into economic recession. Chapter 57. Dividends. That sounds exceedingly exaggerated. Didn't you say the US has 50 trillion? How can my earnings of only 2 trillion cause such chaos? All of your profits derive from the financial market. There isn't that much cash available in the financial market. If you withdraw all the cash, a liquidity crisis will ensue, leading to a collapse of financial products. Goodness. So that's how it is. I thought establishing an offshore company would allow us to make money freely. The total global currency supply is finite. The purpose of setting up an offshore company is to ensure safer profits, not to generate unrestricted wealth. So, according to your analysis, 2 trillion is quite risky, while 1 trillion is relatively safer? Yes, boss. Even over 1 trillion US dollars is a staggering fortune. At that point, 99 of countries' foreign exchange reserves would fall behind you. It seems even with our offshore company, we won't be able to earn much. The funds in the financial market are limited. Conservatively estimating, we could at most withdraw 1.5 trillion. Any more than that is simply unattainable. We can only take over 1 trillion. Then our offshore company won't operate for long. Indeed, boss. What should we focus on next? The key lies in the real economy. Can the real economy generate more wealth? Yes, boss. The money derived from the real economy primarily comes from manufacturing. The wealth generated by manufacturing represents productivity. As long as productivity is sufficiently developed, generating substantial wealth will not lead to economic collapse. Therefore, your immediate priority is to develop the manufacturing sector and expedite the repair of the spacecraft. Yes, the spacecraft repair. I almost forgot to mention it. What should I do? Your main tasks include advancing biomedicine, fundamental physics, chip manufacturing, and aerospace. These 4 sectors will significantly contribute to the spacecraft repair. These 4 industries encompass all the high-tech sectors, don't they? However, you're right. We should strategize early. I'll entrust the management of the offshore company to you, with a focus on ensuring the safety of funds. The 4 sectors you mentioned are all capital-intensive industries. We can't afford to be short on money. Understood, boss. By the way, I forgot to ask. We made a profit of 100 billion today. That should be gross profit, right? Have you distributed the earnings to the people at Daxing? Not yet, boss. I believe we need not share too much with them. If we distribute too much, they will realize our profits, which could be detrimental to us. That is true. So how much should we share? 2% should suffice. Even at 2%, that amounts to 3 billion US dollars. All right, you can arrange that. Also, I think you should inform the people at Daxing. For the first month, profits will be settled daily, and after 1 month, it will be weekly. If Daxing wishes to withdraw, we can refund them fully within a month. However, after a month, they cannot withdraw. Let us offer them some benefits. If they decide to exit, we should let them. Understood, boss. In a certain room within the country, numerous individuals sat in silence, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, a phone rang, capturing everyone's attention. Yes, all right, I understand. Yes, I'm clear now. The atmosphere was remarkably quiet as everyone focused on the person on the phone until the call ended. What's the news? Many faces bore expressions of tension. The earnings have been credited, 317 million US dollars. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. 317 million. This kid is quite impressive. The crowd nodded in agreement. By the way, do you think this kid will earn a lot and share less with us? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. It's possible. That kid's company operates independently, and we don't have a single accountant. Who knows how much he earns in a day? That is true. It makes sense. I believe we shouldn't assume. Why not? The crowd turned their attention to the speaker. This is easy to deduce. 317 million. If we calculate based on a 15 share, this kid must have made at least 2 billion in profits. With a 10 billion capital base, earning 2 billion in a day is already considerable. Last time at Daxing, didn't we provide him with a 10 billion leverage? Previously, he only earned over 3 billion. This time, it's 2 billion, surpassing his previous earnings. That's reasonable. Exactly. It seems this kid's capabilities are just average, yielding around 20 returns in a day. Even a 20 return in a day is substantial. If this money were placed in bank investments, it might take years to achieve similar returns. Indeed, this kid is quite remarkable. He possesses a natural talent for stock trading. He is not fighting alone. At the very least, he has a team. Just look at his operations. They are dazzling and absolutely beyond the capabilities of a single individual. Unfortunately, the company does not belong to us, and for now, we can only be led by the nose by him. To be by the way, that fellow's company just sent a message. They said that for the first month, profits will be settled daily, and after a month, they will be settled weekly. Furthermore, if we wish to withdraw within the month, he will refund us in full. However, after a month, refunds will no longer be available, and we can only enjoy the dividends. What? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Is that true? Did he really say that? Yes, a month. There are at most 22 trading days in a month. If we achieve a profit of 300 million on a single trading day, by the end of the month, that amounts to 66 billion. If we choose to withdraw on the last day and reclaim our principal, wouldn't that mean a net profit of 66 billion? At that point, each of us could at least take home 6 or 7 billion. This idea is brilliant, indeed. But what if we don't withdraw? Wouldn't we then require 2 months just to break even? That's true. 2 months is merely to recoup our investment. To earn 66 billion, we would need 3 months. Upon careful consideration, it doesn't seem worthwhile. Exactly. With funds, it's crucial to prioritize quick entry and exit. Prolonged exposure increases risk significantly. I share the same sentiment. 6 or 7 billion per person is sufficient. I concur. Me too. Absolutely. The key is to recover the principal. How about this? Let us wait for a while to observe the situation. If that fellow's profits do not exceed 66 billion, we can retrieve our principal then. This way, we would still profit, and he would have made his initial fortune using our funds. However, if his profits exceed 66 billion, say reaching 70 or 80 billion, then we should leave our money with him. In 2 months, we would break even, and by then, the risk would be minimal. What do you all think? Chapter 58 Class Reunion. This idea is splendid. I agree that we still have a month, so let us observe the situation before deciding. I also agree. Indeed, let's wait and see. In the following trading days, Xiao Chang's operations left Changan at a loss for words, as he consistently produced profits around 100 billion, with the minimum being approximately 800 billion. Changhan's wealth seemed to snowball, growing ever larger, making him feel as though he were living in a dream. Of course, he understood that such favorable days could not last long. After all, Xiao Chang's actions resembled blood-sucking from the financial market, and relying solely on taking without giving could lead to significant issues sooner or later. One day, the corpulent Fan Xinghua called, "Hello, Lao Han. What are you up to at home?" "Nothing much. What's up?" "There's a class reunion tomorrow." "Are you going? A class reunion?" "I wasn't aware of that. Haven't you seen the chatter in the group?" "It's been bustling every day, Dado. I muted the group messages. It's just filled with likes, which is quite bothersome." "Just as I thought. The class is organizing a reunion, and everyone from our class is expected to attend. Someone asked me to check if you're going to. Is everyone from the class attending? They say everyone from the provincial capital is going, and a few from out of town are also coming back. Even Wu Jio and Ji Chuchu are attending. I suspect they are the ones organizing it. They seem to be the most excited about it. Should I let everyone know you have other commitments and want to be attending, so you can avoid the hassle of seeing them? If they are going, then I must attend. I cannot let them think I'm neglecting them." "You're really going?" "Of course, I am." "All right then. I'll come by tomorrow afternoon to pick you up, and we can go together." By the way, you're not living in the old house anymore, right?" "I've vacated the old house. I'm now in a villa." "Great. I'll head directly to the villa to find you tomorrow." The next morning, Fan Xinghua arrived at the villa district. Although he was also a homeowner in the community, the villa area had separate management, and without prior notice from a homeowner, outsiders could not enter at all. He had no choice but to call Changhan, and the property management quickly received the call and granted him entry. Fan Xinghua entered Changhan's mansion. "Hello, Mr. Fan. Welcome to Chang's residence. You may call me Sanqiang. The boss is waiting for you in the hall." Seeing this, Fan Xinghua was taken aback. Following Sanqiang to the hall, "Oh, the fat guy has arrived. Come, take a seat." "All right, Lao Han. Long time no see. You've certainly upgraded since we last met. You even have a butler now. Isn't that quite normal? In such a large house, would you expect me to clean it myself?" "That is true. But your butler seems quite professional." "Of course. If he weren't professional, I wouldn't hire him." "How much does he cost per month?" "Around 20,000. 20,000. That is rather expensive." "Of course it's expensive. I mean, Lao Han, if you're paying 20,000 a month, why not hire me as your butler instead?" "That would be a disaster. He is a professional butler. You would just be wasting your time." "What is so special about being professional?" "Isn't it just about serving people?" "I can do that. He manages everything from shopping to financial planning, organizing events, and hosting guests. He can cook both Chinese and Western cuisine, and he also manages the household staff efficiently." "Can you do all of that?" "What is so difficult about it?" "I can learn. I'm not lacking in arms and legs." "What can I learn?" "Learning. It's easier said than done." He studied abroad specifically to become a butler." "What? There is a course for butlers abroad?" "Of course. There are courses for everything. Not to mention, just the act of serving me during meals, standing by, pouring tea, observing my expressions, maintaining a poker face. Can you do that?" Fan Xinghua suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "See, you can't do it. And besides, if you're just standing there while I eat, I wouldn't be able to enjoy my meal. In that case, who would be serving whom? Upon hearing this, Fan Shengwa couldn't help but smile wryly. That's why I say, such serving jobs aren't for you. But no worries, I'm currently in the process of establishing a company. Once it's set up, I'll arrange a position for you. Fan Shengwa was instantly thrilled and hurriedly asked, what kind of company? Can I work there? Don't worry about what type. You'll definitely fit in. Just rest assured, at the very least, you'll be a team leader or something similar, still a small leadership role. Your job will be to oversee others driving and delivering goods. This should be manageable for you. Right? I can handle that. Lao Han, I guess I'll be sticking with you from now on. Who is sticking with whom? By the way, what time is the reunion scheduled for? Noon, around 11 o'clock. We'll head over as soon as the time arrives. All right, also, accompany me to pick up my car first. The car has just arrived for me. At the Xilighting Hotel, in the Qingzhou Pavilion, Wu Jio cheerfully pushed open the door. The gathered crowd immediately turned to look. Oh, Wu Jio, Jiang Haiping. Long time no see. Indeed. Long time no see, Mr. Wu. Do you still recognize me? How could I forget? Peng Xuanji, and me? A woman laughed. Tang Yin, right? The life committee member responsible for our Class S lifestyle issues. Correct? Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter simultaneously. By the way, Jio, why did you come alone? Where is Chu Chu? Oh, isn't Chu Chu managing this hotel? She has some work to attend to but will come over once she is done. Well, Jio, your efficiency is impressive. I didn't expect you to have captured our class's flowers so swiftly. One can only say that an excellent man is indeed efficient. By the way, is the class monitor coming? The class monitor has something else to attend to and can't make it. What a pity. Without the class flower, it's less eye-catching. Ha ha. The group laughed together once more. Changan and Fan Shengwa drove to the hotel parking lot. After Fan Shengwa stepped out of the car, he circled around the brand-new Rolls-Royce Phantom, marveling, Lao Han. They say the Rolls-Royce Phantom is known as the land yacht, and only after sitting in it do you realize how remarkable it feels. Changhan chuckled, of course it's a fine piece. Why else would one bother to buy it? Let us go. The two entered the lobby of the Xilighting Hotel. Welcome. How may I assist you? A receptionist smiled. Fan Shengwa replied, we are here for the class reunion. We were told a room has been reserved under the name G. Chapter 59 Changhan, what are you doing now? Oh, you must mean the restaurant S manager G? Yes, please proceed to the 9th floor restaurant, Qingzhou Pavilion. The two took the elevator to the 9th floor. As they stepped out, they soon reached the counter. Ji Chu Chu happened to be standing there. Upon seeing someone approach, Ji Chu Chu, who had been smiling, immediately withdrew her smile upon recognizing the visitor. Fatty, keep going straight. The 5th room is on the right, Qingzhou Pavilion. Ji Chu Chu did not look at Changhan, merely speaking to Fan Shengwa. Fan Shengwa nodded and departed with Changhan. Throughout their time together, Changhan and Ji Chu Chu never exchanged a glance, as if they were complete strangers. When Changhan and Fan Shengwa pushed open the doors of Qingzhou Pavilion, all eyes in the room immediately turned towards them. Fatty, study committee member, you've made it here. The crowd couldn't help but indulge in laughter and chatter for a while. Fatty, it's been ages since we last met. You certainly haven't slimmed down. If you had, wouldn't you be called Slim instead? This elicited a hearty laugh from everyone present. By the way, vice class leader, what are you up to these days? Driving at the district government? Well, you've entered the bureaucratic ranks now. You're part of the cadre. Cadre? I'm just a driver, nothing more that I drive too, but your driving involves leaders with feasts and receptions. My cargo is just goods. And hardly anyone pays attention to me. I still have to bow and scrape. Laughter erupted around them. Wu Jio interjected, by the way, Suji, which district are you driving in? District 2. District 2? I have a friend who drives there too. Named Zhao Baolai. You know him? Of course. He's the leader of our small driving team. So, Jio, are you quite familiar with class leader Zhao? Absolutely. We often have meals together. Then you must ask him to look out for me. In our small driving team, we always have to gauge his mood. No problem. Just a phone call away. Thank you. I'll raise a glass to you later. After Suji spoke, he turned to another individual, saying, by the way, Jiaming, you're also driving now, right? Zhong Jiaming replied, yes, I'm driving heavy freight. Is it profitable? It's okay. Around 10,000 a month. That's quite a bit. I only make around 5,000 a month. You earn more than my 2 months' salary. The key is the hard work, being away for 20 to 30 days at a time, living and eating on the truck. Ultimately, I'm working for the boss. No matter how hard I toil, it's just that meager salary. That is true. Why not buy your own truck and work for yourself? You have a point. But trucks aren't cheap. A decent one costs at least 7 to 800,000. Even if one eats and drinks nothing, it would take 6 or 7 years to afford it. It's one thing to think about it, but buying it is out of the question. Speaking of development, our class has to admit that old Wu is doing the best. Not only does he own a large company, but he is also quite well connected in society. Kang Xianshan, sitting beside Wu Jio, chuckled, of course. In our provincial capital, no one can rival President Wu in glass production and sales. Last time our company had a project worth over 3 million, and funds were a bit tight. I called President Wu, and guess what? He didn't say a word. He immediately granted me a month's extension. Truly generous. My boss praised me greatly, all thanks to President Wu's reputation. That is nothing. We re-old classmates. This little favor is nothing. After all these years in society, have I done nothing? Lou Bayer chimed in. By the way, President Wu, now that you're doing so well, when will you deposit some money in our bank? Have you been tasked with deposit quotas this year? I haven't completed mine yet, and every time my leader sees me, it's as if they spotted an enemy, a Lijiang asked. Bayer, are you working at the bank now? What is your role? I'm a teller. Tellers also need to bring in deposits, of course. From the bank president down to the tellers, we all have deposit targets. How much? Around 2 million, Wu Jio remarked. 2 million isn't much. Just gather some from your relatives, and it'll be done. It's not that simple. 1 year, we might gather some. 2 years, we might gather some. But it's impossible to do so every year. No family can muster that much money. Our bank assesses performance yearly, and one of the most crucial metrics is deposits. By the way, President Wu, with your large business, you won't mind helping a little sister out this time, will you? No problem. Just 2 million, right? Once I'm done with my busy days, give me a call, and I'll make time. That is wonderful. Thank you, President Wu. Old classmates, no need for such formalities. Just drink a couple more glasses, and everything will be fine, and no problem. By the way, Bayer, you're quite impressive, managing to get into a bank. Impressive? I'm just a little teller. Being a teller is already commendable. At least it's a formal job. My cousin, who has a master's in finance, couldn't even get in after begging and pleading. And you're not even in finance, yet you managed to get in. Your family must have put in a lot of effort. IT is indeed difficult to get in, but the job isn't as great as you think. The workload is heavy, the targets are high, the pay is low, and we have to bring in deposits while also being evaluated on performance. It's a hassle. Is that all there is to being a teller? Indeed. So, after a long time, there should be opportunities for promotion, right? Promotion isn't that easy. In any field, it's all about seniority. The sister at the counter next to me has been a teller for 12 years and hasn't moved up yet. Looks like working at the bank isn't easy. Of course, by the way, Bayer. Which bank are you at? A branch under Gongyang. Kang Xianshan asked, what is the physical committee up to these days? Dao Yu replied, I am doing some small engineering jobs now. You're doing engineering now? And you call it small? This is clearly a big business, just a small venture, nothing grand. Big businesses are for wealthy individuals like President Wu. Wu Jio inquired, what kind of engineering are you doing now? Electrical materials and such. That is a good field. Don't worry. If I have a project in the future, I'll pull you in. And you'll be set. Thank you, President Wu. No need for formalities. We're old classmates. By the way, Changan, what are you doing now? As soon as Wu Jio's words left his mouth, a peculiar expression flickered across the faces of everyone in the room. After all, the relationship between Changan and Wu Jio was no secret to most present. As the saying goes, one must not deceive a friend as spouse, and to be frank, many were surprised that Changan had shown up. Chapter 60. Aiming to strike Wu Jio's face, Changan smiled and said, just idling at home, not doing anything. Wu Jio chuckled. I heard you were delivering packages. Why did you stop? Kang Xianshan added with a laugh. Yeah, nowadays, delivering packages can earn quite a bit. It's a shame you quit. Changan replied with a smile, delivery work also requires performance. If the targets aren't met, it's normal for the boss to let you go. So you were fired, Wu Jio laughed. Changan, you should have told me. Which delivery company were you with? Do you want me to call and ask around? I know quite a few delivery company owners. Kang Xianshan also laughed. President Wu isn't just an ordinary person in our provincial capital. To him, a mere delivery person is just a trivial matter. Fan Shenghua, hearing this, looked displeased and interjected, Hey, Kang Xianshan, who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty. Always talking about President Wu as if he is your father. Fan Shenghua, who are you talking about? Kang Xianshan shot back, glaring angrily that I'm talking about you. What is it to you? Want to throw hands? Let us step outside and settle it. Whoever backs down is a coward. Fan Shenghua challenged with a provocative demeanor. You think you can bluff me? Calm down, everyone. Yes, we're all classmates. What is there to argue about? Peace is paramount. Seeing the situation escalate, the classmates quickly intervened to mediate. Although everyone knew about the animosity between Changan and Wu Jio due to Ji Chuchu, they couldn't just stand by and watch the two confront each other, so they took on the role of peacemakers. At that moment, the door swung open, and a few more people entered. The arrival of new classmates dissipated the tension in the room, and laughter resumed. However, the expressions of Fan Shenghua, Wu Jio, and Kang Xianshan remained somewhat grim, while Changan appeared completely unconcerned. Soon, the majority of the guests had arrived. Ji Chuchu began arranging the dishes, taking a seat beside Wu Jio. One delectable dish after another was served at the table, with waitstaff constantly announcing the names of the dishes. Initially, everyone wore smiles. But as time passed, their expressions turned somewhat awkward. Steamed Australian lobster with garlic vermicelli, cordyceps and sea cucumber, matsutake mushrooms with fish maw, goji berry shark fin soup, and stir-fried dove with monkey head mushrooms. Almost all the dishes that arrived were exquisite. A discerning eye would immediately recognize that this feast was anything but cheap. If they were to split the bill, it would likely cost each person at least 1,000. Who ordered these dishes? Why are they so lavish? Peng Shuangji glanced at the group and asked. Ji Chuchu smiled. All the dishes were ordered by Gio. He said it's been so many years since we last met, so let us have some good food and enjoy ourselves. But these dishes are rather pricey, aren't they? I reckon each person would need to spend at least 1,000. Indeed, such large lobsters can't be cheap. Ji Chuchu replied, this lobster is Australian, over 800 a pound. This one weighs 5.5 pounds, costing over 4,000. Over 4,000 for just one dish. The crowd was understandably astonished upon hearing this. Isn't this a bit exorbitant? This table of dishes must cost over 10,000. While everyone understands that good things come at a price, if it becomes too expensive, it exceeds their spending capacity. The standard is over 2,000 per person, totaling more than 20,000 for the table. Ji Chuchu chuckled. Over 2,000 for one person. Over 20,000 for the table. Isn't that outrageous? We all thought it would only be a couple of hundred. Although they hadn't even begun to eat, many were already feeling regretful. Had they known the meal would be so costly, they would have preferred to stay at home and indulge in a hearty meal with their wives and children. Isn't that more enjoyable? Wu Jio reassured everyone. No need to worry. Tonight's gathering is on me. Just relax and enjoy your meal. Upon hearing that Wu Jio would foot the bill, the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Kong Xianshan laughed. Look at our President Wu. Such charisma. Tio treat everyone to a meal worth over 20,000. Just like that. Truly, he is the most accomplished among us since graduation. Come on, let's all give a round of applause for President Wu's generosity. The crowd applauded, though many felt a twinge of resentment towards Wu Jio for ostentatiously showing off in front of everyone. However, the thought of splitting the bill at over 2,000 each was even less appealing. Well, since Wu Jio is willing to flaunt his wealth, they might as well reluctantly join in the applause. Just over 20,000 and he is acting so grand. One might think it was 200,000 for the table. When they heard someone making sarcastic remarks, they all instinctively turned to look at Changan. Wu Jio's face darkened upon hearing this. Kong Xianshan addressed Changan. Wu Jio is treating everyone to dinner out of goodwill. Considering our camaraderie, why are you being so sarcastic? Do you have a problem with President Wu's generosity? Of course, I have a problem. Who asked him to treat us? Did he consult with anyone about this? Can we not afford it? Does he think we need his charity? Kong Xianshan retorted. Changan, stop pretending. If you have the ability, then treat us. I will treat if I choose to. Fine. If you think I can't afford it, then let me treat. Changhan shot back. Waiter, tell the staff to bring the POS machine. I'll take care of the bill. From now on, whenever I'm present, it's not up to Wu Jio to flaunt his wealth. Ji Chuchu, infuriated, slammed the table and exclaimed, Changhan, stop stirring the pot, will you? Can't you just sit quietly and enjoy your meal? And you dare to lecture me? Everyone came for a reunion. Can't we just split the bill peacefully without someone trying to show off? If you want to show off, then fine. Waiter, bring the menu. I'll order a few premium dishes and see if Wu Jio can afford them. If he can, I'll concede he truly wants to treat us. Got up and pressed the call button. Soon, the waiter arrived at the private room. Where's the menu? The waiter sensed the tension and glanced at Ji Chuchu. Didn't you hear me? Changhan said, visibly displeased. The waiter had no choice but to hand the menu to Changhan. He picked it up, scanned it, and said, I think the top-grade European sturgeon caviar looks splendid. Let us have 22 boxes. The crowd was taken aback. Ji Chuchu, being the restaurant manager, was instantly furious. Changhan, don't go overboard. One box of top-grade European sturgeon caviar costs over 9,000. Do you realize how much 22 boxes would cost? Everyone was left speechless. 9,000 for one box of caviar. 22 boxes. ISNT that nearly 200,000. What is this caviar made of? Gold? Changhan chuckled. Isn't Wu Jio treating us? If he is, we should indulge in something exquisite. I say, President Wu, it's just a few boxes of caviar. Surely you can afford it. If not, just admit it and I'll treat. It's no trouble at all. Wu Jio's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Changhan to slap him in the face like this. Changhan, it's not that I can't afford it, even if I wish to treat. It depends on whom I'm treating. Just look at yourself, a delivery guy. Why would I treat you? Kong Xianshan added. Exactly. If you want to eat something that expensive, you should consider if you even have the means. Changhan laughed. Wu Jio, if you can't afford it, just say so. What else with all the unnecessary chatter? So what if I'm a delivery guy? How about this? Let me treat you instead. Unlike you, I'm not stingy. I can't pretend to be wealthy without being petty. You bastard. What did you say? Wu Jio was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Ji Chuchu interjected. Jio, don't listen to his nonsense. He doesn't have any money right now. He is just bluffing. Wu Jio's eyes lit up upon hearing this and he chuckled. Changhan, you almost had me fooled. You can't afford it. You read just bragging. Don't worry about whether I can afford it. Just admit if you can't afford it. If you acknowledge that you're a pauper and can't treat everyone, then I'll take care of it. It's no bother. All right, even if I'm a pauper, I can't afford it. You treat then. Changhan then turned to the waiter. Waiter, how much is your finest white wine? Mutai, aged 20 years, is 25,800 a bottle. And the best red wine, 1993 Lafite, is 35,500 a bottle. Bring me a case of each, and settle the bill for these 2 tables. Including the 22 boxes of top-grade caviar, the crowd was left dumbfounded. How much will this cost? The waiter hurriedly calculated and reported, Sir, the total comes to 429,400. Everyone in the hall was incredulous. 42,000 for a meal, that's 10 times more expensive than what Wu Jio ordered. Changan produced a black card and handed it over. Others were still processing this when Lu Bayer, who worked at a bank, noticed that the card seemed to be a star-level credit card from her own bank. But she was skeptical. After all, star-level credit cards had credit limits of over $1 million. Without several million in savings, one could only dream. The waiter swiped the card on the POS machine. Changan entered his password. Payment of 429,400 has been successfully processed. The room fell into stunned silence. No way. He really paid. This isn't a joke. The atmosphere was instantly stifled. Changan retrieved his credit card and declared, Come on, order whatever you want. This meal is on me. Impossible. Ji Chuchu was the first to express disbelief. Changan, where did you get the money to pay? You shouldn't have any money left. What does it have to do with you? Of course. It has something to do with me. Changan, tell me, where did you get the money? Ji Chuchu, perhaps you should mind your own business. By the way, you haven't paid your brother's house down payment yet. Have you? What's wrong? Your boyfriend can afford a meal but can't help you with your brother's house. Doesn't he that make him look bad? Wu Jio's expression changed upon hearing this. How do you know about his brother buying a house? I just know. How I found out is for you to figure out. Ji Chuchu hurriedly interjected, Jio, don't listen to his nonsense. The day my brother bought the house, he happened to be buying one too, and we just ran into each other. Such a coincidence? Wu Jio looked doubtful. It really was that coincidental? Ji Chuchu was growing frantic and turned to Changan angrily. Changan, you need to explain this, explain? Changan sneered, Wu Jio, do you think an explanation is necessary? I know her affairs better than you do. If I may offer you a piece of advice, a second-hand car is all you need. Just ensure it runs. Oh, you expect an Alto to transform into an Audi? Changan, what are you saying? You jerk. Ji Chuchu was clearly losing her composure. Wu Jio's face was ashen. Everyone in the room was aware of the animosity between the two, but no one expected their relationship to have deteriorated to this extent. Suji quickly stood up. Come on. We are all classmates. The past is behind us. A smile can erase grudges. I propose we raise a glass, not for anything else, but for the camaraderie we've shared over the years. The class representative is right. I also suggest we toast, and let us all move on from the unhappy memories. Exactly. Let us raise our glasses. I'm in. 1, 2, 3, everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and attempted to use collective goodwill to resolve the conflict between the two. Changan also stood up with a smile, raised his glass, and said, I'm delighted that everyone could attend this reunion. In the future, aside from Wu Jio, Kang Xianshan, and Ji Chuchu, if anyone needs anything, feel free to ask me. I will certainly help where I can. Added, me too. Aside from those 3, anyone who asks me for help is welcome. Wu Jio snapped. Changan, stop bragging, will you? You're just a delivery guy. Who would seek your assistance? Kang Xianshan chimed in. A delivery guy. A mere delivery person dares to boast in front of company executives. You really have some nerve. Ji Chuchu remarked. Changan, let me tell you. With your current standing, you can't possibly compete with Jio, even in 100 years. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively wore expressions of dismay. They had hoped to mediate the conflict, but just 2 sentences in, the bickering had resumed. It was evident that this disagreement would be difficult to resolve. At that moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a woman walked in. Suji. Upon entering, her eyes widened in surprise. Suji's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing her, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Wife, what brings you here? Well, Suji, even at such a time, you still have the leisure to drink. We were just having a gathering with classmates and would be heading back soon. What do you mean heading back soon? Don't you realize the urgency of the situation? You still have the nerve to drink? Come home with me right now. Suji, upon hearing this, wore a face full of frustration. The surrounding people looked on in confusion, but from Suji's expression, they could tell something urgent was amiss. What is going on, class vice? What happened? Suji quickly replied, It's nothing, just some matters at home. You all continue to drink. I'll head back first. Come on, now that she is here, why would you go back? No, really, if there's something, just say it. We're all classmates, not strangers. Exactly. If there's an issue, share it with us. Maybe we can help in some way. Changan said, Suji, there is no need for politeness among classmates. What is really going on? Wu Jio chimed in. Yeah, Suji. After all these years as old classmates, if you have any difficulties, just let us know. If it's about money or anything, just speak up. Kang Xianshan added, Indeed, class vice. With Wu here, you can rest assured. He can help with anything that it's not about money. But still, I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Class vice, why are you being so evasive? That one over there. Is she your wife? Is there something going on at home? Suji's wife, LV Jining, interjected. Honestly, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Suji is currently driving for the district. Their small vehicle team is in the process of downsizing personnel. We were considering whether to seek connections in the coming days to avoid him being let go. And now, at such a critical moment, he's out here drinking. I don't mind him socializing. But there's a time for everything, Suji. I'll say this. You're the only one in your small vehicle team who has it easy right now. If you get let go this time, what will you do? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Class Vice, aren't you in a civil service position? How could they possibly let you go? Is downsizing a transfer to another position? Perhaps, maybe it means moving from the district to a subordinate unit, where the benefits could be significantly worse. LV Jennings continued. Don't listen to him boasting. He's not in a civil service position at all. He's merely a contractual worker, in their small vehicle team. Aside from their team leader, everyone else is on a contract. They can dismiss him at any time. Upon hearing this, everyone comprehended why the couple was in such a hurry. It turned out he lacked a formal position. Suji, feeling exposed by his wife, struggled to maintain his composure and retorted, All right, enough of this nagging. Hurry back home. You think I'm nagging? What is it to you? Are you ashamed to be a contractual worker? Do you really think it's embarrassing? Is it embarrassing? I have so many classmates here. You're the only one making a scene. You're the one who is ambitious. How do you say that to me? If you're so capable, why don't you just spend the night with your classmates instead of coming home? What did you say? Suji felt humiliated and instantly flared up. What? You want to hit me? Go ahead. Do it in front of your classmates and let them see how you treat your wife. You think I want tea? Stop it. Don't fight. Yes, please don't resort to violence. Class Vice. Calm down. Your wife didn't mean it that way. Indeed, your family. Why argue? Couples are like birds in the woods. When calamity strikes. No, that's not it. They say, 100 years of cultivation brings you together on the same boat. 1,000 years of cultivation brings you to share the same bed. Old Sue, your wife also has it tough. She is only looking out for you. Let us all calm down. The crowd began a collective mediation. The girls urged Suji's wife, while the boys encouraged Suzy. No one wanted any familial discord to arise from this classmates' gathering, especially leading to a public altercation. Suddenly, Tang Yin recalled something and exclaimed, Oh, didn't Wu Jio just say he knows the team leader of Suji's small vehicle team? Why not just give him a call? Let old Wu speak on your behalf and strive to prevent them from transferring Suji. Right? I almost forgot. Wu, could you please make that call? Yes, Wu Jio. Please help Suji by making a call. It'll save us from an unpleasant gathering. Ji Chu Chu chimed in with a smile. Jio, if you can't help, at least try to say a word on Suji's behalf. Your influence still carries weight. Seeing that everyone hoped for him to intervene, Wu Jio felt elated. Earlier, he had been overshadowed by Changan, which had irked him to no end. Although Changan still held some lottery money, he was fundamentally just a delivery person. It seemed that in crucial moments, one still had to rely on oneself. All right then, I'll call your team leader. Don't worry, Suji. I'm very familiar with Zhao Baolai. It'll be just a matter of one word. Really? Thank you so much, Wu. Suji felt immensely relieved upon hearing this. LV Jining, too, understood the situation and was overjoyed, quickly saying, That would be a huge help, Wu. Otherwise, these past few days, we wouldn't have been able to eat or drink in peace. And no problem. Just wait. Wu Jio took out his phone and dialed Zhao Baolai's number. Shortly after, the call connected. Zhao Ge. It's Wu Jio. Oh, Wu, what is up? Well, I have a classmate named Suji in your small vehicle team. You know him, right? I know Suji. He has been with us for several years. How come he is your classmate? Exactly. So I have a small favor to ask Zhao Gu. Please, don't tell me it's about downsizing. Yes. Is there any way you could help? I can't do anything about the downsizing. It is all predetermined by higher-ups, and this time, there is a high chance Suji will be affected. What? Is there really nothing you can do? I'm just the team leader. What can I do? Let me tell you, everyone in the small vehicle team is scrambling to find connections. Those without connections are definitely getting downsized. You'd best not get involved in this mess. It's already been decided. It is futile to seek anyone's help. Well, I didn't want to say it. What is there to be embarrassed about? Just brush it off. Tell them I agreed, and if they ask about my performance, I'll give them a positive review. As for whether he can stay or not, that is beyond my control. Is that so? That is how it is. The bureaucratic environment is tough. Without connections, getting dismissed is only a matter of time. All right then, let us have a meal together sometime. Wu Jio concluded and hung up the phone. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at him, speechless. Wu Jio smiled and said, Suji, just spoke with your team leader. He assured me that if any performance checks come from above, he'll give you a favorable review. You can rest easy. This time, you should be safe from being let go. Upon hearing this, everyone simultaneously smiled. Kang Xianshan chuckled. I told you. Wu's call would surely work. Now, doesn't this mean the class vice's job is secured? Chapter 63. Who holds the greater influence? Ji Chu Chu gazed at Wu Jio with admiration, commenting, Jio, you're truly impressive. She then cast a triumphant glance at Changan at Wu. Allow me to toast you with a drink later. I'll toast you as well. The classmates enthusiastically praised Wu Jio. After all, his ability to resolve Su Ji's predicament with a single phone call was a testament to his influence. However, Su Ji and LV Jianning's faces were not particularly bright at this moment. What's the matter, class vice? Why do you still wear a long face? The problem is solved. Aren't you happy? Yes, you should feel a bit more cheerful, the crowd urged. Su Ji forced a slight smile and nodded. Happy? Very happy. LV Jianning's expression soured, and she retorted. What is there to be happy about? Zhao Baolai says that to everyone. Anyone in the small vehicle team who approaches him gets the same vague response. It's just nonsense. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Wu Jio, who felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze and quickly defended. How could I be the same as others? Zhao Baolai and I have a solid relationship built over many years. Su Ji, you can be assured that this downsizing issue will not affect you. It's fine. It's fine. I have my own understanding. Although Su Ji verbally expressed that everything was fine, deep down, he felt otherwise. The one he had hoped would be reliable turned out to be all talk, leaving him utterly disheartened. What a grandiose claim. Chang Han remarked sarcastically. Upon hearing Chang Han speak, the crowd wore peculiar expressions. Chang Han, this isn't your place to speak. Wu Jio shot him a glare. You're nothing but a nobody, just talking big and showing off. Yet you can't say a word. Chang Han, who are you talking about? Whoever has the biggest mouth, that's who. Kang Xianshan retorted. Chang Han, you, a mere courier, dare to mock Mr. Wu for his prominent visage? It is clear to me that the one with the larger face is indeed you. Ji Chuchu retorted indignantly. Chang Han, cease this sarcastic banter at once. At least Ji, you can find someone to assist him. I fear you may not even manage to locate a single person. Who says I cannot find anyone? Unlike Wu Jiyu, who only knows how to boast without taking action, I either do nothing or ensure that I accomplish the task impeccably. Very well. If you're so capable, then prove it. Go ahead and take action now. All right, just wait. Chang Han retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Is this Secretary AI? This is Chang Han. Oh, Mr. Chang, greetings, by the way. Has Linya been in touch with you? How have the arrangements progressed? Everything is in order. The district is placing significant emphasis on your company's investment plan and has selected an excellent location for you. Thank you very much. No need for thanks. If anyone deserves gratitude, it is you, Mr. Chang. You may not realize it, but your assistance has been invaluable for the district's endeavors. Our investment plans for this year are still in their infancy. Your investment truly is a timely boon. Haha, no trouble at all. Should the district require anything in the future, simply give me a call, and I will make every effort to assist. Thank you, Mr. Chang, by the way. I have a small favor to ask of you. Of course. Please, go ahead. A classmate of mine works as a driver in your District S vehicle team. Given the current streamlining of personnel, he is quite anxious about potentially being laid off. Could you possibly put in a good word for him? Is that all? Not a problem at all. What is his name? Suji. All right. I'll make a note of that. Rest assured, he will not be affected by this round of layoffs. The layoffs are not the main concern. The real issue is that he is still a contract worker. I wonder how difficult it is to transition to a formal position now. As for formal positions, that is indeed somewhat challenging. Each year, the district only has a limited number of slots available, which makes it quite competitive. Mr. Chung, in that case, Secretary AI, could you inform me of the district's recruitment targets for next year? I assure you I will address them all in one go. How does that sound? Haha, that might not be entirely appropriate. What is inappropriate about it? We are all on the same team. Supporting the District S work is something I ought to do. Well, if you insist, I will certainly do my best to help him. However, I cannot guarantee a formal position, but I can certainly advocate for a labor position. Just have him wait for news, Secretary AI. He is currently at home, anxiously awaiting news. His wife and he have been quarreling over this matter, and as a friend, I cannot just stand by. Could you possibly make a call right now to inquire? A little reassurance would be beneficial, to ease their minds and preserve their marital harmony, and no problem. I will call him right away, and you will hear back shortly that I truly appreciate it. No need for formality. Chang Han ended the call, noticing that everyone was staring at him in silence. With a smile, he declared, everything is fine. Suji, my friend assured me that you will definitely not be affected by this round of layoffs. Really? Suji replied, somewhat incredulous, don't believe his bluster. Wu Jiyu interjected, Suji, he is merely a courier. Why would you trust what he says? Even a sow could climb a tree. Suji was at a loss for words. Logically, Chang Han was just a courier and seemed unlikely to be of much help. However, in desperation, he found himself hoping that Chang Han might indeed be able to assist. Suji, my friend assured me that not only will you not be laid off, but he will also put in a good word for your position. However, securing a formal position is unlikely. You will have to settle for a labor position. What? Suji exclaimed, utterly astonished. Just one phone call? And my position can be resolved. Is this for real? The surrounding crowd was equally incredulous. Within the system, a formal position represented a significant advantage, and anyone capable of securing such a position for others wielded considerable influence. This was obvious to all. Changan, your boasting has reached new heights. You can resolve formal positions? Why don't you take a moment to reflect on who you truly are? I suggest you look in the mirror instead. Do you think I am like you? I am genuinely impressive. You are merely a braggart. A comparison between us? Let us revisit that in 10,000 years. Wu Ji was seething with rage. Just then, Suji's phone rang unexpectedly. He answered the call, and upon seeing the caller ID, his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment." Everyone fell silent instantly. Suji answered the call. Smiling, "Director Jia, how may I assist you?" "Ah, Suji, I hadn't realized you were so modest. With your capabilities, why didn't you make your talents known sooner?" "Director Jia, what do you mean by that? If I have faltered in my duties, please do not hesitate to reprimand me. I will certainly reflect on it deeply. How could I dare to criticize you? It should be you critiquing me instead. I am aware that matters of formal positions should prioritize capable and experienced individuals like yourself. However, as you know, I am merely a small director. Decisions regarding formal positions are made at higher levels, and I am often powerless to influence them. Director Jia, have I overstepped in some manner? If so, please do not hesitate to admonish me. Why would you say that? Are you dissatisfied with me? Not at all. Please do not misunderstand. Suji, rest assured. Although it is not feasible this year, when our department applies for formal positions next year, you will undoubtedly be our sole candidate. With this assurance, you can no longer harbor any grievances toward me. Correct? How could I ever harbor grievances? Director Jia, are you certain you are not jesting with me? I would never joke about such matters. Suji, over the years, I have always held a favorable view of your work capabilities. Admittedly, my demeanor may have occasionally been lacking, but that was only because I recognized your potential. Rest assured, as long as I am in charge of the department, your voice will carry weight. By the way, your vehicle team has lacked a deputy leader for quite some time. You can take on that role for now, and once you secure a formal position, I will transfer old Zhao and promote you to leader. We should find an opportunity to celebrate together. Your wife has heard of you and has been eager for me to treat you to a meal. Shall we arrange a time? Absolutely. I'm free any day. But it would be a hassle for you to come to my place. How about I host you instead? My sister-in-law is also eager to meet you. Let's meet at my place first. We can visit yours another time. It's all the same. Very well. I shall await further news. Suji ended the call, feeling as if he were in a dream. Still somewhat incredulous, Liu Jining quickly inquired, "Darling, who was on the phone just now? What did they say?" Suji snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "It was Director Jia. He said he wants me to be the deputy leader of the vehicle team, and next year, he will arrange a formal position for me." "What?" The room erupted into astonished silence as everyone turned their gaze toward the smiling Changan. One phone call, and a formal position could be arranged. This was truly incredible, but how could a courier possess such influence? Haha, darling. Is everything you said true? Did Director Zhao really say that? Liu Jining was nearly beside herself with joy. Suji replied with a grin. Of course, Director Jia even wants to treat me to a meal. This is simply wonderful. Liu Jining was so excited that she struggled to find the words. Suji quickly turned to Changan. Thank you so much, Changan. I truly appreciate it. I am at a loss for words. Suji was no fool. The fact that Changhan's single phone call could resolve his formal position signaled that Changhan's influence was extraordinary. Changhan smiled. Suji, this is merely a small favor. We have always had a good relationship at school, and as a fellow class committee member, I could only assist with this much in the future. Should the district require my assistance, feel free to call me, and I will certainly help where I can. I cannot thank you enough, Changhan. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Allow me to drink this toast to you, Suji declared, raising a glass of baijiu and downing it in one gulp to convey his excitement. Changhan chuckled and raised his glass, taking only a small sip, as he was not adept at drinking. Well done, Changhan. You truly have talent. With just one phone call, you resolved a formal position. Indeed, you are not just impressive. This is beyond what anyone would expect. Parting for merely 3 days, and now we see you in a new light. Class representative, incredible. The crowd of classmates began to shower compliments, for indeed, securing a formal position with a single phone call was not something just anyone could achieve. At that moment, Wu Jiyu's expression was one of utter dismay. Having been publicly humiliated by Changhan, his face was contorted in pain. Ji Chuchu, too, wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "This cannot be. There is no way Changhan knows anyone of significance. You must all be deceived by him." Kang Xianshan hurriedly added, "I see now. That call must have been made on behalf of Mr. Wu. It was his influence that was intercepted by Changhan. In truth, it had nothing to do with him at all." The crowd was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. They then exchanged curious glances. Could it really be that Wu Jio was the one who had made the arrangements? Was it merely a coincidence that it fell upon Changhan? Impossible. Suji hurriedly clarified. Wu Jio's call was directed to Zhao Baolai from our small vehicle team. The call I just received was from our office director. Zhao Baolai lacks the capability and influence to summon our director. Moreover, arranging a position is beyond his means. What is Zhao Baolai in the grand scheme of things? Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. Upon reflection, it made sense. A mere team leader from a small vehicle unit would hardly register in the eyes of a high-ranking director. The notion that he could arrange a position was utterly preposterous. Wu Jio certainly understood that Zhao Baolai was not the one responsible. However, he could hardly fathom how Changan came to know such influential individuals. Was it possible that this matter fortuitously intersected with someone of great power? Changan, I raise a toast to you in gratitude for arranging work for our class vice president. Academic committee member, I also toast you. It takes great skill to not forget an old classmate. You are truly commendable in our class. Suji's wife, El Jining, eagerly lifted her glass and said, Brother Han, I too wish to raise a toast to you. Thank you for assisting Suji in such a significant way. Without your help, we would have truly been at a loss these past few days. Why bother with pleasantries? We are all classmates. When the time comes to lend a hand, I shall certainly do so. Feel free to call upon me in the future. However, as for this drink, I cannot indulge too much. I only partake a little, and you all may enjoy as you pleased. In the end, Changan merely took a sip. Yet, everyone else drank deeply. El Jining, on the other hand, downed her drink in one go, eliciting rounds of applause and cheers within the room. Wu Jio felt utterly humiliated. His expression was one of severe displeasure. His intention had been to gather his classmates for a showcase of his own grandeur, yet he found himself overshadowed by Changan, suffering a stinging defeat. He had gone from being the one carried to the one bearing the burden. Where could he seek justification for this? Chapter 65. Changhan's influence grows yet again. Wu Jio furrowed his brow, pondering deeply, when suddenly an idea struck him. He hastily turned to Lu Bayer and smiled. Lu Bayer, did you not mention that you are still short 2 million in deposit requirements? How about I swing by your bank tomorrow and deposit 2 million? What do you think? Is that for real? Lu Bayer's eyes sparkled at the prospect. For her, the deposit requirement had been an overwhelming source of stress. She had already exhausted every relative and acquaintance she could think of. The thought of Wu Jio potentially depositing 2 million made her positively elated. Thank you, President Wu. You have truly come to my rescue. No need for formalities. We are old classmates. It's nothing. Wu Jio, feeling quite pleased with himself, glanced at Changan, believing that while the latter might be generous enough to treat everyone, he was merely scraping by with his own limited funds. With this 2 million deposit, he would leave Changan at a loss. After all, despite all the talk, Changan was still a pauper compared to him. Kang Xianshan chuckled. Lu Bayer, since President Wu has done you such a great favor, shouldn't you raise a toast to him? No problem. Lu Bayer readily picked up a drink and said, I will toast with this beverage instead of alcohol. As I cannot drink, Kang Xianshan replied. With President Wu depositing over 2 million, saying you can't drink would seem rather insincere. Wu Jio laughed. Just a sip should suffice. That should be acceptable, right? He felt a twinge of embarrassment as everyone was raising toasts to Changan while he was left out. Thus, he was eager to reclaim his lost dignity. Upon hearing this, Lu Bayer frowned slightly. Feeling a bit awkward, it was rather shameless to pressure someone into drinking when they clearly did not wish to. Changan continued in a mocking tone. Changan, what does this have to do with you? Wu Jio was infuriated. Indeed, this is between Bayer and Jio. Why are you meddling? Ji Chuchu quickly chimed in. Changan retorted. I am not like Wu Jio, who boasts of his meager assistance to classmates as if it were a grand gesture. Wu Jio angrily shot back. Changan, just because you have a little spare change, don't flaunt it in front of everyone. If you truly wish to assist Lu Bayer, why not deposit 2 million at her bank yourself? 2 million? I could cough that up without breaking a sweat. By the way, Lu Bayer, I have a friend in a leadership position at your city bank. You mentioned you no longer wish to be a teller? Correct. Just tell me which position you seek to transfer to. It's merely a phone call away for me. What? Lu Bayer nearly dropped to the floor upon hearing this. Her big eyes blinked rapidly as she exclaimed, Changan, are you certain you're not joking with me? Am I joking? Do I resemble someone who would jest? Just tell me which department you wish to join. I wish to go to the Wealth Management Department. The Wealth Management Department, is it? Very well, just wait. Changan produced his phone and dialed Dong Yan's number. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chang. What brings you to call me today? Oh, just a matter. I'd like to trouble President Dong a bit. What can I assist you with? You need not be so formal with me. It's like this. A classmate of mine has been a teller at one of your branch offices for many years and is quite unwilling to continue. Would it be possible to trouble President Dong to arrange a position transfer? Which branch are we discussing? Changan pressed the phone to his chest and looked at Lu Bayer. Which bank are you from? Lu Bayer. I am from the Shanshui Road branch. She is from the Shanshui Road branch. Her name is Lu Bayer. Which department does she wish to join? The Wealth Management Department. That department is under my purview. No problem at all. I will call the branch manager tomorrow. Just let her await the news. No need to wait until tomorrow. She is quite anxious. Please, if you could call now and finalize the arrangement, it would be greatly appreciated. It would save her from fretting, wouldn't it? Very well. I shall call right away. You'll have news shortly. Thank you so much. Changan hung up the phone, looking quite relaxed. Lu Buyer, however, appeared tense as she hurriedly inquired, Changan, who did you just call? Oh, the vice president in charge of financial clients at your Citibank. Dong Yin, Dong Yin, Lu Buyer was taken aback, hastily exclaiming, you mean to say you know President Dong? Of course, we have a fairly good relationship. Rest assured, this little matter of yours is merely a word from her, and she is already reaching out to your branch manager. Just await the news. Upon hearing this, Lu Buyer's heart raced with anxiety. The thought of President Dong calling the manager on her behalf was simply unbelievable. The room fell into a state of astonished silence. Suddenly, Lu Buyer's phone rang. She picked it up and her expression changed as she quickly answered. President Tang, you were looking for me? Yes, Lu Buyer. Why didn't you mention you knew President Dong earlier? I didn't want to trouble her. What trouble is there? President Dong and I are quite close. If you had mentioned you were her sister, you wouldn't have needed to toil as a teller for so many years. President Tang, it's not that I oppose being a teller. My sister said it builds character, and I thought it would help me grow. All right, you have trained sufficiently by now. Starting tomorrow, prepare for your transfer. Complete the handover of your current duties, and make sure to work diligently. You must honor your sister's reputation. Rest assured, President Tang, I shall work diligently and repay your kindness. Lu Buyer hung up the phone, a joyful smile gracing her face. She seemed to momentarily be absorbing the reality of the situation. The crowd looked on with puzzled expressions. What happened, Buyer? Who called? Coconut silk, coconut silk, coconut silk, Lu Buyer exclaimed excitedly. The crowd was taken aback. Ha ha, that was our branch manager. He just called to inform me that I should prepare for my transfer tomorrow. I will no longer be a teller. Hooray. Ha 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 ha. Observing Lu Buyer's somewhat frenzied excitement, the crowd was left in shock. Could it truly be that Changhan's claims were genuine? One phone call had indeed facilitated Lu Buyer's job transfer. How extraordinary was this courier's influence becoming? The room remained silent for a spell. Chapter 66. Is there such a powerful courier in the world? Changhan chuckled. We are all classmates. No need for formality. By the way, I have a friend who runs a business and frequently deals with financial transactions at the bank. Once you're in the wealth management department, should you need to make any deposits? Just let me know, and I can put in a good word for you. Depositing tens of millions is no trouble at all. Is that true? Lu Buyer was absolutely thrilled that of course it is true. Just focus on your work. When it comes to deposits, that's a trifling matter. Tiomi, millions are like mere pennies. To think of running to the bank just for a few pennies makes me blush. Wu Jio nearly choked on his indignation. Meanwhile, Lu Buyer was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Brother Han. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Where has the liquor gone? Quickly, bring me a glass. The person beside hurriedly replaced Ru Buyer's drink with liquor. Han go. You must take care of your sister from now on. Cheers, do as you please. With that, Ru Buyer tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. The room erupted once more with cheers and applause. Changhan chuckled and took a small sip. At this moment, the crowd could no longer hold back their admiration for Changhan. Wow, how incredibly impressive. What kind of power does Changhan possess? With just a couple of phone calls, he can arrange work as he pleases. Isn't his life simply extraordinary? He completely outshines Wu Jio by 100 leagues. Wu Jio even claimed he was just a courier. What kind of courier is this impressive? Everyone began to toast to Changhan, showering him with compliments, as having such a remarkable person in the class meant it was time to ingratiate themselves. Wu Jio's expression was utterly grim. He never expected Changhan to be this formidable, especially since he thought he was merely a courier. When did he acquire such influence? Ji Chuchu looked equally incredulous. She was perhaps the one who knew Changhan best. When did he become so impressive? Had he been playing it low-key all these years while secretly being the scion of a prominent family? Was he a legitimate heir of a powerful lineage? That couldn't be right. She had met his parents, ordinary farmers with no extraordinary background. If they truly had such clout, why would they still be farming? Isn't that just self-inflicted hardship? Seeing a group of classmates fawning over Changhan made Wu Jio seethe with rage. He turned to Jiao Yu and said, By the way, Jiao Yu, I have a dinner with a boss tomorrow. Are you coming? If you are, I'll take you along. I'll introduce you to a few bosses, see if you can snag some projects. Really? That sounds great. ILL go. Jiao Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. For him, finding work in electrical materials was tough, so having someone to guide him was indeed a blessing. Upon hearing this, Changhan sneered, What is there to see with a few small bosses? Jiao Yu, I'll introduce you to a project tomorrow. It's one my friend is investing in. I'll mention it to her, and the electrical materials will be all yours. Is that true? Jiao Yu's excitement grew. Today, he had witnessed the extent of Changhan's influence. If he said there was a project, it would undoubtedly be legitimate. Wu Jio's eyes widened in disbelief. Changhan, stop pretending to be a big shot. The bosses I introduced are all major players in the industry. Their projects worth millions. Can your small ventures compare? Millions are just small projects. You've truly never seen the world. Do you know how much investment my projects require? 10 billion. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. 10 billion in projects. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Wu Jio was equally incredulous. He exclaimed, "That's impossible. You re just bragging. How could you possibly introduce a 10 billion project? You're just inexperienced. A frog at the bottom of a well. What big bosses have you encountered? Diao you. If I introduce you to a project, it's equivalent to spending 100 years mingling with those insignificant small bosses. Just focus on your work." Diao Yu, of course, was equally stunned. He stood there for a moment, then with a troubled expression said, "Han Go. It's not that I don't want to do it. The key issue is that I can't handle such a large project. Why are you so foolish? If you can't handle it, can't you just take on a smaller one? If you can't manage 10 billion, can you handle 2 billion? What about 1 billion? Can you manage a few million? Besides, if you can't handle a whole factory, just take on a small section. Do you have the funds? If not, I can call the bank for you, get a loan, and I'll back you up. Just take the plunge. Haven't you heard that the bolder one is? The greater the yield. Do you wish to remain a small boss forever? To spend your life with those third-rate small bosses?" Changhan's words were like a wake-up call. Diao Yu suddenly realized. Indeed, it seemed his vision and ambition had been too limited. If he continued like this, where would his future lead? "I understand now, Han Gu, from now on, I'll follow you. Rest assured, we're old classmates. If you need anything, just call. However, I can give you the project, but you must guarantee the quality. If the quality doesn't meet the standards, no amount of old classmate goodwill will suffice, understood? You don't have to worry. Han Gu, if there are any quality issues, I'll take full responsibility. This glass of wine, I'll drink it all, you do as you please." Diao Yu filled his glass and drank it all in one go. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. One must admit, everyone was envious. Because now Jiao Yu was also on his way to success. With Changhan's backing, it was evident he would soon be thriving. Changhan took a sip and said, "Jia Ming, didn't you say you wanted to stop driving for others and buy your own car?" Zhong Jiaming quickly replied, "Yes, driving big trucks for others is too exhausting. And it doesn't pay well. How much does a decent heavy truck cost? A proper one runs around 7 to 800,000, I suppose. Come, give me your bank card number and I'll invest in it for you." "What? You, wait, Han Ge, did you say you'd invest in me?" "Yes, it's only 7 to 800,000. Just buy the car first, and when you earn money, you can pay me back if you don't make a profit. We'll split the earnings evenly. As an old classmate, I can't help you too much, but this little assistance is nothing. This, isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it, to be honest, apart from Wu Jio and a few others? Most of my classmates are good friends, we're not keeping score. It's just within my means. Who knows, in the future, I, Changhan, might also face difficulties and may need everyone's support. When that time comes, don't forget to lend me a hand." Hearing Changhan's sincere words, the crowd felt a swell of emotion. Chapter 67. You invite, but no one comes, aside from Wu Jio and a few others. The rest of the class raised their glasses to toast Changhan. He was exceedingly generous, always obliging whenever anyone needed help, which only elevated his status among the classmates. Wu Jio and his companions were soon overlooked, even completely isolated, as if they were strangers to the rest. Wu Jio was seething with rage. Tonight was supposed to be his showcase, yet Changhan had stolen the spotlight. In the end, not a single person spoke to him. He had been completely ostracized. Kang Xianshan felt a twinge of regret. He hadn't anticipated Changhan being this impressive, completely eclipsing Wu Jio. Had he known Changhan was so formidable, he wouldn't have bothered to flatter Wu Jio. Now, he had gained nothing and instead offended someone truly powerful. Where could he seek justice for this? Ji Chuchu was at a loss for words. The Changhan of today bore no resemblance to the honest person he once was, now eloquently conversing, laughing, and charming everyone. Compared to the short, unattractive man beside her, he was several times more charismatic. If Changhan had been like this before, how could she have left him for a toad? Yet, thinking back now was too late. She was already with Wu Jio and could never turn back. Everyone cheerfully finished their meal. Changhan declared, "Tonight, we're going to sing K at Dihao. It's on me. Let us go. Let us go." Everyone excitedly got to their feet. Suddenly, Changhan recalled something, stopped and smiled. "By the way, Wu Jio, are you and your friends coming? If so, I'll treat. If not, then forget it. Who needs your treat? I can't afford it. The issue is, who would go if you invite them? Does anyone here want to join Wu Jio?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. No one was foolish. Changhan's words clearly indicated where allegiances lay. At this moment, anyone who stood with Wu Jio would be seen as an enemy of Changhan, just like Kang Xianshan. Thus, no one wanted to choose the wrong side. See that? No one wants to go with you. You might as well come over to our side. We're all old classmates. Next time we organize a dinner, we'll need you to take care of it. Ha 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 ha. Changhan laughed as he turned to leave. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed suit. Wu Jio's face was as black as thunder. Ji Chuchu looked equally helpless. Kang Xianshan stood awkwardly by, unsure whether to stay or leave. Feeling utterly embarrassed. Once everyone left the hotel, a few stayed behind. Get in my car. A few others got into Fatty's car. Han-gu, have you been drinking? Yes, Han-gu. Don't drive after drinking, I'm fine. I have a driver. Fatty hasn't he drunk, so let him drive a few, and the rest can take a taxi. Since most had been drinking, even those who had driven couldn't leave by car. Rubai and Tang Yin stayed behind to ride in Changhan's car, while others piled into Fan Chenghua's vehicle, leaving the remainder to hail taxis. However, when Rubai and Tang Yin laid eyes on Changhan's Rolls-Royce Phantom, they were left utterly speechless. Wu Jio and his group got into a Land Rover, turning a corner as they passed by their classmates. Wu Jio rolled down the window. Come, come, come. Who wants to ride in my car? Ji Chuchu hurriedly called out. Wei Hui, Yiping, Li Jing. Come ride with us. No need, no need. We'll just take a taxi. The girls waved their hands in refusal. The taxi rides are excruciatingly slow. Riding in our vehicle is just as tedious. This is a Land Rover, spacious and grand, providing an exceptionally comfortable experience. That moment, a car approached and halted beside the Land Rover. Wow, a Rolls-Royce, no way. It's a Rolls-Royce coupe, the Wraith. How impressive. Upon witnessing this, everyone wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Just then, the car window slowly descended, revealing Changhan's beaming smile. Oh, Lao Wu, still driving a Land Rover? Why settle for such a modest vehicle? You should acquire something more refined. The esteemed Mr. Wu driving a Land Rover, that certainly diminishes his stature. Changhan, Wu Jio and others were understandably incredulous. Hey, Liu Bayer and the others inside the car greeted everyone with laughter. The crowd quickly gathered around. No way, Changhan. Is this your car? It belongs to a friend. What friend is generous enough to possess a Rolls-Royce, by the way? How much did it cost? I'm not sure. Perhaps a few million? A few million. Everyone was left in utter disbelief. Many thought one could purchase a Mercedes or BMW for several $100,000. Spending millions on a car is simply astounding. Bayer, let me take a ride for a bit. Tang Yin, let me have a turn too. I've never been in a Rolls-Royce. Lu Bayer laughed, saying, That's out of the question. I've never been in one either. So I'm not getting out. Tang Yin chuckled. You'll have to wait for another opportunity. Changhan smiled. Farewell, Mr. Wu. With that, the window rose again, and the vehicle quickly departed. Wu Jio's expression was understandably grim. Ji Chuchu's countenance was even more dismal. She could hardly fathom that Changhan was now driving a Rolls-Royce. At this juncture, a G-Class pulled up alongside the Land Rover. The window rolled down. Fan Chenghua, grinning, remarked, Oh, Lao Wu, still in a Land Rover? You ought to switch to a better car, Fatty. The onlookers were equally incredulous. So, Fatty, when did you acquire a G-Class, Fatty? You've made it big, Fan Chenghua laughed. Whoever wants to ride in my car? Hurry up. I want to ride. Me too. And I? Everyone scrambled to get in, those quick enough securing a seat, while the slower ones could only watch in envy. The rest would have to hail cabs. Suji, Diaoyu, and Jiaming, you sorted out. We'll meet at the Emperor's Luxury later. Fan Chenghua's G-Class roared away. The remaining individuals were left to find cabs, yet not a single person chose to ride with Wu Jio. Wu Jio's expression was understandably soured. Ji Chuchu, too, seemed lost in thought. A G-Class cruised down the road. Look at you, Fatty. You've truly made it, driving a G-Class now. I can't afford such luxury. This is Lao Han's car. What? This G-Class belongs to Changhan. Indeed. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Speaking of which, Fatty, what is Changhan up to now? How did he become so wealthy? I can't speak freely about Changhan's matters. In any case, he is affluent now, and I must align myself with him. It's truly unexpected. Who would have thought Changhan would be doing so well? The key is he remains so low-key. Chapter 68. A major project changes hands indeed. If it weren't for this gathering, no one would have realized how well he is faring. Fatty, you too. Knowing Changhan was doing so well. You didn't drop any hints if I leaked anything. Wouldn't Changhan know it was me? Haha, that is a fair point. You know what is puzzling? If Changhan is doing so well, why did Ji Chuchu break up with him? Right? I find it strange too. If it were me with such a boyfriend, I would never consider breaking up. Could it be that Changhan was the one who ended things with Ji Chuchu? I don't think so. Changhan doesn't seem like that kind of person? Enough. Stop speculating. Regardless of who ended it, whoever leaves Changhan will eventually regret it. Just wait and see. Ji Chuchu might be regretting right now. You absolutely right. That makes sense. Inside Wu Jio's Land Rover, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Wu Jio wore a grim expression, while Ji Chuchu furrowed her brows. Kang Xianshan felt a sense of oppression and gloom. After a prolonged silence, Ji Chuchu spoke. Jio, when will you give me the 240,000? Wu Jio retorted. Why bring this up now? There are classmates present. What classmates? There's only this one person. Kang Xianshan interjected hurriedly. Mr. Wu, please stop the car. I just remembered I need to take care of something. Aren't you going to KTV? I'll find another time. Wu Jio, feeling helpless, had no choice but to halt the vehicle. And Kang Xianshan dashed out. What are you doing, leaving in front of classmates? After restarting the car, Wu Jio complained. Classmates? Classmates, aside from a sycophant, who else do you consider classmates? You? Hearing this, Wu Jio was infuriated. Speak. When will you return that 240,000 to me? Didn't I say? The company's funds are tight right now. Let us discuss it later. Then why is it that when you go to Liu Bayer's bank, the funds aren't tight? Why does it become tight when it comes to me? If you deposit money in Liu Bayer's bank, it's still the company's money? It's merely stored elsewhere. It's not the same nature. What is the difference? Stop dodging the issue. Tio put it plainly, you have the money but are unwilling to lend it to me. How can I not be willing? All these designer bags and jewelry you have, which one wasn't he bought with my money? What is the use of saying this? All of these were gifts when you were pursuing me. Since we've been together, you haven't bought me a thing. Fine. I'll accompany you to buy a few things tomorrow. Isn't that sufficient? Enough with the useless talk. What about the money for my brother's house? All right, I'll think of a way. Is that acceptable? When? Can you give me a specific time frame? 10 days. At most 10 days fine. 10 days it is. I accept your terms. Isn't that satisfactory? Boss, Wu Jio has agreed to help Ji Chu Chu raise the remaining funds for the house. When? Within 10 days. How much does Wu Jio have left in his account? He has over 180,000 in his personal account. The company account still has over 25 million. However, they currently have a major deal in the works, involving an amount as high as 68 million. What is the nature of this deal? It's for the exterior glass of a newly constructed high-rise building in a provincial city. How is the contract signed? The contract requires work to commence within 2 months, with a 6-month timeline. If the project quality is subpar, a penalty of 50% of the contract value will be imposed. Upon hearing this, Changan pondered for a moment. His eyes lit up as he said, send a message to Linya. Instruct her to visit that building tomorrow and aim for an overall acquisition. Draft a new contract with better conditions, but ensure the penalty for breach is significantly high. It's crucial that the terms are so favorable that Wu Jio cannot refuse, despite the penalty. Understood, boss. Wu Jio. This time, I will ensure you are caught off guard. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Changhan's mouth. The following day, upon waking, Changhan still felt a bit groggy. The previous night, a large group of classmates had indulged in ample drinks, reveling until late. Since Wu Jio and Ji Chu Chu had not intervened, the atmosphere was undeniably lively. After washing his face to regain some vitality, Changhan called Linya to remind her about the building acquisition. Linya received Changhan's directive and promptly set the plan into motion. She quickly contacted the developer of the building under construction to ascertain the pricing. Linya called to report to Changhan, boss, the building you mentioned is a 50-story structure, encompassing nearly 33,000 square meters. The main structure has been largely completed. What remains are the exterior, interior, and supporting works. The developer is quoting 15,000 per square meter. I haven't negotiated yet, but the construction speed has been quite slow. It took over 4 years just to reach the top. It seems the developer's finances aren't very robust either. Therefore, I believe a price of 13,000 shouldn't pose a problem. However, acquiring the entire building would require approximately 400 million. If you wish for a better deal, we can further negotiate with them. No need. Just stick with 13,000. You are to acquire the entire building, and under no circumstances are you to replace any of the existing suppliers. One more thing, make a note of this. There is a contractor for the exterior glass called Yongda Glass. Inform their representative to shorten the construction timeline and ensure completion within 3 months. If they meet the deadline and guarantee quality, the project payment will be doubled. However, if they fail to complete on time, they must pay double the penalty based on the original project payment. I don't care how you achieve this, but you must ensure Yongda Glass agrees to these terms. I'll provide you with a contract template shortly. Yongda Glass, understood. Good. Remember, do not mention me. Pretend you are unaware of Yongda Glass. And you are acting as their full agent, but you must ensure they accept the contract. I got it. Boss. Linya was acutely aware that the task assigned by Changhan was far from simple. However, as a competent subordinate, it was imperative to execute the leader's directives unconditionally. This was of utmost importance. On the other hand, Wu Jio found himself in a bit of a quandary. The company was involved in a significant project that required substantial funding. Yet he had already promised Ji Chu Chu that he would find a way to secure the necessary capital for her. The dilemma now was whether to take out a loan, resort to high-interest borrowing, or perhaps misappropriate a portion of the company funds, which left him feeling rather overwhelmed. Chapter 69. Yongda Glass. After considerable deliberation, Wu Jio resolved to divert a portion of the project funds. Although this undertaking was considerable, it seemed unlikely that such funds would be needed in the immediate future. However, the subsequent news left him quite astonished. The major project he held, Tianyu Real Estate's office building, had unexpectedly changed hands. Upon hearing this, Wu Jio felt a wave of dismay wash over him. This was indeed a case of misfortune compounding misfortune. A construction company that had previously enjoyed a solid partnership was now under new management. He found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Reluctantly, Wu Jio joined other project contractors at the location designated by the new owners for a meeting. Mr. Wu has arrived. Mr. Bai, Mr. Fong is also here. Mr. Wu, what exactly is going on? I have no idea. Everything was proceeding smoothly, so why the sudden change? Indeed, a heads up would have been appreciated. Mr. Bai, aren't you on good terms with Mr. Zhang? How come you haven't heard anything? If I had news, I wouldn't be so anxious. Did you not call Mr. Zhang to inquire? Mr. Zhang said that regardless of the circumstances, we should negotiate with the new owners. He intends to take a break for a while. What kind of manager is Mr. Zhang to simply wash his hands of this? It is a predicament. The Tianyu building has been in construction for years, and Mr. Zhang has always faced cash flow issues. Naturally, he would welcome a complete acquisition. Strange though. Typically, acquisitions occur only after completion, yet they are taking over while construction is still underway. Surely they must continue the work regardless, is the price perhaps lower? That could be possible. Perhaps the new company has its own plans for the remaining work. This acquisition is timely, allowing them to implement their vision for the interior work. Valid point. Makes sense, by the way. Who exactly is this new owner? Not sure. I'm in the dark as well. As more individuals gathered in the hall, most appeared equally perplexed. Suddenly, a few individuals emerged, and a hushed silence fell over the crowd. Linya surveyed the assembly and announced, "Greetings, everyone. I am the representative of the Tianyu Building Project. My name is Linya. The purpose of convening you all today is to inform you that the Tianyu Building Project has officially been rebranded as Hanxiang Building. Those present are long-standing partners and suppliers of the original Tianyu Building. While the developer and name have changed, the original suppliers remain unchanged, and you may continue to supply Hanxiang Building until the project reaches completion." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The greatest fear for many was that a change in ownership would necessitate a switch in suppliers, as securing substantial contracts is no easy feat. And none wished to be cast aside. Linya continued, "Representatives of the companies I call out, please stand on my left. Sheik Pipeline, Yongda Glass, Hongbang Waterproof." Upon hearing his company's name, Wu Jio hurriedly stepped to the left. Followed by representatives from other major contractors, it was clear to all that those on the left were the key players in the project, while those on the right represented smaller, less significant enterprises. All right, representatives on the right will be attended to by our designated staff. Those on the left, please follow the staff as your names are called. With that, Linya turned and departed. A staff member remained in place. Glancing at his notes and called out, "Please have the representative from Sheik Pipeline come this way." One individual promptly followed the staff member, leaving the rest to wait, though their demeanor appeared considerably more relaxed than before. That Lin woman is truly stunning. She seems to be the head of this project. Indeed. It's quite surprising to see someone so beautiful managing such a significant undertaking. After a brief interval, the representative from Sheik Pipeline exited. Beaming with joy, the crowd quickly surrounded him, eager for news. "Mr. Bai, what is the situation?" "Yes, do tell us," the staff member announced. "Please have the representative from Yongda Glass come forward." Upon hearing this, Wu Jio quickly responded. His curiosity piqued and followed the staff member into an office. Linya was seated inside, engrossed in reviewing documents. "General Manager, the representative from Yongda Glass has arrived. Please take a seat." Linya did not lift her gaze from the papers. Wu Jio hastily settled into a chair. Although Linya remained silent, she recognized the significance of the task entrusted to her by the boss and understood the need for due diligence. With a smile, Linya finally looked up and said, "May I ask for your name?" "Wu Jio, General Manager of Yongda Glass." "Greetings, Mr. Wu. I am Linya, General Manager of the Hanxiang Building Project." "Hello, Ms. Lin." Wu Jio quickly stood, extending his hand. "Not at all," Linya replied with a smile, nodding but not reciprocating the handshake. Wu Jio awkwardly withdrew his hand. Linya continued, "I see from the documents that Yongda Glass is a crucial partner in the original Tianyu Building Project. Am I correct?" Wu Jio straightened in his seat, affirming, "Yes, Ms. Lin. Our company has collaborated with Mr. Zhang Jingyu of Tianyu Real Estate for many years. We have undertaken numerous glass projects for them. In addition to the Tianyu Building, we have also handled projects such as Dongbao Garden, Jiaqing Mountain Villa, and Mingxian Biayuan, making us a competitive player in the glass contracting industry in the provincial capital." "What was your total sales last year?" "Our sales totaled approximately 35 million last year. However, our net profit is relatively low compared to our peers. It's not that our company doesn't aim for profitability. Rather, we adhere to a principle of providing high-quality products at reasonable prices, which is why we rank among the top in the provincial glass contracting sector." "Excellent. I noticed in your original contract that the project budget is around 68 million, with construction set to commence in 2 months and a timeline of approximately 6 months. Correct?" "Indeed, that is accurate. Here are the specifications for the exterior wall glass we require. Please take a look." Linya pulled out a sheet of paper and slid it across the table. Wu Jio picked it up and examined it closely, a look of surprise crossing his face. Chapter 70. A lucrative deal. Wu Jio hesitated for a moment and said, "Ms. Lin, I mean no offense, but your requirements for the exterior wall glass seem rather excessive. My suggestion is that there is no need for such high-quality glass. The The specifications in the original contract are already quite adequate. Whether in terms of pressure, tensile strength, heat resistance, or insulation, the existing glass meets the required strength for exterior walls without necessitating such premium materials. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Our company has high standards for quality, and we demand only the best. Just tell me whether you can procure glass that meets these specifications. Rest assured, Ms. Lin, all the glass manufacturers we collaborate with are top-tier companies nationwide, capable of supplying any specifications you require. However, should you insist on using such high-grade glass, the cost will inevitably rise significantly. By how much? Let me calculate. Wu Jio took out his calculator and diligently worked through the figures. The total project cost could increase by about 22%, which amounts to an additional 15 million. Bringing the total to approximately 84 million. Linyo inquired. What if I wanted to commence work in a month and reduce the timeline to 3 months? 3 months. Wu Jio was taken aback and quickly replied. That is simply not feasible. The time frame is far too short to complete the work. Why is that? Of course, time is of the essence. Consider the volume of glass that needs to be custom ordered from manufacturers, along with the logistics involved. After that, installation will also require time. There's no way to complete everything in 3 months. What if the project budget were doubled with a cost of 1,800 per square meter? Would it then be possible to finish within 3 months? What, doubled? Wu Jio was momentarily left speechless, quickly asserting, Are you certain you're not joking with me? Do I appear to be someone who enjoys making jokes? Not at all. I meant no offense. Please hold on while I crunch the numbers. Wu Jio retrieved his calculator once more, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he calculated. Soon enough, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Though the shortening of the construction period has significantly increased costs, the profits have also seen a substantial rise. Upon calculating the previous project, the profits amounted to just over 10 million. However, should the project funds double, even with the construction period halved, the profits could quintuple. In other words, if I can secure this deal, 1 year of work would equate to 8 years of regular labor. What a windfall. As Wu Jio pondered this, he could hardly suppress a smile. Lin Yu inquired, So, Manager Wu, will it be completed within 3 months? Wu hesitated. The difficulty is rather considerable. I wonder if it would be possible to extend it by a month. Even just 10 days? Although Wu Jio wished to oblige, the 3-month timeline was undeniably tight. Lin Yu replied, 3 months is a firm requirement from our company. If your firm cannot manage the task, it is of no consequence. We can seek collaboration elsewhere in the future. Wu Jio, startled by her words, quickly reassured, No. Rest assured, Lin, while 3 months is indeed a challenge, I assure you we will complete the task assigned. Very well then, she responded. Here is a new contract for you to review. If there are no issues, please sign. Wu Jio took the contract and scrutinized it carefully. Although he felt there were no apparent problems, he nonetheless contacted his lawyer, sending a photograph of the contract for a thorough review to avoid any potential pitfalls. Shortly thereafter, the lawyer returned his call. Mr. Wu, I have examined the contract you sent. Generally, it seems sound, but we might need to renegotiate the penalty clause. Currently, the penalty is set at double the compensation. In other words, if you fail to fulfill the task, you would owe a staggering 270 million in damages. Not to worry, we will certainly complete it. Just check for any other discrepancies. If the penalty clause is acceptable, then it appears there are no other issues, and you may proceed with signing. Elated, Wu Jio hastily affixed his signature to the contract. Lin Yu quickly followed suit. After signing, she stated, Mr. Wu, as per the agreement, we will advance 10% of the project funds as a deposit. Once the project commences, we will disperse another 10% for every 20% of the work completed to cover labor costs. The remaining 40% will be paid upon full completion and acceptance of the project. Do you find this agreeable? Absolutely, Wu Jio replied. Fantastic. I will instruct our finance department to transfer the funds to your company's account shortly. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Cheers to that. Wu Jio was overjoyed, having unexpectedly come into a significant fortune, something he had never anticipated. Upon leaving the office, he was immediately surrounded by colleagues in the lobby, bombarding him with questions. Wu Jio, no fool, understood the wisdom of discretion regarding financial matters. He casually deflected their inquiries, leaving with a buoyant spirit. After departing from Hanchang Company, he drove straight to meet Ji Chu Chu. Once she entered the car, she complained, What do you want? I'm still at work. Hee. I have some good news for you. Chu Chu, today I secured a major deal. What kind of major deal? Ji Chu Chu's eyes lit up at the mention. It's a very substantial business deal. If executed successfully, it could yield over 50 million in profit. What? Is that for real? Of course it's real. Do you think I would joke about something like this? That's wonderful. So my 240,000 should be a trivial matter for you now. Upon hearing this, Wu Jio's expression turned sour. Chu Chu, could you possibly wait a little longer for that 240,000? Why? Didn't you promise me? The thing is, this big deal requires a hefty sum of working capital, and I'm afraid I can't come up with the 240,000 just yet. Wu Jio, are you toying with me? You just agreed. I'm not going back on my word. The company is experiencing a cash crunch. I don't care. My situation is even tighter. I've already signed an agreement with someone else. If I can't pay the full amount within a month, I want to get my deposit back. What? Why would you sign such an agreement? Do you think I wanted to? They already gave me a discount of over 140,000. Wu Jio furrowed his brow, contemplating, how about asking your parents to borrow from relatives or friends? Once I have some liquidity, I'll repay you. Chapter 71. Wu Jio borrows from loan sharks that S240,000. Where am I supposed to borrow that? Besides, the 80,000 deposit for the house is also borrowed money. I don't care. You must find a way to get me the 240,000 within a week. Or don't come looking for me again. I'll inform everyone in the class group that you're a fraud. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever deceived you? You've deceived me. You promised to buy me a big house, a luxury car, and to introduce me to your parents, and said you would lend me 240,000. Which of those promises have you fulfilled? Wu Jio found himself at a loss for words. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he was ultimately cornered into agreement, saying, fine, I'll go out and borrow it for you. Is that acceptable? That's more like it. I don't care. You must get me the 240,000 within a week. All right. I'll definitely help you borrow it. Just wait. In the following days, Wu Jio contacted the glass supplier for the company, ordering glass tailored to the new standards of Hanchang building. Due to the urgency of this order, the factory not only needed to expedite production but also to fully utilize its capacity to ensure the first batch could be delivered within a month. Naturally, the factory required full payment upfront to commit to this level of production. Wu Jio had no choice but to agree, fully aware of the challenges this order presented. Although Hanchang Technology had provided a 10% deposit, it was insufficient to purchase the glass, forcing him to supplement it with the company's working capital. After procuring the glass, Wu Jio found himself with only a few million left. If he were to allocate 240,000 to Ji Chuchu, the company would face the dire predicament of lacking funds to commence operations. While he could apply for a bank loan, he knew that the process was cumbersome and might not yield results for a month. Ultimately, he had no choice but to resort to high-interest loans to borrow the 240,000. Had Ji Chuchu not been the girl he had admired since university, he would never have considered borrowing from loan sharks. Fortunately, Wu Jio reassured himself that he had a significant project underway, and with a timeline of 3 to 4 months, he could manage the high interest rates without concern. Once he secured the funds, he quickly dialed Ji Chuchu's number. Chuchu, where are you? I'll accompany you to make the payment. Did you manage to get the money? Of course. Otherwise, how could I call you? Let us go then. I have something to do right now. I can't make it. Just transfer the money to my account. Isn't your account frozen? I switched banks. I'm no longer with that terrible bank. All right then. Send me your new account number, and I'll transfer it to you. Thank you, Gio. You are simply the best to me. Of course. You know how I feel about you. I certainly do. Rest assured. I'll find a way to express my gratitude next time. I expect something special. You bet. By the way, when are we going to arrange for our parents to meet? I'm quite busy at the moment. Being busy shouldn't prevent us from meeting. If you can't meet during the day, what about the evening? Let us postpone it for a while. We can discuss it later. Ji Chuchu fell silent at this, but reluctantly accepted. Not long after, Ji Chuchu received the transfer of 240,000 from Wu Jio. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that the recent burden of the 240,000 had been nearly suffocating for her. Her phone rang incessantly, with her mother, father, brother, and even her brother's girlfriend all urging her, driving her nearly to the brink of madness. Coupled with her bank account being frozen, she found herself in a tight financial situation. Living frugally, even when she was with Changan, she had never experienced such hardship. Fortunately, with the 240,000 finally secured, she could pay off the 230,000 owed and still have 10,000 left over. It was time to treat herself to something nice as a reward. The next day, Ji Chuchu and her family, brimming with excitement, returned to the sales office of Alfingsheng to settle the remainder of the house payment. The cashier took the card and processed it through the machine. I'm sorry, miss. Your card has insufficient funds. That's impossible. Ji Chuchu exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. How could there be insufficient funds? Are you even operating the machine correctly? Ji Junjia became slightly irritated. Miyuame added, it must be you who doesn't know how to operate it. There's definitely money in the card. How can there be insufficient funds? The cashier could only respond, let me try again for you. After taking the card again and reprocessing it, the cashier finally declared, it indeed shows insufficient funds. Impossible. I transferred 240,000 yesterday. The house payment is only 230,000. How can there be insufficient funds? Miyuame exclaimed, little girl, have you perhaps miscalculated the amount? It's 2,300,000, not 3,300,000. I assure you, I have not made an error. I have checked multiple times, she retorted. Ji Chuchu interjected, this time, take your time. Let me verify. Everyone, pay attention. It must be her mistake. The cashier, feeling helpless, proceeded to inquire step by step. Once everyone confirmed there were no issues, the password was re-entered. See, is it not indeed insufficient funds? The cashier was left speechless. How can this be? Ji Chuchu was equally incredulous. Ji Junjia, visibly displeased, remarked, "Sister, did you perhaps take the wrong card? Have you pulled out the previous card again?" Yukerson added, "Yes, big sister. Please check your other cards." Miyueme concurred, "Indeed, Choo-Choo, do check again." Choo-Choo replied, "No, the bank from last time and this time are no longer the same institution. How could I possibly have taken the wrong card? Look, isn't the previous card right here? Try swiping this one." "Yes, give this a try." Choo-Choo, feeling helpless, could only swipe the card again. "I'm sorry. This card also has insufficient funds. Sister, I'm about to lose my mind. Is there any money in your account?" "There is money. Yesterday, Geo transferred 2,400,000 to me. Look, I have the bank notification message here." "Where's the money then?" "I have no idea." "Big sister, why don't you log into the mobile banking for this card and check?" Yukerson suggested. "Right, sister, hurry and log into the mobile banking to take a look." Choo-Choo reluctantly logged in again and discovered that the 2,400,000 were still in the account. Yet, like the other card, the numbers remained grayed out. Clicking the question mark beside it still indicated the funds were locked. "How can the funds be locked again, sister? What have you done? I'm going crazy." Chapter 72. "Now, 180,000 Choo-Choo, what on earth have you done?" Their mother, Miyueme, wore an expression of displeasure. "I don't know. You all keep asking me, who should I ask? Sister, have you been involved in any illegal activities outside? You're the one involved in illegal activities. If you haven't done anything illegal, how could both cards be locked?" Choo-Choo was at a loss for words. Why Yukerson suddenly had a thought. "Wait, big sister, could someone have borrowed your ID and done something unlawful? Is that possible?" Choo-Choo frowned. "It could happen. Aren't there many such cases nowadays? Think about it. Who could have accessed your ID? Could it be Geo? Wu Geo? Could it be him? That is impossible. Geo just transferred 2,400,000 to me. How could he use my ID to commit a crime? I also believe it's unlikely to be Wu Geo. If it were him, he wouldn't be lending money to your sister." Could it be Changan? Miyueme suddenly suggested. "Is that possible?" "Why not? Changan was with you for so long. He could have easily used your ID to take out a loan or something." Upon hearing this, Choo-Choo frowned. "Stop thinking like that, daughter. It must be that scoundrel. He looks like no good. Who knows what he might have done with your ID?" Junjie said. "Why don't we just call and ask?" Miyueme agreed. "Yes, call him and ask." Choo-Choo took out her phone and dialed Changhan's number. "Hello, Changhan. Have you done anything illegal using my ID? Who are you? Stop pretending. It's Choo-Choo. I thought it was someone else. Have you changed your number? You're the one who changed numbers. Oh, I forgot. I deleted you. No wonder it shows as an unknown number." "What? You actually deleted me? Why did you do that?" "You were annoying, so I deleted you. You jerk. Stop with the useless chatter. Why are you calling? Have you done something illegal using my ID? Why is all the money in my bank account locked? Are you crazy? You're cursing at me? You deserve it. You're just a fool. You've done so many bad things, and you still have the nerve to blame me. What bad things have I done? You swindled 2,180,000 from my parents. What? Is there no such incident? That money was rightfully mine. Don't be shameless. How could your money be with my parents? That is called fraud. And if I report you, you could face over 10 years in prison. How dare you turn the tables on me? Fine. If you want to play hardball, I'll report you right away. Just the transfer records alone will be enough to land you in hot water. The police will come and arrest you, and you can prepare for prison. No, no, no. Don't report me." Upon hearing this, Choo-Choo felt a pang of fear. "Now you're scared. Changhan, I should rightfully have half of that money. Can't you be reasonable? You dare speak of reason. Fine. Let us say the 2 million was my money for prostitution. What about the 18,000 from my parents? Is that also yours? That 18,000 I can return to them. All right. I'll give you 24 hours. I don't care how you do it. Just get that 18,000 back to me. If I don't see the money in 24 hours, I'll report you. And you'll have to return all 2,180,000, plus face 10 years in prison." No, no, no. I'll return it. Next time you call me, don't forget to bring the 18,000. If you keep talking nonsense, we'll meet at the police station." Hearing the busy tone on the other end, Choo-Choo was taken aback. Great. Not only did she fail to find out what was happening, but now she also had an additional debt of 18,000. The key issue was, where would she find so much money? Miyueme quickly asked, "So, daughter, did that scoundrel Changhan do something behind your back?" "He said he didn't. You believe him just because he said so? We should report him." "We can't report him." "Why not? The bank hasn't found any issues yet. What is the point of reporting?" "I'll go to the bank again." Upon hearing this, the G family had no choice but to comply. Choo-Choo returned to the bank. However, the response she received was nearly identical to the previous one. "I am sorry, miss. There is indeed a problem with your bank card account. We have reported it to the head office, and you will receive a response within 10 days. Choo-Choo felt like she would explode with rage upon hearing this. However, despite her outburst, nothing was resolved, and she could only return to wait for news. Of course, for Choo-Choo, while the house payment was crucial, there was something even more pressing, the 18,000 that Changhan demanded. At this moment, She regretted taking that 18,000 from Changhan's parents. It had left her in such a passive position. But it was too late for regrets. If she didn't return that money to Changhan, he might really report her, and that would spell trouble for her. With no other choice, Ji Chu could only dial Wu Jio's number once more. Chu, how is it going? Did you get the house? About that. What is wrong? The house hasn't gone through yet. What is the issue? Did they change their mind? It's not that they want to sell. The main problem is, my bank card money has been locked again. How is that possible? Didn't you switch banks? Yes, I did. It's no longer the previous bank. Then how could it be locked again? I don't know. Gio, please help me think of a solution. Do you think I'm a money tree? Just shake me for however much you need. I'm out of options here. I'm in the same boat. The 2,400,000 I have are borrowed at high interest. Do you understand? Then can you lend me 18,000? I urgently need it. I'll pay you back in a few days. I don't have a single penny left. Ji Chu could only hear the busy tone on the line. The other party had hung up on her, leaving her furious enough to nearly throw her phone. Left with no choice, Ji Chu had to call her friends to borrow money. However, borrowing money is an easy feat. After much effort, she managed to borrow a little over 60,000, feeling quite overwhelmed. Chapter 73, Honggu, save me, I'm sorry, Chu. I don't have any money either, I still owe money on my card. By the way, isn't your boyfriend quite wealthy? Why don't you ask him for help? Oh, he is out of town and can't come back. Can't he just transfer money? His account has too much flow this month and hit the limit. I see. How about this? Don't you have a credit card? You could overdraw a bit and pay it back when your boyfriend returns. Overdrawing a credit card, is that feasible? Why not? There are plenty of people living off credit cards these days. Besides, isn't your boyfriend rich? He can pay it back when he returns. Indeed, I have a friend who specializes in credit card overdrafts, offering remarkably low fees. Would you like me to introduce you? After a moment's hesitation, Ji Chu ultimately nodded and replied, very well. I appreciate your assistance. Having completed her credit card overdraft, Ji Chu also borrowed some funds from Huabei, finally gathering a total of 180,000. However, this time she had learned her lesson and did not deposit the money into her bank account. Instead, she stored it within the application. Ji Chu transferred the entire sum to Changhan and then made a phone call. Changhan, I have transferred the 180,000 to you. Please refrain from harassing me in the future. You're the one who has been bothering me. Remember, do not call me again. I do not wish to hear your voice. Hearing the dial tone, Ji Chu was infuriated but felt powerless. As for the matter of the money, she could only wait a while longer to address it. Changhan, of course, was well aware of the source of Ji Chu's 180,000. However, it was utterly impossible for him to let the matter rest. For Changhan, the most entertaining parts were yet to come. The offshore company maintained a stable daily revenue of approximately 100 billion. Causing Changhan's wealth to grow rapidly like a snowball, he was also exceedingly satisfied with Lin Ye's work efficiency. She had already organized a team and employed several headhunting firms to scout for research teams across the nation's major battery enterprises. Changhan understood that although they had already secured the core technology for batteries, there were still peripheral technologies that required development and research. The battery research lab at Huanxiang Technology needed a leader. Boss, Bioman number 3 has arrived outside the villa. Let him in. Understood, boss. Before long, Butler Sanxiang entered the room, accompanied by another individual. Hello, boss. I am Bioman number 3. Changhan assessed the newcomer. He appeared unremarkable, neither too tall nor too short, neither overweight nor underweight, the kind of person who could easily be lost in a crowd. My name is Dalong, and from now on, you shall be called Xiaohu, Chang Xiaohu, that is your name. Your task is to serve as the director of our company's laboratory. Understood, boss. Changhan picked up the phone and called Linya, instructing her to arrange for Chang Xiaohu to officially commence his duties. Shi Yuxuan appeared somewhat dazed, lost in her thoughts. A few people nearby gathered around her. What's wrong, Xin? Are you still thinking about your brother? Shi Yuxuan sighed and nodded. What did the teacher say? The teacher stated that if he does not return to school, he will be expelled. That is quite serious. Skipping classes and not attending school is indeed serious. High school is not a compulsory education phase. If they say expel, they will expel. What should we do? Xin, if it comes to that, why not have a proper talk with your brother? He is hardly ever home. How can we talk? Perhaps you could speak with his girlfriend. Have her persuade your brother. I tried, but it was futile. Besides, she is the one who has led him astray. Without her, my brother wouldn't have turned out this way, now not even returning home. Truly, every family has its own struggles. It's not just challenging for parents. Even being an older sister is not easy. Nowadays, young people are not to be scolded or reprimanded. Merely saying a few words is futile. Their tempers surpass that of their parents, and reasoning with them proves ineffective. The sales staff engaged in lively discussions on this topic. Shi Yuxuan felt increasingly downcast, but when she heard her phone ring and saw an unfamiliar number, she hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to answer. Hello. Who is this? However, upon hearing the voice on the other end, her expression changed dramatically. After having dinner, Changan sat in the hall watching television when suddenly his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and was surprised to see Shi Yuxuan's number. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to answer. Brother Han, it's Tong Tong. I'm with Xin Xian. You must come and save us. What is happening? Hey, are you Shi Yuxuan's boyfriend? A cold, menacing voice came through the line. Who are you? Who I am is irrelevant. You need to bring 500,000 immediately to ransom your girlfriend. Be careful not to be late. I cannot guarantee that these two beautiful faces will remain unmarred. Understood. Where should I deliver the money? I will send you the location. Remember, do not contact the police. Otherwise, I cannot assure you of the consequences. Rest assured, I will not call the police. But remember, do not harm them. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret it. You think you can intimidate me? I have faced far worse. Now hurry up and bring the money before wasting more time. The call was abruptly terminated. Shortly thereafter, a location message arrived from Shi Yuxuan's phone. Xiaoqiang, help me track Shi Yuxuan's phone location. Boss, the location of Shi Yuxuan's phone is consistent with the one just sent. Can you see the surroundings? Cannot see. The phone appears to be in a pocket. We can only hear some sounds. Very well, bring Erqiang over. Boss, it would be best to bring Sanqiang along as well. Isn't Sanqiang the butler? Erqiang and Sanqiang are both multifunctional biomen. Their functions are practically identical. All right then, let us have them all come. Two cars swiftly departed the villa, vanishing into the night. In the dim light, various flying insects swirled about. In the midst of a dilapidated auto repair shop stood a makeshift building. In the open space in front of it, several individuals wielding iron rods and wooden sticks surrounded three people, 2 men and a woman, who were visibly pale and trembling. After all, none of them had ever encountered such a scene before, and they were understandably terrified. In the center of the front yard, a chair was positioned where a beefy bald man sat, while a woman behind him was shamelessly kneading his shoulders. Where are they? Bird brother, I inquired, and they said they would arrive shortly. At that moment, a man with yellow hair rushed over, exclaiming, Bird brother, the rat has returned. They should be here. Upon hearing this, Bird brother looked up towards the entrance, where a few lights approached. As they drew closer, it became evident that leading the way was an electric scooter, followed by 2 cars. Bird brother frowned as he observed the 2 vehicles becoming clearer. Damn, Bird brother, it's actually a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a G-Wagon. The yellow-haired man exclaimed in astonishment. Bird brother fell silent, although he hoped the other party possessed some financial strength and would be reasonable. Being overly wealthy was not ideal. After all, both the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the G-Wagon were quite costly. Could it be that the other party was not an ordinary person? That would pose a problem. Big brother, I've brought the people. The rat approached respectfully. Well done. Bird brother nodded. 3 individuals emerged from the Rolls-Royce and G-Wagon, striding forward. Brother Han, you're here. Please save us. Su Tong exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Chang Han. Shi Yuxuan beamed with joy, while the young man standing beside her, unfamiliar with Chang Han, regarded him with curiosity. This fellow must be the reinforcements my sister brought. He seems quite unremarkable. Chang Han nodded at Su Tong and Shi Yuxuan before turning his attention to the imposing bald man seated in the chair. Without needing to say more, it was clear he was the one in charge here. As Chang Han scrutinized Bird brother, the latter was also assessing him. Although Chang Han exuded an aura that suggested he was not to be underestimated. Bird brother was familiar with the names and faces of those who were notable in the provincial capital. He could tell at a glance that Chang Han was not from the underworld. Yet he was also not a government official, for officials typically maintained a low profile and would never drive a Rolls-Royce or a G-Wagon. Thus, it was highly probable that Chang Han was a businessman. To Bird brother, a mere businessman was simply a piece of meat waiting to be sliced. Did you bring the money? Bird brother inquired coldly. I did. Chang Han nodded. Money for people. Not a problem, Chang Han replied, then nodded at Erqiang. Erqiang stepped forward and turned the black plastic bag upside down. Dozens of stacks of pink bills spilled onto the ground, forming a small pile. Seeing this, Bird brother gestured to the yellow-haired man beside him, who nodded and rushed over to squat down and inspect the money. After counting, the yellow-haired man turned and shouted, Bird brother, the money is all there. Chang Han remarked, since the money is in order. Can we release them now? Bird brother chuckled. Of course, the principal amount is in order. However, your girlfriend's payment is now 2 days overdue. With me, every day overdue counts as a month. The interest is 2 dimes. So that amounts to an additional 184,000 in interest. But considering your pleasant demeanor, I'll let you off with just 180,000, and you can take your people away. Don't push your luck. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuxuan was infuriated and shouted, my brother borrowed only 50,000 yuan from you. Yet he has already repaid over 900,000. Is that not sufficient? Niaogu sneered, little girl. Debts must be repaid. It is a matter of principle. When your brother borrowed the money, I made the interest clear to him. He insisted on borrowing. Are you suggesting he now wants to default? My brother is still in high school. He is just a child. How could he possibly repay such exorbitant interest? A child. Ha ha ha. Niaogu chuckled. In my years of lending, I have never considered anyone a child. Any money taken from me must be repaid according to my stipulated interest. If your brother cannot repay, then you must. If you cannot, your parents will die in any case, as long as a person is alive. The debt remains. Even if one were to die, the debt would not vanish. You? Sure, Yuxuan, upon hearing this, was naturally enraged. Niao Gu, isn't it? Changhan interrupted. Although the root of this issue lies in the ignorance of a child, the money has already been given to you. It should be sufficient. Beware of being greedy, lest you find yourself in a situation where the gain is not worth the loss. Oh, are you threatening me? Niao Gu retorted. You took 5,000 initially. Now you have already reclaimed over 900,000 and still demand 180,000 more. Is your greed so blatant that you fear indigestion? Upon hearing this, Niao Ji's expression darkened. Damn it! You little brat, where do you come from to speak to Niao Gu like this? Seeking death, are you? You? I see you wish to leave on your hands and knees. The surrounding ruffians brandished their wooden clubs and pipes, shouting loudly. Niao Gu raised his hand, and the area fell silent once more. He fixed his gaze on Changhan, coldly stating, You brat! I have been in this province for many years, and few dare to preach to me. If you do not wish to lose a limb or two, hand over the money and leave promptly. Otherwise, my brothers here are not so easily dealt with. And what if I refuse? Changhan replied disdainfully. Then you are courting discomfort. Niao Gu responded, glancing at a blonde-haired thug. The thug, with his yellow hair, flashed a fierce look, shaking his club, and declared, Anyone who dares to act tough with Niao Gu leaves without all their limbs intact. Brothers, teach these fools a lesson. Several individuals armed with clubs immediately surrounded them. Do not resort to violence. I will give you the money. Sure, Yuxuan, seeing this, was extremely anxious. After all, there were so many of them. While Changhan and his companions only numbered 3. If a fight broke out, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. More importantly, if it were not for her own sake, Changhan would not have come over. She could not bear the thought of him getting hurt because of her. Niao Gu, seeing this, smirked coldly. He did not wish to harm Changhan, knowing he drove a Rolls-Royce and appeared wealthy. Offending such a person could lead to complications. However, that did not mean he could not intimidate them. With 2 of Changhan's subordinates present, he could teach the others a harsh lesson, serve as a warning, and achieve his desired effect. The blonde thug, aware of the wealthy individual in the middle, knew he could not touch him, but his underlings could certainly give him a thorough beating. Break that shorty's leg. The blonde thug commanded. Immediately, the surrounding individuals charged toward Erchong. At this moment, Xiaochong suddenly sent a message. Erchong, deal with them. Sanchong, guard the boss. Erchong suddenly sprang into action, rushing toward the incoming thugs. The leader swung his club violently at Erchong. Erchong leaped, sweeping his leg in midair, striking the thug squarely in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. The surrounding onlookers froze in shock. Just as they were momentarily stunned, Erchong landed and charged into one of them. The man felt as though he had been hit by a truck, screaming as he flew backward, rolling several yards away. What are you waiting for? Attack! Kill him! The blonde thug shouted in panic. The others quickly reacted, swinging their clubs at Erchong. Erchong's movements were swift as lightning. He dodged effortlessly, and no one could land a hit on him. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated, easily taking down 1 or 2 with each strike, leaving them unable to rise again, showcasing the force behind his blows. The number of attackers dwindled, while those groaning on the ground increased. Niao Gu, who had been sitting relaxed in his chair, now wore a grim expression as he observed his subordinates struggling against Erchong. However, he was not foolish. He understood the strength of the short individual. Capture the leader first, he barked, realizing if they could not handle the short one, they could not contend with others either. Niao Gu shouted, Blondie, teach that kid a lesson. He pointed at Changhan. The blonde thug, realizing the command, rushed toward Changhan. At that moment, Sanchong suddenly stood in front of Changhan. The blonde thug charged in, swinging his hefty wooden club towards Sanchong's head. Sanchong lifted a leg. Sweeping the club away with a sharp kick, crack, the club splintered in midair. The blonde thug was taken aback, realizing that the club he wielded was no ordinary stick. It was a hefty tool. To have it snapped so easily displayed the incredible strength of his opponent. Just as the blonde thug stood there in shock, Sanchong delivered a swift kick to his ribs, sending him flying backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Sanchong, be gentle. You might kill him. Changhan exclaimed, alarmed out of course. Boss. Sanchong replied nonchalantly. The remaining thugs around Erchong dwindled down to just a couple. Even a fool could see that Erchong was no ordinary force to be reckoned with. The remaining few turned to flee to Erchong, as swift as lightning, quickly caught up with them, taking them down effortlessly. As Erchong returned, the courtyard was filled with individuals unable to move. At this moment, Changhan had witnessed the formidable prowess of the enhanced individual. However, when he glanced back at Niao Gu and the woman behind him, both had turned pale, particularly Niao Gu, who had never imagined that his two underlings would be so formidable, especially the short one, moving with such blinding speed. Now, even if he wished to escape, it would not be so easy. Changan smiled and asked, "So, do you still wish to teach me a lesson?" Niao Ji's face darkened, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Brat, I concede this time. You can take your people and it's easy for you to say." Changan scoffed. "What do you intend? Keeping my people here has caused them significant psychological harm. It cannot simply be overlooked. You must compensate us for our losses." Upon hearing this, Niao Ji's expression changed. "Brat, I give you 3 points of leniency. Do not overstep your bounds. And what if I do?" Niao Ji's complexion shifted repeatedly. Although he was furious, he was not foolish. He understood the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary conflict. If he were to confront them now without any weapons, it would be futile against the short one. "Fine, I yield. Take your money." "What about their money?" "I will transfer it back to them." Changhan then turned to Shi Yuxuan, saying, Xian, come and collect the money." Shi Yuxuan hurried over, stating, "Just give me 320,000. The 100,000 will cover your principal and interest." Niao Gu said nothing and transferred the over 300,000 he had extorted from Shi Yuxuan and Su Tong back to her. Changhan instructed Air Chang to gather the 50,000 lying on the ground into a bag before saying, "Stay away from them in the future. If you come looking for trouble again, I will not be so accommodating. Let us go." Shi Yuxuan and the others hurriedly followed Changhan to the car. The Rolls-Royce and the Big G drove out of the abandoned parking lot consecutively. At that moment, Niao Ji's face was ashen. It must be said that after so many years in the underworld, this was the greatest loss he had ever suffered. "Niao Gu, should we call the police?" The woman behind him hurriedly suggested. "Call your mother." Niao Gu turned and slapped the woman, causing her to stagger. He then glared at the departing car, vowing, "You little brat, I will never let you off." "Just wait." Inside the car, there was an air of silence. "Han Gu, thank you." Shi Yuxuan broke the stillness. "How did you offend these loan sharks? My brother borrowed a sum of money. He only borrowed 50,000. I never expected the interest to be so exorbitant. In just over a year, it has surged to more than 900,000. I truly cannot gather such a substantial amount of money. That is why I resorted to calling you. Yet again, I find myself entangled with a financial burden." Changhan pinched the bridge of his nose, speaking somewhat to himself. "Financial burden?" Shi Yuxuan paused momentarily upon hearing this. Quickly comprehending the implications, she hastily remarked, "Brother Han, you cannot blame my brother. He is still just a child and does not grasp the gravity of the situation. A child. When a child encounters trouble, why do they not resolve it themselves? Why do they still call you?" Chapter 76. A one-time solution. He is still in high school. If he cannot handle it, why did he initially seek to borrow money from others? Moreover, since he is already a high school student, he should possess the ability to discern right from wrong. Does he not understand that borrowed money must be repaid? Shi Yuxuan, hearing this, found herself at a loss for words. Her expression becoming somewhat awkward, Su Tong interjected, "Brother Han, truthfully, we did not intend to trouble you at first. We initially thought it was merely 50,000. We could have repaid it easily, but who would have thought the interest would be so steep? Escalating to over 900,000 in just a year. It is far too much. Even when we pooled our resources, we fell short, which is why we had no choice but to call you." Changhan glanced at Su Tong and smiled, saying, Tong, I did not expect you to be so accommodating. You are willing to come along for such matters," Su Tong replied with a smile. "We are good sisters and help each other out, Brother Han. Please do not be angry. Yuxuan is only thinking of her family. Thinking of family should also have its limits. Yuxuan, your family's affairs are not something I should meddle in excessively. However, your brother, being merely a high school student, dares to venture into high-interest loans. In a couple of years, he might cause a significant disaster. By then, it will be too late for regrets." Upon hearing this, Shi Yuxuan anxiously exclaimed, "Brother Han, do you have any solutions? My brother has not attended school for many days now, and the school said that if he does not return, they will expel him. I am utterly out of options. What solutions could I possibly have?" Changhan sighed, pondering for a moment before suddenly recalling something. "By the way, Xiao Chang, do you have any ideas? The boss seeks a subtle approach or a definitive solution?" "Certainly a definitive solution. A subtle approach is far too troublesome. There exists a parasitic organism aboard the spacecraft that can resolve the issue instantaneously. The boss might consider trying it." "Parasitic? Is there any harm to the human body?" "None. It is a symbiotic relationship. Once the parasitism is successful, there is minimal interference between the two parties. The only difference is that the host will experience an increased appetite. But what is the utility of that? This parasitic organism is quite remarkable. In its larval stage, it prefers to feed on blood and alter genes. Any life form providing it with blood will become its host, at which point it will gain control over them. As long as the boss can use your blood to nurture these parasitic larvae, he can command them to obey his will. Consequently, those parasitized will also heed your commands. In that case, whatever the boss instructs, they will dutifully execute. Quite intriguing, by the way. How much blood is required to cultivate such a parasite?" To have a larval parasite recognize the boss as its host, it is necessary to completely replace its blood, requiring approximately 200 milliliters. Is that so? Such a large quantity of blood for just one? Then, to rear 10, would it not require 2,000 milliliters? Indeed, boss. Changan hesitated for a moment before saying, very well. Let us start with one for experimentation. A set consists of 10. However, if any are unused, they can be stored in the refrigerator at -20 degrees. They will remain in a dormant state. Then let us procure a set. When can it arrive? I will launch a miniature capsule. It will arrive in a few hours. Very well. Changan then turned to Shi Yuxuan and suggested, Yuxuan, how about this, tonight? Let your brother stay at my place, and I will have a word with him to see if it yields any results. My brother is quite disobedient. I have spoken to him many times, and it has been futile. I fear one night may not suffice. Why not give it a try? What if it proves effective? Su Tong chimed in, yes, Yuxuan. Brother Han has more experience than us. Perhaps your brother will be more receptive to his words. Shi Yuxuan hesitated momentarily, eventually nodding in agreement. Very well. Then I must trouble brother Han. No need for formalities. I shall do my utmost. Changan smirked, his interest in the parasite growing ever more profound. The two vehicles swiftly returned to Changhan's villa. Shi Chengji sat in the luxury G-class, having exchanged a few words with Sanxiang during the journey, but with the latter remaining silent, he eventually fell silent as well. Upon disembarking from the car, Shi Yuxuan stated, Xiaoji, you will stay at Brother Han's place tonight. He wishes to have a few words with you. Upon hearing this, Shi Chengji's face reflected evident reluctance as he replied, I will not stay at his house. I do not even know him. Su Tong interjected, Brother Han is your sister's boyfriend, making him your brother-in-law. We are all family here. He is my brother-in-law, Shi Chengji exclaimed incredulously. Rapidly sizing up Changhan, Shi Yuxuan blushed at this revelation. Although Changhan had previously suggested she be his girlfriend and gifted her a house, he had not contacted her since, appearing to have forgotten her entirely. Even when she messaged him, he seldom responded. Thus, Shi Yuxuan was uncertain whether they truly constituted a couple. Changhan chuckled at this and said nothing further. To be honest, he had never regarded Shi Yuxuan as his girlfriend. Initially, he merely utilized her to ensnare the Ji family. While he felt somewhat guilty about this, his purchase of a house for her could be seen as compensation. As for why he had not clarified their relationship to this point, it was mainly due to the possibility of needing her assistance in the future, so he was not in a hurry. Shi Chengji was, of course, quite astonished. His sister had secretly befriended such a wealthy individual? After a moment of contemplation, he asked, What did you wish to discuss with me? Changhan smiled. It is merely a casual chat. Rest assured, regardless of how our conversation unfolds tomorrow, you are free to do as you please. I will not interfere. Well, very well, but you must promise not to meddle in my affairs tomorrow, and no problem. After Changhan finished speaking, he turned to Erqiang and ordered, Erqiang, please escort these two ladies home. Understood, boss. Watching the G-class depart with the two women, Changhan turned to Shi Chengji and said, Come with me. He then led the way into the villa. Once inside, Shi Chengji was taken aback by the opulence of the villa. Wow, brother-in-law, how is your home so extravagantly decorated? Upon hearing Shi Chengji refer to him as brother-in-law, Changhan chuckled and replied, Sanxiang, show him around. Certainly, boss. Young Master Xiaoji, this way please. Sanxiang then guided Shi Chengji through the house. When Shi Chengji heard Sanxiang address him as young master, he could not help but feel a sense of pride as he followed along. Chapter 77. The parasite. The immense villa filled Shi Chengji with awe. Previously, he had never truly grasped the concept of being wealthy. He had always believed that those with money simply enjoyed better food, finer clothing, larger homes, more expensive cars, and more cash, nothing more. However, after meticulously exploring Changhan's residence, he finally understood what it meant to be affluent. In simpler terms, this villa tour had unveiled to him the world of the extraordinarily wealthy. Particularly in the basement, he was astonished to discover an indoor multifunctional basketball court. His expression one of sheer disbelief. Shi Chengji excitedly returned and exclaimed, Brother-in-law, your home is incredible. It even has an indoor basketball court. You haven't played at all? Not yet. By the way, brother-in-law, what do you do for a living? Just a small business. What kind of business is so lucrative? Import and export trade, among other things. Oh, by the way, Xiaoji, may I ask why you are not attending school? School is tedious. It is nothing but studying all day. And apart from exams, there are more exams. There is no excitement in mingling with society, where no one is watching. You can do whatever you want. Then why did you resort to borrowing high-interest loans? I had no money. When mingling in society, it is embarrassing to be broke. High-interest loans must be repaid. Are you not aware of that? Of course I know. Yet I borrowed anyway. I had no choice. My parents do not give me money. I ask my sister, but she threatens to make me return to school, which is utterly annoying. So when the loan sharks come after you for repayment, why did you call your sister? The loan sharks threatened to beat me. I had no other choice. Moreover, if I ask my sister for money, she cannot provide it. But if the loan sharks demand it from her, she will certainly pay. Can she really bear to watch me get beaten to death? Ha ha ha. You are quite clever, aren't you? Of course, after spending a long time in society, one must learn to be shrewd. Otherwise, one will always be taken advantage of, however. Do you not see an issue with taking advantage of your family? I truly have no choice. Who willingly borrows money? Indeed, dear brother-in-law, since you possess such wealth, might you consider extending a financial favor to me? It would save me from having to borrow in the future. No problem. Really? Of course, it is true. Changan chuckled at ha. That's splendid. Thank you, brother-in-law. You are truly generous. Unlike my sister, who tends to be rather stingy. That's merely your sister's misunderstanding. Money is merely a tool, and what we spend can always be earned anew. Ha, well said. All right then, you should rest. I am not in a hurry to rest. I wish to visit the cinema and watch a film. I've never experienced watching a movie in a home theater before. Go ahead. Even if you doze off inside. It matters not. Sanxiang, prepare some snacks for him. Ha. That would be delightful. Thank you, brother-in-law. As he watched Shi Qingji turn to leave, Changhan's smile gradually faded. It seemed that the other party, much like himself, was utterly beyond redemption. In that case, he could only become his human test subject. When Sanxiang returned, Changhan instructed, Sanxiang, keep an eye on that fellow. Once the capsule arrives, give me a shout. I shall take my leave for now. Understood, boss. Until Changhan was once more roused by a knock on the door. Boss, the capsule has arrived. Where's that lad? He has fallen asleep in the cinema. Excellent. After rising, Changhan recalled something and inquired, by the way, Xiaoqiang, is there pain associated with the parasitism? A bit of discomfort. It won't be fatal, will it? No. Will there be any memory retention? He won't harbor resentment towards me afterwards, will he? By that time, he will have become the host body for the parasite. Such emotions will not arise. He will be entirely obedient to you, boss, carrying out your commands without question, so he will essentially become a robot. Will it not feel as though he has completely changed? There will be slight differences, but as long as the general memories remain intact, it is unlikely to be noticeable. Very well. What must I do now? Standing aside, Sanxiang said, Boss, I shall draw some blood from you now, which will be used to nurture the parasite. Very well. Sanxiang retrieved a medical kit from home and produced a large syringe, beginning to draw blood from Changhan. Before long, Sanxiang had extracted sufficient blood and presented a fist-sized box. Is this the microcapsule? Indeed, boss. As Sanxiang spoke, he operated the device a few times. A small opening appeared on the capsule, emitting a beam resembling a laser, scanning Sanxiang's face. Scan successful. The capsule then split into two halves, releasing a chilling aura. Sanxiang, what if an outsider were to find this? If the scan fails, a self-destruct mechanism will activate that self-destruct. Is the explosion powerful? It would obliterate everything within a 10-kilometer radius. No way. Are you saying this tiny thing contains a nuclear weapon? It is an antimatter bomb, containing several grams of antimatter. It is roughly equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT. This is far too dangerous. Let us ensure it is returned promptly after use. Understood, boss. Sanxiang, having finished speaking, took a box from the capsule, opened it, and extracted a white worm the size of a silkworm. He placed the worm into a glass vessel, then squeezed the blood from the syringe into it, completely submerging the worm. Please wait a moment, boss. I will place the remaining parasite in the freezer. It must not be discovered by others. Just temporarily. Tomorrow I will procure a dedicated freezer for storage. Very well, off you go. After Sanxiang exited the room, Changhan refocused his attention on the worm in the bowl. Soon, he was astonished to observe that the white worm was gradually regaining its activity within the blood, seemingly feeding on it. The blood in the bowl was visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. The worm's size steadily increased, its color shifting from white to a deep crimson, creating a rather eerie spectacle. Just as Sanxiang returned, the bowl was completely devoid of blood, the worm now a vivid red. Changhan felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he could sense the worm's presence. It was, without a doubt, a remarkable feeling. Xiaoqiang, why do I feel as if I can sense this worm's existence? Because the parasite has recognized you as its host, establishing a mental connection between you. Once it has fully integrated, this connection will strengthen. The closer you are, the stronger the bond, and the further away, the weaker it becomes. Regardless of distance, you will always have a general sense of its direction. Chapter 78. Successful parasitism fascinating. Very well, let us proceed with the experiment. Changhan descended to the basketball court on the lowest level of the house and instructed Erqiang and Sanxiang to bring Shi Qingji down. Shortly thereafter, a still drowsy Shi Qingji was led to the basketball court by Erqiang and Sanxiang. Brother-in-law, what do you need me for? Please sit down first. Shi Qingji, seeing the situation, had no choice but to comply and took a seat. After a brief silence, Changhan sighed, bind him. No sooner had Changan's words fallen than Erqiang and Sanxiang lunged forward. What are you doing? Shi Qingji was understandably terrified and desperately attempted to struggle. However, Erqiang and Sanxiang were not human, but rather bioengineered beings of immense strength, rendering Shi Qingji utterly immobile despite his frantic efforts. In no time, They had securely bound him with ropes, resembling a zongzi. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Shi Chengji cried out in panic. But the two remained expressionless, as if they had not heard him. "How do we use this thing?" "Simply insert it into the nostril. It won't bite. Will it?" "Boss, you are its designated host. It will not attack you." Changan nodded, pinching the blood-red worm from the glass vessel. As the worm had consumed Changhan's blood, it had grown to the thickness of a thumb, appearing somewhat terrifying. Changhan approached Shi Chengji, holding the writhing red worm. "What are you doing?" Shi Chengji shrieked in horror as Changhan advanced with the writhing creature. Changhan smiled and said, "Young man, since you have been disobedient, I am here to teach you a lesson. I don't need your lesson. Let me go. Fear not. I shall certainly release you afterward, but first, let us complete the lesson." As Changhan drew nearer, the fearsome worm also inched closer. "Let me go. You scoundrel. Help. Someone help me. Hee. Call for help. There are only us here. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid." "No. Please don't." Just then, Sanxiang firmly grasped Shi Chengji's head, rendering him utterly motionless. Shi Chengji could only widen his eyes in horror as Changhan inserted the writhing red worm into his nostril. At that moment, an even more terrifying sensation washed over him. The worm was actually burrowing into his nostril. No. Shi Chengji was so frightened that he wet his pants. Changhan shook his head helplessly. But as he watched the thick worm disappear into Shi Chengji's nostril, he felt a shiver down his spine. Before long, Shi Chengji suddenly rolled his eyes back, his body convulsing violently, his expression contorted. Changhan was understandably startled. "What is happening?" "It's nothing, boss. The parasite is beginning to take effect. It will be all right shortly." Shi Chengji's body trembled for several minutes before gradually ceasing its convulsions. He slowly opened his eyes, glancing around and weakly asked, "What just happened?" "You don't remember?" "Remember what?" Who tied me up?" Shi Chengji struggled momentarily. "Let him go." Upon hearing this, Erqiang untied the ropes binding him. "What has happened to me?" After standing, Shi Chengji noticed his pants had been wet, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. "You truly don't remember what just transpired?" "I don't recall what happened." "Earlier, you fell asleep while watching a movie. Do you not remember?" "Watching a movie? I have a faint recollection. But what does that have to do with watching a movie?" "You dozed off during the film and, it seemed, entered a state of somnambulism. You were shouting and flailing about. When I spoke to you, you did not respond, and you even bumped your head. I had no choice but to have you restrained for your safety. I was sleepwalking, but I have never sleepwalked before. It is unwise to watch films before sleeping. It can overly stimulate the cerebral cortex. By the way, do you not remember what we discussed prior?" "Prior? What else happened? Did you not promise me that you would study diligently from now on? Have you forgotten?" "Did I say that?" "Of course you did. We discussed so much tonight. You acknowledged your mistakes and vowed to study hard. You haven't forgotten all that, have you?" "Well, I truly cannot recall all the details, but very well, since I have already promised my brother-in-law, rest assured, I will indeed study diligently." "Excellent, and remember, do not resort to high-interest loans again. You are merely a student. Learn to be frugal and industrious, understood?" "Understood, brother-in-law, and do not call me brother-in-law anymore. Address me as Han-gu, understood?" "Han-gu. All right, go take a rest, freshen up, and tomorrow, let Sanchang send someone to buy you a suit." "Very well, Han-gu. I shall retire for the night." Observing Shi Chengji's departure, Changhan remained silent for a moment. "Xiaochang, it appears there are no apparent issues. Are you certain the parasitism was successful?" "Indeed, boss, however, if it were to exhibit peculiar behavior post-parasitism, wouldn't the others immediately notice?" "That is true. Yet, this is advantageous. This item is quite useful. It will undoubtedly be of service in the future." The following day, Shi Yuxuan arrived at Changhan's villa, her heart filled with trepidation. Although Changhan assured her he could help counsel her brother, she was acutely aware of her brother's temperament. If he were so easily swayed, the family would not have exerted such effort. Despite Shi Yuxuan's lack of high hopes, she recognized Changhan's goodwill. However, according to her parents, if her brother truly wished to abandon his studies, then perhaps dropping out was the solution. As Shi Yuxuan spotted Changhan approaching, she hastily rose and inquired, "Han-gu, did Xiaoji cause you any trouble last night?" "No, not at all. That's good to hear. By the way, Han-gu, thank you for yesterday. Not only did you rescue us, but you also assisted in handling Xiaoji's situation. Merely a trifling effort. Speaking of which, Xian, let us ensure your brother returns to school today. If any issues arise at school, call me, and I shall assist you." "Very well, Han-gu, I..." As Shi Yuxuan began to speak, she paused, seemingly realizing something amiss. Hesitantly, she asked, "Han-gu, what did you say? Are you implying Xiaoji is returning to school?" "Indeed. What of it? Are you saying he has agreed to attend school?" "In his own words. Of course. What else would I say?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yuxuan appeared somewhat dumbfounded, seemingly at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 79. Brother Niao's Revenge. Changhan chuckled and remarked, "Last night, I worked with him for quite some time. After all, he is young. A bit of rebellion is to be expected, in truth. Many matters become clearer once discussed. Just then, Shi Qingji descended the stairs. After finishing his sentence, Changhan waved at Shi Qingji. He hurried over, exclaiming, Han Gu. What is it? Xiao Ji, did we not agree yesterday that you would return to school today? Once at school, you must study diligently and strive to gain admission to a prestigious university, thereby bringing honor to your parents and sister. Understood? Understood. Han Gu, rest assured, I will study hard upon my return. Shi Yuxuan, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. I ask this for real. What sort of magic has Chang Han cast on my brother? It was merely one night, and yet the transformation is so profound. Xiao Ji, are you truly going back to school? Of course. Have you not always wanted me to return to school? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuxuan found herself at a loss for words. While she fervently wished for her brother to resume his studies, she never anticipated such a drastic change overnight. Observing Shi Yuxuan's incredulity, Chang Han couldn't help but find humor in the situation. All right, Xian, quickly take your brother back to school. Any further matters can be discussed later. Very well, thank you, Han Gu, and I shall take Xiaoji now. In the ensuing days, Shi Yuxuan repeatedly called Chang Han to discuss her brother's performance at school. The astonishment in her voice had vanished, replaced by joy and excitement. After Shi Qingji returned to school, he truly transformed, no longer skipping classes and diligently studying, as if he had become a different person altogether. The Shi family was immensely grateful to Chang Han. Initially, they all found it somewhat unbelievable, but regardless, Shi Qingji's newfound positivity was a source of great happiness for the family. Chang Han, too, was quite satisfied with the power of this parasitic entity. It appears there are indeed numerous valuable items aboard this vessel. Within the city, in a dilapidated auto repair shop, a man approached Brother Niao, stating, Brother Niao, I have gathered all the information. The one who borrowed money, Shi Qingji, has returned to school. His sister works as a mobile phone salesperson at a fruit specialty shop on Commercial Street. What about that kid who injured Huang Mao and the others? That kid initially had no leads, however. Since we have his phone number, I had Hausi check with his sister, who works at the telecommunications company. It turns out his name is Chang Han. He used to be a courier. A courier? Are you certain? Absolutely. Hausi discovered that many people have labeled his phone number as that of a delivery person. Later, I even checked with the express delivery service he previously worked for, Jizudong Express. He indeed was a courier and had worked there for several years. For some unknown reason, he suddenly stopped, as if he had struck it rich. How do you know he suddenly became wealthy? Hausi found out that some time ago, he installed broadband under his name, and the address is precisely the villa area of Wanhua Plaza. That should be where he resides. The villa area of Wanhua Plaza is not inexpensive. Without considerable financial means, one cannot afford it. Excellent. By the way, have you inquired about any family members of that kid? This is still under investigation. However, I had Huang Mao stake out the area outside Wanhua Plaza for 2 days and observed that the kid's large G-class vehicle picked up a girl to take her to the 24th middle school. Huang Mao even took photos, Brother Niao. Take a look. As he spoke, the man produced his phone, displaying a photo. Brother Niao, look. This girl bears some resemblance to that kid. I believe they might be related. Possibly siblings. Brother Niao examined the photo, nodding in approval. Well done, Gue Lu. You have executed this task splendidly. This kid dares to tread upon the toes of the Tai Sui. This time, I shall ensure he pays dearly for it. As Brother Niao spoke, he picked up a double-barreled shotgun from the side and fired at a stack of glass bottles in the distance. A resounding boom echoed as the bottles shattered into a multitude of pieces, startling those nearby. At this moment, Chang Han was blissfully unaware that he had caught someone's attention. Yun, how has school been these past few days? Chang Han smiled as he looked at his sister, Chang Xiaoyun, who was enjoying some fruit. Quite well. How are your relationships with your classmates? Has anyone bullied you? We at the 24th middle school are all top students, mind you. We hardly speak, let alone bully one another. Surely the academic pressure must be immense. If there were no pressure, it wouldn't be a good school. As Chang Xiaoyun said this, she glanced at her watch and remarked, It's almost time. I must hurry back. Why the rush? There's still time. I'll have her Chang drive you back. I'd rather not. Air Chang's Rolls Royce is too ostentatious. It would not be wise for people to see it at the school gate. Then let us take the G-class. The G-class is also flashy. I do not wish to be viewed as a nouveau riche by my classmates. Very well, then you shall take a taxi. All right, brother. I'm off to school now. Chang Xiaoyun picked up her belongings and left. Chang Han escorted his sister to the door, watching as she walked further away. It seems that using luxury cars can be quite inconvenient. It appears I need to purchase a more affordable domestic vehicle. That evening, Chang Han's phone rang. Hello? Who is this? Hello? I am Chang Xiaoyun's homeroom teacher Lu. Are you a relative of Chang Xiaoyun? Hello? Teacher Lu. I am her brother. I wanted to inquire why Chang Xiaoyun did not attend school today. Is she unwell? That cannot be. She left at noon. Left? Then why didn't she attend evening self-study? Her dormitory classmates did not see her return in the afternoon. This is impossible. It is true. I suggest you hurry and search for her. Understood. I will do so. After hanging up the phone, Changhan furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Xiao Chong, please check the surveillance footage nearby and see where my sister has gone. Understood, boss. Shortly thereafter, Changhan's phone rang again. He picked it up to find an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Changhan? Who are you? My identity is of little importance. Right now, your sister is in my possession. What do you want? What do I want? That depends on your level of cooperation. Do not harm my sister. I will give you whatever you ask for. Excellent. Then prepare 10 million in cash promptly. I will contact you again once it is ready. Chapter 80. Capturing Huangmao no problem. However, it is already night. I will need until tomorrow to gather such a sum, so please allow me some time. That is acceptable, but remember, do not contact the police. Otherwise, if anything happens to your sister, I cannot guarantee her safety. I will not contact the police. May I hear my sister's voice? That can wait until you have the money ready. Listening to the dial tone, Changhan's expression darkened. Xiao Chong, have you traced the number from earlier? The call originated from an old mobile phone, and after the call, it was turned off. I employed triangulation to locate the area. Identifying 4 phones in close proximity. One of them is off, while the remaining 3 are operational. One is currently in conversation. I am recording the relevant content. Excellent. Once recorded, let me listen. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. With his testimony, coupled with that of the yellow-haired man, the two should be able to pin down Kong Daping decisively. But what about the other 2? They have already seen the boss. Upon hearing this, Changhan suddenly recalled the other 2 individuals and turned to glance at them. Both felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. They had witnessed Changhan's previous methods. The yellow-haired man had been forced to endure a large insect being stuffed into his nostrils, after which he answered every question without hesitation. At this point, even a fool could discern that the insect was no ordinary creature. Now that they had seen the methods employed by the opponent, it was entirely possible that they too could be subjected to a similar fate, with that monstrous insect being inserted into their own nostrils. Would they not then become mere puppets at the mercy of their captors? Changhan certainly felt a pang of hesitation. Although he possessed the parasitic technique, it required blood to activate, and if he used all his own, even his ample supply would not suffice. He could not afford to expend 400 milliliters of blood for the sake of 2 insignificant lackeys. Changhan turned once more to Gong Tao and asked, Yellow-haired man, are the sordid deeds you committed shared by these 2? Gong Tao replied, basically, they are involved. They've been with me for quite some time. It seemed these 2 were not virtuous characters either. Xiao Chong, do you have any ideas? The repair kits of Air Chong and San Chong contain molecular microbots, typically utilized for healing damaged skin. These bots could also disintegrate human tissue, allowing the boss to make them vanish without a trace. Alternatively, they could be employed to dismantle their brain structures. However, such brain damage was irreversible, rendering the victim a complete imbecile. Changhan nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the 2 men, coldly stating, you 2 are no better. I offer you a single chance to choose. Either you die, or you live as fools for the rest of your days. With that, he gestured to San Chong. San Chong approached and removed the object from one man's mouth. Help! I don't want to die. Please don't kill me. Under Changhan's direction, San Chong shoved the object back in. Changhan coldly declared, since you wish to live, you might as well embrace your fate as a fool. San Chong then extracted the object from the other man's mouth. Please, don't kill me, boss. I have evidence of Bird Brothers' murders. If you spare my life and don't turn me into a fool, I will hand it over to you. What? Changhan's face registered shock as he hurriedly pressed. Are you speaking the truth? Absolutely, boss. In fact, I was present when Bird Brother burned De Liang alive. At that time, Bird Brother instructed me to record the whole process, claiming it would serve as a warning for others. After I finished recording, he scolded me for capturing him in the footage and ordered me to delete it, which I did. However, I possessed some computer skills and restored it later, hoping it could be used for atonement if the need arose. Is this true, yellow-haired man? Changhan turned to Gong Tao. The man hurriedly replied, Time may have clouded my memory, but I believe there is some truth to it. Think it over carefully, yellow-haired brother. Gong Tao furrowed his brow, pondering deeply before finally nodding and saying, It does seem there was such an incident. Chapter 82. The girl's location. Upon hearing this, the man let out a sigh of relief and implored, Boss, I beg you, don't kill me or turn me into a fool. I will provide you with the backup of those recordings. Please spare my life. Changhan nodded in response, Very well. As long as you deliver the recordings, I shall consider it an act of atonement. However, if you deceive me, I will ensure your demise is more horrific than anyone else's. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. You can rest assured. I will never deceive you. The man was overwhelmed with emotion. Changhan signaled to San Chong, who dragged the other man away, who was now completely motionless, his eyes vacant, as if all spirit had been drained from him. The other man, upon witnessing this scene, trembled in fear. Though he was unaware of what transpired moments ago, he instinctively understood that something dreadful had occurred. At this moment, his terror towards Changhan reached its zenith. A black G-Class vehicle pulled away from the Wanhua Square residential area. A few blocks away, the G-Class halted by an empty roadside, and a man was pushed onto the sidewalk. The vehicle started up once more and drove away. The man looked around in confusion, letting out a silly chuckle. On the outskirts of Area 8, a desolate factory stood in eerie silence, a black G-Class parked near a barren section of the factory grounds. Xiao Chong. How many people are inside the factory? There are 5 cell phones in the factory. Air Chong, San Chong. Let us go. By the way, yellow-haired man. Keep an eye on him. Understood. Han Gu. Chang Han and his companions approached the high wall beside the factory. Er Chong accelerated towards the wall, scaling it with ease, ultimately grasping the top ledge with both hands, flipping over. San Chong followed suit, but instead of descending, he hooked his legs over the top and extended his hand. Chang Han, lacking their agility, took a running start, pushed against the wall with his foot, and grasped San Chong's arm, who pulled him up. He was then lowered to the other side by the others. The trio stealthily inched closer to the factory. Inside the expansive factory hall, dim lights flickered. A group of men congregated together. Big Lao Air, do you have any? No, neither do I. Haha, then I'm off. Cash up. What bad luck. Why do you always have Big Lao Air? Right. You must be cheating. Cheating? You must be the one cheating. Recognize your losses, understand? Hurry up and pay up. The men grumbled as they handed over cash to a smug-looking man. I need to go to the restroom. We're in the middle of a game. What do you mean restroom? Even if it's interesting, you can't hold it in. By the way, where did Monkey go? Who knows where he went to sleep? Hey, do you think that guy Monkey went over there to get fresh with that girl? That's a death wish, Brother Gue said. Anyone who lays a finger on that girl will be taken care of. Why hasn't he Brother Gue returned yet, Brother Gue? He asked the boss. You can't expect him to handle such trivial matters, can you? Bowsy, didn't you say you needed to use the restroom? Why aren't you going? So many people are waiting for you. I'm heading there first. You all smoke while you wait, don't solve it at the door. Go to the restroom. I see the restroom dark? The light is broken. Then don't do it at the door. It stinks, don't you know? All right, Bowsy left the factory, heading towards the distant restroom. As he neared the restroom, he suddenly felt something amiss. Just as he turned his head, a shadow lunged at him. Before he could make a sound, his neck was seized, and after a few struggles, his vision faded to black, and he slumped down. When Bowsy regained consciousness, he found himself bound like a dumpling, unable to move. A man from the shadow coldly asked, "Where's the girl you kidnapped?" Bowsy attempted to speak, but his mouth was stuffed, and he could only mumble incoherently. Soon, he felt the obstruction removed and quickly exclaimed, "Who are you?" Before he could finish, something was shoved back into his mouth. I will ask again. Where's the girl you kidnapped? If you utter another word of nonsense, I want to hold back. Bowsy felt the obstruction removed once more and shouted, "Help!" But before he could finish the word help, his mouth was silenced again. You wish to drink the fine wine but receive the punishment instead? Huh? Air Chong. Without a flicker of emotion, Air Chong immediately sprang into action, his fingers like iron pincers, grasping one of Bowsy's ribs and forcefully bending it. Bowsy let out a piercing scream. However, due to the obstruction in his mouth, his cries were muffled, echoing only in the immediate vicinity. After a moment, his pain struggles diminished slightly. I will ask you again. If you make any more small movements, I will break your other rib as well. Do you understand? Despite the sweat pouring down his forehead from the pain, Bowsy nodded in reluctant acquiescence. He had realized that his captors were indeed ruthless individuals. Where's the girl you kidnapped? Think carefully before you answer. Bowsy felt the obstruction removed again. He hastily responded, "Boss, the girl is in the basement of the factory. I beg you, spare me. This matter has nothing to do with me. I was only tasked with watching the girl. Who is in charge here? Brother Gue. Where is he? Brother Gue. He is not here. We're watching over things, but he will come by to check shortly. How many of you are there? 5. Why do I only see 4 of you? One is off playing with his phone. Where's the basement? There is an iron plate at the front of the factory. The covered area is the entrance to the basement. Meanwhile, the group playing cards were bored and smoking. One man approached and asked, "Why aren't you all playing?" Bowsy went to the restroom. "Monkey, you came at the right time. You go, and we'll continue. I'm not playing. You may as well wait for Bowsy to return. Who knows when he will be back? He might even have an upset stomach. Why don't you take over for a bit? I wouldn't know how to play. Wouldn't that just mean handing you my money? You all carry on. I'll go check on that little girl and see what she is up to." As if she could escape or something, Gu said, "Check every half hour. If anything goes awry, we'll be the ones in trouble. You all have your fun. I'll take a look." After Monkey finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the factory's eastern end. Chapter 83. The unfortunate monkey, the few of them, feeling bored, could only light up another cigarette and continue to indulge in their smoke. However, they were oblivious to the fact that someone was watching them from the shadows outside. Monkey arrived at the iron plate above the basement, removed the hook, and lifted the plate, allowing a faint ray of light to seep in from the passage. He descended the stairs, Upon reaching an iron door, Monkey removed the padlock hanging from it and pulled the door open. The basement was dim and somewhat cold. Once inside, he spotted a girl bound to an iron bed. A flicker of excitement crossing his face. Although he understood that this girl was in a particularly precarious situation and should not be touched, he figured no one would mind if he groped around for some oil or such. Chang Xiaoyun trembled in fear upon hearing the iron door creak open. "Hey there, little sister." Feeling it appears that the funds in the hands of the other party are likely far beyond 10 million. Such a lucrative target should not be left unexploited. With a bit of maneuvering, one could potentially extract a considerable sum. Liu Gui places great importance on this plan to exploit the sheep. Thus he intends to periodically check on the girl's condition. After all, her health directly impacts the amount that can be extracted, so it warrants attention. Accompanied by two subordinates, Liu Gui strides into the factory area. Making his way towards the workshop upon entering, he notices the absence of any guards at the entrance, and a flicker of displeasure crosses his face. "Call the monkeys, find out where they disappeared to." One of the men retrieves his phone and dials a number. Suddenly, a faint melody emanates from within the workshop. Liu Gui turns to the direction of the sound, furrowing his brow, and the group proceeds towards the source of the music. The sound grows increasingly distinct. As they navigate around several old machines, they discover a few mobile phones resting atop one of the machines, one of which is ringing incessantly. The man beside Liu Gui hangs up the phone he was holding, and the ringing on the other end abruptly ceases. Something is amiss. "Quickly, check on the girl." Liu Gui suddenly realizes and hastily commands. As they pivot, they notice three figures standing a short distance behind them, their gazes icy and unwavering. "You must be Gui Liu, and you are?" Liu Gui narrows his eyes. "Have you forgotten my voice so soon? Did you not just call me?" Liu Gui suddenly recalls Changan. Disbelief washing over him. How did you find this place?" "To keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. You have quite the audacity, daring to stir trouble on my turf." Hearing Liu Gui's cold snort, he retorts, "Since you found me, I won't waste time with idle chatter. Be why offending bird brother. You've effectively pierced a hole in the provincial capital's sky. Do you think this can simply be overlooked? What do you intend to do?" "It's quite simple. Bring forth 10 million in light of the money. I shall intercede on your behalf with bird brother. However, should you remain obstinate, matters will not unfold as easily. By the way, your hometown is a place called Pingshango, correct?" Upon hearing Liu Gui's threat, Changhan's expression darkens significantly. "You seek death, attack?" Chang and Chang spring into action, charging towards the three figures. Bang bang. The sharp reports of two guns sound. Chang and Chang halt abruptly. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Gui has produced a handgun. The earlier shots merely fired into the air. Liu Gui is acutely aware of the formidable skills of Changhan's two bodyguards. Yet, with his firearm in hand, no matter how skilled the bodyguards, they cannot surpass the power of his weapon. Changhan's face pales. He had not anticipated that the opponent would possess a gun. "Chang, protect the boss." Chang swiftly moves in front of Changhan, shielding him from Liu Gui's weapon. Liu Gui chuckles. "Well done, young man. Your bodyguard is quite competent. But how many bullets do you think he can withstand?" "Xiao Chang, what do we do if they have guns?" Changhan reluctantly turns to Xiao Chang for assistance. "No worries, boss. Chang and Chang are bioengineered. Light weapon attacks are ineffective against them. Just stay behind Chang. Chang, take action." Upon Xiao Chang's command, Chang dashes towards the three figures. Liu Gui, startled by the approaching short figure, had not expected that his firearm would fail to intimidate them. Gritting his teeth, Liu Gui raises his gun and pulls the trigger at the charging Chang. The moment Liu Gui squeezes the trigger, Chang suddenly dodges. Bang! The bullet strikes the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, but fails to hit the agile Chang. Liu Gui quickly shifts his aim and fires again. Bang! The bullet flies forth. Chang evades once more, the projectile narrowly missing him. By this time, Chang is already close at hand. "Stop him!" Liu Gui shouts as he retreats. His two subordinates, left with no choice, rush towards Chang. With a burst of speed, Chang lunges forward, colliding with the nearest man as if he were a cannonball. The man is sent flying as though struck by a vehicle. Lowering his stance, Chang sweeps his leg, taking down another unsuspecting assailant. Seizing the opportunity, he delivers a kick, striking the adversary squarely in the face. Chapter 85. Kong Dapeng has captured the man, struck by Chang's kick, sprays blood from his nose and mouth, rolling several times before losing consciousness. Just as Chang retracts his foot, he unexpectedly rolls on the ground. Bang! A gunshot rings out, but once again, the bullet flies wide. This moment, Chang has already regained his footing and charges towards Liu Gui, who is now sweating profusely. The opponent's agility resembles that of a monkey, rendering Liu Gui incapable of landing a hit. At this point, he has no time to ponder further, instinctively firing at Chang in rapid succession. Chang seems to predict Liu Gui's moves, skillfully rolling and dodging, evading every shot. Liu Gui, in a panic, fires several rounds until the sound of an empty chamber finally registers in his mind. He's out of ammunition. At this moment, Air Chong lunges forward without reservation. Reacting on instinct, Lu Gue swings the butt of his gun at Air Chong. INA flash. Air Chong performs a swift hand chop, knocking the handgun from Lu Gue's grasp. Following this, he delivers a powerful punch, striking Lu Gue squarely in the face. Lu Gue feels as though a massive iron hammer has collided with his head, his mind spinning as blood spurts from his nose and mouth, causing him to fall backward. Meanwhile, Changhan has already hidden behind a pile of discarded machinery, shielded by Sanchong. Observing Air Chong incapacitating several men, he breathes a sigh of relief. Although firearms pose little threat to Air Chong and Sanchong, their presence remains a significant danger, necessitating caution. Changhan approaches Sanchong, who retrieves the handgun from the ground and hands it to him. Changhan fumbles with the phone for a moment. Having never handled such a device before, it feels quite unfamiliar. Yet, possessing a firearm brings an inexplicable sense of security. He tucks the gun into his pocket and approaches Lu Gue's side. Lift him up? Sanchong strides over, grasping Lu Gue by the collar and hoisting him up as if he were a mere chick. At this moment, Lu Gue feels dizzy and disoriented, barely registering what is happening. Changhan snorts coldly, surveying the surroundings before turning to pick up a steel pipe, swinging it down upon Lu Gue's hand. The pain shoots through Lu Gue like a piercing arrow, though still somewhat dazed. He lets out a heart-wrenching scream. Changhan raises the steel pipe once more, striking Lu Gue's thigh with considerable force. Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. Lu Gue pleads desperately. So you've realized the severity of your predicament? I understand. I truly understand. I was wrong. The principle of humility beneath the eaves is not lost on Lu Gue. He can only beg for mercy. If admitting fault were sufficient, what need would there be for the police? I'll turn myself in. Isn't that acceptable? Turn yourself in? You wishful thinker. Upon hearing the malice in Changhan's tone, Lu Gue senses a looming threat. It appears that the other party harbors intentions of murder. Boss, I truly made a mistake that if you spare my life, I will give you the several million I've saved over the years. Consider it a payment for my life. Is that acceptable? Do you think I lack money? Indeed. It's all my fault. Boss, you are a wealthy man and could never be short of funds. However, I assure you, this matter was not of my own volition. It was Bird Brother's orders. How about this? I can assist you in dealing with Bird Brother. I know many of his secrets, enough to nail him several times over. Consider it my pledge to you, and I will follow you from now on. Now we're getting somewhere. Upon hearing this, Lu Gue breathes a sigh of relief. For him, as long as the other party refrains from taking his life, there exists a chance for escape, as for future opportunities for revenge. That is a matter to be considered later. However, Changhan, with a smile, produces a small box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a blood-red worm, as thick as a thumb, writhing on his fingertip. Lu Gue stares in astonishment, seemingly perplexed by Changhan's intentions. Hold him down. Air Chong and Sanchong spring into action, firmly restraining Lu Gue. What are you doing? Lu Gue exclaims in alarm. You will find out very soon. The echo of Lu Gue's agonizing screams fills the empty workshop as he undergoes the horrific process of being parasitized. The following morning, Kong Dapeng is deep in slumber when a series of knocks resound at his door. Go answer it, groggily. Kong Dapeng nudges the woman beside him and turns back to continue sleeping. The woman, exasperated, drapes on a garment and drags her weary body to the door. Shortly after, frantic shouts of Bird Brother reach her ears, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Kong Dapeng, with his eyes closed, senses something amiss and opens them to find 5 or 6 officers in uniform coldly gazing at him. Bird Brother! They barged in. The woman hurriedly protests. Kong Dapeng swiftly rises, exclaiming, Who are you people, and what are you doing in my home? Kong Dapeng. Is it? Yes. We are from the Municipal Criminal Police Unit. You are implicated in several serious criminal cases. Please put on your clothes and accompany us for a trip. Do not spout nonsense. I am a serious businessman. How could I possibly be involved in a criminal case? Let us discuss this further at the police station. Take him away. Hey, don't do this. I know amid Kong Dapeng's loud protests, he was forcibly taken away by a throng of police officers. Changhan was at home, leisurely enjoying his breakfast. Boss, Kong Dapeng has been arrested by the police. Upon hearing this, Changhan chuckled. That scoundrel. This is just the beginning. Days later, whether at the police station or in detention, Kong Dapeng remained silent, evading questions and feigning ignorance. This continued until his attorney arrived for a meeting. Lawyer Lu, how is the situation? Things are not looking good for you. Your 2 subordinates, Lu Gue and Gong Tao, have implicated you in multiple cases. What? Those 2 traitors, what should I do now? You must be honest with me. What do they know about you? Is there any concrete evidence? Huang Mao is manageable, but the key is Gue Lu. He knows quite a bit. However, there should be no physical evidence. I usually leave no traces. That is somewhat reassuring. If there is no significant evidence, just claim that they embezzled and accepted bribes at your company and that you fired them, which led to their retaliation against you. Fine. I will make those two scoundrels pay. By the way, when will I be released? Chapter 86. The secrets of Kong Daping exposed. I am in the process of applying. If the police do not acquire further substantial evidence, you might be granted bail within a few days. Rest assured. I am counting on you, Lawyer Liu. You can rely on me. Once I am out, I will ensure you are satisfied with the attorney fees. Boss, Kong Daping's lawyer is arranging for his bail. He wants to get out, fat chance. Let us add some fuel to the fire and escalate the situation. This time, he must be made to face the consequences. Soon after, a video surfaced online depicting a certain local mob boss executing a traitor by burning him alive. Rapidly spreading across major platforms, the clarity of the recording made it evident who the boss was, and Kong Daping's name was swiftly dragged through the mud online. Numerous pieces of incriminating evidence detailing his criminal activities surfaced, with many cases explicitly naming him, including the dates and locations of the incidents. Even the families of many victims learned the truth for the first time, naturally unwilling to let the matter rest. The cases drew national attention, inciting fury from higher authorities, who ordered a thorough investigation into Kong Daping's criminal organization. At this moment, Kong Daping remained blissfully ignorant of the situation, eagerly awaiting his bail. The Ji family was in a state of urgent distress. With less than a week remaining to pay their mortgage, Ji Chu found that the money in her bank account was inaccessible, throwing the Ji household into chaos. Sister, are you going to handle this or not? The people from Alfingsheng have called several times to inquire when the payment will be made. Yes, daughter. What is happening with your funds? Mi Yueme was equally anxious. Could you please stop nagging me? What can I do? I am just as frustrated. Ji Chu retorted. What do you mean? What can you do? Isn't the money in your possession? The money is with me, but I cannot access it right now. Then hurry to the bank and demand it. What are you waiting for? By the way, daughter, it has been nearly 10 days. Haven't you gone to the bank? I have. What did the bank say? They said I still have to wait 10 more days. What? How can it take another 10 days? Haven't we already been waiting for over 20 days? Sister, what are you doing? Don't you know that if the payment isn't made, the agreement becomes void? We will lose the deposit. You know it, so how could I not? But what can I do? The money is simply unavailable. This isn't my fault. If it's not your fault, then whose fault is it? You lied to me about having the money to buy the house, and now you cannot produce it. We will not only lose the house but the deposit as well. Oh, so you say I deceived you. Fine, then you can buy the house yourself. I want to be responsible. If you refuse to buy it, return my 80,000 deposit. The deposit wasn't given by me. You can ask whoever took it back. What did you say? Repeat that. What? You want to hit your sister? Go ahead. See what happens if you touch me. You mom, look at her. She never intended to buy me a house from the start. Enough. Both of you stop arguing. Mi Yueme exclaimed, her head aching. What is all this noise? The neighbors can hear it. Jianyi opened the door, looking displeased. Dad, you came back at the right time. Why sister says she won tea buy me a house. Upon hearing this, Jianyi cast an unhappy look at Ji Chu. Chu, what are you doing? We agreed on this. How can you backtrack now? It's not that I am backing out, Dad. The issue is that my money is currently inaccessible. How can I buy the house? The house has already had a deposit paid. If the final payment isn't made, the deposit is forfeited. Do you not understand this? But I have no money. Did you not go to the bank today? I did. But the bank said I must wait another 10 days. Why must it be 10 more days? How would I know? Jianyi frowned, deep in thought. The Ji family members all wore faces of frustration, and the room was enveloped in silence. Jianyi pondered for a moment and suggested, how about this? You could call Wu Jio and see if you can borrow another 2 million to cover the house payment. I've already borrowed over 2 million from him. How can I ask for more? Didn't you say Wu Jio's business is large, worth tens of millions or even billions? What is 2 million to him? You have a point, daughter. Wu Jio is quite wealthy. A few 100,000 should be nothing for him. This time, ensure he personally handles the payment. The money won't go through your account, so it should be fine. Yes, sister. Call Wu Jio again. Worst case scenario. We can pay him back once your funds are released. That won't do. Jio currently has a significant transaction and is in need of funds. The 2 million he lent me previously was borrowed from someone else. He has no money at the moment. What shall we do then? Mi Yueme exclaimed, her face etched with worry. Ji Chu contemplated and asked, Dad, don't you have any way to borrow some money for emergencies? Jianyi's expression darkened slightly. That's 2 million. Not $200. If I could borrow 2 million, I'd just lie at home instead of working. Mi Yueme chimed in. Even that 80,000 deposit was borrowed by your father and me. We promised to pay them back in a month, and now we don't even know if we can do that. The Ji family was engulfed in despair. Suddenly, Jianyi had a thought. Wait. Chu, why don't you call Changan and ask him? What do I need to call him for? Ask him to speak to Manager Song about giving us a little more time to arrange the house payment. Miwame's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Yes? Choo-choo. Isandi Changan indebted to Manager Song for saving his life. If he speaks on our behalf, it should be fine. Ji Junjia added, exactly sister. You should reach out to Changan. But we've been broken up for a long time. Ji Choo-choo replied, looking troubled. So what if you've broken up? Changan was deeply in love with you. As long as you say something nice, I believe he will agree. Under the collective persuasion of the Ji family, Ji Choo-choo finally took out her phone and dialed Changhan's number. Hello, who is this? Oh, it's me, Choo-choo. I have something to ask of you. What is it? I need a favor. Could you call Manager Song at Alfingsheng and ask him to give me a bit more time to arrange the house payment? Don't you have a few million on hand? What are you saving it for, interest? Just pay the house payment and be done with it. Chapter 87. Changhan's scheme. My money is locked in the bank. You saw that last time. If it's locked, go to the bank. I did. But the bank said they need to investigate further and cannot release it for now. Then ask Wu Gio for it. Your few million is like pocket change to him. Gio's company is cash-strapped right now. He is in a tight spot. He borrowed that 2 million from someone else, and he has no funds available at present. What are we to do now? Miwame said, her face filled with anxiety. Ji Choo-choo thought for a moment and said, Dad, don't you have any way to borrow some money urgently? Ji and Es' expression darkened slightly. That is 2 million. Not 200 bucks. If I could borrow 2 million, I'd just lie at home instead of working. Miwame chimed in. Even that 80,000 deposit was borrowed by your father and me. We promised to pay them back in a month. And now we don't even know if we can do that. The Ji family was engulfed in despair. Suddenly, Ji and Yi had a thought. Wait, Choo-choo. Why don't you call Changhan and ask him? What do I need to call him for? Ask him to speak to Manager Song about giving us a little more time to arrange the house payment. Miwame's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Yes? Choo-choo. Isandi Changhan indebted to Manager Song for saving his life. If he speaks on our behalf, it should be fine. Ji Junjia added, exactly sister. You should reach out to Changhan. But we've been broken up for a long time. Ji Choo-choo replied, looking troubled. So what if you've broken up? Changhan was deeply in love with you. As long as you say something nice, I believe he will agree. Under the collective persuasion of the Ji family, Ji Choo-choo finally took out her phone and dialed Changhan's number. Hello, who is this? Oh, it's me, Choo-choo. I have something to ask of you. What is it? I need a favor. Could you call Manager Song at Alfingsheng and ask him to give me a bit more time to arrange the house payment? Don't you have a few million on hand? What are you saving it for, interest? Just pay the house payment and be done with it. That is because they do not owe me anything. As long as someone does not owe me, I have no qualms about helping them. Are you suggesting that I owe you something? What do you think, Changhan? I have already given you the 180,000 Haven TI. What more do I owe you? All the salary I have earned over the years is in your possession. When you left, you didn't leave me a single penny and even deceitfully took away 2 million from me. So, you wish to seek my assistance, do you? Then first return the money I have saved over the years and that 2 million, and I shall help you. Do not push your luck. I am currently devoid of funds. Well then, I am at a loss. Money makes things easier. Without it, you may seek help from whomever you wish. Goodbye. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Ji Choo-choo was naturally infuriated. Miwame, seeing Ji Choo-choo hang up, hurriedly inquired, what happened, my daughter? What did Changhan say? He said it's out of the question. Hearing this, Miwame exclaimed in anger, how could that scoundrel be so unreasonable? Haven't you two been in a relationship before? You took care of him for such a long time. Damn, that Changhan is truly a villain who has succeeded. Ji Junjia was also furious. Jianyi furrowed his brow and pondered, by the way. Choo-choo, does Changhan still have the same number? Yes, let me give him a call. Dad, he has already said no. What good would your call do? How would it be of no use? You two just broke up not long ago. If you call him now, he is likely still irate as his elder. I should have an easier time speaking with him. Miwame nodded. Your father is right. It's better for him to call. Who knows, it might actually work. Well, all right then. He still has the same number. Jianyi nodded, took out his phone and dialed. Who is this? Is this Changhan? I am your Uncle Ji, Choo-choo's father. Oh, Uncle Ji, what brings you to call? The situation is as follows. Some time ago, Junjia purchased a house and you were present, weren't you? It was you who helped negotiate the price. Surely, you remember. I remember. What is going on, Uncle Ji? Is there another problem? It is like this. After paying the deposit last time, we are encountering some difficulties now with the full payment. Could you perhaps make another call to request some leeway for us to pay later? What do you think? Uncle Ji, since you are also calling, I will be frank with you. Regarding that house, Manager Song granted Junjia a significant discount out of goodwill, which I believe you are aware of. The deposit was originally supposed to be a week, but it was extended to a month as a favor to me. There can be a first and a second, but not a third or a fourth. I feel embarrassed to ask for more, and I understand that, But the issue is that our family is indeed facing some financial difficulties. However, we are not entirely broke. You are aware of this. Can you not extend some consideration for Uncle G and allow them a few more days? Uncle G, the Euro-style project is not my business. If it were, I would simply move in myself. The company has its own accounting to manage. When accounts are due, they need to be reconciled. If the accounts do not match, I must explain to the boss. They have already given us such a great discount. If I have to explain this to the boss, how would I do so? I can't say. I gave someone a discount of over 1.5 million, and they still haven't paid. That would be absurd. It's not that we do not wish to pay. It's just that we are currently facing difficulties. You have been with Choo Choo for quite some time. Even if you two have broken up now, Uncle G treated you quite well back then. Shouldn't you help out a little for Uncle G's sake? Well, Changan, in truth, I have always held your abilities in high regard. As for your breakup with Choo Choo, that was your own choice. I cannot interfere, nor is it appropriate for me to do so. However, you should not hold Uncle G and Auntie responsible for this. Uncle G, you are absolutely right. This matter is indeed not your fault. In fact, I have never blamed you. If I had, I wouldn't have been able to help negotiate the price when Junjia bought the house. Of course, I have always viewed your character favorably because you are not petty-minded. I must trouble you again to speak on my behalf, even if it's just to delay things a few more days. That would be helpful. All right then, I will make a call and inquire. However, I cannot guarantee that it will be effective. Haha, that's wonderful. Thank you. Changhan. No need for thanks. I will make the call and let you know. Uncle G, after hanging up, Changhan's smile faded, and he let out a cold snort. Ji Inyi also hung up the phone. What was the outcome? The Ji family anxiously asked. Ji Inyi smiled and replied. That young man agreed to make a call to help inquire. Impressive, Dad. Ji Junjia chuckled. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier. Mi Wame also smiled proudly. Your father was quite eloquent in his youth. This minor issue is surely not beyond him. Ji Inyi smiled. Asking others for help is not as difficult as imagined. Learn to retreat to advance. You are still young, and it will come with time. Ji Choo Choo asked. Did Changhan say he would get back to us? Ji Inyi replied with a smile. Just wait. He said he would call me with news. Changhan dialed Song Zay's number. Hello, Manager Song. This is Changhan. Oh, Brother Han. What is up? Do you remember the matter I asked you about last time? Chapter 88. Changhan's cunning scheme. Of course, however, that family has yet to come to pay the remaining balance. I am aware. I have a new agreement here. I will send it to you shortly. When that family comes for payment, have them sign this new agreement. Brother Han. It's not that I do not wish to help, but the previous agreement has already been entered into the company records. If we modify it, I will need to seek approval and explanation from the higher-ups. Last time, I told them those people were my relatives, and I would privately cover the shortfall to appease the situation. Now, if I ask for a change again, it will be difficult to explain. No worries. If worst comes to worst, I will buy up your entire development. What, are you saying you want to buy out Euro style? Yes. What is the total area of your development? Less than 70,000. What is the average price? 16,002. That amounts to just over 1.1 billion. Here's the deal. You negotiate a bit. On top of the 1.1 billion, I will give you a 30 bonus on the discounted amount. However, regardless, hurry up and buy the entire development, including the sales team. You will be the general manager. Conduct sales as usual, but I need you to ensure my requests are fulfilled. All right, Brother Han. You can count on me. A few days later, as Changhan had not provided any updates, and with the final payment deadline approaching, the Ji family was growing increasingly anxious. Ji Inyi had no choice but to call Changhan again. Changhan, it's your Uncle Ji. Did you manage to speak about the last issue? Uncle Ji, I inquired about it last time. However, your house has already been entered into the records, and the agreement is signed. Changing it might be impossible. What do we do now? The time is running out. Please don't panic, Uncle, for this matter. I also asked Manager Song to think of some alternatives. I had to plead with him, and he came up with a solution. You might need to raise another million. He will help you apply for it. And then we can draft a new agreement allowing you 3 months to pay. Would that work? A million. Where am I supposed to get a million? Uncle G, don't you have a residential property? Its location is quite good. If worst comes to worst, sell it or mortgage it. It should be easy to raise a million. You want me to sell my house? How could that be possible? If I sell my house, where will I live? That is simple. You can move into Junjia's new house. I will inform Manager Song to give you the keys as soon as you complete this portion of the payment. The new house is nearly 200 square meters. That should be ample room for your entire family. Plus, it's already furnished. No need for renovation. You can move in with just your luggage. How convenient. This, Uncle G. The extent of my assistance is limited to this. The fact that they agreed to re-sign an agreement is already a significant concession on their part. Moreover, they are willing to give you the keys first. They are employees, not the boss, so we cannot press too hard, can we? Don't you agree? But the time is too short. Just a few days. How am I supposed to find someone to buy the house? Here's the thing. I have a friend who is looking to buy a property in the experimental primary school district. ISNT your house just outside that district. I can talk to him. Let him buy your house. Yes, my friend, I can urge him to act quickly, and it will only take a day or two. This way, you can complete the second payment before the agreement expires. What do you think? This, Uncle G, please consider it. Time is of the essence. We only have a few days. Should the deadline arrive, Manager Song's words will no longer hold weight, and at that juncture, the higher-ups of the company may not be so accommodating. Well, let us leave it at that. Once you have made your decision, do give me a call. That moment. Upon hearing the busy tone on the phone, Jianya was momentarily taken aback. Dad, what is the update? Ji Chu inquired anxiously. What did Changhan say? Miyume added hastily. Jianya sighed and replied. Changhan called. Manager Song mentioned that if we can come up with another $1 million, they would grant us an additional 3 months for the remaining house payment. $1 million? Are you joking? Where are we supposed to find $1 million? Isn't this tantamount to saying nothing at all? Exactly. If we had $1 million, why would we need his assistance? Changhan said he could help us sell the house. Sell the house? Upon hearing this, Miyume's eyes widened in alarm as she exclaimed, that is out of the question. Ji Chu echoed, yes, Dad. Don't listen to Changhan's nonsense. If we sell the house, where will we live? Jianya responded. Changhan said that if we can make the second payment, they will hand over the keys to the new house, allowing us to move in there. The mention of moving into a new house left everyone momentarily stunned. Ji Junjie furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. The new house was meant for me. It is reserved for my marriage. If you all move in there, it just turned into an old house. Jianya, nearly losing his temper, retorted, you insolent child. How can you say such things? If it weren't for the intention to buy you a house, would we have found ourselves in the predicament of selling our current one? Ji Chu, equally incensed, chimed in, Junjie, how can you speak like that? Although the house was bought for you, is it not permissible for Mom and Dad to stay there for a while? Don't forget, I contributed to this. You stop acting so high and mighty. The money for the house came from me, Kursin, and our parents. All right. Have you ever contributed a single penny? You. Ji Chu was infuriated by this. All right. Enough of the quarrel that we are family. What is the point of arguing? Miyume hurriedly interjected. Ji Chu and Ji Junjie fell silent, still fuming. Miyume then asked, old man, what do you think we should do about this? Jianya replied, what else can we do? Either we sell the house or we forego buying it. What then becomes of the deposit? What else can we do? We will have to let it go. We signed a contract with them. It is not that they are unwilling to sell. It is us who are unable to buy. Pursuing a lawsuit would be futile, Ji Junjie stated. We cannot simply not buy. If we don't proceed, won't our 80,000 deposit be a total loss? Miyume concurred. Indeed, that 80,000 deposit comprises a significant amount we borrowed and will need to repay. Selling the house is our only option. Moving into the new house will be just as good. At this point, she turned to Ji Junjie and said, Junjie, selling and buying the house is all for your benefit. Please refrain from complaining. Chapter 89. The powerful new product. Hearing this, Ji Junjie's face reflected his displeasure, yet after some contemplation, he chose to remain silent. Ji Chu remarked, Dad, even if we wish to sell the house, it won't be an easy task. In just a few days, where will we find suitable buyers? Changhan mentioned that a friend of his is looking to buy a house nearby. He will assist us in making the connection for a swift transaction. Changhan, could he be that generous? Generosity aside, we truly have no other options now. In this state of urgency, where else could we find suitable buyers? Well, all right then. The Ji family resolved to sell the house. Jianya promptly called Changhan. The following day, a man reached out to Jianya, and that very day he came to inspect the house. After viewing it, the man was thoroughly pleased and decided to purchase the Ji family's property. What followed was the signing of agreements and the payment process, which went exceedingly smoothly. It must be said. Once the ownership transferred from Jianya to a stranger, the Ji family felt a twinge of sadness. After all, this house represented years of hard work and savings for them. Yet, they found solace in the fact that they now possessed a larger home. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new, and the Ji family eagerly went to the sales office to settle the payment for their new house. Songzae prepared a new agreement for the Ji family and subsequently handed them the keys to their new residence. The Ji family joyfully moved into their new home. However, they were unaware that they had now fallen into a much larger trap. Kang Daping, in the detention center, initially believed that his lawyer would swiftly secure his release. However, as time passed with no word, and his requests to meet with the lawyer went unanswered, he began to feel anxious. Until one day, shocking news arrived. His case had been exposed online, and the prosecution had filed multiple serious criminal charges against him. Upon learning of this, Kang Daping was utterly dumbfounded. At the battery laboratory of Huanxiang Technology, after a period of recruitment, the team was gradually assembled. Changhan and Xiaochang discussed their strategy to initially break into the market with power banks, thereby establishing their reputation, while other products would naturally follow. Although automotive batteries wielded greater influence, their development required collaboration with established automotive companies and substantial production capacity. Therefore, until sufficient automotive partners were secured, automotive batteries would remain merely a plan for Changhan. Linya quickly set up a temporary laboratory near the construction site. The laboratory's director was the biochemical expert, Chang Xiaohu, whose primary task was to construct a temperature and pressure centrifuge. After all, experiments required battery materials, and without such a centrifuge, the metabolic processes of the batteries could not be initiated, rendering the experiments impossible. The structure of the temperature and pressure centrifuge, while appearing simple to Xiaochang, necessitated the use of numerous high-temperature and high-pressure resistant materials. Fortunately, with ample funding, the first centrifuge was soon completed. Xiaochang launched a new microcapsule containing 10 sets of battery biological entities, designated 094485 and LKY0948. As anticipated, once the centrifuge began its operation, the battery organisms were quickly activated, absorbing sufficient nutrients and commencing their metabolic processes. The initial batch of battery materials was soon produced. Although the output was not substantial with only one centrifuge, it sufficed for experimentation. With the battery materials in hand, the experiments could officially commence. Xiaochang had devised two design schemes for the power bank. Point one was a standard power bank, boasting impressive battery capacity but slow charging speeds. The other was a super power bank, featuring both remarkable capacity and rapid charging speeds, albeit at a higher manufacturing cost. Upon receiving these two design proposals, the research staff at the laboratory were momentarily speechless. The prospect of producing such a high-capacity power bank seemed utterly implausible to many. Based on the data provided by Chang Xiaohu, the power bank they were tasked with designing would possess a capacity 10 times greater than the largest power bank currently available on the market. This implied that each produced power bank could weigh between 30 to 40 pounds, and exaggeratedly, its dimensions might rival those of an old-fashioned wooden cutting board. Who would purchase such a massive power bank? And how would anyone carry it? Furthermore, lithium batteries are notoriously unstable, with inherent risks of combustion. Wouldn't carrying around such a large power bank be akin to toting a bomb? Some earnest researchers approached Chang Xiaohu, urging him to revise the design proposal, as such an exaggerated power bank, even if manufacturable, would surely not sell. Chang Xiaohu was unwavering in his stance, insisting that the orders from Xiaochang must be executed unconditionally. Thus, he commanded everyone to proceed with the preliminary design according to the original proposal, essentially stating that they should speak less and work more. Chang Xiaohu's resolute attitude sparked dissatisfaction among many researchers. Coupled with the belief that the product had significant design flaws, some immediately chose to resign from the laboratory. However, a few opted to stay, drawn by the high salaries offered by Huanqiang Technology. The prospect of leaving only to search for new employment, or perhaps even returning to their previous jobs, seemed unappealing, so they decided it was better to remain and reassess the situation later. Should it prove unfeasible, they could seek new employment while continuing to work here. However, once the remaining individuals completed the design of the power bank's charging chip and produced prototypes, they discovered that the batteries used in the company's power banks were not traditional lithium batteries, but rather a new material battery known as powerful generation. Upon learning this, everyone was left in utter astonishment. The data for this new battery was astonishingly unbelievable. Under the same volume, its capacity was 10 times that of the most advanced lithium batteries available. Many of the laboratory personnel, being specialists in the field, recognized that powerful generation utilized a revolutionary new material, which could potentially lead to disruptive changes across various sectors such as mobile phones, automobiles, computers, digital devices, aviation, and military applications, among others. The emergence of this material could even reshape the entire battery industry chain, triggering a new battery revolution. This revelation invigorated the entire laboratory. The laboratory staff, upon recalling this, felt a surge of emotions. Previous discontent had vanished without a trace, replaced by renewed confidence in the new company. Chapter 90. The Imitative and Inferior Power Bank. Changhan swiftly received the prototype of the formidable first-generation power bank from the laboratory. The remarkable efficiency of the laboratory took him by surprise. However, after using the power bank for a while, he was filled with excitement. The realization that such an impressive device was produced by his own company was exhilarating. Now, he awaited the completion of the factory, anticipating the commencement of mass production. The research and development base for formidable batteries was also rapidly under construction. Thanks to the owner's ample finances, multiple construction teams were working in tandem, resulting in astonishingly swift progress. The emergence of such a substantial battery production enterprise swiftly caught the attention of significant media platforms within the province. Naturally, the higher-ups were eager to promote representative new enterprises within the province. A major provincial media outlet approached Huanqiang Technology for an interview with the company's executives. Linya sought approval from Changhan, and upon receiving it, accepted an exclusive interview with the largest official media in the province, a provincial daily. Assistant Lin, I did some research on Huanqiang Technology online, but I couldn't find much information. Your company must have been established recently, correct? Our company was just founded about 2 months ago. In just 2 months. The construction of your factory is progressing so rapidly, it seems your total investment must be considerable. We plan to invest 1.5 billion. This includes a production base and a headquarters building. Wow. 1.5 billion is quite a significant investment for the provincial capital. I wonder if your company has any prior experience in battery production? We have no previous experience, but we now possess our own battery laboratory. We already have very mature laboratory products, and we are just waiting for formal production to commence. Oh. May I ask what products your company plans to produce? Power banks. Power banks. The reporter paused in surprise. But power banks are not mainstream battery products, are they? Generally, aren't they outsourced for manufacturing? I haven't heard of any company establishing a dedicated production line for power banks. In fact, power banks are not considered niche products. The annual market scale is around 20 billion, and it continues to grow at a rate of 5 each year. Industry giants sell millions of power banks annually. Our confidence in this industry stems from thorough market research. We are quite assured in this regard, and I apologize. I always thought power banks were niche products, lacking the influence of mobile phone batteries or electric vehicles. The battery industry is an enormous sector. Each category within it harbors immense economic value, which is precisely why we are diving into it. What is your company's planned annual production capacity? In our first year, we aim to achieve a total shipment volume exceeding 10 million units, with the production capacity striving to reach 40 GW. Let me jot that down. 10 million units is quite a substantial figure. But I wonder how it compares to the production capacities of those industry giants you mentioned. Of course, we are somewhat behind in sales. After all, they are already established brands with matured production capacities. We must acknowledge the gap. How many types of products does your company plan to offer? We intend to launch 2 models of power banks. However, we will initially release only one, as the other is still in the laboratory phase. Just one model of power bank? That seems a bit limited. I see many various models of power banks on the market. A single model might lack competitiveness, don't you think? There are merely more brands. Generally, a single brand has only 2 or 3 models, but most are merely variations with slight capacity changes. Thus, our power bank will have just one specification. Would it be convenient to disclose the specifications of your power bank? The power bank we plan to launch, the formidable first-generation power bank, will have a capacity of 700,000 mAh. 700,000. Let me note that down. That sounds quite substantial. The female reporter did not comprehend what that figure represented. She simply recorded it as stated. The two continued to converse about various topics, and the interview officially concluded. Upon returning to the newsroom, the female reporter began compiling the interview materials. Since she was merely covering for a colleague, she needed to have the materials reviewed by the relevant department. After reading the draft, the male reporter furrowed his brow and said, "There are issues with your interview, aren't there?" "What issues?" "These figures are inaccurate. 10 million power banks, a capacity of 40 GWh? That's simply impossible." "What do you mean?" "If their capacity truly reached 40 GWh, they wouldn't be able to manage just 10 million units. They would need at least 300 to 400 million units to match that. How could they possibly have such a large shipment volume? Are they planning for every person in the country to own a power bank?" "Did I mishear? That can't be right. You must have misheard. 10 million units might barely align with 4 GWh. However, even that seems excessive. Doesn't that imply each power bank would need to exceed 70,000 mAh? That's rather exaggerated. Yet they stated that their power banks are all 700,000 mAh. So doesn't that align perfectly? How much is that? 700,000. Exactly. That's impossible. Why is it impossible? Look, I've written it down. The female reporter pointed out. The male reporter scrutinized it closely, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "You must have made a mistake. A power bank with a capacity of 700,000 mAh is utterly inconceivable. I didn't make a mistake. That's what they claimed, unless she miscommunicated. Besides, if it's 700,000 mAh, wouldn't all the previous data align perfectly? You wrote it wrong." "I did not. Let us not even discuss a power bank of 700,000 mAh. Do you know how heavy a 70,000 milliamp hours power bank is?" "How would I know?" "Almost 4 pounds. What? That's impossible." "How can it be impossible? The power bank you usually carry is only 10,000 mAh. A 70,000 milliamp hours power bank is 7 times larger. Is 4 pounds so strange? So, you mean a 700,000 milliamp hours power bank would weigh 40 pounds? Of course, that's why I said it's impossible. Who could carry a 40-pound power bank? That's just absurd. Could it be that their battery technology is so advanced that they reduce the weight? That's also implausible. No matter how advanced the technology, it merely implies some progress in craftsmanship. Perhaps it could lighten it a bit, but at most, it would drop from 40 pounds to 35. But 35 pounds is still unwieldy. Are you joking? Chapter 91. The limitless exaggeration of the power bank. But that's what they stated. In my opinion, their power banks are undoubtedly misleading. Misleading? Are you implying they are fake? Misleading doesn't equate to fake. Misleading means they do not possess such a large capacity while claiming to have it. Many power banks online exaggerate their capacities. A 10,000 milliamp hours one might claim to be 100,000 mAh, and they sell them at ridiculously low prices. To put it plainly, they barely cover the cost of the casing, produced by small workshops. But their factory occupies over 20 acres. You're suggesting a 20-acre factory is a small workshop? 20 acres? Is that possible? Have I seen it? It's a vast area, and the factory buildings are already substantial. They claim to have invested 1.5 billion. It's the largest investment project in our district this year. By the way, regarding this product you mentioned, ISNT at their flagship product? Perhaps there are other series and numerous models, like 10,000 mAh power banks. They specified there are only 2 products, and currently, only this one is being released. The other is still under research. That complicates matters. The issue is, if these figures are published, others may not believe them. Why should you care whether they believe it or not? We just annotate that all information was directly stated by the company representatives, and our newspaper won't be responsible for any related information, right? Besides, this interview was a task assigned by higher-ups. We must carry it out. The male reporter contemplated this and ultimately nodded in agreement. For him, while it lacked a degree of rigor, since it was a political task, the significance of promotion outweighed scientific accuracy. Rendering the matter inconsequential, soon, an article regarding a newly established large power bank enterprise in the province was formally published. Perhaps the speaker was indifferent while the listener paid close attention. For many readers who were not well versed in the industry, it was merely an ordinary investment project within the province. Such projects occurred frequently each year and were typically inconsequential. However, among the readers were indeed professionals, and upon reading the article, they scoffed in disbelief. The notion that a company selling power banks could aspire to achieve a production capacity of 40 GWh was utterly ludicrous. After all, such production capacities were beyond the reach of many electric vehicle companies. The idea that a mere power bank seller could possess such output was simply preposterous. Many professionals have shared this article across various specialized forums, treating it as a source of amusement during their leisure time, which naturally sparked a heated discussion. Among the most incredulous aspects is the claim that the specifications of this power bank reach an astonishing 70,000 mAh. In the minds of many, this translates to a hefty device weighing over 40 pounds. One cannot help but wonder if such a colossal power bank, even if it could be manufactured, would find any buyers. There are those who suspect that the company behind this power bank has grossly exaggerated its specifications. After all, many power banks on the market today are known to inflate their figures, sometimes by a factor of several times, and in rare instances, even by over tenfold. However, such extreme exaggerations are quite uncommon. People are not naive. A power bank boasting several 100,000 mAh, which depletes after a single charge, is simply hard to believe. Many experts perceive the company named Changan Technology as merely a small workshop specializing in producing substandard power banks. It is astonishing that such a shoddy enterprise has been designated as a significant investment project by a certain province, highlighting the dire state of the business environment there. Soon, someone translated this news and the myriad of comments into English, sharing it on an international forum. Foreigners were quick to condemn such shameless exaggeration practiced by a certain nation. After all, the product quality issues associated with this major country have long been criticized abroad, primarily due to such boundless hyperbole. Some foreign media jested that this country is poised to produce a power bank weighing 40 pounds, suggesting that carrying it would be akin to lugging around a large bomb. Numerous domestic power bank manufacturers also took note of this report, vocally denouncing Changan Technology's unscrupulous practices. The domestic power bank market is already a chaotic mix, with product quality and reputation generally mediocre. The emergence of another entity that inflates its specifications by hundreds of thousands could lead to a nationwide trend of exaggeration, where everyone claims similar figures, even reaching millions. Truly laughable. Linya is not oblivious to the negative reports about the company. She never anticipated that what was intended to be an ordinary interview would result in such detrimental consequences. Initially, her intention was to withhold too many product details, maintaining a degree of mystery. However, the outcome took her completely by surprise. With no other option, she sought out Changan to report the situation. Changan, of course, was indifferent. To him, having someone promote their product was beneficial, as it could enhance its visibility. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he did not take it to heart. For Changan, the product is the ultimate truth. Everything else is mere distraction. With several factories already successfully constructed and pre-ordered production equipment stored in the warehouse, the next step is to assemble the raw material workshop and production workshop. The raw material workshop serves as the clandestine production base for the Changan generation. Situated at the heart of the facility, it is surrounded by layers of security and equipped with hundreds of surveillance cameras, ensuring that no one can access the secrets of the raw material workshop. This workshop operates autonomously, with all production processes fully mechanized. The production line has been redesigned by Chang in accordance with Earth's technological standards, leaving little room for human involvement in the secrets of the raw material workshop. The product workshop is divided into 2 sections, the battery workshop and the assembly workshop. As the core technological area of the company, the battery workshop processes raw materials into finished battery packs, making it a top priority. The production line in the battery workshop, also designed by Chang, is predominantly mechanized, supplemented by a minimal number of workers. Although there is currently only one production line, if it operates at full capacity, it can produce over 30,000 battery cells daily, assuming ideal conditions. Changhan's goal is to establish 3 production lines, aiming for a daily output of over 90,000 battery cells. However, this objective remains distant, as the brand's recognition has yet to break through, necessitating further time for establishment. The assembly workshop is comparatively simpler. While it could be entirely mechanized, the decision to opt for manual assembly was made to address local employment issues and enhance the district government's image, opting for a more hands-on approach. Moreover, the assembly tasks are quite straightforward, and Changan is not concerned about potential imitation. Chapter 92. The final pricing of the Changan generation. The assembly of finished products primarily follows a streamlined process, handled manually by employees. The management team has completed assembly training for the first batch of workers. Once the production line is assembled, the trial production of the first batch of products commences. The Changan generation power bank is quickly produced and undergoes pre-market testing. It must be said that the performance of the Changan generation product is undoubtedly impressive, leading to the subsequent product pricing discussions. Given that the core materials for the batteries are produced autonomously, almost no one within the company aside from Changan is privy to the relevant details, making it natural for him to determine the pricing. In the company conference room, Mr. Chang, currently, power banks on the market are primarily divided into two types: 18,650 lithium batteries and polymer lithium batteries. The latter offers advantages over the former, allowing for customization according to specifications, albeit at a slightly higher price. However, the overall price difference is not substantial. Generally, the cost for every 10,000 mAh ranges from 38 to 45 yuan. The largest power bank available in the market has a capacity of 70,000 mAh, with production costs around 300 yuan. If we can produce the circuit boards and casings ourselves, we could further reduce costs to below 300 yuan. Our Changan generation power bank boasts a capacity of 700,000 mAh. Even at the lowest wholesale price for lithium batteries, our costs should be around 2,100 yuan, with additional costs for the mainboard, casing, charging adapter, and manufacturing processes bringing the total to approximately 2,158 yuan. Thus, we believe a wholesale price of 2,358 yuan, plus a retail profit margin of 200 yuan, leading to a final retail price exceeding 2,500 yuan, is fairly appropriate. Changan nodded thoughtfully, then picked up the documents and casually glanced through them. Though his actions were merely for show, the crucial discussion would be with Xiao Cheng. By the way, Xiao Cheng, what is our actual production cost? Our production cost for every 10,000 mAh is 2 yuan for the main raw material, 1 yuan for the electrolyte filler, and 3 yuan for packaging. Therefore, the total cost for 700,000 mAh amounts to 420 yuan, plus 20 yuan for the mainboard, 10 yuan for the casing, 20 yuan for the charging adapter, and 4 yuan for assembly, bringing the total cost to 474 yuan. If the wholesale price is 2,358 yuan, the actual profit per power bank would be 1,884 yuan. Is it true that a single power bank can yield over 1,800 yuan in profit? Indeed, boss. Isn't a retail price of 2,500 yuan a bit excessive? Wouldn't it be better to sell it for 1,500 yuan? That would be far too low. Isn't low pricing beneficial? Wouldn't it create a market? Of course not. If the boss reduces the price of the power bank to 1,500 yuan, eliminating accessory costs would drop the cost per 10,000 mAh to merely 20 yuan. Such a low price would be catastrophic not only for our country but for the global lithium battery industry as well. It could lead to the downfall of numerous lithium battery companies, leaving countless workers in the industry unemployed, resulting in consequences that could be difficult to estimate. Your country is a major producer of lithium batteries. Don't you think the boss should consider this? Changan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Surely it can't be as exaggerated as you say. The reality could be even more extreme. Many ongoing projects may have to halt, and the associated impacts could be unfathomable. What do you propose we do? The best course of action is, of course, to seize the high-end market. Leave the low-end market to those lithium battery companies. This way, we can dominate the market while minimizing the impact on the overall industry development. That's a brilliant strategy, by the way. Xiao Cheng, are you truly a robot? I am an advanced intelligent assistance system with learning capabilities. Impressive. So, based on your analysis, what pricing would be most appropriate? My recommendation is to set the price above 100 yuan for every 10,000 mAh. The wholesale price per unit should be 7,258 yuan, while the retail price should exceed 7,500 yuan, which remains reasonable. 7,000 is rather steep. At such a high price, we might not even utilize a significant portion of our production capacity. The key is that this approach minimizes impact. However, the final decision rests with the boss. Changan nodded, then turned to address everyone. Our company's products cost significantly more than standard lithium batteries, and we have considerable research and development expenses. The cost for every 10,000 mAh is approximately 100 yuan. Therefore, the wholesale price for each power bank must exceed 7,258 yuan, and the retail price cannot fall below 7,500 yuan. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed signs of astonishment. Selling a power bank for 7,500 yuan. Isn't that excessively high? Who would buy it? Mr. Chang, given that our power bank is so costly, shouldn't we consider producing smaller capacity power banks? For instance, if we were to create a power bank with a capacity of 70,000 milliampere hours, it would only weigh 130 grams, making it lighter and more competitive than similar products on the market. Simultaneously, we can also drive the prices down. Did you not comprehend my words? I am not advocating for a reduction in the cost of our products. Rather, I am suggesting we elevate their value. The core competitive advantage of our current offerings lies in technology, not affordability. My ambition is to create the most expensive power bank. Furthermore, it must also be the most technologically advanced one. Do you grasp that now? Understood. Additionally, I intend to pursue a high-end strategy. Presently, the installation fee for each employee stands at 4 yuan, which I deem excessively low. I propose to raise the installation fee for each unit to 20 yuan. What do you think? 20 yuan seems rather exorbitant. We currently have only 500 employees. If our annual installation volume reaches 10 million units, at 20 yuan each, the average monthly salary for employees would exceed 30,000, resulting in an annual salary surpassing 400,000. Is it appropriate to offer such high wages to workers? Quite right. The crux of the matter is that our workload remains minimal on average. Each individual installs merely over 50 units per day, merely 6 units per hour, taking 10 minutes per installation. This level of efficiency is rather subpar. Even at the 4 yuan standard, it is not insignificant. Calculating it out, an individual would still earn 6 or 7,000 per month, which is nearly double the average wage in the provincial capital. In the context of the provincial capital, this constitutes a commendable salary. Such a high wage, to be frank, it exceeds the salaries of many civil servants. Indeed, I suggest that 4 yuan is somewhat high. 3 yuan seems more appropriate. Even at 3 yuan, an individual would earn 5,000, which is certainly a respectable wage in the provincial capital that I concur. Within the conference room, the attendees expressed their agreement unanimously. Chapter 93. Launching Sales. Changan smiled and remarked, "Our company is a high-tech enterprise, and it is only natural for employee benefits to be somewhat superior. Other corporations provide average salaries of 6 to 700,000. Our average is only 400,000, which I find not excessive. Here is my proposal. The salary standard remains unchanged, but you may distribute a portion of the salary as bonuses. Employees with over 3 months of service will receive 5 insurances and 1 fund, along with an additional 5 million in commercial accident insurance as a supplement. Weekends and all statutory holidays shall be observed as rest days. Production capacity will only be scheduled during regular working hours. I have but one requirement. Product quality must be guaranteed. In the event of any quality issues, regardless of the individual responsible, termination will be immediate. I need you to establish a detailed performance evaluation system, ensuring that every employee understands that with high benefits comes the necessity for high quality. Those who merely go through the motions will be dismissed. Remember, I aim to transform Hanxiang Technology into a nationally recognized star enterprise. In the future, every employee who joins Hanxiang Technology must take pride in being part of this company. Do you understand?" The attendees in the conference room were left speechless, exchanging glances. To be frank, an annual salary plus bonuses starting at 400,000, along with 5 insurances and 1 fund, 5 million in accident insurance, and all statutory holidays as time off. This level of benefits cannot be matched even by civil servants. Is the boss serious? Surely this is a jest. Did you not hear what I said? Upon noticing their expressions, Changan furrowed his brow. Yes, we heard. We will certainly execute President Chang's orders. For the employees of Hanxiang Technology, astonishing news soon arrived. The company adjusted the wages for assembly workshop employees, raising the installation fee from 4 yuan to 15 yuan per unit. This announcement took many by surprise, as several of the newly hired had previous experience in other power bank companies and were not novices in the industry. An installation fee of 3 yuan is considered standard in the power bank sector, and with Hanxiang Technology's 4 yuan per unit already deemed competitive, it was unexpected to see the fee rise to 15 yuan within days of employment. Many viewed this price hike as outrageous. However, even more astonishing was the prospect of receiving an additional 100,000 yuan bonus at the end of the year, contingent upon passing the company's annual performance evaluation. It was unfathomable for an ordinary assembly worker to receive a bonus, let alone the fact that employees with over 3 months of service would receive full insurance benefits. Moreover, each employee is entitled to 5 million in accident insurance, and all statutory holidays are guaranteed as time off. Such benefits seem almost too good to be true. Many employees had previously underestimated this power bank manufacturing company, perceiving it merely as a small workshop producing subpar products. Little did they anticipate such extraordinary perks. The news of these exceptional benefits spread rapidly, attracting a throng of hopeful applicants eager to join Hanxiang Technology. Yet, with the company already at full capacity, many left disappointed. As for those already employed, they felt fortunate indeed. However, the workers were slightly disheartened to find the company's production capacity limited, resulting in each individual receiving only a small allocation daily. Nevertheless, due to the high price per unit, the current production capacity was sufficient for each worker to earn over 20,000 a month, providing them with peace of mind. After all, the year-end bonuses and weekends off made the work incredibly manageable. Such employment opportunities are rare indeed. However, the company maintains stringent quality control. Should any product fail quality standards due to assembly errors, the penalty would be a forfeiture of the year's bonus. A second infraction would result in immediate termination. It wasn't too long before 2 individuals were dismissed from the assembly workshop for quality issues, prompting the remaining workers to take assembly quality seriously. After all, with such remarkable benefits, finding similar opportunities elsewhere would be challenging. Naturally leading to heightened diligence, the strong power bank Generation 1 quickly became available for online sale. Initially, Linyu intended to organize a product launch event, but Changan declined the idea. While increased publicity would enhance product visibility, the pressing concern was that the company's scale and production capacity were still insufficient. Hence, there was no urgency to promote the product. The immediate priority remains to enhance production capacity and complete the remaining construction of the factory, especially since the company's laboratory is still rented externally. Once the strong power bank Generation 1 became available for online purchase, it immediately attracted considerable attention. The advertised capacity was an astonishing 700,000 mAh. Such an exaggerated capacity could hardly go unnoticed. Upon further investigation, many discovered that despite its visually appealing design, the power bank weighed a mere 1,300 grams, less than 3 pounds. This led many to scoff at the product. Logically, a power bank claiming 700,000 mAh should weigh no less than several dozen pounds, making a 3-pound version seem implausible. In essence, this clearly represents a deceitful and grossly exaggerated product. What is even more astonishing is that the online retail price for this power bank reached an astounding 7,500 yuan. This seemed utterly outrageous, a product with inflated claims priced higher than many premium smartphones. To many, this appeared to be nothing short of a scam. Anyone willing to invest in such a power bank was essentially paying a tax on their intelligence. Yet, the world is not lacking in foolish individuals, and soon enough, someone placed an order for this power bank. Surely, it must be a shill. Many perceive this as merely a self-promotion tactic by the seller. How could it be possible for anyone to spend 7,500 yuan on a deceitful power bank? Brother Fakebuster, as a prominent figure on a short video platform's anti-fraud channel, he has gained a measure of fame. Although his primary targets for exposure are typically substandard products, Brother Fakebuster occasionally takes aim at more expensive items. After all, expensive products garner greater public attention. Thus, he has adopted the practice of purchasing and exposing high-priced goods as part of his promotional strategy. A few days prior, a netizen recommended a power bank called Strong Power Bank Generation 1 for him to investigate. Chapter 94, Smash It. After reviewing the product, Brother Fakebuster deemed it a suitable target for exposure. The price was exorbitant, with each power bank selling for 7,500 yuan, more expensive than many smartphones. Furthermore, the product's inflated capacity was outrageous, essentially a deceitful offering without limits. Recognizing this as an excellent opportunity for exposure, Brother Fakebuster promptly ordered a unit. Once it arrived, he eagerly filmed a short video. Addressing the camera, he exclaimed, "Friends, have you seen this product?" He then showcased the Strong Power Bank Generation 1, boasting a capacity of 700,000 mAh and a staggering price tag of 7,500 yuan. In the spirit of uncovering the truth for society, I ordered one. Tonight, join me for my live stream, where I will personally debunk this product. If I discover that this power bank is fraudulent, I will smash it before everyone. As he spoke, Brother Fakebuster brandished a hammer, gesturing towards the power bank. Satisfied with the recording, he hurriedly uploaded the video online. The viewers were instantly intrigued. A power bank priced at over 7,500 yuan. Is it genuine or not? Some curious individuals searched online and indeed found the equivalent power bank. Such an expensive power bank, and yet Brother Xiong dares to purchase it for destruction, instantly igniting excitement among the crowd, who eagerly leave comments and likes. Brother Xiong is formidable. Over 7,000 for something he buys without hesitation. Kudos to you, my friend. What a scam of a power bank. It's as large as a cow pie. How could it possibly have 700,000 mAh? You speak the truth. As a manufacturer of lithium batteries, I can attest that a battery with 700,000 mAh would weigh at least several dozen pounds. It cannot be this small, so it must be a fraud. And to think they dare to sell it for over 7,000. This fraudulent product must be smashed tonight. Smash it. 1. Smash it. 2. Smash it. 3. Smash it. For it must be destroyed. 5. The netizens below are fervently commenting, criticizing this power bank for its shamelessness and outrageous pricing. Brother Xiong, the fraud buster, is equally thrilled to see such a response. Apparently, purchasing expensive items to smash is indeed the way to go. The evening quickly arrives. The fraud-busting Brother Xiong is officially live-streaming. He welcomes all netizens to join him in his crusade against fraud. This time, my target is a power bank called the Mighty Generation. When a netizen first recommended this power bank to me, I was taken aback. It claims to have a capacity of 700,000 mAh, and it sells for over 7,500. Even before purchasing, I knew it was surely a scam due to its diminutive size and lightweight. If such an extraordinary power bank existed, why sell power banks at all? Just go straight for the Nobel Prize. The sellers of this power bank are treating everyone like fools. To eradicate such counterfeit goods, I plan to spend 7,005 to expose this nonsense. Seeking the truth for the netizens that I hope all of you will like and share, allowing more people to see my fraud-busting video. Brother Xiong is formidable. Brother Xiong is powerful. I will always support you. Brother Xiong, the last time I bought a 100,000 mAh power bank on the platform for 9.9 with free shipping, it couldn't even fully charge once. This kind of rubbish product doesn't even need testing. Just smash it. You are right. It must be destroyed. Smash it. Smash it. Smash it. The netizens overwhelmingly support the idea of smashing it. Brother Xiong chuckled and said, "We are professional fraudbusters, and before we smash it, we must conduct a test to ensure that our actions are justified." Previously, I had conducted some basic information research on power banks through friends. Based on the size and weight of this power bank, my friend analyzed that it could at most provide 50,000 mAh. And that is without any added weight. There are many counterfeit power banks out there that use lead weights for added heft. If this one employs lead weights as well, it might not even reach 30 or 20,000 mAh. So even if this power bank were rated at 50,000 mAh, accounting for a 40% charging loss, its actual charging capability could charge an iPhone 8 17 times and an iPhone 11 13 times. Yet the product specifications claim it provides 700,000 mAh. Thus, after deducting charging losses, it could actually charge an iPhone 8 227 times and an iPhone 11 186 times. To provide a clear reference, I specifically borrowed 8 iPhone 8 devices, allowing us to charge 4 simultaneously while the other 4 are in use, and then we can observe the actual power capacity of this so-called 700,000 mAh power bank. I hope all netizens will help me share and like, so that more people will pay attention to this epic fraud-busting marathon. Let everyone know that Brother Xiong's fraud-busting videos will undoubtedly expose the counterfeit products. In the room, the netizens are fervently liking the stream. Many have begun sending gifts for Brother Xiong. While this fraud-busting video requires a significant investment, if many people engage and send gifts, it might just recoup the expenses. Moreover, he increases his visibility and earns money, presenting numerous benefits. Alright, the fraud-busting officially begins. First, let us examine this power bank. I must say, the quality of this power bank seems quite decent. The casing is exceptionally hard, and pressing on it yields no softness whatsoever. The material of the casing is very solid, comparable to that of major brands. The printed text is also very clear, including many small fonts, which suggests that the casing is fairly competent, unlike products from small workshops. Let us measure its weight. Brother Xiong, having said this, took out an electronic scale, placed the power bank on it, and observed. This power bank weighs 1,305 grams, which aligns closely with the data listed on the website. However, based on my friend's analysis, the actual capacity of this power bank should be around 50 or 60,000 mAh. Given its weight, it is impossible to manufacture a power bank with 700,000 mAh. But to ascertain the truth, we must observe the final charging results. Now, I will charge my 8 iPhone 8 devices in turns. All the batteries of these phones have been drained. However, this power bank only has 4 charging ports, so I can only charge 4 phones at a time. Chapter 95. Impossible. In fact, even charging just once should reveal how much this power bank is overstated. Because, after accounting for charging losses, based on the power bank's listed capacity, charging 4 phones fully shouldn't even use 2% of its power. Thus, whether this power bank is the real deal or a counterfeit shall be revealed in due time. Brother Xiong concluded and began charging 4 of the phones with the power bank. During the charging period, he chatted and boasted with the netizens in the room. Naturally, the majority of the conversation revolved around how much capacity this power bank is falsely claiming. Additionally, there was strong condemnation of the exaggerated and unscrupulous advertising behaviors of these domestic products. After charging for about 40 to 50 minutes, Brother Xiong began to feel something was amiss. The 4 phones had charged nearly half their batteries. Yet the power bank's display still showed a default 50% charge, with practically no movement in the battery level after all this time. This left Brother Xiong incredulous. How strange, everyone. Take a look. My 4 phones have charged to 40%, yet this power bank's display remains at 50% with no reduction. How can this be? Is it broken? A netizen quickly inquired. In a way, if it were broken, it wouldn't still be charging. Moreover, the display is lit up. The seller must have tampered with the circuit board. They've deliberately slowed the display speed, in conjunction with the false capacity, to deceive people. Just wait. In a little while, it will run out of power. You're right. It must be falsely advertised. A 50,000 mAh power bank, with a default 50% charge, could at most charge an iPhone 8 6.5 times. Just watch. The next round won't even charge fully before this thing runs out of power. It's all a trick. This seller is too cunning. Brother Xiong nodded, realizing he could only continue charging. After over an hour of charging, the display finally changed from 50 to 49. Witnessing this scene, the netizens erupted in outrage once more. At this point, everyone was convinced that this power bank was undoubtedly falsely advertised, and the circuit board had been specially designed. Essentially, it was a scam. After charging for about 2 hours, the 4 iPhone 8 devices were fully charged. However, the display on the power bank remained stuck at 49 and did not change further. Brother Xiong hurriedly disconnected the 4 charged phones and plugged in the other 4 that were still drained to continue charging. At this moment, numerous netizens were eagerly awaiting the collective revelation. After all, according to everyone's deduction, if this power bank was falsely rated at 50,000 mAh, then under a default 50% charge, these 4 phones should definitely not charge fully. After a while, the display on the power bank changed from 49 to 48. Over another hour passed, and the number changed to 47. However, at this point, the last 4 iPhones had already charged over halfway. Seeing the power bank still displaying power left many netizens puzzled. Logically, if this power bank were rated at 50,000 mAh, it should have run out of power by now. How could it still have charge? How strange. How could this power bank possibly still have power? Could it be rated at 60,000? At 60,000, it should also be out of power by now. Could it be 100,000? Impossible. 100,000 would have to weigh at least 6 pounds. This one only weighs 3. It absolutely cannot be 100,000. Then what do you think the issue is? I believe that this power bank was likely sent fully charged. Why do I say this? Although this power bank displays a default 50%, it might actually be fully charged. Otherwise, it wouldn't still have power at this point. In essence, it's just the seller's trickery. Deliberately supplying a fully charged power bank, combined with a modified circuit board, to mislead others into thinking this power bank has an exceptionally large capacity. It's all a ruse. That makes sense. Very insightful. What profession are you in, dear netizen? I am a professional lithium battery manufacturer. No wonder you're so knowledgeable. I am truly impressed. Dear netizens, let us extend our applause to the experts while simultaneously denouncing those unscrupulous merchants who have stooped so low. It is utterly outrageous that they would attempt to deceive us with this so-called fully charged power bank. Yet, this very circumstance embodies the spirit of my alter ego, the Fighting Bear, whose mission is to combat counterfeit products and restore clarity to our skies. As the crowd within the room rallied in support, they vociferously condemned this fraudulent power bank. The next course of action was to continue charging, naturally, in order to demonstrate the misleading claims of the power bank. The Fighting Bear hastily commenced using his phone, striving to deplete its battery and resume charging. Before long, the other 4 phones were fully charged, yet the power bank's charge indicator only reached 47%. The Fighting Bear juggled 8 phones, overwhelmed by the task at hand. After several hours, 4 of the phones finally ran out of power, prompting him to urgently connect them to a charger once more. However, it was clear that even if these 4 phones were charged again, it would be impossible to exhaust the power bank's claimed 50,000 mAh without another round of charging. The Fighting Bear continued to charge while tirelessly toggling between 4 phones. He could hardly spare a moment for conversation. Several hours later, the occupants of the room had changed multiple times, as the majority could not endure such an extended vigil. With dawn approaching, the last 4 phones' batteries were entirely depleted. The Fighting Bear exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "Friends, the sun is rising, and we have nearly reached the 10-hour mark. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. If this power bank is indeed misrepresented, it could not possibly have charged these 4 phones." He beckoned for a round of gifts from the remaining few in the room, who sporadically responded with tokens of appreciation. Nevertheless, most were there simply to commend the Fighting Bear for his unwavering dedication. As this marathon of a live broadcast had truly been a formidable endeavor, requiring 10 hours to unveil the truth, that moment, the battery indicator displayed a mere 46%, which, if accurate, signified an astonishingly substantial capacity for the power bank. The Fighting Bear plugged in the 4 Apple phones, awaiting the depletion of the power bank's charge. After a brief while, impatience set in as he began to harbor doubts. Logically, at this point, even if the power bank was fully charged, it should have run out of power by now. How could it still possess any energy? Chapter 96. The power bank without misrepresentation. The power level gauge dropped from 46 to 45. Yet all 4 phones were fully charged, and the power bank remained operational. The Fighting Bear found himself utterly exasperated. After enduring a sleepless night, he was left in a quandary, unable to discern truth from deception. "Why is the bear still here?" queried several netizens who had just awakened. "Indeed, Bear. Why are you up so early?" "Early? I hardly slept at all." "What, you're still testing?" "Of course. What are the results? Is it misrepresented?" "It seems not to be misrepresented. There's still charge. That's impossible. How could there still be power? How many times have you charged it?" 16 times. Unbelievable. Could it be 60,000 mAh? I can't take it anymore. I can hardly keep track of how many mAh it is. I need to sleep. Let us continue testing tomorrow. I'm utterly exhausted, my friends. We will resume testing tomorrow, and I shall unearth the truth behind this power bank's claims. Well done, Bear. Get some rest. The Fighting Bear exited the live stream, collapsing into a deep slumber, until evening, when the Fighting Bear awoke once more, dined, and reopened the live stream. Resolved to continue the battle. As soon as the stream commenced, viewers flooded in with inquiries. "Friends, after a night of relentless effort. I still have not determined the extent to which this power bank is misrepresented. Therefore, today I intend to strive further. I must ascertain the ultimate capacity of this power bank. Let us go. Shower me with gifts to fuel my endeavor. A deluge of gifts ensued. Little did anyone anticipate that the Fighting Bear's testing would extend for an entire week. Despite the alternating charging of 8 phones, the power bank's capacity displayed a glacial rate of change. Merely altering a single digit would require over an hour. Initially, no one believed the power bank to be genuine, all eagerly awaiting the revelation of the truth. Yet, as the Fighting Bear continued to charge, skepticism evolved into astonishment and astonishment into outright shock. The source of their shock, of course, was the power bank's capacity. It was indeed real. Naturally, some speculated that the Fighting Bear was merely a plant from the manufacturer. However, many of his followers trusted his integrity, having witnessed his consistent commitment to authenticity in his videos. Moreover, the Fighting Bear himself recognized that this power bank was, without a doubt, legitimate. After a week of testing, the Fighting Bear finally exhausted the entirety of the power bank's charged. It must be said, this was a marathon of a live stream. Brothers, regardless of whether you believe it or not, this power bank is undoubtedly genuine. I have charged a total of 113 phones, utilizing precisely 50% of its capacity. I hereby declare that the Mighty One power bank is entirely devoid of misrepresentation, truly possessing a capacity of 700,000 mAh. Incredible! Such a compact power bank, yet it boasts such immense energy. No wonder it's dubbed the Mighty Generation. Simply astonishing. This cannot be. How could such a small power bank possibly contain such a vast capacity? Moreover, lithium batteries cannot be manufactured so lightweight. Perhaps it employs cutting-edge technology? If they possess such technology, why not apply it directly to phone batteries? Wouldn't that effortlessly yield 50,000 mAh? Is there something amiss? This power bank could at most charge 50% of its capacity, misrepresenting by 50%? That seems plausible. Let's charge it once more and see if it can exceed 50%. The Fighting Bear nodded, stating, "All right, I shall charge it and see how long it takes to reach full capacity." The charger he utilized was an 18-watt fast charger, so the charging speed should not be too slow. The Fighting Bear plugged in the charger and began the process. Before long, 6 days had passed. The power bank's display finally reached 100. Brothers, can you believe it? I spent 6 days, 12 hours, and 33 minutes in total to fully charge this power bank. Wow, incredible. This means this power bank is indeed authentic. No wonder it's priced so high. It's not misrepresented at all. This is impossible. How could such a tiny power bank possess such immense energy? I dare say it does not use lithium batteries. Otherwise, it would be impossible to contain such capacity. Bear, could you please open it up and see what lies within? How could I do that? We can break open the fakes, but this one is undoubtedly genuine. Let us take a look inside. What exactly is inside, Bear? I'll cover the cost of the power bank. Just break it open. Indeed, Bear. Opening it up would be fine. Let us discover what it contains. Open it. Open it. Open it. The room echoed with a unified demand. The Fighting Bear contemplated for a moment, and for the sake of maintaining momentum, he ultimately resorted to tools to pry open the power bank. However, the interior bore little distinction from other power banks. An intact battery encased in a single unit, a charging mainboard, and little else. The specifications marked on the battery were almost identical to those in the product description. At last, everyone was thoroughly convinced. This power bank was not merely impressive, it was genuinely remarkable. In light of this, the Fighting Bear created a summary video, consolidating all the footage from his testing into a single presentation. He extolled the Mighty Generation power bank as a groundbreaking product poised to revolutionize the entire battery industry. Once released, the video garnered a plethora of likes, as the extensive testing spanning over 10 days was no trivial matter. The video rapidly ascended in popularity on the platform, experiencing an explosion in views. Many remained skeptical of the power bank's capabilities, prompting them to log on to shopping websites to procure one for personal testing. For countless individuals, first-hand experience was the only means of convincing them of the power bank's extraordinary nature. While the price of the Mighty Generation remained prohibitive for most average consumers, for those entrenched in the battery industry, the emergence of such a powerful battery material threatened to disrupt the entire sector, naturally prompting urgent research into its composition. Sales of the Mighty Generation began to surge, transitioning from negligible interest to hundreds, then thousands of units sold, ultimately surpassing 10,000. Chapter 97. Renowned overseas news of a power bank that could outshine all others globally swiftly reached foreign shores. Many international influencers expressed skepticism regarding the existence of such a formidable power bank, prompting them to purchase one online for testing. The results mirrored the product's claims, confirming that it was indeed an exceptional power bank. And more importantly, its battery technology was unequivocally not lithium-based. The reputation of Hanxiang Technology skyrocketed, making waves throughout the global battery industry. The sales of the formidable generation of power banks have begun to surge dramatically. Initially, Changan intended to regulate the sales with an annual production target of 10 million units. However, orders from around the globe flooded in, and in the blink of an eye, the orders surpassed 2 million units. A development he had certainly not anticipated. Unsurprisingly, the vast majority of these orders came from foreign markets. Although the price of 7,500 yuan is considered high for domestic consumers, it remains relatively acceptable for those with higher incomes abroad. Many opportunistic businessmen, having recognized this lucrative prospect, hastily began stockpiling the product, fearing that once the formidable generation garnered further acclaim, acquiring it would become a challenge. This phenomenon has undoubtedly triggered seismic repercussions within the global battery industry. The world's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, T-Motors, had already procured a batch of formidable generation power banks and commenced disassembly for research purposes. President Carl Marlin convened a high-level meeting to hear reports from the laboratory. I trust you have all heard about the emergence of a new type of battery material from a certain major power. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to listen to the relevant laboratory reports and to allow for a discussion of opinions. With that, he turned to a man and said, "Dr. Giles, you may begin." Dr. Giles nodded and stood to address the assembly. This battery material was first discovered by a company called Changan Technology from a certain major power, and it has now been developed into a product, a power bank. We promptly acquired some samples for disassembly and analytical research. The positive and negative electrodes of this battery material utilize the same substance, while the electrolyte is potassium ferrocyanide. Upon exposure to positive electrode voltage, this material alters its electrical properties, releasing a greater quantity of free electrons. The negative electrode then absorbs these free electrons, creating a potential difference between the electrodes, thus generating current. Notably, this material absorbs and releases a substantial number of electrons, resulting in a significant potential difference and consequently a higher voltage. Current data analysis indicates that this material's capacity is 10 times that of lithium batteries. Although its half-life remains uncertain, it can be asserted that this is an epoch-making new type of battery material. For now, this is the extent of our findings. Further experiments and research are necessary to gather more data. Marlin nodded thoughtfully and glanced at the attendees, asking, "What are your thoughts, Dr. Giles? How is this material produced? Can we manufacture it ourselves?" This material is a type of multimolecular composite, composed of various substances amalgamated together. I am not quite sure how it is produced, or what the specific chemical processes and mechanisms are. However, I suspect that it is unlikely to be a naturally occurring substance. What do you mean? I believe this composite material does not resemble anything found in nature. It is highly probable that it is produced by some biological entity. Are you suggesting that this is a type of biological battery material? I merely harbor suspicions, but I cannot assert it definitively. Biological batteries should be capable of detecting DNA, right? Not necessarily. Many biological metabolites and secretions do not contain DNA. Hence, I am only speculating. If DNA were present, it would certainly simplify matters. President, have you conducted an investigation into Changan Technology? I conducted a brief inquiry. It is a newly established company, headquartered in a second-tier provincial capital of a certain major power. They possess a manufacturing site under construction and an office building, with a total investment of 200 million yuan, which is not substantial. Their main business is battery production, and they have their own laboratory. But most of the personnel there have been recently recruited. I suspect that this company had already mastered this technology from the outset, merely applying it to production now. Of course, it is also possible that they directly purchased the technology from a certain university for production purposes. That's peculiar. If any university possessed such technology, it shouldn't be obscure. Not necessarily. Each year, countless battery technologies emerge from various universities. However, how many of them actually convert into production capabilities? It could very well be that an inconspicuous institution stumbled upon this remarkable technology and subsequently sold the rights. Indeed, by the way, why don't we also invest to acquire exclusive rights to this technology? We could pursue that, but the question remains, how much would it cost? No one is foolish. Given that this power bank company has already transformed the material into a product, they are certainly aware of its value. It is improbable that they would sell it easily. Even if they were willing to sell, it is likely they would demand a hefty price. It is imperative that we acquire it. The capacity of this material is 10 times greater than the lithium batteries we currently utilize. This means our T-Motors could potentially extend its range from 500 kilometers to 5,000 kilometers. Such a leap would enable us to travel nonstop from the East Coast to the West Coast. If this automotive battery truly exists, who could possibly compete with our company? Whether this material is suitable for automotive batteries is still a matter of speculation. Moreover, even if you wish to purchase it, the sellers may not agree. Even if they did, would a certain major power allow such a transaction? They would likely place it on an export ban list in the blink of an eye. I believe the prospects of acquisition are dim. The key lies in cooperation or investment. Investment sounds feasible. For a small enterprise with a 200 million yuan valuation, we could invest 400 million yuan for a 51% stake and exclusive battery rights. How does that sound? 400 million is out of the question, Marlin interjected. Why not? Did you not say their enterprise is only worth 200 million yuan? Investing 400 million seems reasonable. Perhaps before this company gained fame, it might have been possible. However, as you are aware, Their formidable generation power bank has surpassed 250,000 units sold within less than a month of its launch. Each unit retails for 1,071 yuan. Just their monthly sales alone have already generated 260 million yuan. Dio, you truly believe it is plausible to acquire 51% of their shares and battery rights for 400 million yuan? Surely not. How could this power bank be so expensive? Is it really that costly? Who would buy it? Did you not hear the president state that they have already sold 250,000 units? If they maintain this sales volume, their annual revenue would reach 3,200 million yuan. With a 400 million yuan investment, they might not even glance our way. By the way, do you know what the factory price is for each 10,000 milliamp hour of this battery? I heard it is 14 yuan. It is significantly more expensive than lithium batteries. Chapter 98. Striving for the first batch of suppliers, not just a little expensive. It is almost 3 times the cost. This implies that if we were to adopt their batteries, our battery cost would increase by over 3-fold, which is quite extravagant. Indeed, if batteries become excessively expensive, they will lack a market. There may not be a low-end market, but there is certainly a high-end market. After all, there are still many individuals in this world with ample wealth. A price 3 times higher, coupled with an energy capacity 10 times greater, would ultimately yield a favorable deal. Furthermore, while this material is currently costly, it does not guarantee that it will remain so indefinitely. Should they refine their technology and expand production capacity, it is entirely plausible that prices could decrease. If such a day were to arrive, our ongoing lithium battery production bases would be rendered obsolete. Thus, this matter must be treated with utmost seriousness. Dr. Giles, I will entrust you with the laboratory to ascertain whether we can also manufacture this material. As for the situation in that major power, Vice President Roy, I ask you to investigate. If feasible, I will personally make the trip. Understood, President, Dr. Giles replied. What should we do regarding our new battery? Should we continue research? Of course, we must continue our research. We still do not know whether this new battery is suitable for our products. Moreover, our new battery boasts a remarkably low cost, providing a competitive edge. We cannot solely focus on the high-end market. We must also consider the low-end market. We should continue our research while preparing for both ends. Within the territory of the major power, in the conference room of the national company, President Bao Jinping stated, "The purpose of gathering you all here is due to a significant event that has transpired, which requires our collective deliberation. A power bank called the Formidable Generation has recently emerged in our domestic market. Our laboratory's research has concluded that the energy capacity of the materials used in this battery is 10 times greater than that of lithium batteries of the same volume. Although a mobile version of this battery has yet to be released, the power bank and smartphone batteries are nearly indistinguishable. This means that if anyone could adapt this power bank into a battery, the capacity of a smartphone battery could potentially reach 40,000 or even 50,000 milliamp hours without increasing in size. Such a capacity signifies a considerable advancement, as I am sure you all comprehend. I would like to hear your thoughts, so let us brainstorm together. I purchased one of these formidable generation power banks myself. I must admit, the capacity is truly impressive. Even when charging our Honor Note 10, it can provide power over 80 times. If it can indeed be transformed into a 50,000 milliamp hour battery, it would allow for 2 days of gaming without interruption. This is undeniably a groundbreaking product. However, this power bank appears to be rather expensive. I heard it costs 100 yuan for every 10,000 milliamp hours. If converted into a 50,000 milliamp hour battery, the cost would exceed 500 yuan. This is significantly higher than the price of our current batteries, and this figure is still at wholesale rates. Such an expensive item for smartphones. What about the cost? Quality products have their reasons for being priced high. If need be, we could forego the low-end market and focus on high-end devices instead. After all, individuals willing to spend 5,000 yuan on a phone would likely not mind an additional 500 yuan for a battery. If it is not feasible, we could consider custom options, both high-end and low-end, with batteries classified as one of the components. That makes perfect sense indeed, Mr. Bao. I believe we should expedite communication with this company. If our company can secure exclusive agency rights for this type of battery, it could become our trump card, easily allowing us to surpass the competition from Fruit and Star. Absolutely, Mr. Bao. Given the remarkable capabilities of this battery material, which is domestically produced, it may represent a significant opportunity for our rise. If we can monopolize this battery, both Star Electronics and Fruit would not stand a chance against us. However, the situation may not be as straightforward as you think. Such an extraordinary battery material is crucial to the mobile phone industry. Let us not even consider whether we can obtain exclusive agency rights. Even if we do, it might not be feasible. The global mobile phone supply chain is interconnected. As the saying goes, pulling one thread can affect the entire fabric. Attempting to monopolize could quickly make us a target. Many of our core technologies still rely on foreign support. If we corner others, we might find ourselves in a deadlock as well. Mr. Bao is correct. We should strive to secure our position as one of the first suppliers. The sales of this formidable generation of power banks have already exceeded 250,000 units online, with total sales surpassing 1.8 billion. It has been less than a month since this product was launched. Considering Hanxiang Technology's profitability and capacity, their annual sales may exceed 20 billion. I believe that within a year, Hanxiang Technology could become a colossal enterprise. Thus, securing this supplier status is crucial. Obtaining more production capacity is the key. Everyone nodded in agreement. Given the current explosive sales of this formidable generation, it would be impossible for it not to be successful. By the way, Mr. Bao, don't we have our own laboratory? Could we not explore establishing our own battery production base? Regarding this matter, let Director Wang elaborate. Director Wang stated, after our laboratory acquired the formidable generation power bank, we immediately conducted research and analysis. The core secret of this battery lies in the materials of the anode and cathode. When charging, the anode releases a substantial amount of ions, while the electrons in the cathode are highly active, resulting in a significant potential difference. The voltage is considerable. It can be said to be a perfect charging and discharging material. However, strangely, this material is not a singular substance, but rather a multi-molecular composite. I have racked my brain, but I cannot fathom how Hanxiang Technology manages to induce such peculiar chemical reactions from such a complex multi-molecular structure. If the laboratory intends to attempt production, it would have to proceed meticulously, generation by generation. Yet, without an investment of at least 100 billion, it would be quite challenging to discover a method of production. Of course, this does not even take into account the time cost. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, seemingly aware of the considerable difficulty ahead. By the way, Mr. Bao, have you investigated the fundamentals of Hanxiang Technology? Yes, Hanxiang Technology Company, Limited has only been established for just over 2 months, from registration to production. The company has 2 shareholders, and the legal representative is an individual named Changan, though the specific shareholding ratios remain unclear. They have their own battery laboratory, which was just recently established, with many personnel newly recruited. It seems unlikely that such excellent technology could have been developed in their lab. This is the extent of the information available. Chapter 99 New Product Presentation. Since this company is newly established, it is possible that these technologies were acquired through financial means. Could they be products from a laboratory at a domestic university? Perhaps they stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence? That is possible, but not necessarily the case. After all, if such an excellent battery material were discovered by any university, it would undoubtedly be made public. Even if Hanxiang Technology had purchased the patent rights, that would not guarantee ownership of the reputation. Many researchers at universities value their reputations highly, and a discovery of this caliber would certainly be Nobel-worthy. It is unlikely they would quietly relinquish all rights. That raises a puzzling question. This technology is neither invented by them, nor could it have been purchased. Could it possibly have fallen from the sky? By the way, is it possible to check for relevant patents on the National Patent website? Not yet. It might still be in the application process, or they may not intend to apply at all. Given the advanced nature of this technology, replicating it is not a straightforward endeavor. Regardless of the origin of this technology, we absolutely cannot remain passive. This battery technology could significantly impact the development of the global mobile phone supply chain in the coming years, even decades, so we must take it seriously. Who among you can make a trip? If necessary, I can go myself. President, how about I go? If they genuinely have intentions of cooperation, you can visit later. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Vice President. However, remember, regardless of the outcome, it is essential to establish a good relationship with the senior management of their company. After all, their materials have yet to be utilized in mobile phone batteries, so we need not rush. Understood, President. Million Nation, headquarters of Fruit Company, John Matthews stated. I trust everyone has comprehended Dr. Nathan's report. The newly developed battery material from a certain major country is critically significant for the global mobile phone industry's development. As key members of the company, what are your thoughts on this matter? President, regardless of the circumstances, we must secure the mobile battery authorization for this material. Although our Fruit series phones do not boast large battery capacities, we can maximize battery performance through our outstanding system and optimization. User experience does not significantly lag behind brands utilizing larger capacity batteries. However, if other brands adopt this super battery, it will widen the gap in user experience between us and them, potentially delivering a fatal blow to our high-end brand image. Therefore, I believe it is imperative to obtain battery authorization to avoid being at the mercy of others, resulting in a loss. The Vice President is correct. In fact, the current usage of this battery is still quite primitive. I believe that if we secure authorization for the battery materials, we can further optimize it, allowing our products to maintain usage times exceeding 50 hours. I dare say, by then, no company will stand against us. By the way, can't we replicate this? Dr. Nathan, would you provide us with some analysis? Nathan nodded and replied. Replicating this is extremely challenging. This is a multi-molecular composite material, and the mechanisms behind its formation are difficult to comprehend. If we want to synthesize it in the laboratory, it would require a significant number of experiments. Not to mention the cost of experimental materials would likely exceed 10 billion. Money is not the issue. The key is how long it would take to research. It is difficult to estimate. If the company can organize a research team of 5,000, it might take 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years is too long. Can it be shorter? With a team of 10, it would take at most a year and a half, and as little as a year. A team of 10, would certainly require considerable funding. The salaries alone would likely amount to 7 to 8 billion. 200 billion should suffice. President, we need to invest. John Matthew nodded and said, very well, let us prepare for both scenarios. One is to conduct our own research, as it is safer to keep core technology within our control. Calvin will represent the company to approach the senior management of Hanshang Technology in that major country, striving to secure exclusive agency rights. If that fails, acquiring product usage rights will suffice. Do not hesitate to spend. After all, the wool comes from the sheep, and consumers will be willing to pay for it. Indeed, President, Half-Island Nation, headquarters of Star Electronics, the company's senior management also engaged in intense discussions, ultimately dispatching a vice president to fly directly to that major country. Almost all mobile phone companies worldwide have been affected by this incident. This event has even led to the urgent suspension of many ongoing lithium battery projects and a reduction in project scales. After all, for these companies, the emergence of a new material could trigger a seismic shift across the entire battery industry, so they cannot easily increase their investments. More company representatives flew to the provincial capital, all hoping to secure exclusive agency rights for the formidable battery. Even if they cannot secure it, obtaining authorization would be acceptable. Changan, on the other hand, continues to remain at home, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Suddenly, the phone rang. What is it? Boss. Many people have arrived at the base, wishing to meet you. Who wishes to see me? Representatives from Million Nation T Automobile, Fruit Group, Half-Island Nation Star Group, our country's Guowei Company, Dami Company, BYY Automobile, Vivito Company, Pop Company, and others. Changhan felt a headache coming on. He hurriedly replied, Stop, stop, stop. You mean all these major companies want to see me? Yes, boss. What do they want to meet me for? They claim they only wish to get to know you, but I suspect it's to discuss our battery. They probably all want to obtain exclusive authorization for our battery. Changhan pondered for a moment. Let us do this. You represent me in meeting with these company representatives, communicate with them, ascertain their intentions, and report back to me. Remember, ensure they do not leave in 3 days. I shall convene a product presentation for our new offerings. Following the event, I will allocate time to meet with some of the attendees. The presentation will take place in the newly established conference room at our factory, and I shall ensure the room is suitably arranged. Very well, boss. In the ensuing days, Linya represented Changhan and met with representatives from various major companies. Although the atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious, the underlying sentiment was singular. The leaders of these large corporations were all vying for exclusive agency rights to the formidable series of battery packs, while smaller companies sought battery authorization. Naturally, Linya could not make such decisions. She merely promised to relay the demands of these companies to the president, who would ultimately make the final call. With Hanshang Technology set to host a product presentation in 3 days, none of the attendees departed. Chapter 100. The exaggerated strong and robust second generation. No one is a fool. The timing of Hanshang Technology's product presentation was clearly orchestrated for their viewing. Simultaneously, it piqued the curiosity of the senior executives from these major companies. What new product had Hanshang Technology developed? Could it possibly be a mobile phone battery? Yet even if it were a mobile battery, there seemed no reason for such a grand affair. 3 days later, the conference room at the factory was filled with a multitude of attendees, predominantly the leading figures from various mobile phone manufacturers. For most, the sudden emergence of such an impressive battery on the market warranted significant attention from any mobile brand. The team from Hanshang quickly entered the conference hall, and as Linya followed closely behind Changhan, the assembled crowd instinctively recognized the man at the forefront as the president of Hanshang Technology. To their surprise, he appeared remarkably youthful. Regardless of the size of their companies, the top executives hurriedly approached Changhan to exchange warm greetings. While Linya stood by, assisting with introductions, Changhan engaged in lighthearted conversation with the attendees, although he required translation assistance for the foreign executives. After a brief period of joviality, everyone took their seats. Before long, the product launch officially commenced. The host delivered an opening address, prominently introducing President Changhan and the esteemed guests in attendance. Changhan soon graced the stage amidst applause, welcoming the senior leaders from various companies to Hanshang Technology's product presentation. He clarified that this was a presentation rather than a formal launch, as the products remained in the experimental phase and had yet to be officially released. He believed everyone present had already seen the robust first-generation power bank, and he opted not to reiterate the associated data. Instead, he intended to introduce the new product, which was in its final testing phase, the strong and robust second-generation power bank. As music played, an employee presented a box to Changhan. He opened it to reveal a power bank, stating, "Please look. This white power bank in my right hand is our first-generation model. The first generation boasts a capacity of 700,000 mAh, featuring 1 input port and 4 output ports, 1 at 5 watts, 1 at 10 watts, and 2 at 18 watts. As all of you are experts, you understand that a larger battery core typically results in a lower energy conversion rate, which is a common issue. Thus, while the first generation has a substantial capacity, its conversion rate is only 60%, and the charging efficiency is also lacking. Although it employs the mainstream 9V2A fast charging technology, fully charging it takes approximately 6 days. For those with impatient dispositions, this could indeed be quite frustrating. Laughter echoed throughout the room. Changan continued, "We are, of course, aware of the various drawbacks of the first generation. To enhance user experience, our company has undertaken a comprehensive research and development initiative, and we are soon to unveil the second-generation power bank featuring entirely new technology. Behold." He then produced a black power bank and placed it alongside the first-generation model. The contrast striking. The second-generation power bank was slightly larger, and while it did not exhibit any significant advantages in size, the audience understood that as a second-generation product, it must possess remarkable attributes, leading them to remain silent and await further elucidation from Changan. The second-generation power bank employs a completely new design, packaging, and charging technology, resulting in a considerable enhancement in conversion rate, now reaching 90%. This means that the 700,000 mAh battery core can deliver an energy output of 630,000 mAh, capable of charging an iPhone 8 over 340 times. The audience was left in astonishment. No one had anticipated such a rapid improvement in conversion rate for the second generation. The issue of low conversion rates and high-capacity batteries had long been a daunting challenge within the industry. A conversion rate of 60% for a 700,000 mAh battery was already considered commendable by many. Now, to witness the conversion rate leap to 90% was indeed remarkable. Clearly, the research capabilities and expertise of Hanchang Technologies Laboratory were exceptional. Moreover, considering that the second-generation power bank could charge an iPhone 8 340 times on a single charge, it could potentially last an entire year if charged daily. The implications were staggering. The attendees understood without needing further elaboration that once this product hit the market, it would be an indispensable tool for frequent travelers. Changan remarked, of course, along with the significant increase in energy utilization efficiency, the charging speed of the second generation has also undergone a remarkable transformation compared to its predecessor. The charging speed of the first generation required a minimum of 170 hours for a full charge, whereas the second generation can achieve a full charge in just 3 hours. What? The audience was collectively astounded. While an outsider might not grasp the significance of this statement, the experts present surely understood the implications. Did this not suggest that the charging voltage for the second generation must be at least 110V? How could this be feasible? President Chang, surely you jest, they exclaimed. Are you suggesting that the charging voltage for your second generation power bank must be at least 110V? Oh, not 110V. Changan shook his head and replied, "It is 220V. The crowd nearly fell over in disbelief. What a ridiculous notion. A direct charge at 220V. The attendees wore expressions of incredulity. Everyone present knew that 4 mobile phone batteries, even a mere 1A charging current at 220V would yield a charging power of 220W. Taking the iPhone 8 as an example, using a 220V 1A charger, it should reach full charge in approximately 3 minutes. Right? Furthermore, considering the astonishing capacity of the second generation, even utilizing 220V direct charging would necessitate a current of 4A to achieve a full charge within 3 hours. A charging speed of 220V 4A would mean the iPhone 8 could be charged within mere seconds. This was utterly preposterous. The audience was in a state of shock, whispering among themselves. Naturally, the vast majority of rational individuals